In a chilling moment of betrayal, Qin Shou kneels before his master's coffin, grappling with the aftermath of his mentor's brutal murder. The alluring yet perilous presence of his master's wife, Liu Ruyan, shatters his world as she reveals her true intentions. She desires him as her finecido enhance her powers. With the sinister reputation of the Huanhe sect looming over him, Qin Shou finds himself entangled in a web of seduction and danger. Just as despair threatens to consume him, a powerful system awakens within him, offering choices that could redefine his fate. Will he succumb to the dark desires of his master's wife, or will he rise up and reclaim his destiny? The battle for survival begins, where the lines between desire and power blur, and nothing is as it seems. Chapter 1. Before the master's coffin, the master's wife prepares the cauldron. The master's coffin rests at the center of the mourning hall, the scent of the wood chillingly pervasive. The acrid smell of inferior incense fills the air. Qin Shou kneels upon the mat, adorned in garments of filial piety, his gaze vacant. 3 days prior, his mentor, Li Ruyan, who had nurtured him, met his demise, his heart torn out by the tiger demon of Haifeng Mountain. This grim truth was known by all in the town. A waft of fragrant aroma approached from behind, not the scent of incense, but rather a delicate body fragrance, sweet to the point of overwhelming. A soft and supple form pressed against him unexpectedly from behind. Qin Shou's body stiffened. He was all too familiar with this presence, his master's wife, Liu Ruyan. Known for her poised elegance in Lucian town, at this moment, she coiled around him like a boneless serpent. "My dear disciple," Liu Ruyan whispered, her breath warm against his ear, sending shivers down his spine. There was something amiss with her voice, sultry and beguiling, contrasting sharply with her usual gentle demeanor. "The 7th day of mourning for your master has yet to pass, yet I can hardly wait," she chuckled lightly, her hand restlessly sliding beneath Qin Shou's filial robe. "Your master was nothing but a fool, guarding this rough gem, oblivious to how to utilize it even in death. Tonight, let me cherish you properly." Qin Shou's mind went blank. With tremendous effort, he tore his gaze away from his master's spirit tablet, stiffly turning his head. Liu Ruyan's face loomed close, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with allure, a cruel smirk dancing at the corners of her lips. There was not a trace of the dignified wife. She was a demoness ready to feast upon her prey. "Master, what do you mean?" Qin Shou's throat felt parched, his voice hoarse. Liu Ruyan laughed dreamily, her fingers tracing circles upon his sturdy chest. "Do you not comprehend? Then allow me to elucidate." She stated nonchalantly, "Have you heard of the Huan sect?" Qin Shou's pupils constricted. "One of the 6 demonic sects, notorious for its ruthless methods of cultivation. I am an outer affairs elder of the Huan sect. Your useless master was but a pawn to conceal my identity. As for you," Liu Ruyan's gaze turned ravenous, akin to a starving wolf eyeing a lamb. "A natural virgin male, brimming with vitality. I have long craved your essence for 3 years." She licked her lips, her desires laid bare. "By absorbing your essence, I can break through the mid-stage of foundation establishment that has plagued me for 3 years. You are my cauldron." Cauldron. Qin Shou felt as though struck by lightning. He understood instantly. It was not the tiger demon that had torn at his master's heart. His master had been slain by her, to acquire him as her cauldron. She had eliminated the only obstacle in her way. A torrent of rage surged within him, threatening to incinerate his reason. Images of his master's final moments echoed in his mind. The elder had grasped his hand, summoning his last breath to say, "Xiao Shou, remember? If she coerces you, do not resist. Survive." At the time, he had not understood. Now it was all clear. His master had known Liu Ruyan's true nature all along. He feared Qin Shou would resist and meet the same fate. Survive. This was his master's final hope. A flicker of resolve ignited in Qin Shou's eyes. He abruptly rose from the mat and dashed toward the hall's entrance. He could not perish here. Trying to escape, Liu Ruyan's derisive snort echoed behind him. She did not even rise, merely flicking her fingers. Buzz. An invisible force instantly ensnared Qin Shou's ankles. He felt as though he had collided with a transparent wall, yanked backward with immense power, crashing heavily to the ground. Before he could struggle, that force coiled around him like a spirit snake, lifting him off the ground. Bang! He was violently thrown into a side room, crashing onto the wooden bed. The bed creaked in agony. Qin Shou felt his insides shift painfully, a breath lodged in his chest, nearly knocking him unconscious. This was The power of a cultivator? A robust youth, accustomed to physical labor, felt as powerless as an infant before her. Liu Ruyan sauntered in with an alluring grace. With a casual wave of her hand, the door slammed shut. A faint pink glow flickered across the windows, sealing the sound. "My dear disciple, do not waste your strength," she said, looking down upon him as one might observe a dying creature in a cage. "I am at mid-stage Foundation establishment. Killing you is simpler than squashing an ant." She leaned down, a seductive smile gracing her lips as she began to unfasten her white mourning attire. "You should feel honored. To become the sustenance for my ascension is the greatest fortune of your life." The sash slipped away, her mourning robe parted, revealing astonishing whiteness that dazzled Qin Shou under the dim candlelight, blinding him. "Rest assured, I shall not allow you to perish too quickly. Your essence will sustain me for 7 days and nights." Despair. A profound despair enveloped Qin Shou's heart. His eyes burned crimson as he glared at the enchanting Liu Ruyan, wishing he could devour her flesh and consume her skin. But he found himself utterly powerless. The chasm between mortals and cultivators was insurmountable. "Master, forgive me. Your disciple is inept, unable to avenge you, unable even to survive." Qin Shou felt utterly despondent. In a sudden resolve, he tilted his head, preparing to bite down on his tongue. Even in death, he would not let this venomous woman succeed. Just as his teeth were about to meet, a cold mechanical voice resounded in his mind, as if thunder had struck from the heavens. Ding. Host detected to be facing a dual crisis of ethics and survival, deemed a true man in desperation. Emergency activation of the True Man Langge system. A novice gift pack has been distributed. Please make the following choices. Choice 1. A true man. Turn the tables. Charge at her. Teach her what true principles are. Choice 2. A great man can endure, bear the humiliation and compromise, and repay 100-fold in the future. Qin Shou's movements halted. His gaze transformed in an instant. Liu Ruyan, slowly lowering her body, observed the sudden shift in her prey's eyes, a cruel smile curling upon her lips. "What is this? Have you been frightened into silence? Or perhaps, have you come to terms and prepared to serve me well?" Chapter 2. A true man should charge forward. The system panel flickered before Qin Shou, its frigid mechanical voice pronouncing 2 starkly divergent paths. "Endure?" Qin Shou clenched his jaw tightly, blood seeping from his gums. To hell with enduring humiliation. His master's coffin lay just next door, the acrid scent of incense seeming to mock his impotence. The enemy responsible for his master's death was right before him. The very woman, who had comforted him moments ago, was now poised to drain him of his very essence. She intended to use him as a disposable vessel. Is this something a man can bear? Huh. A faint scoff escaped Qin Shou's throat. Boom. His blood reached a boiling point in an instant. Anger transformed from impotent roars into molten steel, forging his spine. "I choose one." He did not utter a sound, but his soul screamed with the last vestiges of its strength. Ding. Congratulations to the host for making the choice of a true man. A true man is one who does what must be done. The novice gift package has been unlocked automatically. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Hongming Inyang Holy Body. Initial stage awaiting awakening. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. Congratulations to the host for acquiring. What? Qin Shou was taken aback. Is that all? What happened to the promised fate-altering power? However, in the next moment, a barely perceptible golden warmth radiated from the system panel, silently merging into Qin Shou's heart. Boom. It was as if a primordial singularity, the very essence of the universe, had detonated within him. This was not mere power, it was a rule. A primal law derived from the genesis of heaven and earth, embodying utmost brightness and rigidity. Qin Shou barely had time to scream in agony as the most violent deconstruction and reorganization commenced within his body. Crack, crack. Every inch of his bones shattered, only to be instantaneously reshaped and tempered by a golden energy. Every meridian tore open, then widened and fortified, transforming from a rural pathway into a grand thoroughfare. On the surface of his skin, a thick, black, foul-smelling liquid surged forth from his pores in a desperate rush. An essence, radiant and formidable, akin to the primordial breath of creation, erupted from him. Liu Ruyan, who had been preparing to indulge in a feast, was caught off guard. She gazed in horror at Qin Shou on the bed. The aura emanating from him was domineering, ancient, and vast, exuding a pressure that made her soul quiver. In the face of this aura, her prideful foundation stage spiritual power felt like a stream confronted by an ocean, instantly stifled and rendered immobile. The Xuanping Xiaohuan Da Fa within her cried out in fear, as if confronting a nemesis. No. How could this useless disciple possess such a terrifying aura? Had he concealed his strength? Impossible. She had monitored him day and night, and he was merely an ordinary mortal. Alarm bells rang in Liu Ruyan's mind, and without time for contemplation, she immediately activated her seductive arts to their utmost extent. Her flirtatious smile froze on her face. Disciple, what is wrong? Are you feeling unwell? She forced a smile, her voice dripping with allure. A visible pink mist enveloped her, infused with an enticing fragrance, surging towards Qin Shou's mind. This was her signature seductive technique, capable of ensnaring even the most vigilant cultivators, leading them to lose their will and become her plaything. Yet this time, her seduction spiraled out of control. Upon contact with the faint golden aura surrounding Qin Shou, the pink mist did not dissolve like snow in the sun. Instead, it was devoured. The golden aura acted like a voracious black hole, swallowing her seductive power whole, even emitting a satisfied hum. Qin Shou's tightly shut eyes abruptly opened. What kind of eyes were those? The left eye blazed with the eternal flames of gold, while the right was a devouring abyss of darkness. The cycle of yin and yang spun, life and death intertwined. He gazed at Liu Ruyan, a cold and domineering curve gracing his lips. Enchantress, is this all you have? Liu Ruyan's spirit plummeted. Her seductive arts not only failed, but had become nourishment for him. She attempted to retreat, only to realize in terror that her body was no longer under her command. The domineering primordial aura surrounding Qin Shou acted like a colossal magnet, while her Xuanping Xiaohuan Da Fa felt like a piece of scrap metal helplessly trapped. Not only could she not retreat, but an invisible force pulled her closer to him. No, this is impossible. For the first time, fear and panic flickered in Liu Ruyan's beautiful eyes. In the next moment, Qin Shou's powerful frame trembled. The foundation stage energy binding him shattered like fragile spider silk. With a roll, the world spun around. When Liu Ruyan regained her senses, she found herself pinned beneath Qin Shou. The roles of attacker and defender had reversed. She barely began to speak when a hand seized her delicate neck. That hand, long-fingered and smooth as jade, contained an irresistible, terrifying strength. The sensation of suffocation washed over her. He looked down at her, his eyes resembling the turning of celestial bodies, devoid of desire, only scrutiny. Like an awakening ancient deity observing a minuscule ant. Shermu? Qin Shou spoke slowly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Were you not to care for your disciple? Now, it is time for your disciple to care for you. Liu Ruyan was utterly panicked. She desperately summoned her spiritual power to resist, only to despairingly discover that under the suppression of Qin Shou's primordial aura, she could not muster even a fraction of it. Her once proud cultivation had become a mere joke. She was like a mother tiger stripped of its fangs and claws, helplessly lying on the bed, at the mercy of the man before her. No. Please. She finally felt fear, her voice trembling. Qin Shou sneered, his other hand reaching out, showing no pity as he tore open her already loose mourning garments. Rip. A large expanse of snow-white flesh was exposed to the cool air. Now you know fear? Too late. The voice of Qin Shou was as cold as ice, piercing to the bone. Did you ever consider refraining from taking my master's life and attempting to use me as a furnace? From this day forth, there shall be no more Shenyang in this world, only my principles. And you shall be the first lesson I impart. With these words spoken, he ceased to engage in any further discourse. There was no foreplay, no tenderness, only the most direct, primal, and domineering approach to commence his instructional guidance. Liu Ruyan let out a brief, suppressed gasp, only to have her mouth silenced. Her eyes widened in terror as she felt an overwhelming surge of pure, unyielding energy, akin to a flood bursting through a dam, violently rushing into her being. This was not mere absorption, it was a reverse infusion, a divine bestowal, but also the most merciless form of punishment. The technique she practiced, Xuanping Xiaohuan Da Fa, at this moment encountered its ancestral origin, not only failing to draw in any trace of yin and yang, but instead being thoroughly provoked by this domineering force. Her cultivation method activated automatically, greedily absorbing this energy at an unprecedented, frenzied pace. In this instant, her body, her technique, her very soul had completely spiraled out of control. She had devolved into a passive vessel. No, She was not even a vessel. She felt more like a conduit forcibly opened, with Qin Shou as the relentless river flowing through her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a true man. Hongming Yin Yang Xingti, Initial Awakening. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Technique, Max Level Hongming Xuanping Jiao Wadafa. Weapon, Pangut San Dao Sealed. Space, Personal Taishu Huanjing. Divine Ability, Shenlong by Bianji Tsiu. Yet, at this moment, Qin Shou had no time to examine his gains. His energy was solely expended below. Liu Ruyan's consciousness began to blur. Her once proud charms, cunning, and cultivation crumbled like dried leaves before the overwhelming force of the sacred body. At this moment, her resolve began to fracture. Qin Shou was not faring any better. He too could not control this power. With the sacred body awakened, he felt akin to a 3-year-old child wielding a giant axe. The energy within him had accumulated to the point of necessitating an outlet. Liu Ruyan, along with her flawed technique, was the optimal conduit for his release. As the energies converged, countless fragmented images surged into Qin Shou's mind. They were Liu Ruyan's memories. Yinner, remember your task, obtain that object. A vague masculine voice echoed. Master, you have grown old. It is time for you to depart. She held a poisoned cup, her smile radiant like a flower. Though this lad possessed mediocre talent, he was a pure yang body, perfectly suited to serve as the catalyst for my breakthrough into the golden core. Rage. An overwhelming tide of fury surged within him. Yet intertwined with this anger was a thread of confusion. Deep within her memories lay a more profound secret. A soul imprint from a more formidable being. Was she merely a pawn in this game? Outside the window, the night deepened, and the flickering candlelight in the morning hall cast shadows upon the master's cold coffin. Meanwhile, within the adjoining room, a teaching session that had lasted an entire day and night was only just beginning. Chapter 3. The Innate Holy Body. Master's wife reaches ecstasy to the point of heartbreak. The first ray of dawn pierced through the window panes. Qin Shou opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. An unprecedented surge of pure energy coursed through his limbs and bones, the primal force of the Hongming Yin-Yang Holy Body. Additionally, the primordial Yin, transformed and purified through the max-level Hongming Xianpin Union technique, from his master, Liu Ruyan, flowed back into him. The two forces intertwined, ultimately coalescing into streams of Hongming Qi, settling within his dantian. He had attained the pinnacle of the Qi refining stage. In a single night, from nothing to something, he was merely a step away from the body refining realm. Qin Shou sat up, his bones cracking with a crisp sound. He glanced beside him, where Liu Ruyan lay, her exquisite form sprawled out, her hair damp with sweat, clinging messily to her flushed cheeks. Her eyelashes fluttered, as if she lingered on the precipice between nightmares and ecstasy. This elder of the Huan sect, usually aloof and high above, now resembled a delicate flower battered by a storm, limp on the bed, scarcely able to move a finger. It was over. Liu Ruyan's consciousness slowly returned, like the tide receding. She was alive. She could hardly believe she had survived. Her first instinct was to check her own body. After being tormented by that terrifying creature all night, surely her cultivation had been drained, her foundation ruined? A wave of desolation surged within her. Resigned to her fate, she painstakingly formed a hand seal and initiated the familiar, Xianpin soul-consuming technique. However, the next moment, the despair and confusion on her face solidified instantly. In its place was an overwhelming, almost unfathomable shock. This. Liu Ruyan sprang upright on the bed, disregarding her aching body. The spiritual energy within her. Not only had it not been depleted, it was, in fact, more abundant than ever before. A torrential wave of vigorous spiritual energy crashed against an invisible barrier, the very bottleneck that had held her back for 3 long years. Boom. A deafening sound resonated from the depths of her soul. The barrier shattered with a resounding crack. A more formidable, purer aura erupted from within her. She had reached the late stage of foundation establishment, the realm she had longed for. Even willing to betray her sect leader and take a disciple from her husband, was now achieved. Liu Ruyan was utterly bewildered. Was this an illusion? A fleeting glimpse of clarity before death? She dared not believe it, her trembling hands forming seals once more, her mind settling as she began to introspect. This time, she perceived with greater clarity. Within her dantian, the sea of energy surged like a vast river, unceasing. The realm was undeniably the late stage of foundation establishment. Her consciousness delved deeper into the sea of energy. When she beheld the spiritual root deep within her dantian, which represented her cultivation aptitude, her heart stopped. Her breath caught in her throat. She felt as if struck by divine lightning, completely petrified. The spiritual root. That originally dull, mediocre mid-grade spiritual root now radiated with a resplendent glow. Arcane patterns flowed upon its surface, its quality having leaped from mid-grade to high-grade. The aptitude of her spiritual root was destined by nature. To alter it postnatal was only possible if one encountered the legendary, transcendent opportunities that could alter fate. High-grade spiritual root. This signified that her future path of cultivation would be smooth sailing. This meant she had a glimmer of a chance to glimpse the path to Yuanying. Liu Ruyan's breathing quickened, her chest rising and falling violently, her mind a blank slate. She suddenly lifted her head, her gaze fixated on the tall figure by the bed. A monster? A prodigy? No, that was no monster. It was the embodiment of the ultimate path to immortality. A furnace? She had been so blind to mistake such a divine being for a mere furnace. It was akin to clutching a mountain of gold while begging for alms. He was no furnace. He was the ultimate Taoist companion capable of raising even swine to the skies, the ultimate elixir sought by all female cultivators in the 3,000 realms. At this moment, all her hatred, fear, and humiliation melted away like ice beneath the scorching sun, replaced by boundless ecstasy. A deep-seated greed, and a twinge of regret. She feared she had almost destroyed this monumental opportunity with her own hands. The way she looked at Qinshu transformed entirely. No longer did she view him as a mere object, but rather as a deity, one she must possess at any cost. With a thud, Liu Ruyan rolled off the bed. Bare and unashamed, disregarding her modesty, she crawled on all fours to Qinshu. Adopting the humblest of postures, kneeling before him, she buried her once proud head deeply into the ground, her voice trembling, tinged with desperation and frantic flattery. Master, my lord. The servant Liu Ruyan, blind to the greatness of the master, has offended you and deserves death 1,000 times over. As she spoke, she nuzzled her smooth cheek against Qinshu's calf, her demeanor reduced to the dust beneath his feet. She pleaded for mercy, begging not to be abandoned. She was willing to follow him through lifetimes, serving as his maid, only asking him to grant her another chance for guidance. Qinshu turned, looking down upon her. He regarded the woman before him, now a stark contrast to her former self, with great interest. The effects of the Hongmeng holy body on female cultivators were the sweetest of fruits, while last night's guidance was a sharp slap. One slap, one fruit. He understood that from this moment forth, this enchanting woman was entirely under his control. Qinshu slowly extended his hand, lifting Liu Ruyan's delicate chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. Oh, have you come to a realization? Yes, the servant has completely understood. Liu Ruyan nodded fervently, her eyes filled with fervor and adoration, declaring herself as the master's loyal dog. If the master commands her to go east, she will never go west. Excellent. Qinshu nodded in satisfaction, his fingers lightly tracing her flawless face. Remember, from now on, you shall refer to me as Dao Li. In this world, the strong are the law, and he would become the strongest of them all. Indeed, my reasoning. Liu Ruyan's voice was sweet to the point of cloying. Suddenly, an untimely sound emanated from Qinshu's stomach. It was only then that he realized. After toiling for an entire day and night without a morsel of food or a drop of water, his spiritual cultivation had indeed progressed, yet his mortal body still craved sustenance. He glanced at Liu Ruyan, who remained kneeling on the ground, and casually commanded, I am hungry. Please fetch something to eat. Understood. Your reasoning is sound. Chapter 4. Do not call me Shenyang. Refer to me as Daily. Just as Liu Ruyan was about to flee, she was halted by Qinshu's voice. Wait. Her body stiffened, and she quickly turned around, forcing a smile that mingled with anxiety. Daily, is there anything else you wish to command? Qinshu's gaze fell upon her tattered white mourning attire, his brow furrowing slightly. The traces of joy were evident upon it. Was she intending to announce something to the entire sect by appearing in such a manner? Change your clothes. His tone was flat. I am not in a hurry to eat. Yes, this servant will change immediately. Liu Ruyan felt as if a great reprieve had been granted and hurried into her chamber. Before long, she emerged anew. Qinshu's eyes narrowed slightly. She had donned a form-fitting black mourning garment. The pure black fabric accentuated her voluptuous figure exquisitely. Her alabaster skin, contrasted against the dark attire, was dazzling to behold. Her curvaceous silhouette was tightly enveloped, emanating an allure that was both forbidden and deadly. Approaching Qin Shou, she cautiously scrutinized his expression, her voice soft and mellifluous. "Daily, do you find my attire pleasing?" Qin Shou offered no response. He stood and proceeded directly towards the morning hall. Night had already fallen. The flickering candlelight within the hall cast shadows upon the cold coffin and the spirit tablet of his master, illuminating them in a dance of light and darkness. Qin Shou took 3 incense sticks and lit them, kneeling properly upon the mat. He bowed thrice before the spirit tablet. "Master," he spoke softly, his voice low yet imbued with an eerie quality. "Your disciple has failed you, unable to preserve your purity. Oh no. It is my own purity that has been lost. But fret not. I shall take good care of Shenyang for you. Just look at her. She radiates vitality, and soon she will achieve great progress in her cultivation, avenging you. You must feel comforted in the heavens, am I right?" His tone was grave, yet his words dripped with sacrilege. Behind him, a familiar fragrant scent wafted in. Liu Ruyan had silently approached him from behind. She did not kneel. Instead, she languidly pressed her soft form against Qin Shou's sturdy back. Unlike the compulsion of the previous day, today she exuded a careful charm and tentative allure. Her warm breath brushed against Qin Shou's ear. "My good daily." Liu Ruyan's voice was laced with a languorous seduction, as if it could seep into the very marrow of one's bones. "Your physique seems even more robust than yesterday." Her hands wandered, encircling Qin Shou's waist, feeling the solid muscle through the fabric. Qin Shou feigned seriousness, turning to her and gently pushing her away by her fragrant shoulder. "Shenyang, please maintain your decorum." His voice was steady, tinged with authority. "This is Master's morning hall." Rather than feeling angered by his dismissal, Liu Ruyan shot him a beguiling glance. "What is there to fear? Let us close the door and indulge in our cultivation together, advancing our skills at an astonishing pace. Master would be delighted to see my progress in avenging him." Her words completely subverted conventional ethics. As long as one could grow stronger, anything could be exploited. Qin Shou sneered inwardly. A temptress is a temptress, eternally pragmatic. Yet, I find it appealing. It is time. I shall shatter this enchantress's heart and reshape it according to my desires. Qin Shou's gaze transformed in an instant. The facade of innocence and propriety vanished without a trace, replaced by an insatiable aggression and dominance. He suddenly smiled, a grin that sent shivers down Liu Ruyan's spine. "Shenyang, the fragrance you bear is quite unique." Liu Ruyan froze momentarily, instinctively sniffing her sleeve. "Is it? This is a concoction I created called Drunken Spring Breeze, if Daily enjoys it." Drunken Spring Breeze? The coldness and the curve of Qin Shou's lips intensified as he leaned closer to her ear, enunciating each word deliberately. "Why does it smell like the bone-corroding fragrance that only the inner disciples of the Joyous sect can possess?" Boom. These words struck Liu Ruyan's mind like a thunderclap. She felt as if struck by lightning, her seductive smile instantly frozen. In its place arose a tide of shock and terror. How could he know? This is impossible. The recipe for bone-corroding fragrance is a closely guarded secret of the Joyous sect, known only to insiders. How could this 18-year-old youth know of her hidden identity, which she had concealed for decades, even from her deceased husband? The color drained from her face, and her body instinctively recoiled. Simultaneously, a shimmering azure poison needle shot from her fingertip, aimed directly at Qin Shou's throat. Her reaction was swift, her methods lethal. Yet, Qin Shou seemed to possess foresight. He merely raised 2 fingers with a casual air. With a crisp sound, the deadly needle, imbued with enough poison to slay a foundational stage cultivator, was deftly pinched between his fingers. This level of cultivation is insufficient. Qin Shou released his grip, and the needle fell feebly to the ground. He stepped forward, seizing her delicate, ivory chin before she could react. "Ah!" Liu Ruyan winced in pain, her brows knitting tightly, the terror in her eyes threatening to overflow. To break through her limitations, she had poisoned her own master and sacrificed her husband. Your voice is akin to a devil's whisper, each word piercing her heart like a steel needle. Now you wish to employ the same tactics again, to forge me, a natural virgin, into your new furnace. Am I correct? The outer affairs elder of the Joyous sect, Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. She gazed at the striking yet utterly unfamiliar face before her, feeling a chill emanating from the depths of her soul. It dawned on her. He knows everything. From the very beginning, he has known it all. Before him, she felt like a jester stripped of garments, performing with delusions of grandeur, oblivious that he had seen through it all. Those cunning schemes she took pride in, those perceived clever calculations, had now become a grand joke. She crumbled entirely. Who are you truly? The voice of Liu Ruyan trembled with fear, rendered hoarse. Qin Shou offered no response, only harboring a cold smirk within. Suddenly, an announcement echoed in his mind. Ding. The psychological defenses of the antagonist Liu Ruyan have crumbled, revealing a strong desire to submit. 3 choices emerged before him. Option 1. Accept her submission and take her as a Tao companion. Reward. The host cultivation will ascend by 1 minor realm. Option 2. Kill her ruthlessly and seize all her fortune. Reward. The secret classic of Huanzong, Chanyu Dafa. Option 3. Confront her completely, reshape her understanding, and take her as a Tao companion. Reward. Unlock the hidden bloodline of the ancient sacred body and activate the divine ability to manifest words as law, beginner level. Was there even a question to ponder? Qin Shou gazed into her terrified peach blossom eyes, the curve of his lips twisting into a playful yet domineering smile. The moment of confrontation had arrived. He released his grip, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, an aura of profound age and pressure radiating far beyond his years. I am your ancestor. Liu Ruyan was utterly bewildered. Ancestor? What did that mean? What absurdity was he uttering? From today onward, you shall no longer be my Shermo. Qin Shou's voice brooked no dissent. You are my... He paused slightly, observing her terror, confusion, and a hint of absurdity in her gaze, before uttering the title that would accompany her for a lifetime. Tao Companion. The Tao of Tao Companion, the principle of natural order. Liu Ruyan was left in complete shock. Tao Companion? This man had not only crushed her with absolute power and wisdom, but sought to redefine her identity with such extreme dominance. He was not negotiating. He was proclaiming. Before the spirit of her master, he declared that Liu Ruyan belonged solely to him. Qin Shou, henceforth. An unprecedented sense of shame and a bizarre thrill coursed through her, akin to an electric current. Her delicate face flushed crimson to the roots of her ears. The fear that once gripped her heart was inexplicably supplanted by an even stronger, twisted exhilaration. What an overwhelming display of authority. What a terrifying man. Perhaps, following him, perhaps she could indeed witness vistas she had never dared to dream of before. The mindset of the enchantress underwent a complete upheaval and reconfiguration in mere seconds. Risk? Behind risk lay boundless opportunity. With a sudden weakness in her knees, Liu Ruyan found herself kneeling before Qin Shou on the mat, aligning herself beside him. Yet, her act of reverence was not directed towards the spirit tablet, but towards him. You rogue. Her delicate fists clenched tightly. Yet any thoughts of resistance dissipated completely. She lifted her exquisitely alluring face, her peach blossom eyes shimmering with waves of yearning and submission. Do not call me Shermo. Call me Tao Companion. She gently pressed her cheek against his thigh, her voice as faint as a whisper yet crystal clear. My good master, this servant wishes to understand the Tao even more. I beseech you, guide this servant once more. Chapter 5. My man, are you worthy to move? The night grew deeper. Outside, the atmosphere was solemn, while inside, the air was filled with the vibrant essence of spring. A profound session of sparring had just concluded. Qin Shou suddenly opened his eyes. An unprecedented surge of immense power detonated within his limbs and bones. With a crack, it felt as though something within him shattered. The barrier at the peak of the chi-gathering realm was as fragile as a cicada's wing, shattering in response. A cyclone erupted around him, only to be instantly devoured by his body. Each muscle and bone emitted a joyous cry. Power. An explosive force like never before. He had achieved the first level of the body refinement realm. He had transformed from an ordinary person, powerless and meek, into a true cultivator in merely 2 days. Yet, this was merely the beginning. He could distinctly sense that the primordial yin returned by Liu Ruyan, through the transformation of the max-level Hongmeng Xianpin Jiao Wu Defa, was morphing into the most fundamental essence of life, fervently refining his Hongmeng Yin-Yang holy body. The strength of his physical form was escalating at an illogical pace. My dear Shou, a sultry whisper caressed his ear. Liu Ruyan, like a supple and boneless beauty serpent, entwined herself tightly around him, her delicate face nuzzling contentedly against his chest. She had completely succumbed. The title of the outer affairs elder of the Huan sect, along with her cunning pride, had vanished into thin air at this moment. This man was her deity, her path, her singular opportunity to defy destiny. Her cultivation had stabilized in the latter stage of foundation establishment, even brushing against the threshold of its peak. Such rapid progress was nothing short of miraculous. A furnace? To hell with the concept of a furnace. This was undoubtedly her heaven, her earth, her principles. Shosho, you are truly remarkable. Liu Ruyan murmured languidly, her fingers tracing circles on Qin Shou's well-defined abdomen. I feel as though. Qin Shou reveled in the warmth of her embrace, yet his mind remained crystal clear. Submission? He understood well that Liu Ruyan's submission stemmed not from affection, but from the absolute benefits and overwhelming power that his Hongming Yinyang holy body conferred. Nonetheless, it mattered not. As long as she could be of use to him, whether a dog or a human, what difference did it make? He decided to continue. Qin Shou spoke in a calm tone, laced with an undeniable authority. Liu Ruyan, her eyes shimmering seductively, prepared to turn over and explore new cultivation postures. Suddenly, Qin Shou's gaze sharpened. He sensed a prying presence. A chilling, domineering, and scrutinizing consciousness swept over the courtyard like a searchlight, unreservedly scanning the entire area. It finally settled on the room they occupied. Golden Core Realm. This aura was several tiers more powerful than Liu Ruyan's. Simultaneously, Liu Ruyan's body stiffened in his arms. The springtime warmth and allure in her expression instantaneously evaporated, replaced by a profound terror and loathing. It's that despicable woman. She gritted her teeth. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion resounded. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck the ground. The sturdy courtyard door, along with half of the wall, was obliterated by an overwhelming force, reduced to dust. A bone-chilling murderous intent surged forth like a tidal wave. This is bad. Liu Ruyan's complexion paled, and she hastily sprang from Qin Shou's embrace, frantically gathering her scattered garments. She was utterly flustered. My dear Shosho, quickly. Do not make a sound. Hide. Hurry. Her voice trembled from sheer anxiety, akin to a wildcat protecting its territory, her fur bristling. She was the sect's disciplinary elder, Pan Jinlian, a first-level golden core cultivator. A lunatic. She had always been her sworn enemy. If she discovered you, she would kill you and take you away. No, she would. Liu Ruyan dared not complete her thought, well aware of Pan Jinlian's nature. Ruthless, pragmatic, and willing to resort to any means to achieve her goals. Once she found out about Qin Shou, the embodiment of supreme opportunity, she would stop at nothing to seize him. This was her principle. All for herself. Qin Shou observed her panic with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Hide. Why should he hide? He leisurely sat up, picked up a nearby garment, and began to dress at a leisurely pace. Shosho, what are you doing? Quickly hide. Liu Ruyan was on the verge of tears. Shoo. Qin Shou raised a finger and gently pressed it against her anxious lips. His touch was light, yet Liu Ruyan fell silent instantly, as if spellbound. Qin Shou smiled, exuding absolute confidence and control. Was the first level of the body refinement realm truly weak? Perhaps. But the body refinement realm of the Hongming Yinyang holy body was incomparable to others, was it not? At that moment, the cold voice from outside echoed through the night sky. Liu Ruyan, the sect has issued a decree, commanding you to return to the sect immediately for punishment. Come out. Liu Ruyan closed her eyes in despair. It was over. She quickly donned her clothing, took a deep breath, forced a cold expression onto her face, and pushed open the door. No matter what, she had to protect her man. Her principles could not be discovered by others. This was hers. It belonged solely to Liu Ruyan. She swiftly adjusted her appearance, inhaled deeply, and stepped through the doorway. Under the moonlight, amidst the ruins of the courtyard, stood a figure. It was a striking female cultivator clad in a form-fitting black outfit, her stature taller and her curves even more breathtaking than Liu Ruyan's. The black attire, emblematic of discipline, accentuated her alluring physique, exuding an aura of austere yet captivating allure. Pan Jinlian, the disciplinary elder of the Hahuan sect. Upon seeing Liu Ruyan, a blatant sneer spread across her face. Liu Shiji, it has been years since we last met, and your seductive skills seem to have advanced considerably. Her gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over the closed door behind Liu Ruyan. What is this? You can't even wait for your mortal husband's mourning period? Engaging in a tryst with a wild man right behind the spirit hall. You truly are a model disciple of our Hahuan sect. Liu Ruyan's complexion darkened. Pan Jinlian, do not slander me. When has my cultivation ever been subject to your judgment? Pan Jinlian seemed to have heard the most absurd joke, erupting into a cold laughter. In this realm of cultivation, my fists represent the very essence of truth. Liu Ruyan, today I shall not only render you powerless, but also unveil the identity of the audacious man who dares to lay a hand on a member of the Huan sect. As her words lingered in the air, she moved swiftly, aiming to charge directly into the room. How dare you? Liu Ruyan shouted fiercely, her aura of late Foundation establishment surging forth as she positioned herself in front of the door. Step aside. A flash of murderous intent gleamed in Pan Jinlian's eyes, and the oppressive force of the golden core stage came crashing down. Liu Ruyan felt as if struck by lightning. She stifled a groan, a trickle of blood escaping her lips, yet she gritted her teeth, refusing to yield even an inch. This was hers. No one shall take it from her. Pan Jinlian wore a cruel smile. For the sake of a wild man, you are willing to sacrifice your life? Very well, I shall grant your wish. She raised her hand, golden light converging in her palm, a destructive aura beginning to permeate the air. A flicker of despair flashed in Liu Ruyan's eyes. Just at this critical moment, the door she had guarded with her life was gently pushed open from within. Qin Shou, clad in white, surveyed the tense standoff between the two women. He furrowed his brow, his tone flat, akin to reproaching a wayward child. What is all this ruckus at such a late hour? And you've damaged my door. Chapter 6. A kick that summoned a father. The Golden Core Elder called him daddy on the spot. Get inside, you pretentious fool. A voice thundered in his ears. Before the words faded, there was a resounding boom. With a mere gentle kick, the wooden door before Qin Shou, along with half a wall, was instantly reduced to powder. Indeed, it did not merely crack, it was obliterated. The violent shockwave, mingled with countless tiny splinters and dust, struck Qin Shou's chest like an invisible wall, leaving him utterly stunned. Damn it! He barely managed to exclaim as he was sent sprawling, akin to being struck by a speeding dump truck. His feet left the ground, and his body spiraled out of control. With a thud, his back collided solidly against the wall at the opposite end of the room, creating a spiderweb of cracks in the sturdy rammed earth. Gasping for breath, he felt a wave of metallic sweetness surge in his throat. He forced the blood back down. How outrageous! Is this the might of a golden core cultivator? Just the aftermath of a door kick nearly sent me to my demise? How barbaric! How unreasonable! And what about the door in the wall? Surely, I must be compensated. Shaking his dazed head, he strained against his aching, near-broken body to rise from the ground. At that moment, a tall, domineering figure, radiating an aura of murderous intent, stepped through the chaos, backlit by the swirling dust. Dressed in a sleek black outfit that accentuated her curvaceous form, particularly her legs encased in black boots, she was indeed the instigator of the earlier chaos, Elder Pan Jinlian. Unaware of her impending doom, Pan Jinlian's cold rebuke was abruptly silenced, as if a duck had its throat seized. Her gaze pierced through the settling dust, locking onto Qin Shou, who was just regaining his balance, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The air thickened, and time seemed to freeze. Upon recognizing Qin Shou's face, and especially sensing the faint yet pure masculine energy emanating from him, Pan Jinlian's heart raced. The Su Nu Heart Sutra, which she had cultivated for over a century, merging with her very essence, rebelled at that moment. It showed no hesitation and provided no warning. With a fervor akin to pilgrimage, it erupted within her. A torrent of pure Yuan-Yin energy surged forth from her dantian, crashing through her meridians like a flood, howling in ecstatic jubilation. No, it was not sorrowful wailing, it was a celebration. It felt as if a multitude of wandering souls, lost for a century, had finally found their way home. An indescribable sensation erupted from deep within her abdomen. It was neither a burning heat nor lust, but rather a sense of completion, a feeling she had never experienced in her century of cultivation, akin to her very essence preparing to transcend. Every cell in her body rejoiced, every meridian expanded. Pan Jinlian felt her legs weaken, her strength evaporating, as the imposing aura of a golden core elder deflated like a punctured balloon. The icy demeanor on her beautiful face melted away, replaced by an expression of incredulous astonishment. Her breathing became rapid and erratic, and an involuntary sound escaped her throat, a short, suppressed gasp akin to a hiccup. Hic! Pan Jinlian was left dumbstruck, frozen in place. The tidal wave of emotions surging within her was 1,000 times more shocking than the earlier kick that shattered half the wall. What is happening? My Su Nu Heart Sutra. has rebelled. And what was that sound? Did I just hiccup? In such a tense atmosphere, I, the esteemed Golden Core Elder, just hiccuped in front of a wild man. This is absurd. This technique was perfectly suppressed by his aura, even seemingly submitting willingly. The text described that if the Su Nu Heart Sutra encounters the legendary, perfectly complementary, Hongming Yin-Yang holy body, such an anomaly would occur. Once united, Yin and Yang would harmonize, and the path to the Tao would be within reach. Yuanying would no longer be a dream, and transformation into a Shun could be anticipated. Hongming Yin-Yang holy body. This wild man hidden away in a dilapidated house by Liu Ruyan. Could he be the walking opportunity for ascension? Pan Jinlian's gaze toward Qin Shou shifted dramatically. If her eyes had previously harbored thoughts of slaughtering an annoying chicken, now they glimmered with the fervor of a famished gourmet who had just spotted a fragrant dish, ready to elevate her to celestial heights. All prior disdain, contempt, and murderous intent were wiped clean, replaced by greed, fervor, and an insatiable thirst. A chance, a monumental opportunity. This was her only hope to break through her bottleneck and glimpse the Tao. Liu Ruyan, that wretched woman. She must have known all along. No wonder she defied the sect's orders to hide in this forsaken place. It was a treasure trove, thinking she could monopolize it. Dream on. Haraha. Pan Jinlian suddenly threw her head back in laughter, her voice brimming with uncontrollable joy and pride, even tinged with a hint of madness. At the doorway, Liu Ruyan, who had just rushed in, was struck pale upon witnessing the scene, especially Pan Jinlian's bizarre smile, her heart sinking to the depths of despair. It's over. She has discovered my secret. Pan Jinlian abruptly turned her head, her beautiful eyes locking onto Liu Ruyan, her gaze sharp as a blade, her voice tinged with excitement. Well, Liu Ruyan, you truly are my dear senior sister. How dare you secretly hoard such a treasure? As she stepped forward, her aura soared once more, exuding an undeniable dominance as she extended her delicate fingers, pointing towards the bewildered Qin Shou. From this day forth, a feeble voice interjected, disrupting the charged atmosphere. Qin Shou, rubbing his aching chest, raised a hand and tentatively spoke. Ladies, may I request a brief pause? Both Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan were momentarily taken aback, their gazes converging upon him. Clearing his throat, Qin Shou gestured toward the chaotic wall behind him and then indicated the doorframe at Pan Jinlian's feet, now reduced to splinters, wearing an exceptionally sincere expression. Although fights may occur and dominion may be asserted, might I kindly ask for compensation for the damages to the door and wall? This little courtyard of mine is rather costly. The air once again became thick with tension. Liu Ruyan remained speechless, while Pan Jinlian's earlier assertive declaration was abruptly lodged in her throat. She found herself staring at this man, who was earnestly engaged in discussing matters of property damage compensation. Her mind faltered. Chapter 7 The Principal? I am the principal. From this day forth, he belongs to me. The voice of Pan Jinlian was not loud, yet it pierced through Liu Ruyan's eardrum like a heated iron needle. The world around Liu Ruyan faded into oblivion. Her blood surged backward, rushing to the crown of her head. Fear? Oh! In that moment, she was utterly consumed by a more primal rage. The sensation was akin to a beast guarding its only source of sustenance, witnessing a more formidable predator. Without a moment's thought, she transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting back into the room. With arms outstretched, she stood resolutely in front of Qin Shou, erecting an unwavering defense with her seemingly frail body. Pan Jinlian, what do you intend to do? Liu Ruyan's voice had shifted pitch, sharp and suffused with a frenzied desperation. Pan Jinlian smirked derisively, reveling in Liu Ruyan's agitated demeanor. What do I intend to do? Liu Shiji, that question should be directed at you. Her gaze, akin to two covetous serpents, slithered past Liu Ruyan's shoulder, ensnaring Qin Shou with fervor. The intensity of her eyes was voracious, yearning to devour him whole. A naturally gifted Tao body. How dare you hoard such an exquisite furnace? Liu Ruyan, you possess extraordinary audacity. Boom. The oppressive force of the first stage of the golden cord descended like an invisible mountain, crashing down. Liu Ruyan's protective spiritual light shattered inch by inch. With a spurt of blood, her complexion turned as pale as paper. Her legs weakened, nearly buckling beneath her. Yet she gritted her teeth, resembling a stubborn blade of grass battered by a tempest, refusing to yield even an inch. He is my disciple. What furnace? I do not comprehend. Disciple? Pan Jinlian laughed, her voice dripping with disdain. Liu Shiji, Can you guess what the first sin I detected upon entering was? It was the lingering aroma of yin and yang intertwining. Is this how you train your disciples? Or do you, having barely buried your deceased husband, hastily seek a replacement to fill the void? Each word was a dagger to the heart. Liu Ruyan's face drained of color, shame, anger, despair. A tumult of emotions roiled within her. She found herself unable to refute, for the residual aura in the room served as undeniable evidence. Such a talent bearing a natural Tao body is a treasure bestowed upon me by the heavens for the Huan sect. Pan Jinlian stepped forward, casting a condescending gaze upon her, as if delivering a sentence. His worth is immeasurable, far beyond your paltry foundation establishment. Only the sect master is entitled to enjoy him. Now, in the name of the elder of discipline, I requisition this individual for the sect master. As for you, Liu Ruyan. Pan Jinlian paused, her eyes glinting with murderous intent. Hoarding a treasure of the sect, your crime warrants execution. Once the sect master has enjoyed him, perhaps, you may be left with a complete corpse. The death penalty. This was the final ultimatum issued to her and Qin Shou. Liu Ruyan's body trembled violently. She knew Pan Jinlian spoke the truth. Once Qin Shou was taken away, he would be drained of his final value and discarded like refuse. And she, the sinner who had tasted forbidden fruit, would face a far worse fate. No, absolutely not. Shou is mine. He is my life. He is my principle. No one shall take him away. A frenzied madness erupted from the depths of Liu Ruyan's eyes. Pan, Jin, Lian. With a fierce cry, she twisted her wrist. A pink ribbon, her life-bound artifact, Tongzin Reizai Ro, coiled and danced like a serpent emerging from its lair. He is my man. Liu Ruyan's eyes turned crimson, completely shedding her facade. Anyone who wishes to take him must step over my corpse. The momentum of her late-stage foundation establishment erupted, subtly rivaling the pressure of the golden core. This was a desperate bid, a sacrifice of her essence. Pan Jinlian's eyes flickered with surprise, which quickly morphed into profound contempt. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. She raised her hand, a point of destructive spiritual light illuminating her fingertip. The battle was on the verge of erupting. Yet at the center of it all, Qin Shou stood quietly. Liu Ruyan's desperate defense surprised him. He could sense that her Tao heart was undergoing a wondrous transformation because of him. As for Pan Jinlian, a subtle smile crept upon Qin Shou's lips. He was meticulously scanning Pan Jinlian's meridians with his divine consciousness. First stage of the golden core. A solid foundation, yet there were 3 distinct points of stagnation in her spiritual energy flow. These were the hidden injuries left by her impatient pursuit of mastery over the Su Nu Xan Jing. Furthermore, her spirit seemed somewhat agitated. Was this a sign of unfulfilled desires? Intriguing. Just as the destructive spiritual light at Pan Jinlian's fingertip reached its zenith, poised to pierce Liu Ruyan's brow, Qin Shou finally made his move. He did not rush out to heroically rescue Liu Ruyan, nor did he bellow for them to cease. He merely stretched lazily. A loud and languid yawn abruptly resonated within the tense atmosphere of the room. Instantly, Pan Jinlian's destructive spiritual light froze at her fingertip. Liu Ruyan's frenzy, fueled by burning essence, also came to a halt. Both women turned their heads in unison, as though puppets had been paused, gazing at the drowsy youth before them. It was as if everything that had just transpired was merely a figment of their imagination. Qin Shou rubbed his eyes and leisurely stepped out from behind Liu Ruyan. He first glanced at Liu Ruyan, his gaze tinged with reproach. Shirmu, why engage in a quarrel? Why resort to such extremes? What if someone gets hurt? Liu Ruyan. She was momentarily bewildered. Then, Qin Shou turned his attention to Pan Jinlian, displaying an innocent smile characteristic of a simple young man. Good day, she. Pan Jinlian's brow twitched. Qin Shou seemingly paid no heed to her threat. With his head tilted in curiosity, he scrutinized Pan Jinlian before leisurely speaking. She. Have you recently experienced a burning sensation in your lower abdomen and a piercing pain in your spiritual core, particularly around midnight? Pan Jinlian's pupils constricted sharply. This was the greatest secret that had emerged after her cultivation went awry, one even the sect leader was unaware of. How could he possibly know? Qin Shou did not wait for her response and continued, Your Su Nu Xian Jing has gone awry. The spiritual energy of the golden core stage should be harmonious and unified, yet yours resembles a disarrayed heap of sand, forcibly compacted together. TSK, if this continues, within 3 years, your golden core will shatter into fragments. With each word Qin Shou uttered, Pan Jilian's complexion paled further. By the end, her once proud visage was etched with terror and disbelief. This was no mere insight. It was a crushing revelation, a perspective from a higher dimension. Her esteemed golden core cultivation felt as if it had been stripped bare before this youth, laid open for all to see. Who are you? Pan Jilian's voice quivered for the first time. Qin Shou smiled, gesturing towards the completely stunned Liu Ruyan behind him, then pointing at himself, before finally locking his gaze back onto Pan Jilian's face, which was riddled with fear. Each word he spoke was calm, yet resonated like a divine decree from the heavens, striking heavily upon the hearts of the two women. The sect has its own principles, and the rules have their own rationale. But here, Qin Shou stepped closer, gazing directly into Pan Jilian's eyes. I am her principle, the principle of a Tao companion, the logic that is only natural. Chapter 8. A toxic oath as evidence. The Ice and Fire Master's wife shares one husband? The way of Tao? Naturally, the principle of Tao companions? Pan Jilian's mind buzzed with confusion. Her exquisitely beautiful face, reminiscent of ice sculpture, visibly flushed a deep shade of purple. This man, the exceptional furnace in her eyes. How could he, right before her, acknowledge Liu Ruyan, that seductive vixen, as his Tao companion? Boom. Jealousy mixed with the anger of being insulted surged within her, exploding like a mushroom cloud. You seek death. Pan Jilian's sharp shout pierced the air, as piercing as if it could rupture eardrums. No longer could she maintain her lofty elder demeanor. The terrifying pressure of her golden core cultivation, like an invisible mountain, thundered down towards Qin Shou's head. She intended to make this oblivious ant comprehend. Before absolute power, any sweet talk is mere nonsense. Buzz. The residual wave of pressure swept over like a shockwave. Liu Ruyan's delicate face turned pale in an instant. She stumbled back uncontrollably, feeling as if her lungs were being compressed, struggling to breathe. This is the golden core stage. She was struck with horror, instinctively glancing at Qin Shou, her eyes filled with uncontainable worry. It's over. This time it has gone awry. However, contrary to expectations, the gruesome scene of Qin Shou being crushed to the ground, begging for mercy, did not materialize. He stood at the epicenter of the pressure, upright, like a pillar reaching the heavens, unmoving. Not even a tremor passed through his brows. A hint of doubt flickered in Qin Shou's mind. This is the pressure of the golden core stage? Why does it feel like a mere tickle? It lacks the intensity of Aunt Wang's curses downstairs in my dormitory. He could sense a warm force surging from his limbs and bones. It was the Hongming Yinyang holy body. This power instinctively shielded him, completely negating Pan Jilian's pressure. Quite intriguing. A playful smirk curled at the corners of Qin Shou's mouth. He realized he might be able to control the intensity of this power's release. Just like adjusting the temperature of an air conditioner. Why not? Give it a try? The thought emerged. Buzz. A layer of pale golden radiance seeped from beneath his skin, enveloping him in a divine aura. The concentration of the supreme yang energy emanating from his holy body soared tenfold in an instant. For Liu Ruyan, this aura merely felt like the air had suddenly grown warmer. But for Pan Jilian, who practiced the Sunu Heart Sutra, it was akin to pouring an entire barrel of ice water into a pot of boiling oil. Boom. Pan Jilian felt her mind explode. The technique she had forcibly suppressed with her golden core power erupted once more, igniting with a ferocity 100 times greater than before. Thump, thump, thump. Her heartbeat echoed like war drums in her ears. An indescribable heat surged from deep within her abdomen, like a volcano erupting, with lava flooding her limbs and bones in an instant. She felt weak all over, her calves cramping. That prideful golden core pressure, under the onslaught of this domineering aura, burst apart like a punctured balloon. How is this possible? A tidal wave of turmoil surged within Pan Jilian. She was horrified to discover that her power could not be exerted before this man. No, it wasn't that she couldn't exert it. Her power was actively rebelling. The true essence of Sunu Heart Sutra within her felt like a group of starstruck fans, screaming, shouting, desperately wanting to rush towards that man. He hadn't even done anything. He merely stood there. The aura he exuded became her most lethal nemesis. This is no longer a furnace. This is a natural enemy. A nemesis. Her destined calamity, Pan Jilian. Forcefully snatch? The moment that thought emerged, she snuffed it out herself. No, this fellow is too bizarre. If a real fight ensued, Her technique would betray her on the spot. Not only would she fail to subdue him, but she would likely be twisted into a worm before him in the next second. In a flash, myriad thoughts raced through Pan Jilian's mind. As a disciplinary elder, she was decisive in her actions, yet more adept at assessing the situation. If hard tactics won't work, then she must resort to softer ones. The towering rage and murderous intent that had adorned her face were forcibly reined in within a fleeting moment. In its stead emerged an extreme calmness and rationality. She no longer looked at Qin Shou, as that would destabilize her Dao heart. She abruptly turned her head, fixing her gaze on the bewildered Liu Ruyan beside her. A transmission of thought resonated directly in Liu Ruyan's mind. Liu Ruyan, let us speak privately. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. Before she could respond, Pan Jilian had already turned, stepping out into the moonlight of the courtyard. Liu Ruyan felt a twinge of doubt, but followed her out. She was eager to see what scheme this madwoman had concocted. In the courtyard, the two stunning female cultivators stood facing each other, the atmosphere cold enough to freeze. Senior sister, let us speak plainly. Pan Jilian got straight to the point, her voice still icy, yet tinged with gravity. This walking delicacy, you cannot consume alone. Liu Ruyan's heart sank, and she retorted defiantly, I do not know what you are talking about. Still pretending? Pan Jilian let out a cold laugh. As elders of the Huan sect, I understand precisely what he is worth. His value is sufficient to drive the entire Huan sect into a frenzy. How long do you think you can hide it? A paper cannot contain fire. Once the sect master, that old witch, learns of this, guess how she will treat you? Sect master. Those 3 words felt like a bucket of ice water dousing Liu Ruyan's head. That deep-minded, ruthless woman. Liu Ruyan had no doubt that once the sect master learned of Qin Shou's existence, she would absolutely be ground to dust, and Qin Shou would undoubtedly be drained to a mere husk. Pan Jilian watched as Liu Ruyan's expression shifted, realizing she had struck a nerve, and continued to press on. After so many years of rivalry, you should know me. I, Pan Jilian, only seek profit. Now, what lies before us is a path that could elevate us to the heavens. Our collaboration will yield remarkable results. With his divine essence as our ally, the breakthrough to Yuanying is just around the corner. At that moment, the Huan sect shall belong solely to us. Every word from Pan Jilian's lips resonated like a devil's whisper, brimming with lethal temptation. Liu Ruyan's breath quickened instantaneously. She acknowledged that her heart was stirred. What Pan Jilian stated was indeed the truth. Alone, she could not possibly safeguard Qin Shou. The outcome of exclusivity would lead to their mutual downfall. However, the thought of sharing her most cherished principles with the woman she despised so intensely made Liu Ruyan's heart ache, as if it were being stabbed repeatedly. Her possessiveness screamed in rebellion. Yet, her rationality insisted that this was her only path to survival. Observing the fierce struggle etched upon Liu Ruyan's face, Pan Jilian sensed that the moment had come. She merely needed to add the final straw. Senior sister, you have no choice. Indeed, I have no choice. Liu Ruyan sighed bitterly in her heart, akin to a defeated rooster. She lifted her head, a glimmer of resolve flashing in her peach blossom eyes. Very well, I shall agree to your terms. A subtle smile finally graced Pan Jilian's face, though it was difficult to discern. However, Liu Ruyan pivoted her tone, enunciating each word with gritted teeth. You must take a solemn oath. Swear by your golden core essence. First, you must never disclose even a single word to a third party. Second, we shall stand as equals. Every matter must be discussed jointly. You cannot bully me simply because of your higher cultivation. Third, and most importantly, Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. Her cheeks slightly flushed. We must establish a schedule. Odd days belong to me, even days to you. No one is allowed to cut in line. Pan Jilian appeared taken aback, clearly unprepared for such pragmatic terms. Yet, she regained her composure after a brief pause, responding coldly, no, my cultivation is superior, and hence my contribution is greater. I shall take 4 days, and you 3. Liu Ruyan's temper flared immediately. On what grounds? I arrived first. I demand the weekend. Pan Jilian replied, there is no weekend. For cultivators, what is a weekend? Liu Ruyan retorted, I don't care. I must have 1 more day than you. Pan Jilian insisted, at most, we can split it evenly, no more. Inside the room, Qin Shou listened intently to the dialogue between the two, his expression darkening to an almost pitch-black hue. Good grief. I cannot believe this. I, a living person and a distinguished traveler, am being treated like a shared power bank by you two. A schedule? Negotiation? Have you both forgotten to ask this power bank if it is willing to charge you? At that moment, the two women outside finally reached a consensus. All right, it is settled. Pangelian's voice rang out. In the next second, she pointed her finger like a sword, touching her brow. A shimmering golden pill's ethereal image emerged from her forehead, representing her golden core essence. I, Pangelian, hereby swear by my golden core essence. Her expression turned solemn as she recited the shared agreement they had just established, word for word. As the final word fell, it seemed as though the heavens responded, an invisible shackle imprinting upon her golden core. The oath was established. Pangelian retracted her golden core, her complexion slightly pale, yet her gaze sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. At that moment, two rivals who had battled for decades forged a peculiar yet unbreakable pact, united by a man. They stepped forward side by side, their faces adorned with a complex array of emotions, relief from reaching an agreement, mutual wariness, and anticipation tinged with embarrassment regarding their future collaboration. Their gazes fell simultaneously upon Qin Shou, as though they were beholding a priceless treasure that belonged to both of them. Pangelian took a step forward, her voice tinged with an uncontainable sense of triumph and undeniable authority. From this day forth, we are your. Before she could finish her sentence, Qin Shou made his move. He slowly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The crisp sound echoed clearly within the silent room. Both Pangelian and Liu Ruyan were momentarily taken aback. Then, they witnessed a dazzling smile illuminating Qin Shou's face. Ladies, your earlier discussion was quite animated. However, it seems you have overlooked one crucial detail. Who granted you the authority to determine my fate? Now it is my turn. I declare that from this day forth. Qin Shou paused, sweeping his gaze over the astonished faces of the two women, and deliberately pronounced the latter half of his statement. You both belong to me. Chapter 9. Only children make choices. I want them all. The concept of reason, once the most clandestine sweetness shared between her and Qin Shou, has now been forcibly divided in half by this woman, spoken with an undeniable tone. Her heart felt as if pierced by a slender needle coated in lemon juice, a sensation both sour and painful. Stealing a glance at Qin Shou beside her, she found his expression marked by a perfectly timed bewilderment. His eyes clear and innocent like a mountain boy unacquainted with the world. Oh, just completed the angel round of financing, and the A round is coming in with coercive acquisition terms? The equity structure of this startup is concerning, Qin Shou mused internally, showing no emotional turbulence, even taking an interest in the situation. Liu Ruyan inhaled deeply, suppressing the myriad grievances swelling within her. She understood the harshness of reality. A smile, enchanting to the core, blossomed once more on her face. She stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Pangelian, as if the earlier tension had never occurred. Indeed, show her. I have conferred with your Aunt Pan, she declared, skillfully linking her arm through Qin Shou's, pressing herself against him with remarkable softness, subtly asserting her position as the primary partner. She will no longer take you back to the sect. From now on, we will jointly guide your cultivation. Qin Shou blinked, perfectly embodying the role of a fortunate soul struck by an enormous pie. Jointly guide? He glanced at his left where the alluring ant was, then at the frosty demeanor of his right, his face a canvas of naivete, leaving both beautiful women, typically embroiled in rivalry, to feel a surge of intellectual superiority and desire for control. Look at this man, blessed with extraordinary celestial fate, now at our mercy. Pangelian smirked inwardly. Unlike Liu Ruyan, who relied on subtle physical gestures, she approached Qin Shou directly, ignoring Liu Ruyan's fiery warning glare. A long, cool jade finger gently lifted Qin Shou's chin. The moment her fingertip brushed his skin, a warm and vibrant energy flowed through his meridians, quietly entering her dantian. Comforting. Pangelian sighed contentedly, her gaze suddenly ablaze. Beginning the inspection, are we? Ant's method is far more direct than that of the teacher, Qin Shou mused internally. Still reveling in the unfolding drama. Not bad, exhibiting the professional demeanor of an investor. Little Shou, Pangelian's frosty exterior melted away, her voice becoming sweet and sultry, her phoenix eyes shimmering as if molten lava flowed within. From now on, Ant will protect you. Her endearment caused Liu Ruyan to bristle with indignation, a chill coursing through her as if covered in goosebumps. How shameless. Just a moment ago, you called him an ant. And now it's little Shou. Your change of face is swifter than turning a page. Liu Ruyan could no longer maintain her facade, forcefully swatting away Pan Jilian's inappropriate hand, jealousy surging. Please, have some self-respect. She pulled Qin Shou behind her, puffing out her chest like a protective wildcat. I discovered him first. There must always be an order to things. Order? Pan Jilian, her hand freed, laughed rather than grew angry. Her laughter crisp yet laced with a bewitching sharpness. Sister, such a treasure, bestowed upon our Huan sect by the heavens, cannot be claimed by you alone. She extended her tongue to delicately lick her luscious red lips, advancing with a commanding presence. In the air, two invisible currents of allure collided silently, creating ripples of pink. Oh, it's begun. The grand drama, the ownership of reason, has officially premiered. One claims historical ownership, the other advocates for resource sharing. This contradiction is irreconcilable. Caught in the middle, Qin Shou felt like a signal tower, with 5G on one side and Wi-Fi on the other, the two signals vying for dominance, nearly overwhelming him. Liu Ruyan, pressured by Pan Jilian's aura, finally reached her breaking point, fury igniting within her. Tonight, he belongs to me. This was her bottom line. Daytime rights could be shared, but nighttime usage was non-negotiable. Pan Jilian seemed to find the situation amusing, scoffing lightly. Belong to you? On what grounds? Her gaze sliced through Liu Ruyan's pretense like a scalpel. Sister, do not forget, you have already guided him for 2 days. 2 whole days. You've reaped all the benefits from the mid to late foundation establishment stage. Now, it should be my turn, shouldn't it? Every word struck true, leaving Liu Ruyan speechless. Those 2 days had indeed been delightful, reaping both cultivation and joy. Yet to relinquish the newfound sweetness of reason to her arch-rival? Impossible. I don't care. Tonight he is mine. Liu Ruyan began to abandon reason. Ah, sister, are you attempting to monopolize by leveraging your initial advantage? Pan Jilian crossed her arms, her breathtaking curves mocking Liu Ruyan's impotent rage. I have just sworn an oath to cooperate with you. Should you breach our commercial agreement, our partnership shall be rendered null and void. A smirk graced her lips. At that point, I shall have no choice but to report this commercial project to the sect leader, our esteemed chairman of the board. You. Liu Ruyan trembled with fury. Again, the sect leader. That wretched woman only knew how to use the major shareholder to pressure her. Observing Liu Ruyan's constrained expression, Pan Jilian reveled in her triumph. After years of rivalry, it was the first time she had seen her so thoroughly bested. However, a cornered rabbit bites back. With a sudden, charming smile, she proposed a fair solution. Since neither of us can convince the other, why not compete? Whoever wins will claim the rights to guide him tonight. How about that? Compete? Liu Ruyan was taken aback. She was in the late foundation establishment stage, while Pan Jilian was merely at the first level of golden core. How could they possibly compare? Pan Jilian discerned her thoughts and replied with a charming smile. Rest assured, it's not about cultivation. We are comparing expertise. For instance, who possesses a more enchanting Tianhu Jiuzhuan Meishu? Or perhaps, whether my Su Nu Xian Jing surpasses your Xianpin Xiao Hunda Fa in bringing him comfort. As she spoke, she cast a captivating glance at Qin Shou. Here it comes. A competition of professional abilities. Shermu's advantage lies in her wealth of experience and harmonious collaboration, while she boasts a superior realm and solid theoretical foundation. This is a clash between traditional craftsmanship and advanced productivity. Just as Liu Ruyan's expression shifted, preparing to fight fiercely for the project's leadership tonight, a voice, laced with a languid yet undeniably magnetic tone, leisurely resonated. Are we done arguing? It was Qin Shou, the one who had been contested like a cherished talisman. Both women were momentarily taken aback, turning their gaze towards him in unison. Qin Shou stretched lazily, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. He stepped out from behind Liu Ruyan, positioning himself between the two women. The innocence and bewilderment on his face had been replaced by an air of playful nonchalance, as if he held all the reins. A contest? Who wishes to begin? A wicked smile curled at the corners of Qin Shou's lips. In the next heartbeat, he moved. His left hand, akin to an iron claw, deftly grasped Liu Ruyan's delicate chin, compelling her to tilt her head upward. His right hand, swift as a serpent, encircled Pan Jilian's slender waist, forcefully drawing her curvaceous figure into his embrace. Ah! The simultaneous exclamations echoed in astonishment. They had never anticipated that this seemingly docile lamb would suddenly transform into a ferocious prehistoric beast. As Liu Ruyan locked eyes with Qin Shou's unfathomable gaze, her heart skipped a beat. Pan Jilian, too, felt her body soften, ensnared by his heated hand around her waist, an electrifying current swiftly dismantling her defenses. Qin Shou glanced left and right, his gaze sweeping over the two exquisite faces flushed like the dawn. He smiled, a grin reminiscent of a newly crowned sovereign. Only children make choices. Lowering his head, he spoke in a tone audible only to the three of them, enunciating each word with gravity. I desire them both. The pupils of the two women widened in shock. Yet, Qin Shou was not finished. With a tone steeped in a sense of compassion, as though he had just grasped the profound truths of the universe, he continued, just now, as I listened to your verbal sparring over the path to greatness, I attained enlightenment. I have uncovered a supreme path that directly leads to the source, known as Yin Yang, He Bing Di Shuang Xiu De Fa. This method cannot lack either aspect. It necessitates dual cultivation to achieve the mutual complement of yin and yang, merging chaos into unity and reaching the other shore. Thus, Qin Shou's expression transformed into one of divine sanctity. This is not my choice. It is the choice of the Tao. Tonight, you two shall assist me in establishing a new sect. Chapter 10. Monster. Is this what you call guidance? Pan Jilian's movements halted abruptly. She slowly raised her icy phoenix eyes, as if she had heard some blasphemous remarks. Immediately, a conflagration of indignation and humiliation surged forth, shattering the eternal frost upon her visage. Outrageous. Boom. The overwhelming pressure of the first level of the golden core erupted like a cataclysm. This time, there would be no testing the waters. The dilapidated beams of the decrepit house moaned, as if they would be crushed into powder by this force at any moment. Who was she? An elder of the Huan sect, a golden core cultivator, gazing down upon all beings. The man before her was merely a tool chosen jointly by her and Liu Ruyan. A tool must be aware of its purpose. Now, this tool not only lacked such awareness, but audaciously attempted to issue commands to its master, and even insisted they act together. It was undoubtedly the most ludicrous and arrogant joke she had ever heard in her life. Clearly, you have yet to comprehend your own identity. Pan Jilian's voice was frosty, each word like a knife scraping against bone. The pressure coalesced into a tangible force, akin to an invisible hand, aiming to crush Qin Shou's bones inch by inch. Yet, Qin Shou merely tightened his embrace, unperturbed. The overwhelming yang energy that threatened to send her cultivation spiraling out of control doubled in intensity. Pan Jilian felt a jolt of electricity surge from her waist, instantly numbing her limbs and bones. The accumulated pressure dissipated like a balloon punctured with a sudden pop. Her body weakened, nearly causing her to falter, a mixture of shock and fury coursing through her. Damn, this furnace was truly her nemesis. Beside them, Liu Ruyan's heart raced as if it would leap from her throat. Shyness, excitement, and an indescribable anticipation collided within her. Shou, so domineering. Yet, as she thought about being alongside that vixen Pan Jilian, the sweetness turned instantly into a sourness that could rot teeth. No way. Liu Ruyan suddenly broke free from Qin Shou's embrace, puffing her cheeks like a protective little beast. Rules must be observed. There must be an order of precedence. Pan Jilian, suppressing her body's peculiar sensations, cast a cold glance her way. Rules? Then tell me, how shall we determine them? The two women's gazes clashed fiercely in the air, sparks flying. Qin Shou leisurely stepped back, folding his arms across his chest. Ah, yes, this is the flavor I desired. He knew these two women would reach a conclusion on their own. Sure enough, Liu Ruyan gritted her teeth, seemingly resolute. In the world of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. Our levels are too disparate for a fair fight. But the true essence of one's foundation is best reflected in one's spiritual sense. Let us compare our spiritual senses. As soon as she spoke, a trace of undisguised derision curled at the corner of Pan Jilian's mouth. Late-stage foundation establishment against first-level golden core, comparing spiritual senses? Had she been dazed by that overwhelming yang energy, speaking nonsense? This was not a competition. This was a unilateral crushing. Very well. Pan Jilian did not hesitate, readily agreeing. A victory delivered to her doorstep would be foolish to refuse. Show her, you shall act as the judge. Liu Ruyan glanced at Qin Shou, her eyes filled with determination. Qin Shou smiled and gestured invitingly. The two women faced each other, simultaneously closing their eyes. Two invisible streams of mental energy surged forth from their consciousness. Liu Ruyan's spiritual sense resembled a supple lake, while Pan Jilian's was a cold, domineering, unfathomable ocean. There was no testing, no entanglement. The moment they connected, the deep sea consumed the entire lake with an unstoppable force, shredding it to pieces. Liu Ruyan's delicate face turned as pale as paper, and she suddenly opened her eyes. Her body shook violently, a trickle of crimson blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Her spiritual sense was injured. Shiji. Qinshu stepped forward, steadying her soft waist. A gentle primordial energy enveloped her, soothing the violent turbulence in her consciousness as gently as a spring breeze. Leaning against Qinshu, Liu Ruyan felt that warm power, her eyes reddening as feelings of grievance and helplessness threatened to overflow. She had lost utterly. Pan Jinlian slowly opened her eyes, her expression radiating the pride of a victor. She approached the two, towering over them like a queen surveying her spoils. Shiji, I concede. She barely cast a glance at Liu Ruyan, her gaze fixated on Qinshu, her tone leaving no room for dispute. He is mine now. With that, she issued Liu Ruyan an eviction order. You, go outside and guard for us. Until I am finished, no one is permitted to approach, understood? Liu Ruyan bit her silver teeth, her nails nearly embedding into her flesh. But a loss is a loss. She shot a fierce glare at Pan Jinlian and cast a reluctant look at Qinshu before finally stomping her foot, filled with grievance, and storming out. Bang! The rickety door groaned in protest. Inside the room, only Qinshu and Pan Jinlian remained. The atmosphere suddenly turned perilous. Pan Jinlian waved her hand, sending forth several streams of light that transformed into layers of soundproof barriers and defensive formations, enveloping the entire room in impenetrable silence. Once she completed this, she slowly turned to face Qinshu. The high and mighty elder had returned. She advanced step by step towards Qinshu, extending her icy fingertips as if to toy with an intriguing object, lifting his chin. Her face was filled with mockery and the thrill of control. Little one, do not think that by besting that useless Liu Ruyan you have achieved something remarkable. Now it is my turn. She exhaled softly, her voice laced with deadly allure. I will show you the true power of a golden core cultivator. However, there was not a trace of the tension or anticipation she had envisioned on Qinshu's face. He simply smiled faintly. That smile, pure and untainted, inexplicably caused a flutter in Pan Jinlian's heart. System. Qinshu silently intoned in his mind. Activate Plan B, bring her into the small dark room. A barely perceptible ripple in space resonated. Pan Jinlian felt her vision blur. In the next instant, the world changed. The dilapidated wooden cabin has vanished, replaced by a realm beyond her wildest dreams. Beneath her feet lies a plaza of white stone, smooth as jade, stretching infinitely before her. In the distance, ethereal mountains hover, their palatial structures appearing and disappearing, while legendary auspicious beasts occasionally soar through the clouds, emitting melodious calls. The aura of spiritual energy permeating the air here is 100-fold, nay, 1,000-fold more potent than that of the main hall of Hehuan Zone. This. The haughty, mocking expression on Pan Jinlian's face instantly froze, shattering into pieces. In its stead emerged an unprecedented shock and horror. Her mind was a blank slate, a portable celestial realm. Is this truly the legendary treasure mentioned in ancient texts? She gasped in astonishment, her voice trembling. How is this possible? Such mythical wonders. How could they manifest here? How could they belong to this man? Who exactly is he? Before she could fully comprehend the upheaval of her worldview, a scorching hand once again encircled her slender waist. The furnace she believed she had under her control now held her captive, like the sovereign of this realm. Qinshu's voice, tinged with a hint of jest, gently reached her ears. Welcome to my world. Here, you must abide by my rules. Now, the guidance officially begins. In the external realm, it seemed as if only a fleeting moment had passed. Within the chamber, shadows flickered. Qinshu and Pan Jinlian reappeared in their original positions. Qinshu appeared refreshed, his eyes radiating brilliance, his aura more refined than before, evidently reaping significant rewards. Conversely, Pan Jinlian resembled a delicate porcelain figure thoroughly shattered. The attire representing her identity as an elder of discipline lay in disarray, with several tattered areas. Her once frosty visage was now flushed with lingering embarrassment and lingering shock. Her legs felt as weak as noodles, and instinctively, she extended a trembling jade hand to clutch the wall, barely preventing herself from collapsing onto the floor. She gazed at Qinshu, her sharp phoenix eyes now filled only with reverence, fear, indignation. and a hint of a dissent she herself was reluctant to acknowledge. After a prolonged silence, she finally squeezed out a few words from her parched throat, her voice hoarse and tinged with a sob. You monstrous being. Chapter 11. Do not panic, my blade, stay steady. Days have passed since the forced signing of the shared agreement, and Pan Jinlian felt as though her path to the golden core had diverged. At this moment, it was the 7th day of Master Li Laosher's passing, and the atmosphere was solemn. She stood beside Liu Ruyan, both accompanying Qin Shou in the ritual of burning paper offerings. Yet, Liu Ruyan, with her subtle intentions, constantly leaned closer to Qin Shou. If she moved in a tad further, she would be nearly touching him. Pan Jinlian remained composed and subtly shifted half a step to position herself between them, creating a delicate distance to dispel any hint of ambiguity. Liu Ruyan sensed the pressure on her shoulder and cast a glance filled with a hint of resentful provocation. Junior sister, today is Sunday, a holiday. Are you also going to compete? Pan Jinlian responded coldly with her gaze. Mind the occasion, senior sister. Qin Shou, caught in the middle, felt overwhelmed by the contrasting fragrances, one like the coolness of orchids on his left and the rich scent of roses on his right. He looked at the memorial tablet of his master, silently lighting 3 sticks of incense. The wisps of blue smoke curled upward. Master, can you see this? Master's wife, her cultivation has improved. Annie has not been hitting me as often lately. They are now good sisters, truly closer than kin. I remember your grudge. He murmured, as if reporting on the state of affairs. However, before his words could settle, a thunderous roar echoed. The entire courtyard, no, the whole Lucian town, seemed to be gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The earth groaned, and a thick, cloying scent of blood filled the air. A wave of demonic energy, like ink spilled into clear water, brazenly tainted the sky from the direction of Haifeng Mountain. The aura was brutal, bloodthirsty, and unrestrained. A roar, a tiger's cry, seemingly from the depths of the abyss, surged forth, accompanied by a tangible wave of sound that slammed down. The 3-layered talisman array, reinforced by Pan Jinlian, flickered with light. Then, like glass shattered by a hammer, it exploded instantly. The sturdy courtyard wall crumbled like a sandcastle, collapsing with a resounding crash. As the dust settled, a shadow obscured the afternoon sun. No, it was not merely a shadow. It was a mountain composed of black steel needles and brutal muscles. The mountain stirred. 2 blood-red lanterns ignited atop the peak, locking their gaze onto the 3 figures in the courtyard. Golden Core late stage. The frenzied demonic energy surged forth like a tsunami, instantly depleting the air within the courtyard, crushing down upon them, making their bones creak. Golden Core late stage. Pan Jinlian's expression changed, instantly discerning the opponent's strength. She stepped forward, unleashing her Golden Core second stage aura without reservation, forming an invisible shield to protect Qin Shou and Liu Ruyan, barely holding back the mountain-like tsunami of demonic energy. Senior sister. Liu Ruyan followed closely, standing shoulder to shoulder with Pan Jinlian. She had just entered the Golden Core stage, her foundation unsteady. And under the oppressive force of the ancient demon, even breathing became a challenge, her delicate face turning as pale as paper. Yet, she did not retreat. Her principles were behind her. One step back, and her resolve would shatter. The Tiger Demon King, resembling a small mountain, swept its crimson gaze over the two, finally settling on Qin Shou, each word laced with a vengeful malice that could flay flesh from bone. Kill my child and roll out. Here. To die? It had arrived. The Black Wind Mountain Tiger Demon King had come seeking vengeance for its son, slain by Li Laosher. Pan Jinlian's mind raced with thoughts, and she immediately transmitted a message to Liu Ruyan. Senior sister, this creature is at the Golden Core late stage. Together we might only last 30 breaths. You take Qin Shou through the secret passage. I will hold it back. Her voice was urgent, yet clear in its direction. No. Liu Ruyan rejected without hesitation. My life-bound artifact has just connected with Qin Shou's primordial aura. Its attack power is at its peak. I will attack. You defend. Perhaps we can fight for our lives. She was no longer the Liu Ruyan who always considered retreat first. Foolish. Pan Jinlian snapped in frustration. What shall we fight with? If he dies, all our efforts will have been in vain. If he lives, what meaning is there in our current struggle? The two women found themselves at an impasse for the first time in a life-or-death crisis. Yet, their movements were surprisingly in sync. They channeled their spiritual energy, readying their artifacts, fiercely guarding the man behind them from even the slightest touch of demonic energy. Just as they prepared to burn their essence for a desperate fight, a figure passed through the spiritual barrier they had erected, as though traversing a layer of water. It was effortless, serene. Qinshu stepped out from behind them. "Auntie." His voice was soft, yet it clearly overpowered the Tiger Demon King's roar and the nauseating wind of demon energy. The shield that Pan Jinlian had conjured could withstand the demonic energy of the Golden Core late stage for a moment, yet he had simply walked through it. Both Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan were stunned. They beheld Qinshu facing the overwhelming demonic energy, not a trace of tension upon his countenance, as if taking a leisurely stroll in his own backyard. He even turned his head to glance at the two anxious women, offering a resigned smile. "Auntie, Master, we have a guest, and he hasn't bought a ticket. How can I allow you to take action?" Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian were utterly dumbfounded. A guest? Without a ticket? That was the Golden Core late-stage Tiger Demon King, capable of slaughtering the entire Lu Xian town multiple times over. "Show stop fooling around. This is not the time for bravado. Come back," Liu Ruyan exclaimed, nearly in tears, reaching out to pull him back. "Qinshu." Pan Jinlian also shouted sternly, "Stand behind me." Qinshu merely smiled, offering no explanation. Explanation was too cumbersome. It was better to take action directly. In front of them, he slowly extended his hand, grasping the handle of the dark iron rod they had always dismissed as a mere fire poker, sometimes even using it to poke beehives. Then, with a gentle tug, there was no resounding clang, nor was there a blinding light. Only a sound reminiscent of the void being torn, a dull, yet oppressive friction. The weapon they had scorned countless times, the blade still smeared with the remnants of last time's roasted sweet potatoes, was drawn forth. The blade, dim and tarnished, bore the scars of rust, and its broken edge was jagged and uneven. It was precisely such a wretched weapon that even if cast into a heap of refuse, no one would deign to retrieve it. Yet, at the moment it was drawn, the entire world fell into silence. The wind stilled. The formidable roar of the Tiger Demon King, capable of tearing the roof off, was abruptly severed by an invisible force, reduced to a comical gurgle caught in its throat. An ancient, primal aura, fierce and domineering, permeated the air quietly. Outside the courtyard, the Tiger Demon King's blood-red pupils suddenly contracted to the size of pinpoints. Fear, a terror rooted deep within its very bloodline, inscribed in its genes for millennia, an instinctive dread of its natural enemy, rendered its massive form trembling uncontrollably like sifted chaff. It could not comprehend the nature of that blade. Yet, its demon soul, and every drop of its blood, screamed in frantic warning. Flee. The farther, the better. Yet, its limbs felt as though they were laden with lead, rendering it immobile. Qinshu, with one hand gripping the enormous, incongruous blade that seemed ill-fitted to his stature, pointed the tip casually toward the ground, as if holding a mere sugar cane. He turned his head, flashing a grin at the two utterly petrified, beautiful masters behind him. That smile was radiant, sunny, and utterly harmless. "Masters, do not worry. It is a regret that my mentor could not personally slay this beast during his lifetime. Today, on the 7th day after his passing, I shall avenge my master for the murder of his father." He paused, weighing the panga blade in his hand, and added, "Do not panic. My blade is reliable." Chapter 12. Reasoning? No, it is the transcendence of physics. A soft sound, akin to the whisper of a mosquito, echoed. Qinshu, with a stoic expression, slowly sheathed the ancient, intricately designed broken blade behind his back. The moment the blade slipped into its sheath, the terrifying aura capable of collapsing mountains and freezing souls abruptly vanished, as if it had never existed. The sunlight remained warm, the gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, and the fragrant scent of soil lingered in the courtyard. Everything appeared as usual, except, beyond the courtyard wall lay an eerie, absolute void. Where had that Tiger Demon King, reminiscent of a small mountain, gone? That imperious, late-stage Jindan great demon? It was gone, evaporated without a trace. The very space it occupied seemed to have been erased from the canvas of the world. Burp. An incongruous sound shattered the silence. It was Liu Ruyan. She wanted to scream, to plead for mercy, to utter something, but her throat was constricted by fear, and all that emerged was a feeble sound. Immediately after, thud, it was Pan Jinlian. She yearned to maintain the dignity of a mentor and to stand tall, yet her legs had turned to jelly. Ultimately, her body succumbed, collapsing to the ground. One woman belched, the other lay prostrate. both gasping for air as their chests heaved violently. The residual might of that blade had nearly shattered their souls on the spot. The Jindan stage? Their proud cultivation level felt as fragile as a jest in the face of such power. They did not even spare a glance at their disheveled clothing, instead fixating on the boy who slowly turned around, gazing at him with expressions of horror reserved for monsters, deities, or ultimate terror. He wore a seemingly harmless smile. Yet in the perception of the two women, he was no longer just a boy. He was evidently an ancient deity cloaked in human skin, conducting an inspection of the mortal realm. This is the end. In the past, I regarded him as a furnace. Now he won't turn us into his night pots, will he? Pan Jinlian screamed internally, her face contorting into an expression more grotesque than tears. Show her. Her throat felt as parched as the Sahara Desert, struggling to rise, yet she lacked the strength. What is that? Liu Ruyan was similarly affected, her delicate face pale, her gaze toward Qin Shou filled with the purest desire for survival. She finally comprehended that when Qin Shou previously remarked that her clothing was too excessive and hindered his enlightenment, it was not flirtation, it was a warning from a divine being. Qin Shou regarded their pitiful states, one sprawled on the ground and the other belching, with satisfaction. A compliant tool is far more useful than one that understands reverence. He approached the two women, effortlessly lifting them from the ground as if they were chicks. Steady now. His voice was calm, yet the moment his warm palms made contact with their arms, both women trembled, shaking like leaves in an autumn breeze. Left by the master. Qin Shou released his grip and replied to Pan Jinlian's query with an air of nonchalance. For reasoning. Reasoning? To use that thing for reasoning? Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan's hearts jolted violently, nearly stopping in their tracks. What sort of reasoning is this? This is the reasoning that if you disagree with me, I will turn you into a void of reason. In that instant, every ambiguous fantasy they held regarding the term reason was cleaved away cleanly. His reasoning is absolute. Not heeding it. Then both you and your traces of existence shall be physically transcended. Qin Shou paid little mind to the two women, who were on the verge of succumbing to psychological shadows. His gaze fell upon the void space that had been erased. Focusing on a remaining strand of golden aura akin to a hair's thickness, the primordial demonic energy of a late-stage Jindan great demon. The Panga broken blade only kills, it does not consume. But the system does. Qin Shou extended his hand, grasping the air. That strand of golden demonic energy, as if caught by an invisible hand, obediently flew into his palm. With a flick of his finger, an unremarkable white jade vial appeared, sucking the demonic energy in with a swift motion. After completing this task, he even brought the vial to his nose and sniffed, nodding in satisfaction. It was a bit pungent. Perhaps he would refine a pill later and feed it to the pigs below the mountain to see if it could help them gain a few extra pounds. Liu Ruyan observed his fluid motions and that plain assessment, her mouth agape as she failed to suppress another belch. Burp. Not to waste, and even to feed pigs. This statement struck the hearts of the two Jindan matriarchs like heavy hammers. A being capable of effortlessly annihilating a late-stage Jindan great demon was concerned with such a remnant of demonic energy and had already planned its use to feed pigs. This man, his way of thinking was entirely beyond their comprehension. No. Pan Jinlian finally reclaimed a sliver of rationality from her overwhelming fear. The astonishment on her face was swiftly replaced by gravity. The commotion here was too great. The aura of that blade had likely alarmed powerful beings within 1,000 miles. We must leave at once. Liu Ruyan snapped back to reality, nodding vigorously in agreement. The trio ceased their lingering. The two women swiftly packed their belongings in silence, their movements as sharp as soldiers preparing for battle. Qin Shou approached the spirit tablet of his master, Li Laoshi, straightened his robe, and solemnly bowed 3 times. As he straightened, a deep flicker crossed his simple face. Master, your reasoning, your disciple will convey it throughout the world, one by one. Upon leaving Luxian town, the atmosphere became exceedingly strange. The once chattering and envious Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan were now as quiet as 2 quails. They followed Qin Shou half a step behind, heads bowed, daring not to glance at the scenery by the roadside. Qin Shou relished this tranquility. After walking for about half a day, Pan Jinlian seemed to have finally prepared herself mentally. She quickened her pace to walk alongside Qin Shou, but still maintained a respectful distance. Young master. The address had completely transformed. Qin Shou cast a glance at her, but said nothing. Pan Jinlian's heart tightened, and she quickly shifted to the main topic, speaking at a rapid pace. Upon returning to Huan Sect, we are likely to encounter significant troubles. Elder Machine and I have never seen eye to eye. She is at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage, 1 rank above me. More importantly, she controls the sect's intelligence network and is known as the Thousand-Faced Fox. There is no way we could conceal anything from her upon bringing you back. Given her temperament, once she discovers your presence. Before Pan Jinlian could finish her sentence, Qin Shou suddenly halted his steps. Wait, he spoke softly. Pan Jinlian's heart leaped into her throat, fearing she had misspoken. However, Qin Shou did not look at her. Instead, he picked up a nearly imperceptible speck of dust from where the Tiger Demon King had vanished and gently sniffed it at his fingertips. The demonic aura on this tiger demon carries a hint of rouge. He lifted his gaze to Pan Jinlian, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. It is the scent of your Huan Sect's bone-eroding, soul-dissolving fragrance, is it not? The secret formula of Elder Machine. Pan Jinlian's pupils dilated in shock. How could he possibly know? It seems we need not wait until our return. Qin Shou brushed off the dust from his hands and looked toward the distant forest, which appeared particularly enchanting under the setting sun. They have come to greet us in advance. Almost simultaneously, a unique, flamboyant electronic voice from the true man Langge system echoed joyfully in his mind. Ding! A high-intensity killing formation has been detected within the 100 Illusions Forest, 300 miles ahead. The novice experience level has been refreshed. A grand display of bravado is about to commence. Host, please begin your performance. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. A cold smile slowly formed on Qin Shou's lips. Chapter 13. The Self-Cultivation of the Film Emperor leaving Liu Ruyan town. The journey spans half a day. A fantastical forest lies before the three, known as by Huan Mi Lin. This forest is perpetually shrouded in a colorful miasma, appearing dreamlike beneath the setting sun. It is said that this miasma can invade the sea of consciousness, awakening the deepest desires and fears within one's heart. Ultimately, it leads individuals to succumb within illusions, becoming fodder for the beasts lurking in shadows. This place is an essential perilous path for returning to the western region SMO2 Huan Sect. I sensed something was amiss. As soon as we stepped into the forest, Liu Ruyan halted, lowering her voice. Her delicate brows furrowed. Ever since her breakthrough to the Golden Core stage, her spiritual awareness had sharpened considerably. This forest instilled in her a sense of dread, as if a colossal primordial beast lurked, silently awaiting its prey with a gaping abyss for a maw. Senior sister, you are overthinking, remarked Pan Jinlian, who was leading the way, with a dismissive snort. Her powerful spiritual perception, bolstered by her own Golden Core strength, swept over the area, revealing no signs of lurking cultivators. It is merely a natural illusion. Can it truly affect us? No sooner had she spoken than she waved her delicate hand. A sharp beam of spiritual light sliced through the air, shattering the distorted phantoms ahead like glass. See, just a trivial skill, Pan Jinlian said, a hint of pride gracing her lips. In her eyes, Liu Ruyan, having just broken through to the Golden Core, was overly alarmed, her state of mind unsteady. However, a brief, stifled cry emerged from behind them. It was Qin Shou. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian turned in unison. They beheld Qin Shou's handsome face now drained of color. His pupils dilated, fixated on the swirling miasma ahead, his body trembling uncontrollably. Master, I'm so scared. His voice quivered. So many twisted faces, watching us from the mist. The sight of his innocent, helpless demeanor struck a tender chord in Liu Ruyan's heart. Do not fear, dear Shou'er. Without a second thought, she enveloped his tall frame in her warm embrace. Her voluptuous curves pressed against the tautness of his youthful body. There's nothing to fear. Your master is here. It's all an illusion. She gently caressed his back, soothingly, much like a mother leopard protecting her cub. Pan Jinlian, witnessing this, couldn't hide her disdain. A mere natural illusion, and you are reduced to this state. She regarded Liu Ruyan with scorn. How pitiful. Being completely dominated by a furnace. A man who needed to hide in a woman's arms to find stability posed no threat at all. Pan Jinlian set aside her last shred of caution. What neither of them perceived was that beneath Liu Ruyan's protective embrace, the trembling youth was secretly enjoying the moment. The softness is delightful, excellent elasticity, and the warmth is just right. Overall rating, 9.5. Truly worthy of a master-level treasure. Oh, The disdainful look from Panshir E. TSK, I quite enjoy your ignorance, he mused. Before him, there were no twisted faces, only a vividly clear virtual map presented by the system. The map was dotted with numerous red points, forming a massive encirclement ahead. At the center of this encirclement was a prominently glowing skull marked with an eerie pink light. High-risk warning, 9-turn soul destruction array, trap effects, confinement. Spiritual power suppression, soul impact. As Qinsho reveled in his master's close comfort, he discreetly glanced at the system map with his peripheral vision. Though his body seemed to writhe in terror, each movement subtly adjusted the direction of the entire party, steering them toward the predetermined stage of death. After traversing another 100 or so steps, the miasma thickened, distorting light and impairing visibility. Panjin Lian's expression finally shifted. This isn't right. She suddenly halted, a glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. This illusion is targeting me. Just moments ago, an apparition of her arch-nemesis, Elder Meixian, had appeared before her, silently mocking. Though she swiftly dispelled it, the humiliation of being spied upon ignited her fury. A natural illusion could not possess such specificity. Panjin Lian pieced together the puzzle, her voice icy and sharp. It must be that wretched Meixian. She has certainly sent word about our cultivation progress from Lucian Town. She intends to kill us and seize our treasures. This conjecture aligned perfectly with the system's analytical findings. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's complexion drained of color. Elder Meixian, Golden Core, 3rd level. Cunning and ruthless. What should we do? Panic overwhelmed her, instinctively drawing Qinsho tighter into her embrace. Why panic? Panjin Lian, ignited by the illusions, snapped. Does she think we are still the same as before? Today, we shall settle the score with her. Her dignity as a formidable cultivator had been provoked, and she yearned to unearth the puppet master behind this plot, to tear apart their face in wrath. The fire of anger began to cloud her judgment. At that moment, Qinsho, still cradled in Liu Ruyan's arms, stumbled unexpectedly. Master, something tripped me. He seemed to be violently caught by the roots beneath, losing his balance and tumbling toward a low-lying patch of grass. His hand, gripping Liu Ruyan's sleeve, exerted all the frantic force he could muster. Be careful. Liu Ruyan had no time to think, instinctively attempting to catch him. Yet, she forgot that the weight of an adult man, combined with his panicked pull, was beyond her capacity to stabilize in such haste. In an instant, they both tumbled like rolling gourds into the seemingly innocuous depression. Useless. Panjin Lian felt a surge of anger and urgency, dashing forward without a second thought, her hand reaching out to grasp them. But it was too late. Buzz. Just as Qinsho's body made contact with the soil of the depression, the world spun violently. The miasma and the foreboding woods vanished in an instant. In their place emerged a pink otherworldly space, filled with intoxicating melodies. Dozens of tendrils, shimmering with an otherworldly pink luminescence, surged forth from the depths of the earth like venomous serpents drawn by the scent of blood. They ensnared the newly steadied Liu Ruyan and the swiftly advancing Panjin Lian with astonishing precision. What is this? Panjin Lian's complexion shifted dramatically as her spiritual energy, cultivated to the 2nd level of the Golden Core realm, erupted fiercely. Yet, the tendrils proved to be incredibly resilient. Adorned with bizarre, suction cup-like barbs. The moment her spiritual energy made contact, it was voraciously siphoned away. The tendrils ascended with relentless force, instantaneously immobilizing their dantians and the meridians in their limbs. Despite her Golden Core prowess, she found herself restrained, barely able to summon even 30% of her strength. A trap activated. An alluring yet venomous laughter, dripping with malice and triumph, echoed from all directions, reverberating through this pink-hued realm. Panjin Lian, Liu Ruyan, my 2 esteemed senior sisters. A breathtakingly enchanting woman, her movements graceful and her eyes glimmering, emerged slowly from the pink mist. It was Elder Meixian. She regarded the 2 women, bound and unable to move, with eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a victor. This exquisite 9-turn soul-devouring gift, meticulously prepared for you. Do you find it to your liking? Behind her loomed the mastermind behind it all, Qinsho, who was now rising slowly from the ground, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Gone was any trace of fear from his visage. Only a playful anticipation remained as he prepared to watch the unfolding spectacle. Chapter 14. The Master's Wife Fights for Me. The Master Ant draws her sword. How thrilling! As the words fell, the cloyingly sweet pink mist that enveloped the surroundings gradually receded like a receding tide. The view before me became clear and unobstructed. A woman, clad in revealing purple garments that accentuated her voluptuous figure, slowly emerged amidst a throng of disciples. Her beauty was striking, yet her eyes and brows betrayed an innate harshness and chill. She was the elder of Mei Xian from the Hahuan sect, a formidable figure at the third level of Jindan, and also a longtime rival of Pan Jinlian. Mei Xian's gaze slithered over Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan, who were ensnared by the pink vines, akin to two venomous serpents surveying their prey. The unabashed greed and jealousy in her eyes were palpable, almost tangible. TSK, she clicked her tongue derisively, her gaze finally settling on Pan Jinlian. Pan Jinlian, your luck seems to be perpetually favorable. One at the second level of Jindan, and the other just having broken through to the first level. It seems that this little town of Liu Xian conceals tremendous opportunities. Pan Jinlian, bound by the barbed hooks of the pink vines, her dantian locked and her spiritual energy hindered, maintained a frosty countenance, her momentum unwavering. Mei Xian, infighting amongst fellow disciples is the gravest sin within our sect. Do you dare to rebel? Rebel? Mei Xian erupted into laughter, her mirth shaking her delicate frame. Ha! How naive you are, Pan Jinlian. Once I eliminate you both and seize the opportunity, I shall advance further in my cultivation, perhaps even reach the Yuaning stage. Do you think the sect leader would punish me, a future Yuaning powerhouse, for the sake of two corpses? She paused, her scarlet tongue licking her lips as she articulated each word with deliberate malice. Or would she regard me as the sect's greatest benefactor? Each word struck with lethal precision, draining the color from Pan Jinlian's face as she realized the grim truth in Mei Xian's words. The demonic path respects only the strong, the dead are worthless. At that moment, Mei Xian's attention was diverted by a faint tremor. Her gaze shifted to Qin Shou, who had been cowering behind Liu Ruyan throughout. Oh, a pretty boy hidden away? She teased, her interest piqued as she scrutinized Qin Shou. Though his complexion was pale with fear and his body trembled, the pure yang aura emanating from him was as bright as the moon in the night sky, undiminished by any technique. Mei Xian, adept in the arts of cultivation, was particularly sensitive to such energies. A rare gem, a true treasure. Her eyes sparkled with avarice, tenfold more intense than when she beheld the two Jindan cultivators. Such delicate skin. She licked her lips again, her voice dripping with unmasked desire. Pan Jinlian, Liu Ruyan, your taste is commendable. Just perfect, as I am in need of a cauldron. After I dispose of you, I shall take him with me. I can only imagine how delightful he will be. Suddenly, a muffled sound, tinged with a sob, interrupted Mei Xian's words. Qin Shou, overwhelmed by her remarks, jerked violently, burying his face deeper into Liu Ruyan's soft, warm back. His tall figure shook like a leaf in a storm, and the profound terror, helplessness, and humiliation emanating from him were transmitted clearly to Liu Ruyan through their contact. This completely dispelled any lingering doubts Mei Xian had about him. Just a spoiled mortal, nothing to be concerned about. Yet, she could not fathom that the quivering boy in her eyes was, in reality, as tranquil as ancient ice within. Ah, this villain's delivery is lacking, too drawn out without any explosive force. If I hadn't timely provided her with a voice, the atmosphere would have faltered. Portraying a frightened rabbit is more exhausting than killing. As Qin Shou performed with fervor, he calmly analyzed the situation before him. Third level of Jindan. Unstable spiritual foundation likely bolstered by potions. Behind her, 13 at the foundation establishment stage, 2 at the Qi refinement stage, their formation disorganized, a rabble. The 9-turn soul-consuming formation is intriguing. The thorns of the pink vines can lock the dantian and are laced with illusions and toxins. Quite impressive. After I eliminate her, I must secure the formation plate for further experimentation on upgrading it to an automated binding version. His feigned terror lulled Mei Xian into a false sense of security, yet it simultaneously ignited an inferno of wrath within another woman. You vile creature. Liu Ruyan felt the intense tremors of her beloved in her embrace, as if her heart were seared by a hot iron. An unprecedented fury erupted from the depths of her being. Protectiveness. It was a serpent's instinct. A woman's instinct. Qin Shou was hers. He was her reason. He was her everything. How dare this interloper covet him? How dare she seek to take him as a cauldron? You dare to lay a hand on him. Boom. The oppressive aura of her first-level Jindan cultivation surged forth without restraint, erupting like a volcano from Liu Ruyan's enchanting frame. The overwhelming spiritual pressure caused the pink vines binding her to screech in protest under the weight. Her eyes blazed crimson, fixated on Mei Xian with a ferocious hunger, as if she longed to devour her whole. Simultaneously, Pan Jilian moved. Mei Xian, her voice was frigid, devoid of any human emotion, as if it emanated from the depths of an abyss. Today, it is either your death or mine. Buzz. A short sword, radiating an icy chill, materialized before her, its blade aimed directly at Mei Xian's brow. The Ice Soul Sword, her innate magical treasure. The intent to kill was unmistakable. One woman was engulfed in a storm of rage. The other was shrouded in a chilling intent to kill. In that instant, both women displayed an unprecedented synchronization and determination, united by their desire for the same man. Upon witnessing their desperate resolve, Mei Xian was initially taken aback, but her expression quickly morphed into one of heightened derision. Merely relying on you two? A pair of worthless individuals whose powers were largely sealed by the formation? She scoffed disdainfully. Truly, what a touching display of sisterly affection. To risk their very lives for a man. Since you are so intent on courting death, I shall oblige. With a sudden flourish of her hand, she issued her final command to the more than 10 disciples behind her. Charge forth. Channel all your energy. Employ illusions to utterly shatter their consciousness. I want them to witness this pretty boy being toyed with until his demise, trapped in an endless realm of delusion. Exhaust them to death. Yes. The disciples responded in unison, their faces contorted into sinister grins as they executed the arcane gestures, causing the formation's ethereal light to surge dramatically. A cataclysmic aura enveloped the entire scene in an instant. Pan Jilian and Liu Ruyan's expressions turned grave, for they understood that the true deadlock had arrived. It was at that very moment that Qin Shou, who had been hiding behind Liu Ruyan, suddenly stirred. He did not glance back. He did not unleash any earth-shattering aura. Instead, he merely brushed his face gently against his Shermu's warm and soft back. Then, in a tone that was both endearing and reminiscent of a lover's whisper, he softly exhaled near her ear. Shermu, hold me tightly. Chapter 15, No Weapons Drawn. A breath ignites the Huanhua Demonis. Exhaust her. The venomous voice of Mei Xian became the sole decree of this pink-hued realm. The air crackled with murderous intent, boiling with malice. The nine-turned soul-devouring array, activate. The space trembled violently. Countless ethereal pink petals cascaded from the heavens, accompanied by a haunting melody that disregarded protective spiritual energy, burrowing into Pan Jilian and Liu Ruyan's consciousness. Ugh! Pan Jilian stifled a groan as illusions flooded her mind. Her most primal desires forcibly awakened, causing her spiritual energy to falter. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Attack! Tear their mouths apart. At Mei Xian's command, over a dozen disciples at the Foundation establishment stage grinned menacingly as they formed an offensive formation. Whoosh! 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 Black venomous thorns, pink mist, shrieking bone arrows. An onslaught of sinister spells rained down, targeting the vital points of the two women bound by vines. Wretched beings. Pan Jilian's beautiful eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she forcibly suppressed her spirit. The explosive power of her golden core stage, too, surged forth. A chilling aura erupted from her center, freezing the approaching pink petals into crystalline ice, which fell to the ground in a flurry. Clang! The Ice Soul Sword sang sharply, conjuring a flurry of sword shadows that clashed against most of the incoming attacks. However, Elder Mei Xian moved. Pan Shiji, your adversary is me. Mei Xian giggled, her form resembling a purple poisonous butterfly as she approached with an eerie grace. Her fingers curled like claws, entwined with dense black-purple demonic energy, aimed directly at Pan Jilian's heart. Golden Core Stage 3. The overwhelming pressure bore down, and Pan Jilian, already constrained by the array's vines, could not summon more than 70% of her power, causing her breath to hitch. Clang! The clash of demonic energy and icy cold resonated violently. Pan Jilian felt a tremendous force strike her, sending her staggering back several steps, her blood surging. In an instant, she found herself at an absolute disadvantage. Pan Shiji, what is happening? Mei Xian licked her crimson lips, her tone suggestive, her voice low yet discernible to all. Are you recalling the moment when some wild man pinned you down, rendering you unable to summon your strength? Or perhaps, in front of your little lover, you are too embarrassed to exert yourself? Her words struck like the most vicious curse, piercing Pan Jinlian's resolve. You seek death. Pan Jinlian, both humiliated and enraged, felt her heart tremble violently, and the illusory petals above her seized the opportunity, surging into her consciousness. As her focus wavered, Mei Xian's finger wind sliced open a deep wound on her shoulder, the black-purple demonic energy gnawing ravenously at her flesh. On the other side, Liu Ruyan's plight was even more dire. Having just established her golden core, her realm was unstable, and now she was besieged by 4 disciples at the late foundation establishment stage, her situation perilous. These female disciples, deeply versed in Mei Xian's teachings, attacked with treacherous cunning, targeting her lower defenses. Ryup. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as her already alluring attire was slashed open, exposing her fair skin. Liu Ruyan coughed up a mouthful of blood, her delicate face paling, her ample bosom heaving violently. Yet, her crimson eyes remained fixated on a nearby boulder. Shower. Her shower was still there. She could not falter. At this moment, at the eye of the storm, Qin Shou was perfectly playing the role of a frightened mortal. Please don't hit me. Please don't kill me. He shrieked, scrambling behind the boulder, curling into a ball, hands over his head, trembling in fear. His cowardly demeanor made Mei Xian, upon scanning with her divine sense, lose interest entirely. Just a useless fool. However, behind the boulder, the trembling Qin Shou wore a mask of cold indifference. Warning. Allied target Pan Jinlian's health has fallen below 60. Warning. Allied target Liu Ruyan's health has dropped below 45. Suffering from poisoning and multiple internal injuries. The cold mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. In his view, the 2 green dots representing his Shiji and Shurjiu were visibly dimming. System, is your array analysis calculated with an abacus? Qin Shou raged internally. If this drags on any longer, I might as well choose their burial sites. The structure of the 9-turn soul-devouring array is complex, merging the effects of illusion, confinement, killing, and absorption. Analyzing the core. 91. 96. Qin Shou's gaze pierced through the battlefield, locking onto 2 female disciples seated cross-legged in the southeastern corner of the array. It was them, maintaining the most repugnant illusion. Ding. Analysis complete. Targets. Huanhua Sect Disciples X2, Cultivation Level, Foundation Establishment 7th Layer. Cultivation Technique. Kaiyin Ju, Flawed Version. Technique Traits. An instinctive, irresistible desire to devour high-level pure yang energy. Array-breaking plan generated. Saturated feeding. Saturated feeding? Qin Shou paused for a moment. Then his lips curled into a chilling, even somewhat perverse smile. I rather like that name. To kill you outright? That would be too merciful. Let you experience what a supplement is and what a poison is. Qin Shou maintained his posture of cowering with his head tucked, as if genuinely terrified. Yet, a strand of his consciousness, finer than a hair, had already slithered out like an invisible spiritual serpent. This consciousness bore no murderous intent. Instead, it was infused with a trace of the meticulously concocted Hongming Yinyang Xingti, primordial yang energy. This strand of yang energy, precisely compressed and refined by his consciousness, was of such purity that for practitioners of Kaiyin Ju, it was akin to a panacea in the eyes of mortals. Silently, it drifted across the battlefield, accurately floating to the 2 female disciples before them. Then, like a spark falling into boiling oil, it brushed against their nostrils. In that instant, the bodies of the 2 female disciples suddenly stiffened. Their tightly closed eyes flew open, their pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. What is that? What is that smell? Like a starving wild dog that had not eaten for 3 days and nights, suddenly catching the scent of divine beast marrow. No, 1,000 times more intense, 1,000,000,000 times more powerful. It was the ultimate temptation engraved in the essence of their cultivation technique. A longing, an insatiable longing. As soon as they caught a whiff of the scent, they scarcely had time to contemplate. Their body's instincts overwhelmed all rational thought. Like drowning souls clutching at a lifeline, the 2 of them fervently activated the Kaiyin Ju within them. With a thunderous roar, their inner energies surged forth like a torrent unleashed from a dam. The divine supplement, delivered by Qin Shou, flowed into their dantian with each breath they took. An unprecedented, exquisite sensation of euphoria coursed through their bodies, compelling them to emit soft moans. Power, an unparalleled sense of strength. Yet, in the next moment, the bliss transformed into horror. they realized they could not stop. Their techniques, akin to uncontrollable beasts, greedily consumed that divine yang energy and began to wreak havoc upon themselves. No stop, please all. Their meridians felt like kindling set ablaze, fracturing inch by inch. Their dantian swelled like a balloon filled with lava, expanding at. Chapter 16. The Emergence of Hongming, Master S Flight. No, don't, the round-faced female disciple screamed in despair within her heart. She sought to suppress it, yet her meager consciousness was insignificant in the face of the violent upheaval of the fundamental essence of the technique. With a sudden burst, a torrent of chaotic spiritual energy surged forth like a high-pressure water gun, instantly shattering her heart meridian. Blood erupted from her mouth like a fountain. She collapsed forward, akin to a deflated balloon, crashing to the ground. The spell was interrupted. Beside her, the oval-faced female disciple fared even worse. Weaker in cultivation, she succumbed completely to the chaos. The relentless reverse spiritual energy did not waver for an instant, obliterating her fragile dantian. The dantian shattered. She could only emit a brief, muffled groan. Her eyes rolled back, pupils dilating in an instant. She fell limply to the ground, breathless. Right there, she perished. At that very moment, two critical nodes sustaining the illusionary formation unexpectedly collapsed without warning. This catastrophic turn of events resulted in a colossal breach at the southeastern corner of the formation they oversaw. The entire Jiuzhuan Shaohan array experienced a momentary stasis. The rain of flowers ceased, and the languorous melodies halted. The world seemed to have been pressed on the pause button. In that fleeting moment, while others may have been caught off guard, Liu Ruyan, who was struggling valiantly, immediately sensed the shift. The pressure diminished abruptly. The seductive melodies that had invaded her sea of consciousness, leaving her dizzy, weakened by more than 30%. Her battle-hardened instincts manifested in full force at this moment. Opportunity. She did not even contemplate. Her body reacted instinctively. Defense? What nonsense. She wholly abandoned her defense, allowing two spells to slam into her already burdened protective spiritual light. Bang! The protective light shattered with a resounding explosion. Liu Ruyan gasped again, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, her life-bound artifact, the Xinshin Rao Ji Ro, slipped from her grasp. Like lightning, like a flash of light. The target was not the four disciples besieging her, but the several startled Foundation establishment disciples at the breach of the formation, thrown into disarray by the sudden demise of their companions. Capture the leader before capturing the thieves. To destroy the formation, one must first eliminate its foundation. Liu Ruyan, exchanging injury for injury, aimed to rip this newly formed gap into an irreparable black hole. Meanwhile, Elder Meishin, who was desperately suppressing Pan Jinlian, also sensed the disturbance in the formation. The illusionary power that had been steadily weakening Pan Jinlian's spirit suddenly ceased. Instinctively, she turned to look, only to witness her two disciples spitting blood, one convulsing and the other lifeless. An unnamed fury erupted within her. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. With so many surrounding too heavily injured, how could there be a slip-up? And the manner of their death was so tragic. Spiritual energy reversing, heart meridians severed. Is this backlash of the technique? What is happening? Have you all practiced on dogs? This moment of distraction, this lapse of focus, and this furious roar provided Pan Jinlian with a moment's respite. Old hag, do you dare to look elsewhere while fighting me? Pan Jinlian's icy voice resonated like the chill of Siberia in Elder Meishin's ears. The ice soul sword, which had been firmly suppressed, radiated brilliance at that moment. A solidified ice-blue sword aura surged 3 feet high. With the determination to sever all, it descended upon the distracted Elder Meishin. Elder Meishin's pupils contracted, panic rising. She had not anticipated Pan Jinlian's counterattack would be so swift and ruthless. In a flurry, she could only raise her sword to block. Clang! The clash of metal echoed deafeningly. Elder Meishin felt an irresistible force coursing through her arms, her palms splitting open. She was knocked back several steps, her internal energy roiling violently. Pan Jinlian pressed her advantage relentlessly. The sword's momentum turned, shadowing her every move, relentlessly pursuing. The tide of battle had abruptly reversed. Behind the massive stone, Qin Shou remained curled up, cradling his head, his body trembling rhythmically. Yet, his face bore an expression of calm, even a hint of boredom. Oh, is it already over? The quality is lacking, sisters. Did you purchase this Cayenne Ju from a discount site? The kind that offers cash back for good reviews? So fragile, a A mere touch, and it shatters. What a poor rating. His consciousness observed the unfolding events as though watching a high-definition live broadcast, witnessing Liu Ruyan exchange injury for retaliation. And Pan Jinlian thrusting back Elder Machine, turning the tide. TSK. One fighting fiercely to protect me, the furnace, the other, for the future benefits of our dual cultivation. Qin Shou's lips curled into a playful smirk. Though their motivations may not be entirely pure yet, I must admit, when these two women engage in battle, it is quite exhilarating. Their figures, their curves, their reckless determination a feast for the eyes. He resembled a board director, observing his two leading ladies perform beyond expectations. Very well, given your fervent efforts as a reward, let us make this scene even more lively. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, outside, Liu Ruyan's Xinshin Rao Jiro had already struck like a venomous serpent, reaching the panicked disciples. On the other side, Elder Machine, having regained her footing, gazed at Pan Jinlian, who had taken the initiative, her face twisted with murderous intent. Pan Jinlian, you seek your own demise. Yet, in response, Pan Jinlian unleashed an even colder, more formidable strike. Two battlefields, simultaneously igniting. At that moment, Liu Ruyan's Xinshin Rao Jiro had reached the frantic disciples, while Elder Machine finally steadied herself, her expression filled with murderous intent towards the assertive Pan Jinlian. Pan Jinlian, you court death. Chapter 17. The mantis seeks the cicada, while the elder of longevity lies in wait. Pan Jinlian, you court death. May Xian Elder's shrill, venom-laced scream pierced the air like a shard of shattered ice. Within her, the turbulent aura of a golden core cultivator, third tier, erupted with savage intent, poised to obliterate Pan Jinlian, that insufferable, obstructive woman. But someone moved faster. Liu Ruyan. The moment the array's fissure appeared, and the crushing pressure upon her spiritual sea lifted, she struck. Shoo! Her rose-pink silk ribbon, once supple as a lover's whisper, now tense taut, coiled like a viper poised to strike. With uncanny grace, it twisted aside, evading the four disciples converging head-on, then blazed forth as a streak of rose-gold lightning, straight toward the formation of Foundation establishment cultivators, their ranks momentarily fractured by their fallen comrade. No, watch out. Their cries came too late. The ribbon flared with incandescent brilliance, and in an instant, split into three shimmering phantoms. Each phantom moved with eerie sentience, wrapping with lethal precision around the waists of three female disciples. Ah, they cried out, just as their inner chi began to surge. Liu Ruyan's lips curled, not with warmth, but with glacial disdain. Her crimson mouth parted, and from it issued a single, crystalline word, burst. Boom, boom, boom. Three compressed surges of golden core energy detonated in unison upon the ribbon, each blast a contained cataclysm. Their defensive auras shattered like brittle eggshells. Violent spiritual force flooded their dantians, churning their cultivation spirals into ruinous sludge. Not even a scream escaped their throats. Only white-upturned eyes, frothing blood at the lips, and the soft, lifeless collapse to the earth. Unconscious, without pause, Liu Ruyan advanced, her form a blood-speckled butterfly darting into the heart of the enemy formation. Defense? She had abandoned it entirely. This was no longer strategy. It was sacrifice incarnate, a whirlwind of desperate, lethal resolve. Shink. A poisoned dagger lunged forth, only to be snatched from its wielder's grasp. Her wrist flicked, blade buried deep into its former master's chest. Ah, another disciple, hands mid-cast, her black-bone spear still coalescing in the air. Liu Ruyan's jade palm descended upon her crown. Crack! The skull burst like a ripe melon. In that moment, no trace of coquettish charm remained. She was vengeance risen from the abyss. Liu Ruyan, the avenging wraith from the netherworld. Her shower, the man she cherished above life itself, had been terrorized by these very hands. And for that, they would all pay, in blood. This was no battle. It was a slaughter. No. May Xian Elder watched her most trusted disciples fall like wheat before the scythe. Her vision flooded crimson. These were her life's work, her most treasured disciples, the very foundation of her bid for sect master. Wretched harlot, dare you? Her shriek tore from her throat. Raw and guttural, she abandoned Pan Jinlian entirely, spun on her heel to rush, to aid her collapsing ranks. Think to flee? Your opponent is me. A voice, cold as glacial ice, exploded behind her. Pan Jinlian's eyes gleamed with quiet, cutting mockery. She had been waiting for this precise instant. VRR. Her Bingpa sword blazed with an arctic fury tenfold greater than before. Countless sword shadows wove a lethal net, sealing every possible retreat. Each thrust aimed unerringly at a vital point. Each slash forced Mei Xian to parry, to guard, to survive. Get out of my way. Mei Xian howled, enraged, desperate, her twin claws slashing wildly, black-purple demonic energy clashing violently with Pan Jinlian's bone-white sword aura. Thunderous detonations rent the air. Trapped, she could only watch, helpless, as Liu Ruyan carved through her disciples like a reaper through grain. One, then another, then another. Each collapse was a fresh wound to Mei Xian's heart, each a drop of blood pooling in the hollow of her soul. Behind the boulder, Qin Shou still crouched, feigning abject terror, yet his lips twitched, nearly betraying his amusement. Master S consort possesses astonishing battlefield intuition, her timing, impeccable. Master S aunt is equally decisive, relentless, unyielding, breaking their composure utterly. Though this scene is rather graphic, shall we say? All the while, he trembled, yet observed, detached, and analytical. He noted how the remaining 7 or 8 disciples, shattered by Liu Ruyan's ferocity, finally huddled together in trembling desperation, interweaving their auras into a fragile, miniature defensive formation. A crimson dome of light slowly rose around them. Qin Shou smiled, wry knowing. Seeking shelter? Did you ask my permission? He repeated his earlier technique, yet refined it to exquisite precision. A filament of Hongmeng Yin-Yang Sheng-Ti energy, finer than a single strand of hair, was wrapped in his spiritual sense, compressed, distilled into an invisible needle. His gaze swept across the trembling cultivators, then settled upon one whose eyes burned with raw, unfiltered panic, whose limbs quaked most violently. You, go. The needle of spiritual intent drifted forth, silent as smoke, unseen by all, slipping with perfect accuracy into the young disciple's back. In the next breath, chaos erupted. Ugh, the struck disciple stiffened, rigid as a corpse. Within her, the Kaiyin Ju, a forbidden cultivation art, exploded like a breached dam. A ravenous, primal hunger for pure yang essence consumed her mind, obliterating reason, erasing restraint. Ah! A guttural, inhuman shriek tore from her throat. Her eyes blazed crimson. Without hesitation, without thought, she whirled and lunged, not toward the unseen source, but toward the nearest disciple beside her, the one who, like herself, practiced the same art. Thrust. Her teeth sank deep into her senior sister's carotid artery. Junior sister, what are you doing? The bitten disciple screamed, her voice laced with terror as she struggled to push her attacker away. Too late. She felt it, the inexorable, ravenous pull, her own cultivation, her very lifeblood, siphoned away with terrifying speed. Don't take it from me. That single, grotesque act ignited the fuse of madness. She has gone mad. My technique, it's spiraling out of control. I feel it too. I need to suck. 1, then 2, then 3. Like a plague, like contagion incarnate, the hunger spread. Their craving for yang essence, their lust for their sister's vital blood, stripped them of humanity. They turned upon their closest companions, not as kin, but as elixirs to be devoured. Their last defensive formation crumbled, shattered, into dust. The battlefield became a charnel ground. And that was the final, irrevocable fracture. VRR. The entire space trembled, then recoiled. The eerie rose-pink miasma dissolved like retreating tide. The phantom petals swirling in the air vanished, gone without trace. The Jiuzhuan Shaohunjin, shattered beyond repair. No, my disciples, my formation, Mei Xian elder stared, paralyzed, upon her disciples, now tearing one another apart in a ghastly, spectral frenzy. Her mind went utterly still, blank as a snow-covered void. Why? She understood nothing. Why did such a lethal situation transform into this? Why did her disciples suddenly lose control of her techniques and begin to devour herself? Why? Her mind was in chaos. In the duel of masters, a moment's distraction could mean life or death. It was now. In Pan Jinlian's icy gaze, an unprecedented killing intent erupted. The Bingxin Juying sword. With a delicate shout, she poured all her spiritual energy into her life-bound treasure. A resonant hum echoed as the Bingpa sword emitted a sorrowful wail that pierced the clouds and shattered the stones. The sword's body instantly transformed into a nearly transparent ice-blue silhouette, seemingly penetrating space itself, carrying an unwavering murderous intent that aimed to obliterate the soul, and struck fiercely towards the defenseless machine. This strike was Pan Jilian's ultimate technique. Swift to the extreme. As Machine awoke from her stupor, the shadow of death had already enveloped her entire being. Her pupils constricted sharply, and she barely had time to raise a black shield inscribed with runes before her. The lifebound treasure, Xianyin Shield. However, with a crisp crack, the Xianyin Shield, capable of withstanding a full-force blow from a mid-stage Jindan, was as fragile as paper before the Bingxin Juing sword. It was instantly pierced. The unstoppable sword shadow crashed violently into Elder Meishin's chest. With a thud, Meishin was struck as if by a colossal hammer, her protective demonic aura fracturing layer by layer. A mouthful of blood, mingled with shards of internal organs, erupted forth. She flew backward like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily to the ground several dozen feet away. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan had also dealt with the last few disciples embroiled in internal strife. She flashed and appeared beside Pan Jilian. The two exchanged a knowing glance. One had severely injured the mastermind, while the other cleared away the remaining remnants. Their cooperation was seamless. The once for. Chapter 18. Anti-Master. Striking a woman is unbecoming. Pan Jilian's Bingpa's sword gleamed with an otherworldly chill. Frost gathered at its tip, coalescing into a perfect, glistening bead of ice. That icy bead glided slowly, deliberately, across Mei Xn's face, already smeared with blood and grime, leaving behind a trail of frozen agony. Hiss! It was not the sound of flesh parting, but of skin instantly flash-frozen by absolute cold, then scraped away, layer upon layer, by the blade's edge, epidermis. Dermis and all. Now tell me, Pan Jilian murmured, her voice silken as whispered silk, do you truly believe the sect master would condemn me over a few corpses? Mei Xian lay supine, her chest pierced by a gaping wound, black blood welling steadily. The shattering of her life-bound artifact had sent shockwaves through her very soul, her spirit trembling in agony. Yet now, a colder, sharper humiliation pierced deeper, cold as a glacier's heart, searing as molten shame. Her eyes blazed with raw, animal fury, her throat convulsing as guttural, choking sounds escaped, like a cornered beast denied even the dignity of speech. Pan Jilian seemed unsatisfied. She lifted her jade foot, immaculate, adorned with delicate cloud motifs, and placed it, with chilling precision and unnerving grace, squarely upon Mei Xn's mouth. Thud! The impact drove half her teeth, and a spatter of crimson foam, deep into the damp earth. It was humiliation refined to its most exquisite cruelty. Her toes lingered, almost playful, pressing gently into the ruined lips and shattered gums. And now, whose truth prevails? Beside her, Liu Ruyan watched, heart hammering, yet a dark, feverish thrill coiled low in her belly. This unrelenting ferocity, was the true essence of the Hahuan sect. Against enemies, one must be crueler, sharper, deadlier. Ha kill me, Mei Xian choked out, voice thick with blood and despair. To a golden core elder, such degradation, the sheer, visceral indignity of being trampled beneath a boot, was agony far exceeding death itself. Kill you? Pan Jilian let out a soft, derisive laugh, as though the notion were absurd. How terribly merciful. She withdrew her foot, leaving behind a stark, blood-smeared imprint, a grotesque signature upon that ravaged face. Then, with two slender fingers raised like a blade, she gathered a thread of spiritual energy, colder, sharper, more venomous than the Bingpa sword itself. It coalesced into a visible, needle-thin icicle of pure, annihilating frost. No. Mei Xian sensed the horror before it struck. Her scream tore from her throat, raw and primal. Thrust. Pan Jilian's fingertip pierced her dantian without hesitation. That frigid energy, serpentine, predatory, slithered inward, coiling around her dark purple golden core. It did not shatter it outright. Instead, it tightened, slow, deliberate, inexorable. Crack. The first fissure appeared. Mei Xian convulsed violently. She felt it. The slow, dreadful crumbling of a century's cultivation. Crack, crack, crack. Fractures spiderwebbed across the core, spreading with terrifying speed. Her immense cultivation surged outward like floodwaters breaching a dam, spilling, draining, vanishing. Golden Core, third rank Golden Core, second rank Golden Core, first rank Foundation Establishment, perfected Foundation Establishment, mid-stage Qi refinement, then shatter. Her Golden Core exploded inward, dissolving into motes of primal Qi, dispersing like mist in a gale. Not a trace remained. Her dantian, once a reservoir of celestial power, stood hollow, barren, silent. A. The sound that tore from her throat was no longer human. It was the wail of a soul unmoored, cast from celestial heights into the mire of utter nothingness, the annihilation of self, deeper than death. She was ruined, not merely broken, erased. A husk less than mortal. Pan Jinlian observed it all with serene detachment, as though she had merely crushed a particularly noisy insect beneath her soul. Then she turned. Her gaze, glacial and unblinking, swept over the dozen or so junior disciples bound motionless by the Tongshin Raoji row, their faces ashen, their breath shallow. The resonance of the binding art had let them taste, however faintly, a thousandth part of Mei Xin's torment. Now, they trembled like leaves in a gale. Auntie Pan, spare us. We were forced. We repent. We'll never dare again. Their pleas rose in panicked, overlapping cries, sobs and whimpers tangled with desperate entreaties. But Pan Jinlian's murderous aura only thickened, darkening like storm clouds before lightning. Traitors, she declared, voice like a blade drawn from frozen steel, deserve only death. She raised the Bingpa sword, poised to begin her reaping. Halt! A clear, sharp voice, laced with venom and righteous fury, cut through the air like a whip crack. From the huddled mass, a young woman wrenched her head upward, bound tight as a mummy. Blood stained her lips. Filth streaked her cheeks, but her eyes burned with incandescent fire. Pan Jinlian, she spat. You wretched parvenu, climbing on men's backs like a leech. What glory is there in breaking a ruined woman? If you have spine, come at me. This was Su Qing, Mei Xin's most beloved, most fiercely protected disciple. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Even Liu Ruyan drew a sharp, involuntary breath. Has she lost her mind? To strike at Pan Jinlian's most sacred, most volatile wound, publicly, was tantamount to suicide. Pan Jinlian smiled. But it was a smile colder than the void between stars, colder than Siberian winds at the world's end. Very well. She advanced, each step sending frost blooming across the earth, the very air thickening, crystallizing. Such a bold tongue, she mused, voice like cracked porcelain. Surely your bones are just as unyielding. The Hahuan sect possesses 108 forms of exquisite torment. I shall break each of your bones, inch by inch, then rejoin them, so that you may savor every single one in full, exquisite detail. She raised her hand. Spiritual energy coalesced into a colossal claw of glacial ice, screaming with lethal intent, and lunged for Su Qing's crown. She meant to shatter that mouth first. Just as the frost claw descended, a timid, trembling voice, thin with tears, startlingly out of place, cut through the tension. Teacher Auntie, please spare her whoosh. Pan Jinlian froze, mid-motion. Liu Ruyan whirled around, stunned. From behind a boulder, Qin Shou peered out, half his face visible, pale as moonlight, eyes wide with terror. He emerged slowly, cautiously, his limbs quivering, his breath shallow. His gaze fell upon Su Qing, on the ice claw hovering inches from her skull, and his expression softened with pure, unguarded compassion. Trembling, he spread his arms wide, sheltering her, though his knees knocked together like bamboo in a typhoon. Teacher, any she did speak ill of you, his voice wavered, fraying under Pan Jinlian's glacial stare. Yet he pressed on, earnest, guileless, clinging to logic as though it were a lifeline. But striking someone is wrong, and striking a woman is even more wrong. The air turned to glass, still, brittle, utterly silent. Two pairs of exquisite eyes, Pan Jinlian's and Liu Ruyan's, widened in disbelief, as though they had just heard the heavens declare mercy. The diminutive man, their reasoning, their furnace at such a moment. He dares to emerge and proclaim that striking women is wrong? Has he lost his senses? Or is it possible that he possesses an unfathomable kindness? Behind the boulder, Qin Shou's performance was impeccably timed. Yet within, a frigid ecstasy enveloped him. A heart of a saint. What an absurd joke. Just moments ago, Su Qing had unleashed a venomous exclamation, her eyes brimming with resolute hatred, calling someone a wretch. In his mind, the system emitted a melodious alert. Ding. Detected an exceptionally high purity of hatred and indomitable spirit. Target emotions align closely with the unsealing conditions of Pangu's remnant blade. Current unsealing progress, 1-5. Absorbing this emotional source is expected to elevate it to 2. Qin Shou's heart blossomed with delight. So that was it. This lethal blade required not only the conquest of women with specific physiques for unsealing, but also the absorption of such intense negative emotions as a shortcut. Fear, despair, murderous intent, and the unwavering hatred that this woman, Su Qing, embodies. She is indeed a living, inexhaustible emotional power bank. To kill her, or to torment her would be nothing short of a waste. Let her live. Let her remain by his side. Let her look at him with that venomous gaze each day. Cursing him, wouldn't the unsealing progress of Pangu's remnant blade soar like a rocket? Thus, he stepped forward, with the most innocent air. Chapter 19. Does Shou Gij possess a kind heart? Allow me to impart to you the true essence of righteousness. She appears so pitiful. Can we forgive her? Qin Shou's timid voice, laced with a plea, reverberated through the silent woods, striking a discordant note. The astonishment on Pan Jilian's and Liu Ruyan's faces lasted but a fleeting moment. Liu Ruyan, the first to recover, turned her gaze towards Qin Shou, her eyes instantly brimming with maternal affection and sorrow. Her shower was indeed the most benevolent soul in existence, unable to bear the thought of harming even those who sought to end his life. In this savage world, where humanity devours humanity, such innocence is a rare treasure. However, Pan Jilian held a contrasting view. Her brow furrowed, her icy gaze sweeping past Qin Shou to land on the unyielding Su Qing. Her tone thick with displeasure and reprimand. Show her, what do you understand? Showing mercy to an enemy is tantamount to cruelty towards oneself. If you let her go today, tomorrow she will strike back like a venomous serpent, seeking your demise without relent. Step aside. Pan Jilian's voice exuded an undeniable authority. To her, Qin Shou's behavior was nothing short of foolishness. In the realm of Huan sect, such maternal compassion was a death sentence. Her principles could not harbor such a fatal flaw. Qin Shou, chastised, recoiled slightly, fear evident in his demeanor. Yet, he stubbornly remained in front of Su Qing, refusing to yield. He lifted his head, meeting Pan Jilian's frigid gaze with his own pure, untainted eyes, shaking his head in defiance. I do not implore you to spare her. I merely feel that allowing her to pass away filled with resentment and bitterness would be too merciful. To kill is to strike at the heart. It is better to ensure she submits willingly. Submit willingly? Pan Jilian was momentarily taken aback. Liu Ruyan too was stunned. Even Su Qing, filled with animosity, revealed a derisive expression. To make one who yearns to carve them into 1,000 pieces submit willingly? What a colossal joke. Jilian. Liu Ruyan stepped forward, leaning against Pan Jilian with a softness that seemed ethereal, gently advising, Show her possesses a kind heart, unable to witness such bloody scenes. If he wishes to try, let him. As she spoke, she discreetly signaled to Pan Jilian, the implication clear. Since you hold your principles so dear, why scold him? Pan Jilian understood Liu Ruyan's message, a cold scoff echoing in her heart. Yet, gazing into Qin Shou's exceptionally pure eyes, and contemplating the unfathomable secrets that lay within this young man, as well as his extraordinary constitution that even golden core cultivators found irresistible, her heart stirred unexpectedly. Perhaps, this peculiar child harbored some untold methods? After all, these individuals could not escape. What harm would it do to let him indulge in his whims? It would merely serve as an opportunity to witness his unique rationale, a perspective she had yet to encounter. With this thought, Pan Jilian's taut expression softened slightly. She retracted the nearly palpable killing intent, crossed her arms, and regarded Qin Shou from her elevated stance, a playful smile gracing her lips. Very well. I am curious to see how you will make her submit. She inexplicably acquiesced. Thank you, she. Qin Shou's face instantly lit up with a grateful smile, pure and radiant, akin to a child who had received a sweet treat. He paused momentarily, then cautiously added, May I speak with her privately? I fear that in a crowd, she might feel too embarrassed to admit her wrongs. This request seemed somewhat peculiar. Pan Jilian regarded him with skepticism. Yet, having spoken, she could not retract her words. Moreover, her curiosity about Qin Shou's intentions was piqued. Very well, she nodded decisively, and with a wave of her delicate fingers, a translucent azure barrier descended from above, enveloping Qin Shou and the bound Su Qing within its confines. An isolation barrier. Outside the barrier, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jilian could see the scene within but heard not a whisper. Inside the barrier, almost as soon as the barrier descended, the innocence, kindness, and gratitude that adorned Qin Shou's face ebbed away like a receding tide. Replacing it was an expression of near indifference laced with mockery. He slowly turned to face Su Qing, his eyes transformed. No longer were they the crystalline depths of a spring. They had morphed into an unfathomable abyss. His gaze held an air of absolute dominion, akin to a deity observing the struggles of mere ants. Su Qing, feeling the weight of his stare, felt her heart plummet, an inexplicable chill surging from her spine to the crown of her head. This person, he was not afraid. From beginning to end, he had been performing. This terrifying realization sent shivers down her spine. Yet, her innate resilience compelled her to muster a defiant breath, retorting, "What are you staring at? A mere pretty boy who hides behind women, living off them like a parasite. Useless." She hurled every vile word she could conjure at Qin Shou with all her might. However, Qin Shou merely smiled. It was a nonchalant smile, rich with amusement. He did not rebut nor express anger. He simply stepped forward, one deliberate stride at a time, until he stood before Su Qing. He then gradually crouched down, their gazes meeting at the same level. Su Qing could vividly perceive his extraordinarily handsome face and sense the strange masculinity that unsettled her. She wished to look away, but found her body inexplicably anchored by his eyes, unable to move. Just then, Qin Shou made a move. No, he did nothing at all. He simply released a fragment of his power without reservation, a trace emanating from the essence of Hongming Yinyang Xingti. It was a whisper of the supreme laws derived from Manji Hongming Xianpin Jiaogua Dfa. This aura was formless and intangible, yet it bore the weight of 1,000 mountains. It poured forth like mercury, infiltrating every crevice. It was akin to the gentle spring breeze that nourishes all in silence. In an instant, it enveloped Su Qing entirely, wrapping her soul and permeating every inch of her cultivated meridians, brushing against the chaotic and impure foundational vortex in her dantian, a result of practicing the Kain Ju. Buzz. At that moment, Su Qing's pupils dilated to their utmost extent. She felt as if she had been struck by an invisible divine thunder from the heavens, penetrating her being. Her mind went blank. Her body trembled, not out of fear, but from a profound shudder of life's essence and submission. What was that aura? What was it? The Kain Ju that had accompanied her for over 2 decades, upon encountering that strand of aura, reacted as if a long-abandoned beggar had suddenly come face to face with the creator of the universe. It rejoiced. It leaped with joy. It bowed in reverence. It screamed in fervor, yearning to embrace that aura, to merge with it. That was its source, its sanctuary, the sole meaning of its existence. Su Qing felt her worldview, in that fleeting moment, utterly overturned and then collapsed with a deafening crash. Loyalty? What did her loyalty to her master, Mei Exine, signify in the presence of this aura? Tenacity? That laughable, flimsy resolve, akin to paper, was rendered insignificant before this aura that embodied the essence of the Great Way. The heart of Tao she had painstakingly forged from loyalty and tenacity began to crack ever so slightly before the sovereign aura that subverted all understanding and commanded myriad laws. Crack. A barely perceptible fissure appeared. Chapter 20. Your faith is worthless. Su Qing felt as though she had been cast into a searing furnace. No, it was far more dreadful. It was as if the Kain Ju, which she had cultivated for 2 decades, was rebelling against her. This force surged within her like a wayward child returning home after years of absence, not to resist, but to pay homage. It trembled, it rejoiced, it bowed in reverence. The betrayal of her foundational technique instantaneously manifested in her body. A sultry, enchanting murmur escaped Su Qing's lips uncontrollably. Her entire being softened, nearly causing her to collapse to the ground. Not from anger, nor from fear, but from an exquisite tingling sensation that surged from her tailbone, piercing straight to the crown of her head. Her cheeks flushed crimson, and even her breath became fervent. She sensed her ironclad will being forcibly twisted, melted, ultimately transforming into a shapeless puddle of mire by this power emanating from its source. Just as she was on the brink of complete surrender, that intoxicating force suddenly vanished. Su Qing jolted, regaining a sliver of her consciousness. The void left by her fall from grace sent a piercing wail from her internal technique. With dazed eyes, she beheld the face of Qin Shou. The innocence had vanished from that visage, replaced by a cold indifference, as if gazing down upon mere ants. A voice resonated in her mind. Is this the extent of your resolve? You dare aspire to emulate those who refuse to yield, even unto death? Qin Shou's voice dripped with amusement. You Su Qing was about to retort fiercely, yet his next words shattered her spirit. The Kain Ju you take pride in is, in my eyes, unworthy even of entry-level qualification. It is mere refuse. Boom. Su Qing's mind rang with a deafening buzz, blanking out. Refuse? After 2 decades of arduous cultivation, her very foundation was deemed. Refuse? She yearned to argue, but her internal technique responded with a violent, affirming tremor, as if to declare, yes, I am refuse. Take me to meet the true deity. The betrayal of the power itself was far more devastating than any insult. You lie, she screamed, exhausting the last vestiges of her will. Attempting to forcibly reverse her vital essence and detonate her own energy reservoir. She, Su Qing, would rather perish than endure such a profound humiliation. Ah, you still possess some spirit. Qin Shou observed her resolute demeanor, his heart remaining unperturbed. He found it somewhat amusing. He did not lift a finger, merely a subtle shift in his thoughts. Puff. The vital essence Su Qing had just gathered in preparation for self-detonation dissipated like a bubble pricked by a pin, vanishing without a trace. She collapsed to the ground, utterly limp. Then, a chilling finger pressed against her forehead. A force, 100 times purer and 1,000 times more authoritative than before, surged through her mind. It was the essence of Hongmeng. If Qin Shou's previous aura was that of an emperor, then this strand was that of a creator deity. Boom. Golden torrents of energy crashed through her parched meridians. The yin and cold impurities accumulated from practicing the Kai Yin Ju crumbled before this power like dust, evaporating and purifying in an instant. Ah! Su Qing emitted a heart-wrenching cry, which soon transformed into an ecstatic moan. Pain. It was the excruciating agony of her meridians being forcibly expanded, torn apart, and reshaped. Pleasure. It was the utter elation of all impurities being eradicated, reborn, as if she were experiencing a new life. Though her cultivation level did not rise, she could distinctly feel her innate roots and her cultivation talent being fervently cleansed and elevated by this divine power. This was a gift of rebirth. Do you feel it? Qin Shou's voice echoed once more, like a devil's whisper. Your master, with this rubbish technique, has molded you into a waste with a ceiling of merely Jindan. Yet, you have taken her commands as sacred edicts and her teachings as your faith. Qin Shou leaned closer, his voice a mere breath against her ear, audible solely to her. Tell me, are you not rather foolish? Boom. The complete destruction of her spirit. The genuine endowment of her flesh. This irreconcilable contradiction became the final straw that broke Su Qing. Her already fractured heart of Tao snapped. No, it cannot be. She stared wide-eyed, murmuring to herself. The last vestiges of her resolve extinguished, replaced by confusion, shock, and the adoration of a mortal witnessing divine miracles, ultimately morphing into a pathological fervor. God. This man is a god. The creator deity of all practitioners of the Hahuan sect's techniques. I am the one who can grant you rebirth. Qin Shou slowly withdrew his finger, gazing down at her with an air of superiority. Submit to me, and I shall teach you the true path. Resist, and you shall meet the same fate as your worthless master, reduced to dust. Wow. Su Qing could no longer withstand it, and broke into a heart-wrenching cry. Loyalty? Faith? Perseverance? All sheer nonsense. All a grand joke. She relinquished all resistance, trembling as she used every ounce of her strength to crawl towards Qin Shou, prostrating herself at his feet. She repeatedly struck her forehead against the cold ground. I was wrong. I was wrong. Her voice was hoarse and filled with sobs, yet laced with urgency. Please, guide me to the true path. Ding. Detected that hatred has transformed into fervent adoration. Progress of Pangu's remnant blade unsealing. 1-6. Qin Shou remained unfazed internally. It was done. He turned his head, a flicker of thought dispelling the sound barrier. His gaze fell upon Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan not far away. A glance of completion was casually cast in their direction. Buzz. The moment the barrier vanished, the expressions on Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan's faces froze entirely. For the first time, an uncontrollable horror appeared on Pan Jinlian's eternally frozen visage, her body stiff as stone. Liu Ruyan instinctively took a step back, her hand tightly covering her mouth. In her alluring peach blossom eyes, there now resided an inescapable terror, along with a fervent passion and possessiveness that burned intensely. What had they witnessed? Just moments ago, Su Qing, defiant and resolute, now resembled the most abject of dogs, kneeling at Qin Shou's feet. She repeatedly knocked her head against the ground, allowing her forehead to bleed profusely, while frantically crying out at a frenzied pace, "Master, I was wrong. I will tell you everything. Please do not abandon me. The lair of that old witch, Mei Xin, lies beneath the ghostly banyan tree at the heart of the 100 Illusion Forest. The incantation to unlock it is Xian In Wu Ji, Mei Hua Zhong Shang." Raising her head, she noticed Qin Shou's expression remained impassive, causing her heart to race in panic. She hastily divulged an even more shocking secret. "No, this is not enough. She has been entangled with Elder Wang of the Enforcement Hall, that Elder Wang with the foul feet. She meets him clandestinely on the 3rd day of every month. To mask the odor, she always lights 3 calming incense sticks in advance." Having spoken, she cautiously observed Qin Shou. Upon seeing a slight curve form at the corner of his mouth, she felt a surge of encouragement and exclaimed more fervently. She even secretly recorded evidence of Elder Wang's corruption. She intended to use it to blackmail him. It is hidden beneath the 3rd brick under her bed in an iron box. The key is sewn into the cotton of her pillow. "Master, is this sufficient? Will it earn me just a fragment of true enlightenment? I implore you. I am willing to be your most loyal dog. I would do anything for you." Liu Ruyan, Pan Jinlian. The two were left in stunned silence. Their minds a blank slate. To kill one's spirit? No. This was akin to extracting the heart, inscribing one's own name upon it, and forcefully returning it to its rightful place. This was what Qin Shou referred to as making her submit wholeheartedly. Chapter 21. The Saint in the eyes of the Shermu, the Demon King in the eyes of the Shi. Silence enveloped the scene. The air seemingly solidified into crystal. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, 2 formidable golden core cultivators, found themselves momentarily breathless, overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. Just moments ago, Su Qing had been a fearless assassin, her gaze fierce as iron, seeking mutual destruction. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she knelt, adopting a posture of utter degradation, fervently bowing her head against the rubble, blood mingling with flesh. She muttered incoherently, repeating 2 words, "Dowly. I beseech my master, grant me dowly." This was not merely killing. It was the obliteration of a soul, reduced to dust, then reshaped at will. Liu Ruyan's fingertips trembled uncontrollably. A chill, laced with both fear and exhilaration, surged through Pan Jinlian's back. As the architect of this chaos, Qin Shou remained unervingly indifferent, as if he were a spectator at a tedious play. The revelations Su Qing divulged, capable of instigating rivers of blood among the upper echelons of the Huan sect, did not elicit even a flicker of emotion from him. It was as though he heard not of elders in illicit liaisons or corruption, but merely the barking of a dog next door. He dismissed Su Qing's blood-streaked visage and her frenzied, distorted eyes, stretching languidly and casually rolling his neck. The faint crack of bones echoed in the eerie stillness of the forest, striking the hearts of Liu and Pan like a heavy hammer. That profound apathy, that casual manipulation of all around him, was far more chilling than any display of rage. At last, Qin Shou stirred, not sparing another glance at the prostrate Su Qing. He turned to face Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan. In an instant, the divine indifference and mockery melted from his face, replaced by a countenance they recognized, radiating innocence and even a hint of timidity. Shermu, he gestured toward the still bowing Su Qing, his tone imbued with compassion. "Behold, she has come to realize her errors. Heaven has a virtue of mercy. As cultivators, we must not obliterate entirely." His voice resonated with sincerity and earnestness. To kill her would be too lenient. Instead, let her spend her remaining days atoning for her sins. Allow her to serve by my side, fetching tea, sweeping floors, and washing clothes, thus paying her due for her transgressions. He paused, his crystalline eyes gazing at his elders. Moreover, keeping her close serves as a perpetual reminder. The demonic path is treacherous, and human hearts are inscrutable. We must never show leniency to our foes. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan's taut heartstrings relaxed suddenly. Gazing at Qin Shou's benevolent face, an overwhelming affection surged within her. Indeed, my shower remains too kind-hearted. He has subdued the enemy through a means we cannot comprehend, yet still hesitates to spill blood. It is not that he lacks cruelty. He simply refuses to taint his hands with gore. To retain such a mad woman by his side, under the guise of atonement, is but a burden. He merely seeks to leave himself a warning. In this wretched demonic realm, His pure heart is a treasure beyond measure. In that moment, Liu Ruyan's defenses crumbled, her gaze toward Qin Shou softening with tenderness. Conversely, the same words, upon reaching Pan Jillian's ears, ignited a shiver of dread. A reminder for us? I see it as a means to please yourself. Keeping a thoroughly broken puppet around, enjoying her abject worship daily. What a perverse desire for control. This little rascal is thoroughly sinister. As Pan Jillian's thoughts raced, Qin Shou's discourse shifted unexpectedly. His gaze traversed the two women, landing on the crumpled, ashen-faced elder Mei Xian not far away. In that instant, the innocence and compassion vanished from his visage, replaced by frigid calculation. As for her, Qin Shou's voice was devoid of emotion, as if appraising a piece of merchandise. To kill her would be wasteful. A cold smirk curled at his lips, revealing no hint of mirth, only stark pragmatism. Sever her tongue, rendering her voiceless. Diminish her cultivation, ensuring her escape is impossible. Then, sell her to the lowest pit of the sect, the Wanmo cave. Isn't there a perpetual shortage of mining slaves? A golden core cultivator's body, devoid of cultivation, still outlasts that of a mortal. 12 hours of labor each day will ensure she toils for a century. Let her Qin Shou approach the venerable Mei Xian, halting before her. The elder trembled uncontrollably, akin to a leaf caught in a tempest, as a foul odor emanated from her trousers. She yearned to plead for mercy, yet the overwhelming dread rendered her utterly voiceless. Qin Shou gradually crouched down, and once more, a seemingly innocuous, benevolent smile graced his features. He extended his hand, gently caressing the elder's pallid cheek. His touch tender, as if soothing a frightened pet. Elder, he spoke, his voice soft as a lover's whisper. The first step towards atonement is to learn the art of silence. Chapter 22. This loyalty, even the master's wife fears. The blood hole in her dantian was filled with a chilling wind. Her limbs were already stiffened. She had once been enamored by the pungent and bloody scent emanating from beneath the defeated. At this moment, that very scent spread from beneath her own body, thick and suffocating. Her mouth was filled with a paste of mud and torn flesh, the excruciating pain rendering her voiceless. She resembled a tattered rag, discarded in the mud. Blood and tears blurred her vision. In her sight were three silhouettes. Pan Jillian looked down at her with cold indifference, as though gazing upon a pile of refuse. Liu Ruyan turned her face away, unwilling to look any longer. In the center stood the youth, Qin Shou. His expression was innocent and pure. That face, reflected in the remnants of the consciousness of the elder Mei Xian, appeared more terrifying than a multitude of fiends. This was a fate worse than death. Pan Jillian pointed her fingers like a sword. A chilling sword energy flickered at her fingertips. She was about to execute Qin Shou's decree, sending this old adversary on her final journey. The sword was poised to descend. Wait, a shadow darted out. She did not lunge at Pan Jillian, but rather, in a desperate posture, fell to the ground before Qin Shou with a thud. It was Su Qing. The wound on her forehead still oozed blood. The blood mingled with dirt, twisting her features. Master. Su Qing's voice was sharp and urgent, infused with a hint of madness. She suddenly raised her face, her eyes ablaze with a feverish fire, locking onto Qin Shou with fervor. Please allow me to take this old hag. I implore you, master. Pan Jillian's movement halted midair. Her expression darkened. What do you think you are? A newly surrendered foundational cultivator daring to claim credit in her presence. Su Qing remained impervious to the pressure from the law elder. In her world, only Qin Shou existed. Like a rabid dog, she was eager to present her prey to her new master. Using hands and knees, she crawled forward, her posture so lowly it nearly kissed Qin Shou's boots. Master. Her words rushed forth at a frightening pace. She feared that if she slowed down, this opportunity would vanish. The servant. I know of a secret method. As she spoke of the secret technique, her eyes sparkled with a sense of offering. It was taught to her by this old hag, called the Hua Gu Fu Xian curse. The very mention of the 5 words seemed to freeze the wind in the forest. The expressions of Pan Jillian and Liu Ruyan shifted simultaneously. This curse could turn a cultivator's foundational essence into pus, she stated, unconsciously gripping her own arm, her nails digging in deep, as if recalling some form of agony. It severed any possibility of recultivation. An eerie flush crept across her face. It could also sear the soul day and night, forcing her to endlessly relive the torment of her dantian being destroyed and her cultivation being wasted. Each word was punctuated, her teeth clenched, producing a soft clicking sound. It was as if she had already tasted the ecstasy of revenge in advance. Letting her live was 1,000 times more tormenting than death. Master. She raised her voice again, a scream that tore through the air. Compared to being a mind slave, this is how I could contribute more despair for you. Every moment of my suffering can nourish your power. I beg you. Allow me to offer you this most sincere loyalty. As her words fell, she slammed her forehead onto the ground. Her brow struck the shattered stones with a dull thud. There was no sound, yet everyone seemed to hear that muffled impact. Her posture was so abject it sank into the earth. Liu Ruyan swallowed hard. She covered her mouth, suppressing the rising bile, and took a half-step back. What a venomous woman. This was not betrayal. It was gnawing at her mentor's blood and bones to pave her own path to her new master. An alarm rang in Liu Ruyan's heart. She involuntarily glanced at Qin Shou. If this rabid dog could treat Mei Xin like this today, what would happen tomorrow? A hint of murderous intent lay buried within her disgust as she looked at Su Qing. Pan Jilian's thoughts were more straightforward. A rabid dog. A dog that, having tasted blood, could not stop. To curry favor with Qin Shou, she would tear apart her former master, grinding the bones to dust and swallowing them whole. Pan Jilian's nails dug deeply into her palm. For the first time, she realized that her iron-fisted methods seemed like childish play in front of this little monster and the rabid dog it had trained. Qin Shou, what sort of aberration was he? Did he revel in controlling a rabid dog? Or was this simply part of his doctrine? The thoughts of the two golden core female cultivators were crystal clear to Qin Shou. He remained indifferent. He gazed at the frenzied, trembling figure on the ground as a craftsman admires his most prized creation. Loyalty has never been mere words. Drenching one's loyalty in the blood of the former master holds true weight. Amidst this chaotic blend of madness, dread, and horror, Qin Shou finally moved. He slowly nodded. His thin lips parted. He uttered a single word. Aloud. This word was light, devoid of any emotion, yet it struck like a decree in everyone's hearts. Su Qing froze. The blood coursing through her veins seemed to crystallize at that moment. In the next breath, a violent current surged through her entire being. She began to tremble, from her fingertips to her arms, and then throughout her entire body. It was not fear. It was an uncontrollable ecstasy. Her shoulders jerked violently, her head lowered further, as if she were silently weeping, yet also silently laughing. The divine being had chosen her. After a full 3 breaths, she suddenly sprang from the ground. She abruptly turned around. Her blood-stained face twisted into a radiant, albeit grotesque, smile. One step, another step. She approached her former master, now collapsed on the ground. Elder Mei Xin gazed at her most beloved and trusted disciple as she advanced toward her with a hellish expression. She saw the bloodlust in Su Qing's eyes. There was no pity, only a frenzied exhilaration and boundless adoration for her new master. Haraha. The rationality of Elder Mei Xin shattered completely amidst this horrific inversion of humanity. A beast-like howl escaped her throat. Su Qing squatted down slowly before her. She raised her hand. A strand of dark energy spiraled around her index finger, coalescing. That finger had once been praised by Mei Xin as inherently suited for forming seals. At this moment, it is entwined with death and curses. Su Qing, with a gentle touch, delicately brushed her finger across the cheek of Elder Mei Xin. She tenderly wiped away the tears from the corner of her eyes and the blood stains from her lips, her movements slow and soothing, akin to comforting a frightened child. Then, she leaned down, bringing her lips close to Mei Xin's ear. Master, your disciple has come to guide you on your journey, she whispered, her voice so tender it sent shivers down one's spine. That finger, shrouded in dark energy, pointed reverently towards the center of Elder Mei Xin's brow, as if partaking in a sacrificial offering. Chapter 23. A piece of excrement. You must consume it in ominous black mist, akin to a venomous serpent imbued with life, seeped from Su Qing's fingertips in delicate tendrils. She did not touch the Elder Mei Xin. Instead, her hands formed a bizarre and intricate seal before her chest. As she began to chant an esoteric incantation, her voice was barely audible, yet it resembled countless ants invading one's ears, gnawing at the eardrum. Liu Ruyan's complexion paled further, while Pan Jilian's arms, clasped protectively, instinctively tensed with muscle. The black mist moved silently, without a sound of rupture, drifting effortlessly into the Elder Mei Xin's orifices, eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. There were no explosions, no gory displays. The forest succumbed to a suffocating silence. Within this stillness, a faint, spine-chilling sound emerged, akin to something sizzling in boiling oil, or wet bones being cast into the most corrosive of acids. The source of the sound resided within the body of Elder Mayexine, which began to convulse violently in a manner contrary to nature. A short gasp escaped her ravaged throat. Her eyes bulged, as if they would burst from their sockets. Veins, dark and twisted like writhing earthworms, surged upon her cheeks and neck. Her mouth widened to its fullest, yet no sound emerged, no screams, no wails. To wish for death had become a luxury. Deep within her soul, the world collapsed into an infinite cycle of nightmares. The brilliance of the Bing Pijian pierced her dantian repeatedly, the emptiness of dissipating true essence, the excruciating agony of a shattered golden core, echoed over and over, endlessly. Her flesh was corroded, her spirit flayed. This silent torture far surpassed any scene of bloodshed, constricting the heart more acutely. Liu Ruyan could no longer bear it, turning away as nausea churned in her stomach. She feared that if she continued to look, she would be compelled to vomit. Pan Jinlian, however, fixed her gaze, forcing herself to witness the spectacle. As the elder of the Hehuan sect, she had encountered countless cruel and insidious techniques, soul scourging, bone refining by fire, and heart-eating insects. Each she had executed herself. Yet those were meant to pry open mouths or enforce sect rules, purposeful tortures. What Su Qing was doing now was different. Pan Jinlian observed clearly that there was no thrill of vengeance nor excitement in Su Qing's expression, only an almost sacred reverence. It was as though she was not tormenting her former master, but meticulously crafting a work of art, a sacrificial offering for the divine. This transcended the path of demonic cultivation. It was a malevolent path, one that sought to please someone at the cost of humanity, trampling all that is sacred, a path of madness. A chill crept into Pan Jinlian's heart for the first time. She gazed at the young man standing at a distance, hands clasped behind his back, his expression placid. Her heart skipped a beat uncontrollably. What profound teachings had this monster imparted? For the duration of an incense stick, the sizzling sound of corrosion gradually subsided. Su Qing's incantation came to an end. She exhaled deeply, her body drenched in sweat as though pulled from water. She swayed slightly, nearly losing her balance. Yet her face bore an expression of utmost satisfaction. Looking at the elder Mayexine, she saw that the convulsions had ceased. She lay still, akin to a puddle of mud. The outline of her body remained, yet all understood that beneath that flesh, her bones and veins had long since dissolved into a pool of pus. She still breathed, yet her gaze had completely vacated. Reduced to a living corpse driven solely by instinct, an eternal prisoner ensnared in a tormenting illusion. The torment had concluded. Su Qing did not linger for a moment. She did not cast a final glance at Mayexine. She turned, her knees buckling. Thud. She knelt once more, laboriously dragging herself toward Qin Shou, like a dog struggling through the rain. At last, she reached his feet. She lifted her face, matted with sweat, blood, and mud. Her eyes filled with anticipation and yearning. Her gaze resembled that of a small dog returning with prey, wagging its tail, awaiting its master's praise. Master. Her voice, hoarse from exhaustion, was nonetheless brimming with uncontainable excitement. I will no longer disturb you. Liu Ruyan's heart twisted painfully, and Pan Jinlian's breath grew heavy. They awaited Qin Shou's response. How would he reward this bloody display of loyalty? Yet, Qin Shou's expression remained unchanged, devoid of any ripple of emotion. It was as if what he had witnessed was not a scene of unspeakable torture, but rather a mundane street performance, somewhat tedious. He merely smiled faintly, and then, under Su Qing's fervent gaze, he reached into his robes, searching leisurely. After a moment, he revealed an object, a porcelain vial, the most inferior quality, gray and even slightly chipped at the mouth. Such vials were typically used within the sect for the lowest grade of food-reducing pills, likely despised even by newly arrived outer disciples. Here, Qin Shou's tone was casual as he pinched the vial, tossing it aside, as if discarding refuse. Good performance. This is your reward. Thud. The small porcelain vial landed in the mud before Su Qing, rolling twice. The air froze in that instant. Liu Ruyan was stunned, and Pan Jinlian was equally taken aback. They had envisioned countless possibilities. Qin Shou might bestow advanced techniques, grant exquisite magical artifacts, or even personally cleanse her marrow using his teachings. Yet, they could never have anticipated that such a harrowing and profoundly disruptive act akin to a blood oath, would culminate in a mere worthless elixir, perhaps incapable of even procuring a low-grade spirit stone. This is no reward. It is an affront, a blatant humiliation. However, the subsequent scene shattered the worldview of the two golden core cultivators once more. Su Qing gazed at the mud-stained porcelain vial on the ground, initially frozen in place. Soon, her body began to tremble violently. She extended her hands, which shook uncontrollably from excitement. Rather than retrieving it immediately, she first used the relatively clean sleeve of her garment to meticulously wipe the vial on the ground. Then, as though cradling a rare treasure, she carefully lifted the porcelain vial with both hands. She pressed it tightly against her chest. In the next moment, a suppressed sob escaped her throat. Tears cascaded down, an instantaneous flood. It was not out of grievance, nor anger, but from exhilaration, gratitude, and an overwhelming sense of glory. "Thank you for the Master's gift. Thank you for the Master's gift," she choked out, repeatedly bowing her head heavily to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. Her forehead struck the gravel, blood streaming down once more, yet she remained oblivious. It was as if what Qin Shou had bestowed upon her was not a worthless elixir, but rather a key to the path of greatness. A divine blessing. Liu Ruyan, Pan Jinlian. In that moment, they finally comprehended fully. Qin Shou was not merely subduing a subordinate. He was not taming a mad dog. He was cultivating, bestowing through the most extreme humiliation, granting with the most meager of alms, crushing a person's dignity, pride, and even their soul, only to reshape it with their own will. This nonchalant attitude, treating torture as a performance and generous rewards as mere charity. This absolute control over the human heart. Pan Jinlian slowly closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, only endless coldness remained, along with a tremor of excitement she herself had not even realized. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan instinctively took half a step closer to Qin Shou, as if proximity to this man could offer her a fleeting sense of illusory safety. Qin Shou paid no heed to the differing thoughts of the three women. He simply turned his head to look at Pan Jinlian, donning once more that innocent and harmless smile. "Auntie, it is done." He gestured towards the two. Chapter 24. The power banks of utilization. Qin Shou's nonchalant enumeration of the spoils fell upon Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan like a bucket of icy water. Instinctively, they followed his gaze. Not far away, a dozen or so disciples of Mei Xine, tightly bound and collapsed on the ground, were already pale with terror, tears streaming down their faces. They had witnessed Su Qing's betrayal firsthand and heard their master's silent wail of despair. Fear had utterly shattered their souls. Pan Jinlian's brow furrowed in a tight knot. She resumed the iron-blooded and cold demeanor befitting an elder of discipline, gliding towards Qin Shou with a commanding presence. Her tall and voluptuous figure radiated an aura of lethal intent, a group of traitors' minions. Her voice, devoid of warmth, conveyed only the certainty of doom. To leave them alive would only invite disaster. Extending her slender, jade-like fingers, a chilling azure aura began to coalesce at her fingertips, exuding the essence of the Ice Soul Sword. Why not eliminate them all, to eradicate future troubles? Her words were a decree. As an elder of discipline, it was her duty to cleanse the ranks. Furthermore, she perceived that Qin Shou's recent handling of Mei Xine had already declared his stance. This little monster was inherently more ruthless than anyone else. He spared Su Qing because she still held value, capable of delivering exquisite pain as a token of loyalty. Yet these terrified wretches, eliminating them would be the cleanest solution. However, just as the sword energy at Pan Jinlian's fingertips was on the verge of erupting, a hand gently pressed against her wrist. Warm and soft, it exerted no force, yet instantly halted the murderous intent that had been coalescing within her. Please don't." Qin Shou's voice resonated once more, laced with an appropriately measured compassion. He donned the facade of innocent purity again, imbued with a touch of benevolence. They were merely following orders. Qin Shou's gaze was as clear as crystal, seemingly reflecting all the goodness in the world. "Look at them. They are terrified to this extent. Their crimes do not warrant death." His sincerity melted Liu Ruyan's heart. Indeed, it was as such. My Shou, at his core, remained a kind-hearted child. He had merely been forced to learn to wield cruelty for self-protection. Yet his heart remained tender. Liu Ruyan gazed at Qin Shou's profile, and the chill that had arisen within her due to Su Qing was once again enveloped by an endless maternal radiance. But Pan Jinlian felt a surge of absurdity rush to her head. Kindness. Crimes do not warrant death? Just moments ago, you transformed their master into a living corpse and trained their cherished disciple into a mad dog. And now you speak of crimes that do not warrant death? Where does your audacity stem from? Thicker than city walls. Pan Jinlian inhaled deeply, suppressing her urge to scoff, and spoke coldly. If we do not kill them, what purpose do they serve? Await their revenge? Upon hearing this, Qin Shou blinked his innocent eyes and replied in a tone that suggested it was the most natural thing in the world. To kill them would be too wasteful. Wasteful? Pan Jinlian was utterly baffled by his line of thought. A group of female disciples with cultivation levels barely at the 5th or 6th tier, what value could they possibly hold? Even as furnace cauldrons, they were deemed, too, lacking in potential. Indeed, Qin Shou released Pan Jinlian's hand and pointed towards Su Qing, who was gazing at him with fervent eyes. He smiled, a smile that was both innocent and radiant. Su Qing will be by my side as my personal maid, but she cannot manage alone. Someone must attend to her, right? Serving tea, washing clothes, folding bedding, massaging her shoulders. He counted off on his fingers, as though arranging a matter of utmost propriety. Let these individuals serve as her slaves. It could be seen as atonement for their sins. Moreover, Qin Shou's tone shifted, a profound smile gracing his face as he added, it would also provide her with an opportunity to experience the joys of management, lest she remain so hasty in her future endeavors. Boom. His words struck every woman present like a thunderclap, resonating within their very beings. The maternal glow on Liu Ruyan's face froze entirely. She opened her mouth, unable to utter a single word. To have these traitors serve the very Su Qing who had just betrayed them? What kind of madness was this? Was it a desire for them to harbor even more hatred towards Su Qing? To force them to witness their enemy thrive while they were reduced to servitude? This was 1,000 times more brutal than killing them. Pan Jinlian, too, stiffened, a chill surging up her spine, enveloping her entire being. She understood. She finally grasped it. This little rascal was no benevolent savior. He was nurturing a poison. What he desired was not atonement for sins, but an eternal conflict. He aimed to elevate Su Qing, the most deranged and ruthless of mad dogs, while keeping the rest of this group filled with hatred for Su Qing beneath her, forcing them into servitude. Hatred, jealousy, resentment, humiliation, fear. These emotions would grow wildly within the hearts of these female disciples like rampant weeds. And Su Qing, in her quest to maintain her status and prove her worth to her master, would only resort to increasingly cruel and bloody methods to suppress and humiliate her former companions. This was a perfect, self-sustaining breeding ground for extreme negative emotions. What a cunning strategy. What a ruthless mind. Pan Jinlian's gaze towards Qin Shou had completely transformed. If before she was enamored by his reasoning, now she felt a profound tremor and reverence emanating from the depths of her soul towards this man. Yet in Qin Shou's heart, all of this was merely a series of simple system notifications. Ding. High concentrations of fear and despair detected. Source identified. A total of 13 emotional sources, highly compatible with the unlocking conditions of Pangu's remnant blade. Suggestion for the host. Retain the emotional sources for sustainable development. Qin Shou chuckled coldly within. A group of perfect emotional batteries. How could they be easily extinguished? Henceforth, I shall keep them close, allowing them to gaze upon me day after day, moment after moment. Observe how I reason with Shi and converse with Shenyang about the intricacies of life. Let their jealousy, their fear, their admiration, and their despair all transform into the nourishment for my Pangu remnants, liberating me from constraints. This is the essence of utilizing resources to their fullest potential. At the very moment when Pan and Liu were profoundly astonished by Qin Shou's audacious maneuver, the figure kneeling on the ground stirred. Su Qing heard Qin Shou's words. Each syllable felt like molten lava, pouring into her very limbs and bones. To possess her own servants? To oversee these individuals? She, a recently surrendered captive, a traitor whose future was utterly obliterated. A master, no, a deity. The deity not only embraced her loyalty, but also bestowed upon her power. What a magnificent grace. What unparalleled trust. Su Qing trembled with excitement. Her blood surged through her veins like a roaring tsunami. She abruptly lifted her head, her face, stained with blood and tears, reflecting an ecstasy twisted to its utmost. With all her strength, she bowed deeply before Qin Shou once more. Thud. Servant. I am grateful for the master's benevolence. I shall not betray the master's lofty expectations. Her voice, sharp and hoarse from exhilaration, resonated in the air. Once she finished speaking, she rose abruptly, turned, and approached the group of female disciples who were already stunned in fear. In that instant, all remnants of her former humility and timidity vanished without a trace. In their stead emerged a newfound, albeit sickly, aura of authority belonging to the superior. She gazed at her former peers, observing their eyes filled with unmistakable terror and hatred. A cruel smile slowly graced the corners of Su Qing's lips. She was no longer the dog that merely wagged its tail in supplication. From this moment forth, she was the master's shepherd dog, tasked with managing this flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Chapter 25. Do not fear, Shenyang. Observe how she relishes it. Su Qing approached the group of female disciples with unwavering and steady strides. Each step seemed to tread upon their fragile hearts. The disciples gazed at Su Qing as if she were a malevolent specter risen from the depths of hell. However, Qin Shou called out to her. Wait. Those two soft words caused Su Qing's steps to halt instantaneously. She promptly turned and knelt upon the ground once more, her posture infused with the utmost humility, as if the authoritative figure she had just embodied was merely an illusion. Master, what is your command? Qin Shou did not meet her gaze. Instead, he leisurely approached her, extending a slender finger, delicate, pale, and distinctly knuckled. Pang Jinlian and Liu Ruyan felt their hearts leap into their throats. What was he about to do? Under the fervent and expectant gaze of Su Qing, Qin Shou's finger, imbued with an undeniable authority, gently pressed against her brow. A humming sound resonated as an indescribable force of terror erupted from his fingertip. It was not mere spiritual energy. It was a force of a higher order, a tyrannical law originating from the dawn of creation. It was the primal power of the Hongming Yinyang holy body. This force surged like molten lava, like crashing thunder, instantaneously breaching the barriers of Su Qing's consciousness, invading with brute force. Her soul took the form of a girl clad in black, now cowering in fear within the recesses of her consciousness. This was the most instinctive defense reaction of a cultivator. The consciousness is the dwelling place of the soul, the most intimate and sacred territory of a practitioner. Any invasion by external forces equates to the harshest declaration of war, provoking the most vehement resistance of the soul. Yet, when that golden, chaotic force descended upon this small expanse of consciousness like a sovereign, Su Qing's cowering soul not only refrained from resisting, but instead trembled violently. This was not fear. It was a form of submission that arose from her very bloodline, her cultivation, and the deepest recesses of her soul. Like a mouse encountering a cat, like subjects before their supreme ruler, her soul unfurled uncontrollably. The golden power, devoid of any gentleness, imprinted itself upon the core of Su Qing's soul with the force of a scorching iron brand. A complex and arcane rune, composed of primordial power, formed in an instant. As smoke billowed forth, the intense pain that should have shattered Su Qing's soul was accompanied by an inexplicable sensation of tingling pleasure. It was as if her soul had long awaited this imprint, as if being wholly possessed by this power, bearing an indelible mark of servitude, was its ultimate and most perfect destiny. In the external world, Su Qing's body quivered violently, and a suppressed moan escaped her throat, a sound that mingled both agony and ecstasy. Her cheeks flushed scarlet, her eyes glazed, and her body glistened with fragrant sweat, as though she had just experienced an extraordinary union. Pang Jinlian and Liu Ruyan stared, utterly dumbfounded. Soul binding. This was the most tyrannical and vicious control technique within the demonic path. Once implanted, life and death rested solely in the master's will, and betrayal was eternally forbidden. For any cultivator, this was a humiliation more terrifying than death itself. But Su Qing's reaction, she seemed to be relishing it. This. Liu Ruyan pointed at Su Qing, rendered speechless. Pang Jinlian's lips twitched involuntarily. A madwoman. A thoroughly deranged person. A lunatic thoroughly broken by this monster, Qin Shou. For her, this brand symbolizing absolute servitude had ceased to be a humiliation. It had become the closest connection between her and the divine, a testament to her identity. Unparalleled glory. Qin Shou slowly withdrew his finger, his expression indifferent, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. All right. He regarded the still reveling and trembling Su Qing on the ground, his tone apathetic. I have transmitted the method to control them to you. The rest is for you to handle. Remember, I only desire an obedient dog. Those who disobey will have their legs broken. If they remain defiant, their teeth shall be extracted. Should there be any treachery, a cold smile graced Qin Shou's lips. Let her accompany her esteemed master. He spoke without any pretense. The dozen or so female disciples listened intently, their souls nearly fleeing in terror, too frightened to even cry out. Yet Su Qing felt as if she had received a divine decree. She abruptly snapped out of that lingering sensation, her eyes igniting with a terrifying brilliance. Yes, master, this servant obeys. I shall not disappoint you. She prostrated deeply, then sprang up, akin to a hound released from its chains, her face contorted with frenzied excitement as she charged toward the trembling lambs. As Su Qing went to gather her new cadre, Liu Ruyan could no longer contain herself. She hurried to Qin Shou's side, her expression marred by unmistakable concern, her delicate hand gripping his sleeve tightly. The soft touch quivered slightly. Shower, she uttered, her voice tinged with a note of pleading. This venomous serpent, she is far too perilous. Today, she could treat her own master and fellow disciples with such cruelty for your sake. I fear. She may one day turn against you. Liu Ruyan was genuinely afraid. Su Qing's madness and malice had transcended her comprehension. To keep such an unstable bomb nearby rendered her restless. Qin Shou turned at her words. He said nothing, merely observing Liu Ruyan in silence. Then, he extended his hand, enveloping her soft and alluring form within his embrace. Liu Ruyan gasped, her body instantly melting against him. Qin Shou's other hand gently caressed her flawless cheek. His touch tender, yet his gaze filled with a fierce intensity. He leaned down, his lips nearly brushing against her delicate earlobe. The warmth of his breath against her ear sent shivers coursing through her entire being. Shenyang, he murmured in a tone that brooked no argument. Are you worried for me? Or are you envious? Liu Ruyan's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripened apple. Overwhelmed by embarrassment to the point of wishing for a crevice in the earth to hide within. She longed to clarify that she was not consumed by jealousy, yet the words remained trapped on her lips, unable to escape. Observing the youthful and devoted woman by Qin Shou's side, a wave of discomfort surged within her heart. Just as Liu Ruyan was engulfed in a whirlwind of shyness and turmoil, Qin Shou's voice resonated once more, imbued with a reassuring authority. Rest assured, no matter how venomous the serpent, as long as I grasp its vital point, it shall remain but a trinket coiled upon my arm. He paused, tightening his embrace around Liu Ruyan's arm. In this world, no one capable of inflicting harm upon me has yet to be born. This declaration flowed through her like a warm current, instantly dispelling all her unease and trepidation. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? This man of hers was a force of nature, a being capable of toying with others as though they were mere playthings. No matter how cunning Su Qing might be, she could never escape his grasp. Liu Ruyan felt a profound sense of tranquility wash over her. She ceased her struggles, yielding with the docility of a kitten, nestling against Qin Shou's broad chest, savoring the rhythm of his powerful heartbeat. Not far away, Pan Jinlian observed this scene with an expression devoid of emotion, though her concealed hand bore witness to her turmoil as her nails dug deeply into her flesh. Further afield, in a clearing within the forest, a silent subjugation commenced. Su Qing, employing the simplified bindings imparted by Qin Shou, executed her task with chilling ruthlessness, marking her former sisters one by one with the brand of servitude. There were no cries of anguish, no resistance. Only the muffled sobs and a multitude of eyes filled with despair, fear, and loathing. Qin Shou held his enchanting master, while nearby, his aunt exhibited a complex gaze, her heart in disarray. Further still, newly acquired subordinates exercised their newfound power, accompanied by a cadre of servants destined to become emotional batteries. Deep within the heart of the Bai Huanmi Lin, an eerie, distorted yet remarkably harmonious power pyramid, with Qin Shou at its apex, crystallized into an indelible tableau. Chapter 26. Dear Aunt, only the barking dog is endearing. The stench of blood permeated the forest, mingling with a nauseating odor that was almost suffocating. Yet, Su Qing's movements were remarkably agile. She refrained from utilizing any spiritual power, instead directing her fellow disciples, who appeared as hollow shells, in the most primitive manner to cleanse the scene. They transported corpses, wiped away bloodstains, and buried the evidence. Her voice, though not loud, resonated with an undeniable authority. Once the most esteemed disciple under the elder Mei Xian, her adeptness at management was evident in that moment. However, she was no longer the lofty senior sister. She was a dutiful shepherd dog, overseeing a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. Qin Shou remained oblivious to this, still embracing Liu Ruyan's soft waist, even stretching languidly, the sound of cracking bones echoing around him. It was as if the recent bloody consolidation bore no significance to him. He turned his gaze towards Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan, who rested in his arms, wearing a satisfied smile. The troublesome matter was resolved. He paused for a moment, then announced the next agenda in a tone as casual as discussing dinner plans. Now, it was time to collect the rent. Collect the rent? Liu Ruyan leaned against his chest, instinctively echoing his words. Still not fully detached from the warmth of their earlier intimacy and the ensuing bloodshed. However, Pan Jinlian immediately grasped the implications. A flicker of complex emotions crossed her face: disgust, disdain, but most prominently, an insatiable greed stirred within her. A secret cave of a golden core elder. What treasures might it conceal? Qin Shou did not respond to Liu Ruyan, but instead released her and beckoned to Su Qing, who was directing the servants not far away. A simple gesture, yet Su Qing appeared to be yanked by an invisible string. She abandoned her tasks, tumbling forward and nearly falling at Qin Shou's feet, her posture more humble than that of the most servile of hounds. "Master, what is your command?" Qin Shou looked down at her, a warm smile adorning his face, yet his words sent a chill down Pan Jinlian's spine. "Lead the way. To your former master's secret cave. I wish to see what treasures a golden core elder has hoarded over the years." Upon hearing this, a fervent light ignited in Su Qing's eyes. This was a new mission, a reaffirmation of her worth in the eyes of her master. Just as she was about to bow her head in submission, a cold voice interjected. "Do you trust her so easily?" Pan Jinlian stepped forward, standing beside Qin Shou and looking down at the prostrate Su Qing. "Are you not afraid she might lead us into a new trap?" The question was entirely reasonable. Who could guarantee that one who had just betrayed her former master would not do so again? As the law elder, Pan Jinlian had ingrained caution in her very bones. As her words fell, thud, Su Qing's forehead struck the rocky ground with a heavy thump. "Master, please see clearly." This servant would not dare. Her voice was sharp with unrestrained fear, her body trembling violently. "The imprint of my soul was planted by your own hand. My life is but a breath of yours. How could I dare harbor any disloyalty? If I were to entertain even a sliver of doubt, my soul would turn to ash without your intervention. I beg for your understanding." She bowed her head fervently, causing her forehead to quickly become bloodied and bruised. Pan Jinlian observed her abject humility, her expression unchanged. To her, this might simply be a performance. The methods of a demonic woman were myriad. Yet, Qin Shou merely waved his hand, signaling Su Qing to cease. He then turned his head, adopting a teasing and slightly mocking demeanor as he regarded Pan Jinlian. The innocent and harmless expression on his face belied a mischievous smile that made Pan Jinlian's heart skip a beat. "Aunt." He leaned in closer. "You see," he pointed at the trembling Su Qing on the ground. "Only the barking dog is endearing." In an instant, Pan Jinlian froze. Her cheeks flushed visibly, a reaction born of indignation and humiliation. Endearing? He had the audacity to use that term to describe the woman who had just inflicted torture? More importantly, his words were not merely a comment on Su Qing. They were a direct jab at her. "Do you not harbor suspicions? Look how easily she trembles at my mere thought. Are you not the law elder, skilled in understanding human nature? Observe how I need not comprehend their hearts. I merely need to hold the leash." His dismissive words trampled upon her dignity as a golden core expert and law elder, crushing it underfoot. Pan Jinlian felt a surge of fury rise within her, her chest heaving. She yearned to retort, to reprimand this audacious young man. Yet, as the words formed on her lips, they remained unspoken. What could she say? That he was in the wrong. The evidence was laid bare before her. Su Qing's life was indeed in his hands. To claim he was humiliating her, he would only gaze back with those innocent, large eyes and innocently inquire, "Aunt, what troubles you? Did I say something wrong?" For the first time, Pan Jinlian experienced the sensation of having no outlet for her frustration. She realized that before this young man, she was steadily losing ground. From her techniques being countered to her strength being overwhelmed, and now, even her cunning and means, along with her ability to twist right and wrong, had fallen into his hands. Liu Ruyan watched silently beside them, not daring to breathe. She felt a pang of sympathy for Pan Jinlian. whose face was flushed with embarrassment, yet she dared not speak up. For she too recognized that Qin Shou was taming the proud steed of Pan Jin Lian in his own way, while she had long since become a docile sheep within the fold. Ultimately, Pan Jin Lian could only force out a few words through gritted teeth. "As you wish." She turned her head away, refusing to look at Qin Shou's infuriating smile. Qin Shou, witnessing this, smiled even wider. He relished the sight of her seething with anger, yet feeling utterly powerless against him. Detected a significant fluctuation in Pan Jin Lian's emotions, with core feelings of shame, indignation, and a suppressed desire for conquest. The system kindly advises that the teachings of the elder of the precepts must be conveyed gradually and repetitively. It is recommended that the host persist with determination, as rewards will surely follow. Rewards? I eagerly anticipate such returns. Qin Shou whistled internally at the system, disregarding the still fuming Pan Jin Lian, and commanded Su Qing, who appeared as if liberated from a great burden, to rise and lead the way. "Yes, master." Su Qing responded tearfully as she stood up. Qin Shou gestured towards the group of female disciples still occupied with the task of handling the corpses, as well as the puddle of what could only be described as machine in the corner. "You will oversee these individuals. Ensure they tidy this place, and then find a secure location to remain on standby. If even one of them is lost, or if she perishes," he indicated towards Mei-Xin, "you understand the consequences." Su Qing shivered at his words and immediately bowed. "This servant comprehends. Please rest assured, master." Upon making the necessary arrangements, a rather peculiar team was officially formed for the task at hand. A rabid dog led the way, with the master positioned centrally for support. A charmingly alluring Shermu and an irritable Shi flanked him on either side. Together, they ventured into the depths of the Baihuan Mai forest, heading towards an uncharted territory that had never before been trodden by human feet. Chapter 27. Saying no, yet the body is honest. Deep within the Baihuan Mi Lin, the atmosphere starkly contrasts with the vibrant miasma of the periphery. Here, the mist manifests an eerie, nearly transparent quality, devoid of color and scent, yet far more insidious than any lethal poison. It no longer merely incites desire and fear. Instead, it begins to warp space and distort the five senses. In one moment, the ground beneath one's feet is soft, loamy earth, and in the next, a step may plunge one into a chilling stream that reaches the ankles. Whispers of ghostly wails and seductive melodies occasionally drift through the air, unsettling the mind. Without a guide, even a gold-core cultivator, after prolonged exposure, would be dragged into the abyss of madness by this silent and uncanny transformation. However, Qin Shou and his companions traverse steadily. Leading the way, Su Qing resembles an exquisitely crafted human compass. Within her delicate frame lies an entire array of formation maps for the Baihuan Mi Lin. Master, 3 zhang ahead to the left is the root zone of the Chaos Spirit Wood. Anyone who treads there will have 10% of their consciousness instantly siphoned away. To the right lies the nest of the illusion butterfly goo, seemingly ordinary, yet concealing countless goo insects. If disturbed, the area within 100 miles will be left barren. Please stop ahead. Su Qing's figure halted abruptly, her slender arms outstretched to block the path. Her posture was respectful, yet her tone bore an undeniable gravity. Before them lay a seemingly tranquil pool of water. The crystal-clear depths revealed vibrant pebbles glimmering with a soft, ethereal light, reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Liu Ruyan's eyes sparkled at the beauty, ready to comment on the picturesque scenery. Yet, Su Qing knelt, not raising her head as she reported, "Master, Elder, this place is the heart of temptation. It is one of the most malicious killing formations set by that enchantress, the 9 Nether Weak Water Formation. This water is no ordinary water. It is the essence of the weak water harvested from the 9 Nether realm, refined with over 100 kinds of bone-corroding poisons. While it appears calm on the surface, it possesses immense weight and the ability to dissolve flesh and bone. Not only flesh and blood, but even artifacts will be reduced to nothing in the span of 3 breaths. Once one steps in, even immortals cannot save them." Her explanation was thorough and professional, each word underscoring her value. Liu Ruyan's complexion paled, instinctively edging closer to Qin Shou, as if only his warmth could provide her with security. A flicker of trepidation crossed Pan Jin Lian's face as well, though she had heard of such malevolent formations. Witnessing one firsthand was a first for her. The enchantress had indeed invested heavily in her means of self-preservation. She cast a glance at Qin Shou, eager to gauge his reaction. However, upon hearing Su Qing's account, Qin Shou exhibited no trace of fear. Instead, a glimmer of amusement and mischief danced in his eyes. Just as a sense of foreboding rose within Pan Lian, a sudden exclamation erupted from Qin Shou. Ah! It was as if he had tripped over something beneath him, causing him to stagger and lose balance, heading straight towards the deadly pool. The change occurred in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Qin Shou's face expressed sheer panic, his hand reaching out with unerring precision towards the nearest Pan Lian. "Auntie, save me!" This cry, filled with desperation and youthful terror, resonated through the air. Pan Lian's mind went blank, a buzzing echoing in her head. She had no time to ponder how Qin Shou could be so careless, nor to discern the authenticity of his plea. The rationality of the elder and the composure of a gold core cultivator were obliterated by a primal instinct. She could not allow him to perish. This little rascal, her principles, she could not let him fall into the weak water and become a pool of gore. Rascal! The words escaped her lips in a furious outburst. Pan Lian's figure transformed into a blur, almost instantaneously reaching Qin Shou's falling form. With a grip akin to iron, her slender hand grasped his outstretched arm. The icy spiritual power erupted. She exerted force, propelling them both backward. They narrowly halted at the edge of the pool, with Qin Shou's toes hovering just a mere inch above the deadly surface. A gentle breeze stirred, causing ripples across the water, as if the tongue of death was teasingly caressing the soles of his shoes. Pan Lian's heart raced, her pulse pounding in her chest. Before the relief of surviving could set in, a wave of fury surged through her. Just as she prepared to unleash a torrent of scolding upon this troublesome rascal, she noticed Qin Shou had steadied himself, patting his chest with a feigned air of seriousness, portraying a face of fright. He turned to the pale-faced, breathless Pan Lian, flashing a radiant smile. "Thank you, Auntie. You are truly kind to me." Pan Lian's anger was momentarily stifled by his words. Almost immediately, Qin Shou continued in a tone laced with mockery, piercing her heart like a poisoned dagger. He pointed to Su Qing, kneeling quietly and holding her breath, and said in a casual, flippant manner, "You see, if it weren't for my benevolence in keeping Su Qing, our professional guide, to forewarn us of the dangers here, we might have unwittingly turned into skewers ourselves." He trivialized the exceedingly malevolent Nine-Nether weak water formation into a mere trifling threat. The tone and demeanor he displayed bore no resemblance to someone who had just escaped peril. Instead, it was as if he was saying, "Look, I was merely pretending." Even more provocatively, he seemed to taunt, "You doubted her before. Do you believe now?" Boom. Pan Lian's face shifted from white to green, then to red, finally darkening to a deep purple. Her chest heaved with remarkable intensity, akin to a volcano brimming with millennia of energy on the verge of eruption. She understood. She comprehended everything. This little brat. He was not careless. He was deliberate. He had wagered his life to test her reaction. In this absurd manner, he aimed to demonstrate how profoundly wise his decision to retain Su Qing was. He was humiliating her in the most demeaning way possible. "You." Pan Lian's teeth ground together, her nails digging deep into her palms, nearly drawing blood. She wished she could cleave the loathsome smile before her with a single strike. Yet, Qin Shou's words formed a flawless logical loop, rendering her incapable of finding any rebuttal. Indeed, had it not been for Su Qing, they would have remained oblivious to the trap that lay ahead. If not for his benevolence in sparing Su Qing, their current predicament would be even more perilous. As the elder of discipline, she had just been questioning Su Qing's loyalty, and now she found herself utterly speechless in the face of this damned reality. What infuriated her most was that her reckless act of rescue and her heartfelt panic now appeared as if she had been made a fool of. Beside her, Liu Ruyan observed Pan Lian's visage, which was nearly bursting with indignation yet stifled from expressing it, and ultimately could not suppress a soft laugh. She quickly covered her red lips with her delicate hand, but her peach blossom eyes sparkled with a delight that reveled in another's misfortune. This light chuckle served as the final straw, further fueling Pan Lian's ire. Ding! Detected intense fluctuations in Pan Lian's emotions, core feelings, extreme shame and fury, boiling intent to kill, along with a hint of terror and excitement at being controlled, which she herself was unaware of. System analysis. The exterior of the elder of discipline is tough, yet cracks have begun to appear within. The host's pedagogical methods are showing initial effectiveness. Please continue to deepen and prolong the approach to instill the understanding of who truly upholds the rules. Qin Shou's smile grew increasingly innocent and harmless. Meeting Pan Jilian's nearly predatory gaze, he blinked innocently. Auntie, what troubles you? Your face is so flushed. Is it too warm in the forest? Pan Jilian abruptly turned her head, fearing that another glance at Qin Shou's face might shatter her composure. All she desired was to swiftly locate Maizen's lair and distance herself from this peculiar creature. No, she wished to capture him and bring him back to the discipline hall, where she could administer the harshest of punishments and teach him the true meaning of respect for one's elders. Chapter 28. Her greatest secret? Kicked away by me. As Qin Shou continued his subtle harassment and Pan Jilian endured with gritted teeth, this peculiar raiding team finally reached the culmination of their journey. Before them stood a colossal ancient tree, larger than one could possibly imagine. It loomed at the heart of the 100 Illusions forest, its canopy blocking out the sun and casting the area beneath into a dim and eerie twilight. The trunk was immensely thick, requiring at least a dozen people to encircle it. Even more chilling were the twisted patterns on its gnarled bark, which naturally formed grotesque faces that seemed to weep, laugh, rage, or mourn, vividly alive, as if countless vengeful souls were trapped within. This was the true lair of Elder Mei Xian, known only to a few within the Huan sect, the ghost-faced banyan. Here it was. Pan Jilian gazed at the gigantic tree emanating a potent aura of malevolence, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. Only such a place of extreme darkness could serve as a fitting sanctuary for the enchanting Mei Xian to cultivate, her Xianpin, Xiao Hundefa. Su Qing stepped forward, skillfully locating an inconspicuous, weeping face at the base of the tree among the myriad of ghostly visages. She extended her finger and, following a specific sequence, quickly tapped on the eyes, nose, and mouth of the ghostly face. The entire colossal tree quivered slightly. Su Qing respectfully stepped back, slightly bowing, and recited in an ethereal and eerie tone, Xian In Wu Ji, Mei Hua Zhong Sheng. With a thunderous rumble accompanying the sound of heavy mechanical movement, a massive hollow opened in the center of the ghost-faced banyan's trunk. A rich, almost palpable aura of spiritual energy surged forth. Mingling with the fragrances of countless elixirs, the exotic scents of rare materials, and the pure essence unique to spirit stones, flooding the air like a burst dam. Inside the cavern, it was not the dark and damp environment one might expect. Countless fist-sized luminous pearls were embedded in the cave walls, illuminating the underground space as brightly as day. Even Pan Jilian and Liu Ruyan, one an elder of discipline and the other in charge of external affairs, both well acquainted with the world, were momentarily taken aback by the lavish spectacle before them. Before their eyes lay a mountain-like stack of various spirit stones, low-grade, mid-grade, and even a small pile of resplendent high-grade spirit stones. A rough estimate suggested their total worth could sustain a mid-sized sect for decades. Next to the spirit stone mountain were weapon racks and arrays of magical artifacts, each glimmering with extraordinary spiritual light, with even the least being upper-grade artifacts, and several exuding the pressure of treasured items. Deeper within, rows of jade shells crafted from millennia-old warm jade displayed an array of jade vials. The fragrant aroma of elixirs wafted through the air, and just a whiff invigorated one's spirit and enhanced their cultivation. This enchanting woman, how could she possess such wealth? Liu Ruyan's breath quickened, her captivating eyes fixated on the towering pile of high-grade spirit stones. Her voice laced with disbelief and envy. In her role overseeing external affairs, she thought she had amassed considerable gains, yet compared to Mei Xian's treasure trove, it was but a drop in the ocean. Pan Jilian was equally shaken. Her gaze fell upon a blue jade hairpin radiating an aura of extreme cold, a rare premium artifact capable of nourishing the soul. This was undoubtedly a fortune that could drive any golden core cultivator to madness. If they could obtain these resources, the prowess of both women and the foundation of their sect would ascend to unprecedented heights. In that moment, the eyes of both golden core cultivators sparkled with unabashed greed and fervor. However, the response from Qin Shou, the initiator of this asset retrieval mission, was astonishingly indifferent. He merely cast a casual glance at the glittering spirit stones and the shimmering magical artifacts, losing all interest. As if these treasures, capable of igniting fierce conflicts among golden core cultivators, were nothing more than a pile of worthless rubble in his eyes. While Pan and Liu remained in a state of shock, he had already stepped forward, directly traversing the mountainous accumulation of wealth. Master. This way, Su Qing promptly followed, faithfully fulfilling her role as a guide, leading him to the innermost chamber of the cave. This was Elder Mei Xin's bedroom. In contrast to the opulence outside, the interior was arranged with a touch of elegance. However, the faint scent of powder mingled with a masculine aroma betrayed the owner's decadent lifestyle. Qin Shou's gaze was immediately drawn to an enormous bed that could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 people. He effortlessly approached it, guided by Su Qing, and kicked aside a carpet at the bed's edge, revealing a stone slab that differed slightly in color. Bending down, he pressed the edge of the slab. With a click, the stone flipped open, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside lay a black box, palm-sized and entirely crafted from mysterious iron. The box was locked, but it posed no challenge to Qin Shou. He moved to the bedside, skillfully rummaging through a pile of various sachets and pouches to find a petite brass key. With a crisp click, the iron box sprang open. There was no blinding treasure light, nor were there any frightening restrictions. Inside, resting on a blood-red silk, was a smooth, white jade slip. Qin Shou extended 2 fingers to extract the jade slip, bringing it closer to his eyes to probe with his consciousness. In the next moment, a cold and satisfied smile crept across his lips. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan entered just then, their expressions filled with confusion as they gazed at the seemingly ordinary jade slip in Qin Shou's hand, then at the mountain of wealth outside. Show her what? What is this? More important than the treasures out there? Liu Ruyan could not help but inquire. Qin Shou remained silent. He merely weighed the jade slip in his hand, feeling the vivid scenes recorded within, capable of shaking the very foundation of the Huan sect. Then he lifted his head, meeting the perplexed gazes of his 2 instructors with an enigmatic smile. Mistress, Auntie, the treasures outside are merely dowries at most. He shook the jade slip. This, however, is the true ace that could upend the Huan sect. Chapter 29. Do not rush, my dear. I shall keep it for you first. Wangzha, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian gazed at the unremarkable jade slip in Qin Shou's hand, their minds simultaneously conjuring the 2 characters along with a colossal question mark. They were utterly bewildered. How could a mere jade slip possibly compare to the treasure trove outside, one potent enough to drive a sect to madness and capable of overturning the Huan sect? However, Qin Shou had no intention of providing an explanation. He carefully stowed away the jade slip, his demeanor as if he were cradling the entire world. After completing this task, he leisurely turned and made his way back to the resplendent main treasure chamber. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan exchanged a glance, each discerning confusion and a hint of unease in the other's eyes, and they could only suppress their curiosity and follow suit. When they returned to the cavern brimming with treasures, their state of mind had undergone a subtle transformation. The initial shock and ecstasy at the sight of the treasure had considerably cooled. In its stead lingered a peculiar, ineffable awkwardness and discomfort. The air was saturated with the resonant hum emanating from the piles of spirit stones, a consequence of their overwhelming spiritual energy. Beyond that, there was an oppressive silence. Pan Jinlian's gaze involuntarily drifted towards a cerulean dust whisk displayed on the artifact rack. This whisk was woven from the silk of ancient ice silkworms, with a rare ice crystal handle, perfectly aligning with her cultivation attributes, making it an exceptional treasure. Her heart skipped a beat, yet her gaze lingered only for a fleeting moment before retracting as if pricked by a needle, reverting to an aloof and indifferent facade, as though she held these mundane objects in contempt. On the other hand, Liu Ruyan appeared even more restless. She fidgeted with her slender fingers, subconsciously twisting a strand of her azure hair that hung before her chest. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes flitted between Qin Shou's handsome profile and the array of vials and jars on the jade rack. Those were the rare and exquisite materials for alluring potions, once treasured by Elder Mei, and among them were several items she had longed for to break through her cultivation bottleneck. Yet, she dared not make a move. Neither did Pan Jinlian. Everything here was undeniably their shared spoils. According to the conventions of the cultivation world, it should be distributed according to merit, and as elders and golden core cultivators, it would be entirely reasonable for them to claim the lion's share. However, this thought merely flickered in their minds before being extinguished by themselves. Why? They could not articulate it. Perhaps it began with the young man who had effortlessly slain the Tiger King, comparable to a golden core atop Hafing Mountain. Or perhaps it was during the 100 Illusions Forest when he toyed with Elder Mei and her companions with ease, ultimately subduing Su Qing's feral dog with methods beyond their comprehension. Unbeknownst to them, deep within their subconscious, they had elevated this nominal disciple to an absolute dominant position, one they felt compelled to revere. Everything here belonged to him. They were merely accompanying figures. Without his prompting, they lacked the qualifications and courage to touch any of the objects. This realization filled the proud Pan Jinlian with profound frustration and embarrassment, while it instilled an inexplicable sense of comfort in Liu Ruyan, who was accustomed to relying on the strong. Meanwhile, the architect of all this, Qin Shou, observed their awkward postures with keen interest, one feigning superiority, the other pretending to be shy. How amusing. He suddenly found the situation somewhat humorous and tired of watching their performance unfold. What are you looking at? Qin Shou broke the eerie silence, turning sharply and striding to the center of the treasure trove, surveying the two extraordinary masters. Have you never seen such a spectacle? A smirk danced on his lips, his tone reminiscent of an elder admonishing two inexperienced juniors. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan were momentarily taken aback. Before they could fully grasp the humiliating undertone of his words, something even more astonishing transpired. Qin Shou offered them no chance to react. Lazily, he raised his right hand and gestured dismissively at the towering wealth before him. Collect. A low hum reverberated as an imperceptible, distorted black vortex suddenly opened before him. An unimaginable and terrifying force of attraction erupted from this void, akin to a whale devouring everything in its path. In an instant, the air was filled with a howling wind. The entire cavern's atmosphere was violently sucked dry, generating a fierce current. The heaps of spirit stones, stacked like miniature mountains, were the first to be uprooted, transforming into a vibrant torrent, frantically consumed by the black hole. Following suit were the weapon racks and artifact displays. The radiant flying swords, armors, and exotic artifacts emitted reluctant, buzzing sounds, yet they could not resist even for a breath, being tugged this way and that as they were ushered into the darkness. Next came the rows of jade racks crafted from a millennium of warm jade. Along with them, hundreds of precious elixirs and rare materials vanished in a chaotic flow. The wind swept everything away. The entire process took no more than 10 breaths. When that terrifying force of attraction abruptly ceased, the pitch-black void vanished as well. The once dazzling, jewel-encrusted secret treasury, capable of driving any cultivator to madness, was empty, utterly devoid of treasure. Not a single shard of low-grade spirit stone remained on the ground, and even the luminous pearls embedded in the walls had vanished without a trace. Only a few wisps of dust floated through the air, slowly dancing as if silently recounting the sheer absurdity of what had just transpired. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan stood there, dumbfounded. They were so affected by the sudden suction that their hairpins had come undone, their garments clinging tightly to their forms, accentuating their stunning silhouettes. Yet they were entirely oblivious to it. They merely stared blankly at the floor, now cleaner than after a locust swarm, so immaculate that it almost reflected light. Their minds were blank, and not a single word could escape their lips. Chapter 30, Collapse. The Golden Core Elder actually yearns to be conquered? Within the cave dwelling, an eerie silence enveloped the space. Liu Ruyan gazed at the empty stone chamber, her rosy lips slightly parted, and her enchanting peach blossom eyes reflected a profound sense of confusion and helplessness. She felt as though her mind was struggling to comprehend the situation. Meanwhile, Pan Jinlian's countenance, after an initial period of shock, gradually darkened, shrouded in a frost-like chill. Her tall and voluptuous figure trembled slightly, due to overwhelming fury. Pride. As the elder of the Huan sect, her dignity as a golden core cultivator was, at this moment, trampled upon by Qin Shou's unreasonable actions, crushed beneath his feet. This was far beyond mere disrespect. It was a blatant disregard for their humanity. Qin Shou. A frigid reprimand finally escaped Pan Jinlian's clenched teeth. She fixed her gaze on the young man standing with his hands behind his back, his expression serene, suppressing the imminent eruption of her wrath. What do you mean by this? We have fought alongside you, risking our lives to reach this point, and you intend to consume everything for yourself? Not even a drop of soup will you leave for us. Her words fell like ice pearls upon the ground, each syllable crisp and clear, imbued with the authority of a golden core cultivator, causing the temperature in the stone chamber to plummet several degrees. Yet, Qin Shou appeared utterly oblivious to her accusations, not even turning his head. He merely closed his eyes leisurely, immersing his consciousness into his personal Tai Su illusory realm. as though he were meandering through his own garden, leisurely selecting treasures. Complete disregard, an utter lack of acknowledgement. Pangelian's chest heaved with fury, her silver teeth nearly cracking in frustration. This scoundrel, just as her pent-up rage was on the verge of exploding, ready to impart a lesson to this arrogant youth about respecting one's elders. Then, Qin Shou opened his eyes. With a casual gesture, he revealed an item in his palm. It was precisely the prized feather duster that Pangelian had longed for, emanating an ethereal, icy blue glow. Without sparing a glance at her, he tossed the exquisite treasure towards her as if dismissing a beggar on the street. Alongside it, several jade vials, unmistakably extraordinary, also soared towards Pangelian. Instinctively, she reached out to catch them. The feather duster felt cool and refreshing in her grasp, resonating intensely with the ice spirit energy within her. A sweep of her consciousness over the jade vials sent a jolt through her heart. Ice spirit pills. High-grade ice spirit pills. These rare elixirs were remarkably effective for golden core cultivators like her, who practiced ice-based techniques, aiding in stabilizing their realms and enhancing their cultivation. Pangelian's anger was doused as if doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving her in a state of stunned disbelief. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Qin Shou made another move. He reached into his robe once more, producing a fist-sized, blood-red crystal, within which flickered a shadow reminiscent of a fox, alongside a collection of top-tier medicinal herbs enveloped in spiritual energy. Yours. This time, he tossed the items towards the still-dazed Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan fumbled to catch them. Upon seeing the peculiar stone in her hands, her peach blossom eyes widened in astonishment, her breath caught in her throat. Heavenly Fox Stone. This is the treasure condensed from the essence of charm arts after the fall of the ancient Heavenly Fox. For those cultivating charm arts, its value rivals that of a Tao artifact. Moreover, each of those medicinal herbs corresponded precisely to the core materials required for her subsequent cultivation techniques of the Xianpin Shaohundefa. How could he possibly know? Cradling these coveted treasures, Liu Ruyan was left utterly dumbfounded. The items Qin Shou selected were few in number, yet each was perfectly aligned with the most urgent and critical needs of both Pangelian and Liu Ruyan. Upon completing this act, Qin Shou finally lifted his handsome visage, bestowing upon the two women, whose expressions were a complex tapestry of emotions, a gaze filled with an unassailable authority, an assessment, and a deep-seated sense of control over his possessions. You both have performed admirably of late. His lips parted slightly, the tone flat, yet bearing the weight of a decree. This is a reward. He paused, a hint of an aggressive, playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Remember, in the future, my belongings are not to be touched without my permission. Do you understand? Boom. These few sentences reverberated like thunder in the minds of Pangelian and Liu Ruyan, echoing deep within their souls. A reward? My belongings? Not to be touched? What a domineering and humiliating proclamation this was. No longer did he regard them as comrades or allies. He clearly viewed them as subordinates to be kept, or even pets. The spoils earned through life and death struggles, which they perceived as a rightful distribution, he regarded as mere pocket money to bestow as rewards. Pangelian's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, a mix of shame, indignation, and the anger of her dignity as a formidable cultivator being utterly shattered. Yet, why? Beneath this overwhelming shame and fury, a peculiar, uncontrollable sensation surged from deep within her, a strange, tingling pleasure coursing through her body like electricity. To be dominated, to be controlled, by a man younger and weaker yet vastly more powerful than herself, who completely governed her existence in such a brazen manner. All her efforts, struggles, and relentless striving were merely to earn his approval, to receive the rewards he casually cast aside. This rapid descent from collaborator to possession, this humiliation of having her pride trampled upon, did not ignite a resolve for mutual destruction. Instead, it created a fissure in her long-frozen, fiercely proud heart, from which seeped the poison of surrender. The emotional fluctuations of Pangelian have reached their zenith, characterized by an overwhelming sense of shame, indignation, and a fervent desire to be conquered, ignited to its fullest intensity. The system assessment reads, "Congratulations, host. The course of reasoning has entered its pivotal phase. The protective shell of the Elder of Discipline has been shattered. Please continue to exert effort, ensuring she comprehends that the rewards from the Master are synonymous with the rules." Beside her, Liu Ruyan, though less agitated than Pan Jinlian, clutched the Tianhu stone, savoring the treasure that promised to exponentially enhance her own strength, while gazing upon the domineering yet handsome visage of Qin Shou. The last remnants of discomfort and awkwardness within her dissipated entirely. Indeed, the male protagonist ventures outward, while the female protagonist remains within. The man is tasked with reclaiming all that is good and subsequently sharing it with his woman. What could possibly be amiss? Her show is precisely this, domineering and capable. These two proud and ambitious golden core cultivators, wielding immense power within the Hahuan sect, one cradling a talismanic elixir and the other embracing the celestial fox stone, gazed upon Qin Shou. The flicker of rebellious thought within them was extinguished like a candle in the wind, utterly snuffed out by his indomitable assertion. Ultimately, under the weight of Qin Shou's commanding gaze, both women, almost in unison and as if guided by an unseen force, obediently nodded. Their movements were impeccably synchronized, reminiscent of two meticulously trained maids. Chapter 31, Master Qin's Class. No one shall sleep tonight. The raid has concluded successfully. Within the Gue Lian Rong cave, apart from the elder Mei Xian, who lay curled in a corner like a living corpse due to Su Qing's restraining spell, there was nothing else. Qin Shou, accompanied by his companions, chose not to retrace their steps but, under Su Qing's guidance, sought a more secluded and arid cave within the 100 Illusions forest as a temporary refuge. A fire crackled within the cave, illuminating the atmosphere, which was thick with an awkward tension. The repercussions of the humiliating distribution meeting had yet to subside. A peculiar, more bizarre ambience enveloped the three individuals. No, it was two individuals. Qin Shou paid no heed to these matters. Leaning against a smooth stone wall, he closed his eyes, feigning slumber, while his consciousness had already plunged deep into his mind. True man Langge system, host, Qin Shou, cultivation level, peak body refinement stage, physique, Hongming Yinyang sacred body, initial stage. Techniques, max level Hongming Xian pin intercourse technique. Weapon, Panga's remnant blade, seal progress 1, 6. Trophy inventory completed. The spatial capacity of the Taishu illusion has expanded by 15. Spirit stone reserves now meet the standards of a medium-sized sect for a century. Magic treasures and elixirs classified and stored. Special item. A complete dossier of the Hahuan sect's top secrets has been archived in the classified file room. System suggestion. The host may immediately enter seclusion. Utilizing the exceptional resources from Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, along with the newly acquired vast resources, one could break through the constraints of the body refinement stage and step into the foundation establishment stage. At that time, the Hongming Yinyang sacred body will ascend to the intermediate level. The host will unlock even more extraordinary abilities. The host will truly possess the power to walk proudly within the Hahuan sect. Qin Shou was quite pleased with the system's plans. Foundation establishment indeed warranted prioritization. However, the thoughts of the other two protagonists within the cave were far from this. Liu Ruyan sat languidly upon a beast hide mat. Her demeanor relaxed, and her alluring gaze captivating. Yet, her slender fingers unconsciously toyed with the pink ribbon entwined around her waist. Tongxin Raoji Ro. This was her life-bound magical artifact, and the token that forged her connection with Qin Shou. At this moment, the implications of her actions were unmistakable. On the other side, Pan Jinlian sat cross-legged, her newly acquired ice blue whisk exuding a subtle chill laid horizontally before her. Her expression was frosty, seemingly meditating with closed eyes. Yet, her alabaster hand meticulously retrieved a piece of silk, slowly polishing her life-bound treasure, the ice soul sword. The sword's cold gleam reflected her icy, yet stunning visage. Each of her movements radiated an air of formidable dominance that brooked no dissent. The soft ribbon and the sharp ice sword, two entirely distinct auras, silently collided and clashed within the confines of the cave. They both recalled an agreement that had been temporarily overshadowed by Qin Shou's domineering bestowal. The private accord they had reached during their time in Lucian Town. The odd-even shift sharing agreement. According to the agreement, tonight was Liu Ruyan's turn. However, considering Qin Shou's unassailable demeanor and the earlier humiliating bestowals seen, did this agreement still hold any weight? Or did they even have the right to negotiate terms with Qin Shou? Liu Ruyan felt a flutter of anxiety within her heart. Pan Jinlian, on the other hand, experienced waves of frustration. They were golden core cultivators, esteemed elders of the Hahuan sect. When had they fallen to the point of competing for a man's favor in such a manner? It was utterly absurd. The sole observer of this peculiar scene, Su Qing, took in everything with keen eyes. Squatting beside the campfire, she utilized a newly acquired pot to brew a fragrant porridge from spiritual rice. She lowered her head, her demeanor humble and submissive, akin to the most devoted servant. Yet, should anyone peer into her heart, they would discover nothing but cold, murderous intent and disdain. Two shameless enchantresses dared to covet their master's divine form. Were it not for the fact that their master still required them as vessels for cultivation, she would surely extract their souls and light them as soul lamps for 49 days. In her eyes, Qin Shou was the supreme deity, while Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan were merely two elevated sacrifices. A sacrifice must possess the awareness befitting its role. To audaciously aspire to stand equal with the divine was a transgression deserving of death. Her gaze towards the two golden core elders was rife with unabashed hostility and vigilance. Should they dare to exhibit any disrespect towards their master, she would not hesitate to leap forward, even at the cost of her own life, to take a piece of them. Time flowed steadily in this undercurrent of silence. The porridge in the pot began to bubble. Ultimately, it was Liu Ruyan who could no longer contain herself. Her nature inclined towards actively seeking the favor of the powerful. Having acknowledged Qin Shou as her master, she saw no shame in vying for his affection. She slowly rose, serving a steaming bowl of spiritual rice porridge, gracefully approaching Qin Shou. A captivating fragrance wafted through the air. Shou air. Her voice, soft enough to draw tears, carried a hint of perfect flirtation and charm. The day has grown late. You must be weary after a long day, shouldn't you? Take a rest? Her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazed at Qin Shou, their glistening allure unmistakably conveying her intentions. In an instant, as her words fell, a frigid gaze pierced through the air like a tangible blade. Pan Jinlian opened her eyes. Though she said nothing, the chilling aura she exuded clearly communicated her stance. You think to run away? Not a chance. Liu Ruyan sensed Pan Jinlian's vigilance, and far from feeling daunted, she boldly edged closer to Qin Shou, her voluptuous form nearly pressing against him. The air crackled with tension, ready to ignite. Su Qing, too, tensed her body like a protective hound, fixedly glaring at Liu Ruyan. At that moment, Qin Shou, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, finally opened them. He paid no heed to Liu Ruyan's nearly overflowing seductive gaze, nor did he acknowledge Pan Jinlian's icy warning. He simply accepted the bowl of porridge from Liu Ruyan's hands, tilted his head back, and swallowed it in one gulp. Then, he rose to his feet. The atmosphere within the cave instantly froze. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan held their breath, awaiting his decision. Who would he choose? Would he honor the agreement and select Liu Ruyan, the odd-numbered choice for the night? Or would he be intimidated by his own assertiveness and make another selection? Yet, Qin Shou's gaze briefly flitted across Liu Ruyan's enchanting visage before lingering for a moment on Pan Jinlian's voluptuous form, poised and ready. A playful, yet predatory smile suddenly curled at the corners of his lips. Rest? He abruptly extended his arms, as the two women gasped in surprise. Like a fierce tiger pouncing on two unsuspecting lambs, he deftly encircled their delicate waists, one in each hand. What are you doing? Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian exclaimed in unison, their bodies stiffening instantly. A forceful and domineering strength emanated from his grip, leaving no opportunity for them to struggle. With a powerful exertion, he dragged the two illustrious golden core cultivators as if they were mere sacks, forcibly pulling them toward the cave's exit. Rest? Time is precious. No one is sleeping tonight. As he towed them along, he declared in a tone that brooked no contradiction, the concept of shifts does not exist in my dictionary. It is time to teach you a lesson. A wicked smile adorned Qin Shou's face as he glanced back at the two stunning female masters, whose expressions were a mix of shock and embarrassment. Today, I shall personally instruct you in what true efficiency means. Chapter 32. Here, I am the law. Outside the cave, the night breeze was slightly cool. You, let go of me. The voice of Pan Jinlian trembled slightly with indignation. As a distinguished gold core cultivator and the elder of the Huan sect, she found herself in a predicament akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, firmly held by Qin Shou's arm around her slender waist, utterly unable to move. The brute force exhibited was so unreasonable that it rendered her proud cultivation level utterly powerless. On the other side, Liu Ruyan's situation was not much better. She did not struggle as fiercely as Pan Jinlian. Instead, She leaned languidly against Qin Shou's other arm, feigning resistance while softly complaining, "Shower, where are you taking us? Please, do not be so rough." Qin Shou, however, paid her no heed. He strode purposefully with the two extraordinarily beautiful gold core practitioners until he reached a spacious clearing outside the cave, where he abruptly released them. Pan Jinlian regained her freedom, staggering a few steps before steadying herself, her exquisite face flushed crimson, ready to unleash her anger. However, in the next moment, all her words became lodged in her throat. Qin Shou did not even glance at them. He merely stood in the center of the clearing, his expression indifferent as he raised his hand. With a flicker of thought, he commanded, "Open the portable Taishu illusion." A faint hum, almost imperceptible, resonated in the air before him, which began to distort and fold in an uncanny manner. Suddenly, an oval portal, radiant and towering, silently materialized before him. The edges of the portal appeared to be forged from countless shattered stars, exuding an ancient, primordial aura that stirred the soul. Within the portal, rather than darkness, lay a hazy, enchanting landscape resembling a celestial realm, complete with mountains and rivers, pavilions and towers, where the spiritual energy was so dense it seemed almost tangible. This was the portable cave of heaven, a treasure of legend, sought after even by the mightiest of beings capable of transformation, a true world of its own. This man, her nominal disciple, how many secrets does he conceal? The Hongmeng's sacred body, the remnants of Panga's blade, and now this portable cave of heaven. In that instant, Pan Jinlian felt her resolve shaken to its very core by this incomprehensible reality. She suddenly realized how laughable and naive her previous notions of control and manipulation were. At the mouth of the cave, Su Qing, who had witnessed everything, stood frozen in astonishment. Her eyes brimmed with fervent admiration. This was her deity. This was her master. Such earth-shattering methods transcended her comprehension. Instinctively, she took a step forward, yearning to follow that radiant portal, to pursue her one true God. Yet, at that moment, Qin Shou turned his head, casting a cold glance her way. That gaze bore no warmth. "You stay outside." His voice was icy and calm, yet contained an undeniable command. "No living being is permitted within a 10-mile radius. Can you manage that?" Su Qing's feet were instantly rooted to the ground, a wave of profound disappointment washing over her. She too wished to enter, to step into her master's world. Yet, the master's command was law. "Yes, master." Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qing knelt, respectfully bowing her head in obedience. That feeling of disappointment was swiftly transformed into a chilling resolve and vigilance as she scanned the surrounding darkness. She would become her master's most loyal hound. Anything that dared approach and disturb her master would be torn to shreds. Qin Shou nodded in satisfaction. He ceased to converse further, turning around to face the still-dazed Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan. He offered no invitation nor explanation. With a sudden stride forward, amidst their startled exclamations, he extended his hands, one on each side, and simply thrust them into the radiant portal. "Ah, Qin Shou you." Thud, thud. The two exclamations were abruptly silenced. The figures of Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan vanished in an instant within the luminous gateway. A wicked smile curled at the corners of Qin Shou's mouth as he stepped inside. A ripple surged through the portal, which swiftly contracted and disappeared. The forest returned to its eerie stillness, leaving Su Qing alone, akin to a most devoted, yet unyielding statue, kneeling in place, guarding her sacred ground. Within the portable Taishu illusion, a true paradise unfolded before them. Beneath their feet lay a white stone plaza, smooth as jade, while distant mountains were shrouded in mist, and nearby, streams of spiritual energy flowed gently. The air, saturated with spiritual essence 100 times more potent than that of the outside world, invigorated Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan with each breath, filling their limbs with unparalleled ease. They could sense an invisible, supreme will permeating this realm. In this space, that will was the absolute sovereign. Turning abruptly, Pan Jinlian gazed back at the source of this authority. Qin Shou stood there, hands clasped behind his back, observing them with an air of calm detachment. The mockery and amusement that had marked his expression in the outside world had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented, frigid, and absolute majesty. In this place, he was a god. "Two esteemed masters, welcome to my world." Qin Shou's voice resonated behind them, echoing with a rhythm that seemed to harmonize with the very essence of the universe, reverberating deep within their souls. "About that schedule you discussed outside?" A cold smile graced his lips. Too inefficient. Null and void. Boom. Liu Ruyan trembled, and Pan Jinlian felt a surge of blood rush to her head. Null and void. By what right? That agreement had been reached privately between the two gold core cultivators, relinquishing their status and dignity. Yet he dismissed it with such casual ease. Pan Jinlian was on the verge of retorting, intending to invoke the authority of the Elder of Discipline to uphold her last shred of dignity. However, Qin Shou offered her no such opportunity. He strode deliberately to stand before them, an invisible pressure, emblematic of the dominion of this realm, descending upon them like a towering mountain, overwhelming in its might. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan felt their breath catch, the flow of spiritual energy within them becoming obscured, as if they were on the brink of being utterly confined by the very fabric of this world. To their astonishment, they realized that their esteemed Jin Dan cultivation was rendered utterly futile in this place. With a stern expression that resembled that of an unyielding sovereign proclaiming divine edicts, Qin Shou cast a cold, emotionless gaze over them. From this day forth, the parameters of cultivation, its duration, location, and methodology shall be dictated solely by me. He positioned himself between the two, leaning slightly closer to observe the exquisite yet incredulous visage of one and the indignant countenance of the other, and with deliberate enunciation declared, "The only task before you is to comply. Do you have any objections?" He straightened, surveying the two stunning masters, now thoroughly subdued by his aura and the oppressive weight of this realm. Chapter 33. Is the agreement worthless? Then stuff it in your mouth. Within the realm of Suishan Taishu Huanjing, the cold command from Qin Shou struck like a hammer, imbued with the power of laws, upon Pan Jinlian's heart. In that moment, her prideful spirit, as a formidable Jindan cultivator and an elder of the disciplinary council, trembled violently. Humiliation. An overwhelming humiliation. Pan Jinlian's cheeks flushed crimson from the surge of blood, and she abruptly lifted her head. Her previously cold and sharp gaze now ablaze with fury. Qin Shou. Her voice, fueled by intense anger, became piercingly shrill. Do not overstep your bounds. We are Jindan Grand Cultivators. We are your Shi. Our relationship is one of collaboration, not servitude. She endeavored to preserve the last vestiges of her meager dignity. Before her words could fully escape her lips, her Jindan surged violently, the icy spiritual energy erupting forth in an attempt to break free from the invisible restraints of this realm. She aimed to make this arrogant youth, who was blissfully unaware of his limitations, comprehend that the wrath of a Jindan cultivator was not something a mere Lin Ti realm practitioner could withstand. However, in the next instant, Pan Jinlian's complexion turned ashen. She was horrified to discover that her formidable spiritual power, capable of freezing mountains and obliterating souls, became ensnared in an endless quagmire the moment it surged outward. Obscured, stagnant, progressing was an insurmountable challenge. Not only could she not resist, but she was also incapable of forming even the most basic protective barrier of spiritual light. How could this be? Qin Shou observed her display of bravado with a growing smirk. A collaborative relationship? How naive. He could hardly be bothered to utter another word, simply standing there, nonchalantly snapping his fingers. Snap. The crisp sound reverberated throughout this celestial realm. In an instant, the picturesque landscape of blooming springs and swirling mists, akin to a beautiful scroll, was swept away by an unseen hand, vanishing entirely. In its place arose an expanse of boundless, impenetrable darkness. Above, below, left, right, nothingness prevailed. The very notions of time and space seemed to blur in this realm. An indescribable, primordial terror emanated from all directions, pressing in like a tidal wave. Ugh! Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan simultaneously emitted muffled groans. They felt as though they were trapped within the depths of eternal ice. Every inch of flesh, every bone, every thought of the soul, being mercilessly crushed by this irresistible, overwhelming force. Suffocation. Even breathing became a luxury. Liu Ruyan's lovely visage had drained of color from fear. She struggled desperately, yet could not even move a finger, left to feel the encroaching specter of death in the endless darkness and pressure. Pan Jinlian's spirit was in turmoil. This is the power of a domain. It is the initial grasp of one's own path, a power that only those of the transformation god or void return realms can begin to wield. How could a mere Lin Ti practitioner possess such might? Just as their souls teetered on the brink of being crushed by this pressure, a cold, emotionless voice, akin to a divine decree, echoed through the dark void. Here, I am the heavens. I am the Tao. Qin Shou's voice seemed to become the sole law of this realm, each word imbued with supreme authority, deeply imprinting upon their souls. I command light to exist. No sooner had the words left his lips than a gentle yet irresistible beam of light appeared, perfectly enveloping Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan, who trembled in fear, extracting them from the abyss of utter darkness. I declare, Qin Shou's voice paused, carrying a hint of judgmental coldness. You shall kneel. You cannot stand. Boom. An incomprehensible and irresistible terrifying force instantaneously bore down upon the knees of the two women. It was neither spiritual pressure nor an imposing aura. It was the law, the undeniable rule of this world. No. Pan Jinlian let out a desperate and unwilling wail. She strained to straighten her spine, summoning every ounce of strength to resist this force. Her pride as a disciplinary elder and her dignity as a Jindan cultivator forbade her from kneeling before anyone. Yet, it was futile. Her struggles appeared painfully pale and laughable in the face of true worldly might. Thud, thud. The sound echoed sharply in the eerie silence of the void. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan, their statuesque figures, succumbed uncontrollably as their knees buckled, crashing into the void as though an invisible ground had formed beneath them. In that moment, all of Pan Jinlian's pride, dignity, and unwillingness were utterly crushed to dust by this act of submission. She lowered her head, her dark hair cascading down to conceal her face, etched with humiliation and despair. 2 silent tears streamed down her cheeks. Ding! Detected a significant fracture in Pan Jinlian's Tao heart. Core emotions, extreme shame, utter despair, and a hint of emptiness and confusion following submission. System evaluation. Congratulations, host. The results of high-pressure teaching are remarkable. The proud queen has begun to grasp classroom discipline. It is recommended that the host administer a slap followed by a sweet reward for the next phase of instruction. Beside her, Liu Ruyan reacted far more swiftly than Pan Jinlian. The moment she knelt, she comprehended the truth. In this world, Qin Shou is the creator deity, and they were lesser than ants beneath the feet of a god. Any resistance would only lead to self-humiliation. Show her. Liu Ruyan was the first to react. Disregarding all dignity, immediately bowing towards the source of the voice, adopting an utterly humble and suppliant posture, trembling as she pleaded for mercy. We were wrong. We will heed your words. We will obey you in all matters. Please, spare us. As she spoke, she gently nudged the still trembling Pan Jinlian with her elbow, frantically signaling her with her eyes to accept the reality. Continuing to resist would truly lead to their demise. Pan Jinlian's body stiffened. Her lips clenched so tightly they turned pale, and she remained utterly silent. Qin Shou appeared thoroughly pleased by Liu Ruyan's prompt compliance. With a mere flicker of thought, the suffocating void, its oppressive darkness and crushing pressure, dissolved into nothingness. Spring bloomed anew, fragrant blossoms unfurled, and the ethereal realm shimmered once more with vibrant, celestial qi, serene, luminous, and resplendent. It was as though the preceding horror had been nothing more than a fleeting nightmare. Yet the icy chill against their kneecaps, and the indelible, soul-deep brand of absolute dominion seared into their very spirit, served as cruel, inescapable testimony. It had all been real. Very well. Qin Shou's voice regained its customary calm, measured and unflustered. He strode forward with unhurried grace, coming to stand before the 2 women still kneeling, dazed and unmoored, and gazed down upon them, lordly, sovereign, unassailable. It seems you have grasped the rudiments of discipline. He paused, then declared, to optimize cultivation efficiency and conserve temporal resources, the local flow of time shall henceforth be accelerated tenfold relative to the external world. 1 month cultivated here shall equate to merely 3 days beyond these walls. Time acceleration, tenfold. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan jerked their heads upward in unison, eyes wide with incredulous awe. Such a feat, defying the immutable laws of fate itself, was beyond even the sect master's reach. No, even the legendary celestial ascension cultivators, those ancient, transcendent beings who stood at the threshold of immortality, might well falter before such mastery. Qin Shou's lips curled faintly, not in warmth, but in quiet, knowing amusement, as he observed their astonishment. He granted them neither respite nor reflection. Preliminary orientation is concluded. He knelt, his movements deliberate and unhurried, and with both hands. Gently yet inexorably, lifted their chins, each exquisite, flawless face tilted upward, forced into unwavering eye contact. His gaze, deep and fathomless, bore the unyielding authority of absolute sovereignty, the gaze of one who commanded not through decree, but through irrefutable, overwhelming reality. Now, class begins. Rotating shifts are inefficient. Tonight, I shall provide you with a private, intensive, and unrelenting tutorial. His voice, low and resonant, carried a sinister, hypnotic allure, each syllable of velvet-wrapped blades slipping into their consciousness. He intended no gentle persuasion, no gradual persuasion, only raw, unmediated domination, an unassailable demonstration of power, an irrevocable reordering of reality, designed to shatter their pride, dismantle their illusions, and reduce their fragile, self-fashioned covenant to nothing more than crumpled parchment, easily torn, effortlessly crushed, and contemptuously thrust back into their own mouths. He watched, satisfied, as their expressions shifted, shock melting into wounded indignation, then slowly yielding to a dawning, hollow dread, and finally, to quiet, disoriented uncertainty. Only then did he release his hold. Well then, before the final syllable had faded, his arms swept outward, and an irresistible gravitational force surged forth, drawing both kneeling mistresses, helpless and breathless, into the embrace of his sovereign presence. Instantly, the peerless Hongmeng Xuanping Union cultivation art, its mastery absolute, its resonance primordial, ignited in full, blazing perfection. Thus commenced an unprecedented, solitary-led cultivation session, designed not only to obliterate their former sense of self, to recast their understanding of power and submission, but also, incidentally, to propel them both, in one seamless, overwhelming surge, across the threshold into foundation establishment. Chapter 34. How delightful it is to be bullied. Within this Sui Shen Tai Su Huanjing, time flows tenfold. Qin Shou cradles two soft and fragrant bodies in his arms. One as rigid as iron, the other as limp as mud. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan, two formidable golden core cultivators who command respect in the outside world, find their will to resist almost completely obliterated. Dignity? In the face of absolute power and the unreasonable laws of the world, dignity holds no worth. Qin Shou does not afford them any further time for fanciful thoughts. With a slight exertion of his arms, he positions the two women into an unusual arrangement, with himself sitting cross-legged at the center, while Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan are compelled to sit on either side of him in a most shameful posture. Their skin inevitably presses against one another. Pan Jinlian begins to utter something in an attempt to salvage her dignity. However, Qin Shou pays her no heed, closing his eyes as he plunges his consciousness into his dantian. The max-level Hongmeng Suin Pin intercourse technique erupts with tremendous force. A powerful yet formless suction emanates from Qin Shou's body, suddenly surging forth. If earlier, his one-on-one guidance resembled an actively spinning vortex, now he resembles a black hole, a primordial void, parched for eons and yearning to consume everything. Liu Ruyan's delicate form trembles violently, escaping a stifled moan from her lips. She senses the spiritual energy of the Xianpin Shaohan Dafa within her surging uncontrollably toward Qin Shou, as if it has found its long-awaited release. It is a submission, thoroughly suppressed by bloodlines and the essence of the technique. Instead of fear, a profound sense of joy and fulfillment wells up from the depths of her soul. In stark contrast, Pan Jinlian experiences a completely different sensation. It is a plundering, naked and unadorned. The spiritual energy of her Su Nu Xian Jing erupts violently at the very moment Qin Shou's technique begins to operate. It no longer obeys her commands, rushing toward the source of that tyrannical suction as if it were a loyal subject before a king, even exhibiting a hint of flattery in its frenzy. Her once proud ice spirit energy erects layers of defense within her body, attempting to resist this invasion. Yet it is futile. The suction does not engage in discourse. It pierces through all defenses, precisely seizing the very essence of her primordial yin energy. No. Stop. Pan Jinlian's consciousness emits a final, mournful cry. But then, an unexpected turn of events occurs. As the pure and cold power of Su Nu Xian Jing and the alluring and fiery energy of Xianpin Shaohan Dafa converge through Qin Shou, an extraordinary chemical reaction unfolds. Beep. Warning. Warning. Unknown technique resonance detected. The Su Nu Xianjing and Xianpin Shaoandafa are forming a temporary cycle of yin and yang complementarity under the harmonization of the Hongming Yin-Yang holy body. System analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Congratulations, host. You have inadvertently triggered the dual-core drive mode. Cultivation efficiency temporarily increased by 300. Hongming Ziki conversion rate increased by 150. System commentary. Goodness. Host, you truly are an unremarkable genius in efficiency. 1 + 1 actually exceeds 2. Qin Shou feels a stirring within him. He distinctly senses that the energy surging from both of his masters is no longer two independent streams, but has coalesced into a single torrent, a river half cold, half fiery, yet perfectly intertwined and ceaselessly flowing. This current washes through his meridians, with every cell greedily absorbing this supremely pure energy. His body feels as though it is immersed in the finest spiritual liquid hot spring, warm, comfortable, and utterly delightful. Furthermore, the Hongming Ziki that he refines and returns after the operation of the max-level Hongming Xianpin intercourse technique has transformed remarkably. It is no longer merely a golden aura, but now shimmers with an ethereal glow, a blend of translucent ice crystals and seductive mist. This more refined and complex Hongming Ziki begins to irrigate Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan's bodies in reverse, akin to the first divine dew of creation. Liu Ruyan releases a sigh of bliss that resonates to her very core. She feels as if her body, akin to a long-parched celestial herb, has suddenly been infused with divine nectar. Her meridians expand, her foundation solidifies. Even the obscure barriers she faced in her long-practiced Xianpin Shaoandafa become clear under this sacred aura. She senses the long-held bottleneck of her mid-golden core stage beginning to loosen. Heavens! This is not mere supplementation. This is an extraordinary opportunity. Unlike Liu Ruyan's elation, Pan Jinlian's heart is overwhelmed with profound shock. As the energy, a fusion of ice and fire infused with divine essence, surges into her, her heart, which had been racing with humiliation and anger, is now soothed by an indescribable warmth and tranquility. She feels as if she has returned to her infancy, immersed in the warm embrace of the maternal river. Every inch of her body longs to sigh in comfort. Most astonishingly, her once impenetrable bottleneck at the late golden core stage, which had troubled her for 50 years, shows signs of cracking, as if the ice and snow were melting under the spring sun. How can this be possible? She has expended countless rare resources and endured numerous secluded retreats, even sacrificing her dignity to seek the aid of Qin Shou, this human-shaped elixir. Yet now, how little time has passed? Not even a quarter of an hour. The effect is remarkably more significant than a decade of arduous cultivation. In this moment, Pan Jinlian finally comprehends, truly comprehends, what dignity, what pride, what the authority of the elders and their precepts. All are insignificant in the face of the path to the great Tao and the allure of immortality. She understands why Liu Ruyan, this seductive vixen, so quickly wagged her tail in submission. It turns out that being bullied by this man is indeed an extraordinarily delightful affair. Is it humiliating? Indeed, it is rather degrading. Yet it serves as a catalyst for growth. In that moment of enlightenment, Pan Jinlian's mindset underwent a profound transformation. She ceased her resistance and rejection, instead embracing the opportunity to diligently activate her Su Nu Xianjing, striving to better channel the divine aura that flowed back to her. The instant she willingly engaged, the synergy among Qin Shou, her, and Liu Ruyan became remarkably fluid and harmonious. Suddenly, the atmosphere was infused with a radiant brilliance, a dazzling halo woven from the convergence of three distinct luminescences. Liu Ruyan immediately sensed the shift. She realized that with Pan Jinlian's active participation, the efficiency of their cultivation cycle had ascended to a new level. The divine blessings she received were now more abundant. Could it be that this icy queen had finally grasped the essence of it? A flicker of wariness crossed Liu Ruyan's mind. No, she could not allow herself to be outshone. With a seductive glance, Liu Ruyan promptly elevated her Xianpin Shaohunda Fa to its utmost potential. No longer was she passively absorbing Qin Shou's energy. Instead, she transformed into a gentle stream, proactively and submissively offering all her spiritual power in a manner that perfectly synchronized with Qin Shou's cultivation rhythm. She aimed to make him feel that she was the one who understood him best and could cooperate with him most effectively. What manner of person was Pan Jinlian? Instantly, she perceived Liu Ruyan's subtle maneuver. A cold scoff echoed in her heart. This cunning vixen still sought to compete with me? Did she believe that she alone could take initiative? Taking a deep breath, Pangelian cast aside her final vestiges of restraint. She unleashed the profound essence of the Su Nu Xian Jing to an unprecedented extent. If Liu Ruyan's energy resembled a gentle stream of giving, then hers transformed into a pristine jade, eagerly responding to Qin Shou's sculpting and revealing her most flawless self without reservation. She sought to demonstrate that as an elder of discipline, she was far more adept in the realm of assistance than Liu Ruyan, who merely flaunted her charms. Thus, an extraordinarily peculiar competition quietly unfolded within this ethereal realm. Their rivalry shifted from who could monopolize Qin Shou to who could best complement him. In this triadic cultivation endeavor, the objective was to emerge as the most significant contributor, the one harmonizing most seamlessly. The greater the contribution, the more benefits one could reap from Qin Shou. This was an entirely new, elevated, and far more ruthless battlefield. As the sole core and ultimate adjudicator of this contest, Qin Shou felt himself on the verge of soaring with delight. He detected, ding, Pangelian and Liu Ruyan have entered a healthy competition mode. Dual core drive efficiency has been further enhanced. Current total efficiency is at 500 of the initial value. The host's internal spiritual energy has reached the critical point of the peak of body refinement. The Hongming Yin-Yang sacred body is voraciously absorbing energy. The foundation-laying realm is imminent. System evaluation. Get competitive. Everyone, get competitive. This is the true path of cultivation for a real man. Host, splendid job. Feeling the terrifying power within him, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, Qin Shou's lips curled into a profoundly satisfied smile. Slowly, he opened his eyes and gazed at the two stunning figures beside him, one with flirtatious glances and the other blushing, both striving to showcase their exquisite qualities as his masters. He uttered no words, but tightened his embrace around them. Since you are all working so diligently, let us hasten our pace. Chapter 35. Master, this is merely a pre-class preview. Within the realm of Sui Shun Tai Su Huanjing, Qin Shou's command to hasten echoed like the call to arms. Pangelian and Liu Ruyan, two enchanting elders of the sect who initially harbored their own ulterior motives, cast aside all distractions under the compelling allure of absolute benefit and irresistible pressure. Roll. Give it a vigorous roll. Liu Ruyan channeled the essence of Xianpin Shaohun de Fa to its zenith, transforming herself into a gentle and enchanting spring, wholly devoted to the vortex of Qin Shou. Her gaze became dreamy, her very soul trembling with joy at the thought of synchronizing with Qin Shou's rhythm. She aspired to be the one who understood him best. Meanwhile, Pangelian exhibited an astonishing competitiveness and execution akin to that of a strict elder. She relinquished her final reservations, showcasing the profound meaning of Su Nu Xian Jing to its fullest extent. If Liu Ruyan represented water, then she was an unblemished warm jade. Beneath a cold exterior lay pure essence and compliance. She aimed to prove through action that she was 100 times more proficient than that flirtatious vixen in assisting this specialized path. With the unrestrained collaboration of two golden core cultivators, characterized by fierce competition, the efficiency of Hongmeng Xianpin Jiaogua de Fa reached an unprecedented pinnacle. Time lost its significance in this celestial realm. 1 day, 5 days, 10 days. While merely 3 days passed in the outside world, an entire month had elapsed within Sui Shun Tai Su Huanjing. This month could only be described as an obsession with cultivation. No, it should be said that the three of them required neither sleep nor sustenance. In the midst of his training, Qin Shou was astonished to discover that the Shun Long by Bianji Chu granted by the system was not merely a low-level divine ability for altering appearance. Ding. System Deep Analysis. The core essence of Shun Long by Bianji Chu is eternal vitality. The Shun Long, the embodiment of the utmost yang and strength of heaven and earth, encapsulates endless life force within its vessel. The host's current energy recovery rate has increased by 500. Stamina and endurance have surpassed that of peers at the same level. System commentary. Remarkable. Others recharge for 5 minutes and talk for 2 hours. Host, you possess a self-contained nuclear reactor with infinite endurance. Your mother no longer needs to worry about your body being depleted. Qin Shou, feeling an inexhaustible surge of terrifying energy within, could only think of one word: exhilarating. This intense group guidance was not a drain on him. Rather, it became an exquisite enjoyment and refinement. His two masters also reaped unimaginable rewards. Buzz. One day, Liu Ruyan's delicate form trembled suddenly, and a far more stable and refined aura emanated from within her. Her previously unstable early-stage golden core realm, nurtured and polished by vast amounts of pure primordial purple energy, not only solidified but ascended directly to the pinnacle of mid-stage golden core. The foundation she established surpassed her own century of arduous cultivation. Liu Ruyan slowly opened her beautiful eyes, feeling the unprecedented surging spiritual power within her, utterly entranced. She gazed down at her hands, as pale as jade, beneath which a faint glow seemed to flow. Her demeanor underwent a profound transformation. The innate charm she possessed now bore a hint of ethereal Taoist rhythm. Her every smile and frown no longer simply captivated souls, but instead exuded a compelling Taoist allure that enticed willingly submission. What a miraculous transformation this was! She lifted her gaze towards the young man, seated in meditation, resembling a deity. In her eyes, there was no longer a trace of scheming or pretense. Instead, an almost fervent admiration and profound reliance took its place. This man was her sky, her Tao, her greatest fortune in this life. However, Liu Ruyan's metamorphosis was merely the overture. The truly earth-shattering transformation occurred within Pan Jinlian. Crack! A sound resonated as if from the depths of her soul, exploding within her being. It was the pinnacle barrier of the Golden Core's second level that had plagued her for 50 years, consuming countless resources and efforts, which she could not even budge. In that moment, it shattered. Boom! An icy spiritual energy, many times more powerful than Liu Ruyan's, erupted like a volcano that had been suppressed for half a century. This overwhelming force could instantaneously freeze mountains. Yet, just as it was about to spiral out of control, the Hongmeng Yin-Yang Xingti within Qinshou trembled violently, and a golden aura of utmost yang descended like a sovereign, instantly suppressing, organizing, and soothing this tumultuous energy. Simultaneously, the fervent primal yin energy from Liu Ruyan surged like a warm current, perfectly harmonizing with Pan Jinlian's icy spiritual power within the intermediary of Qinshou, achieving the ultimate yin-yang balance. Ding! Detection of Pan Jinlian's Tao heart barrier shattering. Energy level transition in progress. Congratulations, host. The dual-core drive mode has yielded remarkable results. Target Pan Jinlian has successfully broken through to the Golden Core third level. Pan Jinlian's eyes snapped open. Those once sharp as swords now radiated shock and disbelief. Golden Core third level. The realm she had longed for, even to the extent of sacrificing her dignity and betting everything. Just like that, she broke through. She could feel her strength multiplied several times. And this was merely the beginning of her breakthrough. Her realm was not yet fully stabilized. What left her in a daze was the realization that amidst her previously icy demeanor, there now lay a hint of delicate allure. It was not Liu Ruyan's flirtation, but a unique charm born from the perfect fusion of ice and fire. The iceberg remained an iceberg, yet it harbored the molten lava of a live volcano within. In that moment, Pan Jinlian's gaze towards Qinshou transformed completely. What humiliation, what disgrace, what dignity of a strict elder. All became a joke in the face of the tangible realm of Golden Core third level and the tantalizing allure of the longevity path within reach. She finally understood how ludicrous and childish her previous struggles and pride were. To be guided by him was the greatest happiness in this world. As the core of it all, the singular sovereign of this grand feast, Qinshou's gains exceeded the combined total of his two masters. In the vast expanse of the sea known as Hongmeng Yin-Yang Xingti, the pure and refined essence of Yuan Yin, contributed by two venerable Jindan masters, surged forth like two relentless rivers, merging into this boundless ocean. Over the course of a month, his corporeal form underwent countless refinements, transcending 1,000 trials. His bones became more resilient than mysterious iron, his meridians widened beyond the breadth of rivers, and his blood seemed to flow with a faint golden radiance. His cultivation progressed at an astonishing pace, reaching the first level of body refinement, then the second, and finally the third. As the last vestige of energy was completely absorbed and transformed, the reservoir of spiritual power within Qinshou reached an unprecedented pinnacle, the peak of the third level of body refinement. He stood but a thin veil away from the true foundation establishment. With the notification that his spiritual power had reached the limit of body refinement, a subtle enhancement to the quality of the Hongmong Inyang Xingti, was bestowed upon him, granting his physical strength a resilience akin to that of low-grade magical artifacts. The gate to Foundation establishment swung open, allowing him the opportunity to attempt the breakthrough at any moment. As the month drew to a close, the ceaseless cycle of energy gradually subsided. Qin Shou slowly opened his eyes, revealing a left eye that shimmered like a golden sun and a right eye that bore the depth of a dark abyss. Emanating an aura of authority reminiscent of primordial beings, fleeting yet palpable. He rose, gazing down upon the two elders seated before him, their demeanor transformed, radiating vitality as if reborn. They looked upon him with a mixture of reverence, dependence, and an unspoken yearning for his eternal possession, a desire they themselves scarcely recognized. The absurd agreement of alternating shifts had long been shattered in the face of absolute power and irresistible fortune, reduced to mere dust. From this moment forth, there would be but one rule, Qin Shou's rule. Observing their fully conquered expressions, a playful smile graced his lips. He spoke softly, yet his words resonated with the weight of divine decree. It seemed the pre-class preparations had yielded fruitful results. Extending his hands, he lifted the two dainty figures from the ground, cradling them in his embrace. Thus, the time had come for the formal commencement of lessons. Chapter 36. They understood, yet not completely. The luminous portal of Sui Shentai Su Huanjing quietly vanished behind Qin Shou, leaving no trace. Within the cave, the familiar shadows and dampness persisted. Qin Shou stretched languidly, the sound of his joints cracking resembling the popping of frying beans. Refreshing, exceedingly refreshing. The month of intense training, equivalent to 3 days in the outside world, had not left him fatigued in the slightest. Rather, he felt invigorated, as if he could fell a cow with a single punch. The synergy of Shun Long by Bianji Chu, combined with Man Jihong Ming, Xian Pin Jiaowade Fa, was nothing short of a perpetual motion machine. In stark contrast to him were Pan Jin Lian and Liu Ruyan, whose states were entirely different. They had undergone a profound transformation. Liu Ruyan, already endowed with an innate allure, now radiated a subtle aura of Taoist brilliance, each movement embodying the essence of charm, as if she were the very incarnation of the path of seduction. She appeared as soft as a spring stream, almost clinging to Qin Shou. Meanwhile, Pan Jinlian's transformation was even more pronounced. The icy demeanor remained, yet it no longer exuded an impenetrable chill. Instead, it was akin to a volcano brimming with latent energy. The majestic presence of her golden core's third level was perfectly contained, yet the confidence and strength that accompanied her breakthrough emanated an overwhelming aura. A hint of an unfinished blush graced her proud cheeks, as if sculpted from flawless warm jade, infused with the world's most vivid hues. Their gazes towards Qin Shou were profoundly complex, filled with reverence, reliance, fervor, and even a hint of possessiveness that they themselves were reluctant to acknowledge. At that moment, a fervent and trembling voice echoed from the cave's entrance. "Master, Su Qing." For 3 days and nights, she had stood vigil at the cave entrance like the most loyal statue, neither sleeping nor eating. The instant Qin Shou and the others emerged, she sensed their presence. She rushed forward, nearly stumbling, and her knees buckled as she was about to kneel before Qin Shou. "Rise." Qin Shou uttered those 2 words with indifference. Su Qing's body stiffened, and she obediently straightened, yet her head remained bowed, unable to meet Qin Shou's gaze. Her posture was more humble than that of the most subservient of servants. "Master Yu." She attempted to express her longing and loyalty, but her words caught in her throat. For out of the corner of her eye, she finally caught sight of the 2 ladies behind Qin Shou. Boom. Su Qing's mind felt as if struck by divine lightning. Blanking out in disbelief. What had she seen? Liu Ruyan, Pan Jinlian, the aura of these 2 women. How could this be? Liu Ruyan's presence was not merely refined, but had grown exponentially since 3 days prior. Her golden core's first level was as solid as a rock, and she even seemed on the verge of breaking into the second stage. And Pan Jinlian. Su Qing's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. Golden core third level. The barely perceptible, yet undeniably real pressure emanating from her was unequivocally of the golden core third level. How could this be possible? In just 3 days, one had stabilized her first level, while the other had surged from the pinnacle of the second to the third level? This was more absurd than any tale of miraculous encounters. What had they done with the master inside? Even more shattering for Su Qing was the look in their eyes when they regarded him. No longer calculating, no longer transactional, no longer guarded. It was a gaze that regarded him as their sky, their path, their everything. It was the expression of complete surrender, of being utterly conquered, intermingled with adoration and attachment. As a woman, Su Qing understood this gaze all too well. Jealousy. Boundless jealousy gnawed at her heart like a venomous serpent. Why? Why did these two women deserve such divine favor from the master, while she was left to guard the cave like a mere dog? As Su Qing's emotions roiled within her, Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan's gazes fell upon her as well. Almost simultaneously, Liu Ruyan looked at Su Qing, a hint of a seductive smile gracing her lips. That smile no longer carried the hostility and wariness of before, but rather a sense of condescending pity. It was as if a fully sated queen regarded a pitiful maid waiting at the kitchen door, unable to even taste the leftover scraps. See, this is the disparity. We are companions who resonate with the Tao, while you are merely a servant marked by slavery, unworthy even of joining the table. Pan Jinlian's gaze was more direct and frigid. She cast a disdainful glance at Su Qing, as if she were merely a stone by the roadside. An ant, a somewhat useful ant that could be crushed at any moment. This reflected Pan Jinlian's truest thoughts at that moment. What unstable factors? What potential rival? Ridiculous. Did she even qualify? She lacked the standing to compete with herself and Liu Ruyan. Their contest was to see who could better assist Qin Shou, who could derive more Taoist resonance on this supreme path. Meanwhile, Su Qing had been left far behind, utterly excluded from this core circle. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan exchanged glances. In that electric moment, they reached a strange accord. Their eyes still burned with the flames of competition, yet beneath that fire lay a solid foundation of alliance. We are allies sharing the same supreme path. Our enemies are the foolish ones within the sect who remain oblivious. Our competition is to showcase our superior value before this master of the Tao. As for Su Qing, just an outsider. No, an outside dog. Ding. Detected a subtle shift in the relationship between Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan. The rivalry has evolved into a strategic alliance, sharing the supreme path. System evaluation. Remarkable. Congratulations to the host for successfully initiating version 1.0 of the harem competition. They have understood, yet not completely. They believe they are vying for a position, yet they are merely two catfish in the host's pond. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Qin Shou observed everything with keen satisfaction, nodding approvingly. Excellent. This is precisely the effect I desired. A stable pyramid structure necessitates a clear hierarchy. The two of them are my trusted aides, the core of our circle. Meanwhile, Su Qing serves as the executor of commands, a tool capable of instilling a sense of urgency within the core circle. Perfect. Su Qing, Qin Shou's voice pierced the eerie and oppressive atmosphere of the cave. Yes, master, please give your orders. Su Qing, suddenly alert, buried her emotions deeply, responding with fervor. Qin Shou pointed to the corner of the cave, where the elder Mei Xian lay bound and unconscious like a rice dumpling. Ensure this is dealt with cleanly, leave no traces. Then, follow us. Yes, master. Without hesitation, Su Qing accepted the command, a glimmer of cruel delight flashing in her eyes. She excelled at disposing of rubbish. Qin Shou ignored her, instead enveloping Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan, one on each side, back into his embrace. The two exuded an astonishing allure, their soft forms obediently pressing against him without any resistance. As Qin Shou savored their warmth and the formidable stability of their cultivation, a playful smile graced his lips. Leaning towards Pan Jinlian's ear, he whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Master, how does it feel to be at the third level of Jindan?" Pan Jinlian shivered. Her icy demeanor melted away, her ears reddening at an observable pace. Gritting her teeth, she managed to utter a few words through clenched jaws. "Thanks to you. It feels wonderful." Her tone was a complex mix of embarrassment and exhilaration. Qin Shou chuckled softly before turning to Liu Ruyan, planting a kiss on her cheek. "My dear master, now that your foundation is solid, do you find yourself looking down upon others, eager to return and deal with a few who lack discernment?" Liu Ruyan immediately transformed into a mesmerizing serpent, coiling around Qin Shou's arm, her voice dripping with sweetness. "My beloved Shou, you truly are like a worm in my belly. With the downfall of that old hag Mei Xian, her followers remain, and that old lecher Elder Wang. If I don't flay their skins upon our return, it would be a disservice to the grand fortune you've bestowed upon me." Her eyes sparkled with a mix of excitement and cruelty. Power. This is the confidence that strength brings. Excellent. Qin Shou approvingly patted the two Master's rounded backs, relishing their remarkable elasticity. Since you both can hardly contain yourselves, he released his hold and strode toward the cave entrance. Let us return. Let those in Hehuan Zone, who once looked down upon you and conspired against you, be thoroughly astonished. Let them understand what it means to witness the tides change every 30 years. Though Qin Shou's voice was not loud, it carried an undeniable aura of dominance and delight. Flames ignited in the eyes of Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan simultaneously. Indeed, let us return. They could hardly wait to see the expressions of their former colleagues and enemies when confronted with their current prowess and state, akin to seeing a ghost. And all of this was thanks to the man before them. In an instant, the humiliation they had felt under the guidance of others evaporated, replaced by boundless relief and ecstasy. The group officially embarked on their journey back to the sect. Qin Shou, bearing the rusted remnants of the panga knife, led the way with leisurely strides, as if on a pleasant outing. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan flanked him, resembling the most devoted protectors, following closely behind. One radiated coldness like the moon, while the other burned with the intensity of fire, forming a breathtaking sight that dared not be gazed upon directly. A few paces behind them, Su Qing completed her tasks and, like a specter, followed suit, her figure flickering in the shadows of the forest, resembling a venomous serpent lurking, guarding her sole deity. This peculiar assembly, comprised of a divine being, protective guardians, and a loyal dog, was poised to erupt like a detonated super bomb, stirring tumultuous waves in the stagnant waters of Hehuan Zone. Qin Shou glanced back at the direction of the western demon land, a radiant smile spreading across his face. Masters, it's time to collect our dues. Chapter 37. Returning to the sect and the barking dogs at the gate, as I traversed the final veil of subtle miasma that enveloped the 100 Illusions forest, a breathtaking vista unfolded before me. A colossal valley, vast beyond imagination, stretched across the heavens and the earth. The sheer cliffs flanking the valley soared into the clouds, perpetually shrouded in mist, while ethereal cranes frolicked in the sea of clouds, emitting melodious calls. Within the valley lay an endless expanse of flowers, a riot of colors, with various rare spiritual plants blooming freely, their intoxicating fragrance mingling with pure spiritual energy, creating an enchanting aura that could elevate one's spirit with but a single breath. At the valley's entrance stood a magnificent white jade archway, towering to a height of 100 feet. Adorned upon it were 3 gilded characters, elegantly inscribed, by Wagyu. The Hehuan sect had arrived. This place appeared even more imbued with celestial charm and resplendence than any renowned sect's blessed ground. However, Qin Shou knew that beneath this exquisite beauty lay a formidable mountain-protecting formation, the Wanhua Zongxianjun, capable of obliterating even a Yuanying elder within 3 breaths. Here, one might encounter a breathtaking beauty who smiles while offering poison wine. Beautiful it may be, but it could very well cost one's life. At last, I have returned. Liu Ruyan gazed upon this familiar sight, exhaling deeply, her entire being relaxing as if returning to her rightful domain. Yet, this sense of ease was swiftly shattered. Beneath the grand white jade archway, several outer sect disciples clad in the Hehuan sect's signature pink attire lounged against the jade pillars, engaging in light-hearted banter. Their demeanor was frivolous, the most powerful among them merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Yet their gazes bore the unmistakable scrutiny and desire characteristic of disciples from the demon sect, akin to flies sizing up every morsel of flesh that passed by. As Qin Shou and his companions emerged slowly from the shadows of the forest, the eyes of the mountain guardians instantly brightened. Their gazes, like iron filings drawn to a magnet, fixated on Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan. A distinct gulp echoed through the tranquil valley entrance. 1. Proud and aloof, possessed an icy elegance reminiscent of a snow lotus, yet her voluptuous figure was breathtakingly alluring, exuding a blend of chastity and dominance that compelled men to kneel before her, yearning for her to grace their heads with her feet. The other, a born temptress, radiated an irresistible charm. Every smile and frown seemed to ensnare souls, her voluptuous form threatening to burst from her modest attire. And a mere glance from her enchanting peach blossom eyes could render one weak-kneed. They were exquisite, the epitome of beauty. The leading disciple of Foundation establishment felt his heart racing wildly. He adjusted his collar, striking what he believed to be a nonchalant pose, stepping forward to block the trio's path. Halt! His voice, deliberately lowered to a magnetic timbre, belied the unabashed gaze that roamed over Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan's alluring curves, greedy as if he sought to see through their garments. Who goes there? Do you possess a sect token? His gaze lingered on the two beautiful women for a full 10 breaths before, as if reluctantly, he allowed his attention to drift to the young man behind them, who bore a broken blade on his back. Upon observing Qin Shou's handsome visage, a flicker of envy crossed his eyes. However, as he scanned Qin Shou's aura with his spiritual sense and discerned the almost negligible fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from him, that envy was swiftly replaced by blatant disdain and contempt. Another fool, likely lured back by some sister or elder from the outside world, he mused. TSK, he may look presentable, but he's merely a worthless pretty face. With such pitiful spiritual energy, he barely qualifies as a cultivator. He is likely just a mundane martial artist. Such a character would perish within 3 days if drained of his essence. What a waste of such a fine appearance, a pity for the sisters. Qin Shou had encountered such scornful gazes before and could hardly be bothered. Yet, someone was not so indifferent. Liu Ruyan's once smiling visage turned icy in an instant. The flirtatious glimmer in her peach blossom eyes vanished, replaced by a chilling glare. What nonsense! These gatekeepers, unfit even to enter the inner sect, dared to regard her man with such disdain? Her precious Shou, her world, her path, a man more valuable than her own life. How dare such scum belittle him? A surge of pressure, characteristic of a Jindan cultivator, began to rise within her. Yet at that moment, a gentle hand rested upon her shoulder. It was Pan Jinlian. Liu Ruyan paused, turning to see Pan Jinlian casting her a glance devoid of emotion, conveying a clear message: I can handle this. In the next moment, Pan Jinlian's piercing, frosty gaze lifted slightly. She did not even deign to look at the obstructing Foundation establishment disciple, instead fixating on a distant spiritual flower. It was as if these living beings before her lacked the qualification to warrant her attention. However, that seemingly casual glance unleashed an overwhelming presence, tenfold more terrifying than the aura Liu Ruyan had been cultivating, crashing down like an invisible ancient mountain. Third layer of Jindan. Moreover, it was a solid foundation, with spiritual energy refined to its utmost. This pressure transcended mere intimidation. It carried an icy semblance of law, imbued with the solemnity of the elder's judgment upon all things. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding air seemed to freeze instantaneously, transforming into a tangible entity. The rich and intoxicating floral scent dissipated in an instant. The warm and gentle spring breeze came to an abrupt halt. In this moment, the world was enveloped in a deathly silence, pierced only by the terrifying chill that could shatter one's very soul. The leading Foundation establishment disciple's previously carefree smile froze in an instant. He felt as though an invisible giant hand had seized his throat. No, rather it had clutched his very soul. The spiritual power within him instantaneously solidified, rendering even a single finger immobile. The greed and disdain in his eyes, akin to embers extinguished by icy water, were replaced by an overwhelming sense of horror and dread. The disciples of the Lian Tijing standing behind him were equally affected. Thud, thud. Their legs weakened, and without a sound, they collapsed to the ground, a dark stain rapidly spreading at their groins, as a foul odor permeated the air. They had been so thoroughly frightened by a mere glance that they lost control of their bladders. Ding. The system's gentle reminder. Your aloof master Aunt Pan Jinlian is currently showcasing her queenly aura. Assessment result. Exceptional effect. Show-off index. 99 points. 1 point deducted for fear of her becoming conceited. System commentary. Did you see that, host? This is professionalism. No words needed. A single glance resolves the issue. Liu Shinyang was even considering stepping in personally. But that's a narrow perspective. Compared to Master Aunt Pan, a born queen, she is merely a protective concubine. Qin Shou observed the dramatic scene before him, nearly bursting into laughter. He had come to understand. These two masters were now in competition, vying for whose prowess could better uphold his authority as their lord. Liu Ruyan was a direct protector, ready to defend her meal fiercely. Anyone who dared to touch her food would meet a grim fate. In contrast, Pan Jinlian adopted a more elevated demeanor. As a queen, Her possessions were not to be scrutinized by mere ants. Even a glance was a desecration of her majesty. How intriguing, truly fascinating. Just as the Foundation establishment disciple felt on the verge of suffocation, his soul beginning to fracture, Pan Jinlian finally, albeit reluctantly, shifted her gaze from the flower to his face. Her crimson lips parted, and the words that escaped them were colder than eternal ice, more piercing than any blade. How dare you obstruct my path? Chapter 38. Is this man of mine something you can afford to stare at? The path I walk? The curve of Pan Jinlian's crimson lips grew increasingly frigid. How dare you attempt to obstruct me? Before her words had fully dissipated, she made no extraneous movements. Instead, her slender, porcelain fingers casually flicked outward. Whoosh! A jet-black streak of light tore through the stagnant air. It was a trajectory so swift that it could hardly be perceived by the naked eye. The onlookers barely registered a flash before a sharp sound of air being pierced arrived belatedly. Thud! A muffled sound echoed. The leading disciple of the Foundation establishment stage felt a bone-chilling gust of wind brush past his ear, as if he had been ensnared by an immobilization spell, rendering him frozen in place. Cold sweat soaked through his back in an instant. Time seemed to slow to an infinite crawl at that moment. He could distinctly feel a few strands of hair by his ears severed by that invisible sharpness, floating down gracefully. He could also smell the acrid scent of metal grinding against stone, invading his nostrils. He could even hear the violent thudding of his heart, pounding as if it would leap from his throat. Am I dead? Have I perished? This thought detonated within his mind. After what felt like 3 breaths, he mustered every ounce of strength to slowly turn his neck, which had stiffened to the point of feeling foreign. His gaze landed just inches from his ear, upon the stone pillar of a 100-foot-tall white jade archway. A completely black token, forged from an unknown type of exotic iron, was deeply embedded within the hard jade, nearly half an inch sunk into the material. The token's design was both ancient and fearsome, adorned with a carving of a green-faced, tusked demon, emanating a chilling aura that could rattle one's soul. Beneath the demon's visage, a majestic ancient seal, akin to a red-hot branding iron, was seared into his vision. Prohibition. Discipline Hall. Boom. The disciple's mind felt as though it had been struck by 1,000 thunders, plunging into utter blankness. He realized the significance of the Discipline Hall of Huan Sect, the exclusive token of the elders. And there was only one icy queen with the surname Pan who presided over the Discipline Hall. Only one. The iron-faced terror who had been missing for months, rumored to have perished outside, eliciting secret applause from countless disciples. Pan. Pan Pan. Elder Pan. His lips quivered, teeth chattering, releasing a desperate, dreamlike wail filled with boundless fear and despair. Thud. He could no longer sustain his body. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground like a puddle of mud. It is Elder Pan. The elder of the Discipline Hall has returned. Oh heavens. She is not. The few disciples of the body refinement stage behind him finally reacted, each one terrified beyond measure. However, before their shock could finish, another even more astonishing scream erupted from the crowd. A keen-eyed disciple, upon seeing the frostbitten beauty of Pan Jinlian, found his gaze uncontrollably shifting to the equally stunning beauty beside her, clad in mourning garments. That face, that figure, those enchanting peach blossom eyes that could ensnare souls with a smile. Liu Elder. It is Elder Liu Ruyan of the Foreign Affairs Hall. She has returned too. If Pan Jinlian's return was like an iceberg crashing down, instilling a chilling fear, then Liu Ruyan's appearance was akin to pouring a bucket of molten lava over that iceberg. A clash of ice and fire. It exploded. The minds of all mountain-guarding disciples at the gate were utterly shattered. 2 Golden Core elders had vanished for months, stirring countless rumors within the sect, even deemed missing by the Elder Council, with their halls beginning to be clandestinely divided by rival factions. Yet now, they had returned on the same day. And judging by their demeanor, one on the left and one on the right, they were subtly shielding the man with the tattered blade between them. What in the world is going on? Everyone's minds went into a state of meltdown due to this overwhelmingly explosive revelation. What had they done? Had they dared to obstruct the path of these 2 terrifying figures? Had they gazed upon these exalted Golden Core elders with those lascivious and frivolous eyes? Had they even dared to tease, to belittle the man beside them? It was over. They were doomed. These 2 words rang like a death knell in the hearts of every mountain-guarding disciple. In the next moment, thud, thud, thud. Without the need for any words, The remaining disciples scrambled and rolled to the ground, each pressing their foreheads firmly against the cold white jade surface, trembling like leaves in the wind, lacking even the courage to raise their heads. The previous nonchalance, frivolity, and carefree attitude were all shattered under the weight of absolute power and status. Only the most primal and abject fear remained. The disciples had failed to recognize the mountain. The disciples deserved to die 1,000 deaths. We welcome Elder Pan and Elder Liu back to the sect. We plead for mercy, Elder. Please show us mercy. Cries and pleas for forgiveness echoed as one. The previously terrified disciple was now weeping profusely, desperately banging his forehead against the ground, producing muffled thuds until blood flowed. He understood that compared to his life, this minor physical pain was inconsequential. Ding. Detection of a large-scale collective display of submission. The effect of striking a pose and slapping faces is remarkable. High Cold Master Pan Jilian's Controllability Assessment, S. Without uttering a word, the token clears the path, hearing thunder in the silence, showcasing the Queen's demeanor. Enchanting Mistress Liu Ruyan's Supportive Effect Assessment, A. Though she did not take action, merely standing created a formidable deterrent, doubling the fear in their enemies. System Commentary, Splendid. Host, do you see? This is what it means to return as a sovereign. What does it mean to have presence? This is presence. Without needing to utter many words, merely by announcing an identification number, one can instill such terror in these watchdogs that they tremble in fear. It is advisable for the host to commend Aunt Pan with great merit and to reward her handsomely tonight. Qin Shou listened to the teasing electronic voice resonating in his mind, a subtle smile gracing his lips. With his hands clasped behind his back, he leisurely strolled out from between Pan Jilian and Liu Ruyan, resembling a gentleman taking a postprandial stroll. He paid no heed to the group of kneeling incompetents, instead taking a keen interest in the ethereal scenery of Baiwa Valley. Indeed, the view was splendid, and the spiritual energy was undeniably rich. It was an excellent locale for both mayhem and leisurely retreats. His nonchalant demeanor stood in stark contrast to the tense atmosphere surrounding him, where others were on edge and kneeling in submission. To Liu Ruyan, this demeanor filled her heart with immeasurable pride and satisfaction. Look, this is my man. Unfazed by the looming threat, he walked with a tranquil grace, as if everything were under his control. Her gaze toward Qin Shou grew ever more infatuated and fervent. Meanwhile, Pan Jilian furrowed her delicate brows, her icy gaze sweeping over the disciple on the ground who was kowtowing fervently. She advanced, her graceful steps exuding an overwhelming aura, slowly approaching. The sound of her high-heeled boots echoed crisply against the white jade floor, each step resonating like a heartbeat among the onlookers. She halted before the leading disciple, who froze in terror, forgetting even to continue his kowtow, trembling violently. Pan Jilian gradually lifted her exquisitely booted foot and, under the terrified gaze of the disciple, lightly nudged his head with the toe of her shoe, her expression laced with disdain. The action was subtle yet profoundly insulting. Your eyes are meant for seeing the path. Her voice, devoid of any tremor, was colder than the winds of the netherworld. Can you even gaze upon my man? The impact of this statement was far mightier than the token she had just wielded. The kneeling disciples felt their minds explode, nearly fainting once more. My man. Elder Pan's man? They abruptly lifted their heads, their expressions reflecting sheer horror, as if they had seen a ghost. No, something even more terrifying, fixated on the young man who remained unfazed throughout it all. He is indeed Elder Pan's man? How could this be possible? This was more absurd than the sun rising in the west. Yet, upon hearing these words from Pan Jilian, Liu Ruyan did not retort. Instead, she stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm through Qin Shou's, her body pressed closely against him in a possessive gesture, smiling radiantly at the onlookers. That smile, in the eyes of the disciples, was akin to the smile of death. Both elders are his women. This revelation struck them like a red-hot hammer, shattering their last vestiges of rationality. Pan Jilian no longer paid any mind to the stupefied insects before her. With a flick of her delicate fingers, the disciplinary token embedded deep within the stone pillar soared back to her, transforming into a streak of darkness that accurately landed in her palm, leaving behind a gaping, unfathomable hole in the once solid white jade. It was as if a cold eye, eternally fixed on this spot, now lingered. Let us depart. Pan Jilian uttered these two words with indifference, not even glancing at Qin Shou as she strode directly into the valley, though the faint flush of her ears betrayed her otherwise calm facade. Liu Ruyan, with a charming laugh, clung to Qin Shou's arm, following closely behind. "Come now, my dear Shou, the mistress will take you home." The trio walked boldly into Beiwa Valley, under the bewildered, terrified, and astonished gazes of all the mountain-guarding disciples, until they vanished completely amidst the sea of flowers. Only then did the disciple who had been kicked in the head seem to collapse, sitting down heavily on the ground, gasping for breath, his body drenched in cold sweat. He watched the direction in which the three had disappeared, glanced at the shocking hole in the stone pillar. His eyes filled with a mix of relief for surviving a calamity and a deeper sense of terror. "Hurry, hurry," he shouted with all his might to his equally dazed companions. "Quickly, use the communication talisman. Inform the sect. Elder Pan and Elder Liu have returned, and they brought back a man." Chapter 39. My people, who are you to arrange? News travels faster than the wind, especially when it pertains to a sensational revelation that could send shockwaves throughout the entire sect. At the moment when the mountain-guarding disciple, trembling with excitement, sent out the information using a nearly ungraspable communication jade slip, it was akin to a colossal stone plunging into a tranquil lake. No, it was more like a meteorite crashing into the turbulent sea of Hehuanzhong. In an instant, the entire Baihua Valley, from the outer sect responsible for sweeping and planting to the inner sanctum suffused with spiritual energy, was enveloped in a vast, invisible web of consciousness and communication talismans. What? Elders Pan and Liu have returned. Is this real? You must be under a spell. They have been missing for nearly half a year. It is absolutely true. The news from the mountain gate indicates that someone has already prostrated until bloodied. But that is not the crux of the matter. The crucial point is that they returned together. Moreover, they brought a man with them. Boom. This last piece of information was the true bombshell. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan are names known by all within Hehuanzhong. One is the iron-faced queen, stern and unyielding, presiding over the discipline hall. The other, an enchanting socialite, adept in the art of diplomacy, manages external affairs. Both possess equal cultivation levels and status, their appearances and figures distinct yet equally striking, often compared by mischievous disciples, making them recognized rivals. Typically, even a mere encounter at the elder meetings would freeze the air. Yet now, they have returned together, accompanied by a man. The magnitude of this news is overwhelming. So immense that any disciple of Hehuanzhong hearing it would immediately abandon their tasks and rush to the scene, eager to witness this historic moment with their own eyes. Thus, as Qin Shou and his companions strolled leisurely along the main path of Baihua Valley, paved with rainbow spirit stones, a remarkable spectacle unfolded. On either side of the path, disciples who had been pruning spiritual plants halted, their scissors frozen in midair, posing like statues. In the distance, young maidens playing by the stream forgot to retract their delicate feet, allowing the cool waters to lap at their ankles. In midair, several inner sect disciples flying on swords executed dramatic stops, nearly colliding, as they hovered, wide-eyed, as if encountering some unimaginable creature. Countless gazes converged from all directions, filled with shock, disbelief, and an insatiable curiosity. Heaven! Is it really Elders Pan and Liu? How can they be walking together so harmoniously? A newly initiated disciple covered her mouth, uttering a dreamlike whisper. Her senior immediately nudged her, lowering her voice, though her excitement made it tremble. That is not the main point. Look at the man in the center. Swiftly, all eyes focused intently. What manner of man is he? He stands tall, clad in simple coarse linen garments, with a long knife wrapped in tattered cloth slung across his back, its form indiscernible. His visage is strikingly handsome, with sword-like brows, starry eyes, a high nose, and lips curved in a subtle, nonchalant smile. More striking still is his demeanor. Despite walking amid two radiant golden core elders, he remains unfazed by their imposing auras, exuding an inexplicable sense of relaxation. It is as if he strolls through his own backyard rather than the perilous grounds of Hehuanzhong. To his left stands the frosty, austere Pan Jinlian, and to his right, the alluring, charming Liu Ruyan. Yet he, hands behind his head, ambles confidently in the center. That position is an absolute realm that no male cultivator in Hehuanzhong would dare to envision even in dreams. Who is he? Who is this extraordinary figure? When did our sect acquire such a personage? What a handsome man. And look, he walks between the two elders, as if they are his protectors. No, what kind of treatment is this? I I do not sense any strong fluctuations of cultivation from him, at most. Chi guidance. No, it seems he is even below that level. Could he be the legendary, coveted alchemical furnace that drives female cultivators to ecstasy and enhances their cultivation? Be quiet. An alchemical furnace? Have you ever seen one so audacious? Have you ever seen one that can bring together two sworn enemies like Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan peacefully, willingly playing the supporting role? What nonsense. Hiss. There must be an astonishing secret behind this. I feel my Tao heart trembling. Discussions surged like a tidal wave from every direction. Qin Shou, a name unknown within Hehuan Zone, became the absolute focal point of all eyes the moment he stepped into the sect. Thanks to his astonishing position. A walking enigma. The epicenter of a gossip storm that would ignite the entire sect. Faced with the myriad gazes of astonishment, jealousy, greed, and curiosity, Qin Shou felt no discomfort. He even remained too lazy to lower his hands resting behind his head. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, a knowing smile becoming all the more evident. Indeed, this was the desired effect. This was precisely what he sought. To return quietly? How dull that would be. Since he was there to collect debts and settle scores, he must first create a spectacle. Let everyone know that they have returned. Let everyone know. He has arrived. Ding. System detected a large-scale observation event. Host achieves the accomplishment of being the center of attention, 100. Current emotional energy absorbed, jealousy 108, shock 255, curiosity 399, greed 87. System commentary. Host is impressive. In this world, aside from ancient emperors visiting brothels, who else could receive such treatment? Flanked by the two top elders of Hehuan Zone, this moment has reached peak prestige. It is advised that the host maintain this posture, inciting their jealousy. Let them go wild. The greater the emotional value, the quicker the unsealing of the Pangu's remnant blade. Qin Shou harbored a secret delight within, while his expression remained increasingly serene and self-satisfied. To the observers, his demeanor appeared enigmatic, arrogant, and unfathomable. Yet, to the two matriarchs beside him, it conveyed an entirely different meaning. Liu Ruyan gazed at Qin Shou's leisurely demeanor, her heart swelling with pride. Look, do you all see? This is my man. No matter how you scrutinize or gossip, he remains unwavering. What grace, what composure, which man in the world can compare? Instinctively, she tightened her grip on Qin Shou's arm, almost draping half of herself over him, while casting a sultry smile at the female disciples who were stealing glances, a silent declaration of her possession. As for Pan Jinlian, she remained steadfastly indifferent, as if the surrounding clamor and gazes were mere air, devoid of significance. She upheld her position as the aloof elder of discipline, her icy phoenix eyes betraying no hint of emotion. Yet, unconsciously, her long legs edged closer to Qin Shou, diminishing the invisible distance between the two women once more. Nearly shoulder to shoulder, enveloping Qin Shou even tighter. This scene caused the disciples in the distance to gasp in astonishment. This is not merely rivalry. This is the rhythm of vying for a man. Under the gaze of countless eyes, the trio traversed the outer gate area and arrived at a fork in the road. At the junction stood a signpost. To the left, the path led to Bingxin Xiaozhu, and to the right, to Tingyu. One was Pan Jinlian's secluded retreat, while the other was Liu Ruyan's cozy abode. In that moment, the air seemed to still, and the surrounding discussions abruptly ceased. All onlookers held their breath. Here it comes. The century's dilemma has arrived. Whom will he choose? Liu Ruyan broke the silence first. Ignoring the signpost entirely, she clung to Qin Shou, her tone dripping with sweetness. Good Shou, after walking for so long, you must be tired, right? In the matriarch's cozy sanctum, there's freshly brewed floral honey and a bed adorned with Tian Shan snow lotus petals, soft as can be. How about I take you back to rest? As she spoke, she attempted to tug Qin Shou towards the right path. However, no sooner had she moved than a voice, as cold as if it could freeze the soul, rang out. Stop. Pan Jinlian halted, turning her body slightly. Her emotionless phoenix eyes finally resting upon Liu Ruyan's face. When did it become your place to dictate my man-esque choices? Chapter 40. Who dares to touch my people? You have mere seconds to live. Boom. The air seemed to be vacated in that instant. Liu Ruyan's sickeningly coy voice abruptly ceased. Pan Jinlian's chilling question pierced through the hearts of everyone present like the sharpest of ice picks. When did it become your place to dictate my people? The charming smile on Liu Ruyan's face stiffened. Gradually, she turned her head to gaze at Pan Jinlian beside her. Their eyes locked in mutual confrontation. One pair radiated seductive allure, now intermingled with shock and anger, while the other, cold as ancient ice, burned with an indomitable possessiveness. Zila. An invisible spark crackled violently between the two women's gazes. The surrounding disciples, who had been gossiping with eager delight, fell silent, their expressions frozen in fear, too intimidated to even breathe. Oh my, it's happening. The battle for supremacy is upon us. The Ice Queen and the Enchantress, tearing into each other publicly over a man. This scene is utterly exhilarating. A lifetime's worth of excitement. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath, her impressive curves rising and falling dramatically. She released her hold on Qin Shou and stepped forward, standing toe-to-toe with Pan Jinlian. What do you mean by that, Pan Jinlian? Your people? What a joke. Liu Ruyan scoffed, her enchanting peach blossom eyes narrowing dangerously. Shou is the one I brought back. Who cared for his daily needs along the way? It was me. Who risked dangers to accompany him into the depths of the 100 Illusions forest? It was me. And you? All you do is wear a sour expression, constantly vexing him. What else have you done? How dare you claim him as yours now? Is your face as thick as the stones of the Ice Heart Cliff? This barrage of questions fell like a rapid-fire volley, leaving the surrounding disciples awestruck. My heavens, Elder Liu has completely torn off the mask of civility. Yet, in the face of Liu Ruyan's vehement accusations, Pan Jinlian's expression remained unchanged. She merely regarded Liu Ruyan with her cold, phoenix-like eyes. Then, her crimson lips parted to utter a single word. Noisy. Uffed. Liu Ruyan nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. It felt as if her full-strength punch had landed on cotton. No, on an ancient iceberg. Helpless. Frustrated. Just as Liu Ruyan was about to explode with rage, preparing to wield her golden elixir cultivation to educate this woman named Pan on the concept of precedence, a languid voice drifted from between them. I say, Qin Shou yawned, appearing as though he had just awakened, his hands still cradling the back of his head. Are you finished arguing? He leisurely squeezed himself between the two, seemingly oblivious to the palpable tension. Does it matter whether we go to Ice Heart Cliff or Charm Soul Cave? Qin Shou stretched, the sound of cracking joints echoing through the air. He glanced at the two stunning faces, a knowing smile gracing his lips. After all, aren't we all going to be working late together tonight? The sooner we go, the sooner we start. Efficiency. Silence. An oppressive stillness enveloped the atmosphere. If the earlier confrontation between the two women was a tempest, then Qin Shou's words detonated like a deep-sea bomb at the heart of a tsunami. Every disciple who heard those words, regardless of gender, stood frozen in disbelief. What did he just say? Work together? What audacity! He actually intends to have both golden elixir elders at the same time? Hiss! A chorus of gasps filled the air. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian were equally stunned. Liu Ruyan's previously furious countenance flushed a brilliant crimson, spreading all the way to her porcelain neck. She stared at Qin Shou's nonchalant expression, feeling a mix of embarrassment and anger, and stomped her foot. What nonsense are you spouting? As for Pan Jinlian, a slight crack appeared on her eternally icy visage. Though subtle, the faint redness creeping to her ears betrayed her inner turmoil. She shot a fierce glare at Qin Shou. This rascal. How dare he say such things publicly? Ding. System detected that the host's words triggered widespread astonishment. Linguistic Artistry Assessment. SSS. System commentary. Host. Remarkable. With a single sentence, you quelled both leading ladies. What does it mean to be a master of time management? What does it mean to be an expert in balancing relationships? That is you. I recommend the host continue this momentum and publicly announce the initiation of a 3-person group session tonight, letting them understand what true dominance is. Qin Shou paid no heed to the system's commentary. He did not even glance at the reactions of the two women, instead striding forward toward the inner sect. Let us move, don't waste time. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can cultivate. Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan exchanged glances, both seeing a mix of embarrassment and a hint of helplessness in each other's eyes. What could they do? This man was beyond their reach. Both in strength and argument. Ultimately, both could only huff in frustration and, side by side, resumed their positions, reforming the enviable protective formation that drove countless onlookers to envy. A conflict that could have shaken the sect to its core was effortlessly diffused by Qin Shou's casual remark. The trio navigated through the intersection, continuing deeper into the inner sect towards the Baiwa teleportation array, responsible for internal transportation within the sect. Along the way, the number of onlookers swelled, yet none dared approach. All merely followed at a distance, gazing in awe, as if observing a celestial being. No, a celestial being's man. However, just as they were about to reach the square where the teleportation array was located, a group swaggered towards them from the opposite side, squarely blocking their path. At the forefront was a rotund man, his corpulent figure gleaming with grease, as if one could scrape off 2 ounces of oil from his face. Clad in the luxurious garb of an inner sect manager, his small, pea-like eyes glinted with shrewdness and calculation. The fluctuations of his cultivation were strikingly at the first level of Jindan. Wuda the steward? Upon seeing the newcomer, Liu Ruyan's brow furrowed instantly. This individual was none other than one of the stewards responsible for resource allocation within the inner sect, Wuda. He had always been at odds with her faction, leveraging the support of an elder behind him to create obstacles for her and her disciples in the distribution of spirit stones and elixirs. He was truly a smiling tiger, a deceitful scoundrel. What could he possibly be doing here? A sense of foreboding crept into Liu Ruyan's heart. Indeed, Wuda approached with his belly protruding as if he had been pregnant for 10 months. Wearing a facade of insincere smiles, his gaze first greedily roamed over Liu Ruyan's voluptuous figure, then discreetly flicked to the frosty Pan Jinlian beside her, revealing a hint of trepidation in his eyes. Finally, his gaze settled on the relaxed Qin Shou, who lay back with his hands behind his head, exuding an air of leisure. Wuda's small, green bean-like eyes scrutinized Qin Shou from head to toe, his expression akin to that of a butcher appraising a pig destined for slaughter, filled with unabashed contempt and scrutiny. "Ah," Wuda began, his tone dripping with sarcasm, loud enough for all present to hear clearly. "Isn't this our Hahuan sect's most enchanting elder Liu?" He paused, letting his gaze linger on Qin Shou's excessively handsome face, his smile growing ever more mischievous. "What a delightful surprise. You went out and returned with such a charming Dinglu?" He emphasized the term Dinglu heavily. Boom. As soon as the words left his lips, the atmosphere in the square plummeted to an icy silence. All the onlookers were left dumbfounded. Had Steward Wu lost his mind? How could he dare to openly declare that the man was a Ding Lu in the presence of Elder Pan and Elder Liu? This was an unimaginable affront. It was no longer mere provocation. It was akin to offering one's face to invite a slap. Indeed, Wuda was courting death. Liu Ruyan's countenance darkened to the point where it seemed she could squeeze water from it. The alluring charm she usually exuded vanished, replaced by a terrifying aura reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. The imposing might of a peak first-level Jindan erupted explosively. What? Wuda, confronted by Liu Ruyan's murderous intent, seemed unfazed, even taking a step back to hide behind his several Foundation establishment subordinates, raising his hands in mock surrender. What is Elder Liu attempting? To silence me? I am merely acting in the sect's best interest. This person has an unclear origin and low cultivation. Who knows what his identity is? Elder Liu, you brought a man whose identity cannot even be verified into the core area of our sect. Does this comply with the rules of our Hahuan sect? What if he is a spy sent by another sect with nefarious intentions? Can you bear the responsibility for that? Haraha. His subordinates behind him immediately erupted into laughter and support. Just a pretty boy of unknown origin dares to enter the inner sect? Elder Liu, if you need a Ding Lu, just say so. Us brothers are always willing to assist. Vulgar words echoed incessantly. Liu Ruyan trembled with fury, her beautiful eyes nearly spitting fire. She flipped her hand, summoning a long whip engulfed in blazing flames into her palm. However, just as she was about to strike, a cold jade hand gently pressed against her wrist. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. She turned to see Pan Jinlian's expressionless face. "Do not soil your hands," Pan Jinlian said softly. Before her words fell, an aura colder and more terrifying than the murderous intent emanating from Liu Ruyan erupted, akin to a chilling tide from the depths of the underworld. Everyone present, including the first-level Jindan Wuda, felt their very souls freeze in that instant. Pan Jinlian had moved. She didn't even glance at Wuda. She simply took a graceful step forward. Chapter 41. Dare to move against me? Do you even deserve it? That step was incredibly light, as gentle as a snowflake landing upon a lake, devoid of any sound. Yet, as it descended, the temperature of the entire plaza seemed to plummet abruptly. Every heartbeat in the vicinity synchronized with that descending jade foot, each pulse a violent spasm. It was a chilling cold, a bone-deep frost. This was not a mere low temperature conjured by sorcery, but a shudder stemming from the depths of one's soul. It was the primal fear experienced by the lesser when faced with the absolute power of the greater. Wuda's arrogant smile froze upon his face. The laughter of the several Foundation establishment lackeys behind him became lodged in their throats, producing a strangled sound akin to a chicken caught by the neck. Liu Ruyan's fury, poised to erupt, was suppressed by this frigid aura. She stared in disbelief at Pan Jinlian before her. This woman, what was she about to do? All eyes in the arena were riveted upon Pan Jinlian. Slowly, she raised her hand. It was a flawless jade hand, fingers long and pale as ivory. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Pan Jinlian's phoenix-like eyes turned cold, and she couldn't even be bothered to draw her sword. With a mere flick of her finger, she unleashed an action of exquisite elegance, as if not confronting a challenger of the Golden Core stage, but merely brushing away a speck of dust from her garment. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no dazzling display of spells, not even a whisper of wind. Beep. System high energy alert. Detecting super high density spiritual energy compression. Target, Wuda. Method of attack, finger exertion. Holy moly. Host, look. This move by Queen Pan is called Flicking Finger Divine Power, compressing the spiritual energy of a Golden Core 3rd stage into a needle. Such control is remarkable. Qin Shou's pupils constricted slightly. At the moment Pan Jinlian's jade finger flicked forth, a chilling force, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, traversed dozens of meters in an instant, arriving ahead of time. It was too fast. So fast that Wuda's beady eyes couldn't even blink. His entire focus had been on the impending explosion of Liu Ruyan. He had even prepared to counter her fiery whip. He never imagined that this ice-cold Pan Jinlian would stand up for Liu Ruyan. Even more inconceivable was the peculiarity of her attack. It was only when that lethal chill brushed against his plump face that he sensed danger. No, he could only emit a short, terrified howl. Then, a crisp, resounding slap echoed, reverberating like thunder through the entire Baiwa Valley. That sound had a penetrating quality, as if it struck not flesh but the very souls of all present. Everyone clearly witnessed Wu Dai's glistening, plump face cave in under the impact of that invisible force. The fat on his face rippled outward like ripples on the surface of water disturbed by a thrown stone. A few blood-streaked yellow teeth erupted from his mouth. Following this, Wu Dai's massive frame, weighing over 250 pounds, soared into the air with a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, spinning with an elegant grace for 720 degrees. Then, with a thunderous crash, he plummeted like a meaty projectile onto a decorative rock formation several meters away. The sturdy stone, crafted from hard green rock, shattered with a resounding explosion. Debris scattered. Dust filled the air. Wuda lay embedded in the ruins of the fake mountain, convulsing. Blood and bits of internal organs spilling from his mouth, appearing to breathe in more than he exhaled. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the plaza. The once whispered discussions, the unabashed greedy gazes, the raucous laughter, all vanished without a trace in that instant. Thousands of disciples stood frozen like statues under a spell, maintaining a variety of absurd poses. Some gaped with mouths agape, jaws nearly dislocated. Others stared wide-eyed, their eyeballs nearly popping from their sockets. Every mind was a blank slate. A flick of a finger? Just that gentle flick? A mere intersect steward of the Golden Core 1st stage, reduced to nothing? What level of power is this? Elder Pan, was she not at the pinnacle of the Golden Core 2nd stage? When did she become so terrifying? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Pan Jinlian slowly retracted her delicate finger. She did not spare the pile of rubble a second glance, as if she had merely crushed an inconsequential insect. Her gaze swept coldly across the assembly. Those who met her eyes trembled involuntarily, instinctively lowering their heads, lacking even the courage to maintain eye contact for a second. Finally, her gaze settled on Liu Ruyan, who stood stunned and motionless. In the midst of the profound silence, Pan Jinlian spoke in a tone devoid of emotion, deliberately and clearly articulating each word. Do you think you are worthy to be the personal disciple of Sister Liu? Boom. This statement carried an impact 1,000-fold greater than the slap that preceded it. If that earlier slap had merely shocked everyone with Pan Jinlian's strength, this declaration was akin to a meteor crashing into the very fabric of Huana's sect, capable of overturning all perceptions. It struck fiercely, embedding itself in the minds of everyone present. Sister Liu's personal disciple. Who is Sister Liu's personal disciple? In an instant, all gazes converged upon the man reclining casually with his hands behind his head, an expression of leisure upon his face. He is Elder Liu Ruyan's personal disciple. This thought, akin to the most ferocious thunder, resounded wildly in the minds of everyone present. How could this be possible? When has Liu Ruyan ever taken a personal disciple, and a male disciple at that? One who appears to be scarcely above the realm of a mere mortal? What an international joke. Liu Ruyan herself was utterly bewildered. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes widened in disbelief as she vacantly stared at Pan Jian, then glanced at Qin Shou, her mind in utter disarray. My personal disciple? When did I? Meanwhile, Qin Shou, standing beside Pan Jian, wore an increasingly evident smirk at the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, a notification rang out. Ding. The system has detected a dramatic plot twist. The CPU of all personnel present has been fried. The system's commentary followed. Impressive. Truly impressive. Queen Pan's maneuver is nothing short of divine inspiration. A single slap establishes authority. A mere phrase strikes at the heart. The analysis was as follows. 1. By addressing Liu Ruyan as senior sister Liu in a public setting, she acknowledged Liu Ruyan's equal standing, granting her immense favor. 2. By defining the host as Liu's personal disciple, she effectively silenced any slander regarding the host's identity. Who would dare to harm a personal disciple of an elder? This not only protected the host, but also entwined the interests of Liu Ruyan, the host, and herself as a unified front. 3. Most astutely, while she was the one taking action, she bestowed all credit and recognition upon Liu Ruyan. What does this signify? This exemplifies strategy. Although we may vie for men internally, externally, we present an unbreakable front. To dare touch him is to threaten both of us. Host. Remarkable. Your aunt is truly exceptional. Qin Shou silently chuckled to himself. Not merely remarkable, but a master of political maneuvering. With this deft move, she instantaneously transformed their newly formed trio into an ironclad alliance within the Huan sect, one that none dared to provoke lightly. Amidst the bizarre atmosphere of frozen astonishment, Pan Jian made a gesture that left everyone even more perplexed. She turned around, her previously icy phoenix eyes softening for the first time. Gazing at Qin Shou, her crimson lips parted slightly. Are you hungry? Chapter 42. Only when sated can one have the strength to work. Are you hungry? These 3 words floated down like 3 delicate feathers, yet they stirred a mental tsunami on the desolate plaza, a wave far more terrifying than a resounding slap. If one were to say that Pan Jinlian's gesture of incapacitating Wu De was a display of physical violence, showcasing her formidable prowess, then this seemingly mundane inquiry was an assault on the very fabric of their consciousness. The weight of its implication was sufficient to cause every mind present to momentarily short-circuit. A soft gulp echoed, piercing through the silence, sounding all the more jarring in such a still environment. It was like a switch being flipped. Instantly, the petrified disciples felt the taut string in their minds snap with a resounding crack. A cacophony of chaotic, bewildering thoughts surged through their consciousness like a flood breaking through a dam. The first shockwave originated from the address of Sister Liu. Pan Jinlian referred to Liu Ruyan as sister. The stern and unyielding elder Pan, who had been embroiled in a fierce rivalry with Liu Ruyan since their entry into the sect, had publicly used such an endearing term for her arch-nemesis. Could this world truly be real? Was our Hehuanzong still the Hehuanzong we once knew? Had the century-long animosity merely been a performance for our benefit? Or was it possible that they had long since? Some disciples, with vivid imaginations, began to uncontrollably conjure forbidden images, their gazes towards the 2 women morphing into something bizarre and complex. And this was merely the beginning. The subsequent wave of shock was the true catalyst for dismantling their cognitive frameworks. Sister Liu's direct disciple. Direct disciple. Not a cauldron. Not a toy. Not a pretty boy. But a direct disciple. These 5 words seared into each individual's soul like a hot iron. In Hehuanzong, what did this signify? It meant that this man had attained a status equivalent to that of a direct disciple of an elder. His standing instantaneously transformed from the mire of the mundane to the celestial heights of jade. Who would dare to regard him with the same disdain as a mere cauldron? Who would still harbor any disrespect towards him? To provoke him would be akin to slapping elder Liu Ruyan in the face. And now it seemed, it would also offend elder Pan Jinlian simultaneously. This twist was overwhelmingly rapid, so swift that it left everyone reeling, their minds muddled. I must be under an illusion, murmured an inner disciple, pinching his thigh with great force. The sharp pain elicited a yelp, anchoring him to the harsh reality. This was no dream. Everything was indeed real. Consequently, the atmosphere of the plaza shifted dramatically. All eyes darted back and forth between Pan Jinlian, Liu Ruyan, and Qin Shou, filled with gossip, reverence, trepidation, and an insatiable curiosity. The arch-nemeses had united. The Ice Queen was protecting her man. The pretty boy had become a direct disciple. What had transpired among these three? The hidden story behind this was likely even grander than the founding epic of He Huanzhong. Among the crowd, Wu De's subordinates, who had accompanied him, were already ashen-faced. What had they just uttered? They had claimed that Elder Liu lacked a cauldron and that they could serve her? Thud, thud. One by one, these formerly arrogant lackeys fell to their knees, trembling like leaves in a storm. It was over. Completely over. They had offended not merely an obscure youth, but the direct disciple of an elder. And 2 golden core elders. The mere thought of Pan Jinlian's casual gesture and Wu De's current plight embedded in the wall left them feeling a warmth spreading uncomfortably in their trousers. Liu Ruyan, too, was utterly flabbergasted. Her mind, usually quick and sharp, was now a muddled mess. She glanced at the resolute, icy figure before her, and then at the innocently bewildered Qin Shou. My direct disciple? When did I? No, wait. Why did Pan Jinlian say this? Why is she helping me? Were we not? Countless thoughts flickered through Liu Ruyan's mind, yet they coalesced into an unnameable warmth, a blend of gratitude, astonishment, and an unrecognized sense of security. She gazed at Pan Jinlian's back, her face, usually adorned with a charming smile, now revealing a complex and sincere emotion for the first time. This woman, regardless of her motives, had undeniably defended her today, safeguarded. Qin Shou. Ding. System detected a dramatic plot twist. Interpersonal relationships have undergone a revolutionary reconstruction. Host status has rapidly ascended. System commentary. Host, do you see this? This is the grand scheme. This is the maneuver of a top-tier player. Pan Jinlian's act of misdirecting the truth was nothing short of a textbook-level strategy. With a single phrase, you have been granted a golden protective charm. From henceforth, you may traverse He Huanzhong with impunity. Who would dare to lay a hand on you without considering the wrath of 2 golden core elders? Liu Ruyan has been utterly stunned by this sudden designation of sisterhood. Happiness arrived too abruptly, and her fondness for Pan Jinlian has surely skyrocketed. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. The ancients did not deceive me. Host, please accept the most loyal system's bow. You are the true mastermind behind the scenes. You are the one stirring the winds and clouds. Your 2 masters have unwittingly begun to fight for you. Qin Shou, uninterested in the system's flattery, merely observed the unfolding scene with keen interest. This was indeed fascinating. Pan Jinlian's maneuver was remarkably astute, not only resolving all troubles in an instant, but also granting Liu Ruyan a monumental favor, thus binding the 3 of them together irrevocably. From this day forth, they shall become the most conspicuous and formidable iron triangle within the He Huanzhong. Qin Shou, as the nucleus of this trio, made his indelible mark on the very first day of entering the Mo zone, achieving fame in an utterly unexpected manner. Under the gaze of thousands, and particularly the piercing yet inquisitive eyes of Pan Jinlian, Qin Shou finally reacted. He stifled a yawn and lazily extricated himself from between the 2 stunning women. Then, with a natural ease, he stretched forth his hand to rub his belly. In the profound silence, his voice resonated clearly and matter-of-factly. I am hungry. Let us find a place to eat. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the strikingly different, yet equally captivating faces of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. As for the matter of cultivation, one must be well-fed to have the strength to work, wouldn't you agree? Chapter 43. Destroying your plaque is a direct blow to the saintess. The commotion in the square faded into the distance, left behind by the 3 individuals. Yet, the spiritual tempest of shock, fear, and gossip continued to ripple through the inner sanctum of the He Huanzhong. Qin Shou, Pan Jinlian, and Liu Ruyan had already traversed the Baiwa teleportation array, arriving directly at the core area of the inner sect by Xiaofeng. Here, the spiritual energy was more than tenfold denser than that of the periphery. The air was infused with the fragrances of various extraordinary flowers and herbs, refreshing and invigorating. Celestial cranes soared gracefully through the misty mountains, their calls resonating melodiously. Indeed, this was the heart of the demonic sect, and the beauty of the environment was enough to drive countless low-tier cultivators into a frenzy. However, this tranquility was shattered by a multitude of discordant gazes. Look, it's them. Oh my. They really have come to buy Xiaofeng. That direction is the Tingyu Pavilion. A spectacle is about to unfold. This will be entertaining. As the trio passed, the restrictions of the caves along their path flickered to life, and numerous consciousnesses and gazes converged upon them like sharks drawn to the scent of blood. Ultimately, all attention coalesced on the man at the center, who nonchalantly rested his hands behind his head, exuding an air of leisure. Reverence, speculation, and a hint of excitement filled the air. Earlier, Elder Pan's pointed remarks about Liu Shiji's personal disciple had spread like wildfire throughout the inner sect. Now, everyone was aware that these two Golden Core elders, who had been at odds for a century, had not only reconciled but also taken on a disciple together. This disciple now strolled confidently toward the occupied cave. This was no mere provocation, it was an outright challenge. Liu Ruyan's expression soured the moment she stepped onto the teleportation array. Walking alongside Qin Shou, her remarkable figure subtly quivered, her inner turmoil evident. She softly explained to Qin Shou, her voice laced with suppressed anger and grievance. Shou, that mountain peak rich in spiritual energy ahead, is my former cave, the Tingyu Pavilion. The scoundrel occupying my cave is Zhao Tong, a first-layer Golden Core. He was merely an inconspicuous character who, by ingratiating himself with the sect's saintess Qiao Yoxin, ascended to the position of elder. A flicker of undisguised disdain flashed in Liu Ruyan's peach blossom eyes. Shortly after the news of my disappearance spread, he was the first to leap forth, slandering me as a traitor and forcibly seizing the Tingyu Pavilion, turning it into a token of loyalty for Qiao Yoxin. In essence, he is the saintess's most faithful dog. Dogs. Qin Shou, upon hearing this, finally lowered his hands from behind his head and turned to glance at Liu Ruyan. A grin spread across his face. Rest assured, Shiji, I am exceptionally skilled at dealing with dogs. Seeing Qin Shou's relaxed and pleasant smile, Liu Ruyan's pent-up fury miraculously subsided by more than half. This man seemed to possess an innate charm that instilled a sense of calm. Do not underestimate the situation. Pan Jinlian interjected coldly, her voice as crisp as an icy spring. My Bingxin cottage has also been taken over by his junior, another named Zhang Chuang. A glint of frost flashed in her phoenix eyes. However, targeting Zhao Tong first is the most prudent choice. Pan Jinlian's thoughts were crystal clear, radiating the calmness and strategy of someone in power. First, Zhao Tong is the weakest among the newly promoted elders, his foundation shaky. Built upon pills, making him the easiest to subdue. Second, he is the most ostentatious and arrogant. Striking him will yield the greatest deterrent effect. Third, and most crucially, her gaze swept over the disciples peering from a distance, a cold smile gracing her lips. He is backed by Saintess Qiao Yoxin. To strike him is to slap the saintess in front of the entire sect. This is the most effective way for us to establish our presence upon our return. Her words revealed the terrifying synergy and decisiveness formed between her and Liu Ruyan. After hearing this, Liu Ruyan nodded vigorously, her gaze toward Pan Jinlian now filled with sincere recognition. This woman, though as cold as ice, indeed possessed a far-reaching vision and ruthless determination when it came to serious matters. Beep. System Online Analysis. Host, please take note. Your two Shijis have autonomously completed pre-battle mobilization and tactical deployment. Liu Ruyan is responsible for identifying the target of hatred, while Pan Jinlian devises the attack strategy, demonstrating clear division of labor and harmonious cooperation. One plays the red face, the other the white face, exemplifying the ideal partnership in the demonic path. System commentary. They are clearing obstacles for you, and you provide them with in-depth guidance. Host. This phase is known as sustainable development. It is advisable for the host to offer loving encouragement to both Shijis post-battle to foster team harmony. Qin Shou automatically filtered out the system's chatter. His gaze had already settled on a mountain gate not far ahead. There lay the former Tingyu Pavilion. However, as the trio drew near and beheld the words inscribed on the archway, Liu Ruyan's body trembled violently. The ancient and elegant white jade archway, once adorned with the soaring characters Tingyu Pavilion, had been ruthlessly eradicated. In its place stood three characters, clumsily etched in golden spiritual sand, replete with sycophancy and vulgarity. Ing Xin Ju, the fragrant abode welcoming Qiao Yoxin. Boom. These three characters struck Liu Ruyan's face like three resounding slaps. This was humiliation, a brazen and unabashed disgrace. It signified that Zhao Tong not only seized her territory, but intended to present this place as a gift to his true master. He even shamelessly proclaimed to all that Liu Ruyan, everything you once possessed now belongs to the saintess. Zhao Tong. Liu Ruyan forced out the two chilling names through clenched teeth. Her beautiful eyes instantly ignited with fury, the terrifying aura of a peak first-layer golden core surging forth uncontrollably. The surrounding air heated abruptly, as if even the flora and fauna could ignite. Yet, just as she was about to strike, a sardonic voice echoed from behind the Xinju door. "Oh, who do we have here?" The grand entrance of the cave slowly creaked open, revealing a throng of disciples clad in identical attire, escorting a middle-aged man who strode forth with an air of arrogance. At the forefront stood a gaunt figure, his hawk-like nose and sharp, triangular eyes glimmering with a sinister and calculating light. It was none other than Zhao Tong. He leaned casually against the doorframe, adorned in resplendent elder robes, exuding the aura of a first-tier golden elixir practitioner, albeit somewhat unsteadily. His gaze immediately fell upon the trembling Liu Ruyan, and a cruel, mockingly sardonic smile crept across his lips, as if he held the reins of the situation firmly in his grasp. "Is this not our long-lost junior sister Liu?" Zhao Tong leisurely clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with the predatory delight of one observing a creature ensnared in a trap. "So, after such a long absence, you finally realize it's time to return home?" He paused, casting a disdainful glance at Pan Jinlian, who stood beside Liu Ruyan, before finally settling his gaze upon Qin Shou. Upon beholding Qin Shou's excessively handsome visage, a flicker of jealousy and contempt flashed in Zhao Tong's triangular eyes. "Oh, you've even brought back a pretty boy?" Zhao Tong erupted into exaggerated laughter, as though he had stumbled upon a grand jest. "Junior sister Liu, your taste seems to have deteriorated. This fellow doesn't even possess the cultivation of a qi gathering stage, does he? What is this? Unable to find a decent cauldron outside, you resorted to picking up a mere mortal to fill the void?" The sycophantic disciples behind him immediately erupted into raucous laughter. "Ha ha ha, the elder speaks the truth. Liu Ruyan, look at you now. A mere boy who hasn't even fully matured dares to associate with us by Shou Peak? Get lost." Their vile words were unbearable to hear. Liu Ruyan's fury reached a boiling point. Yet at that very moment, the previously silent Qin Shou took a step forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. He gazed at the three banal characters inscribed on the plaque, then turned his attention to the ostentatious Zhao Tong, a radiant smile gracing his face. "Xinju?" Qin Shou tilted his head, as if genuinely pondering. "That name is quite unappealing." He extended a finger, pointing at the plaque, his tone resolute and unyielding as he slowly declared, "Today, we shall have it dismantled. From this day forth, let this place be renamed Office 1. Chapter 44. How about you try? Fine, I'll tear it down." The phrase overtime number 1 courtyard floated lightly, akin to 5 inconsequential feathers. Yet before the imposing mountain gate, it descended with the weight of 10,000 pounds, evoking a sense of dread. At that moment, the entire Shou Peak seemed to be muted. All hidden presences, lurking in the shadows, were momentarily stilled. The inner sect disciples, who had anticipated a spectacle, stood agape, their jaws nearly hitting the ground. Outrageous. Utterly outrageous. To openly declare the name of the new elder Zhao Tong's cave abode as unappealing? To propose a renaming, and to call it Overtime Number 1 Courtyard? Such audacity. This was no mere provocation. It was akin to grinding Zhao Tong's face into the dirt with the sole of a shoe. Zhao Tong's already sinister visage, after a brief moment of shock, turned a deep shade of purple. He, a golden core period elder and a favored new figure beside the holy maiden, was publicly humiliated by a mere mortal devoid of any spiritual energy? Ha 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 ha. Zhao Tong's anger transformed into manic laughter, sharp and grating. Without allowing Liu Ruyan a chance to speak, he forcefully gestured toward the onlookers, bellowing with all his might. "Behold, this is the traitor of our Huan sect, Liu Ruyan." His words dripped with venomous delight. After years of disappearance, colluding with outsiders, and now daring to return? Truly, a fool who does not know their own mortality. His gaze shamelessly roamed over Liu Ruyan's voluptuous figure, filled with unmasked desire and disdain. Then, like poisoned daggers, his eyes turned to Qin Shou. "Oh, you've brought back a pretty boy?" Zhao Tong's voice rose an octave, laden with exaggerated theatrics. "Liu Ruyan, you are truly advancing. I hear he is your direct disciple?" Ha 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 ha. He laughed uproariously, prompting his sycophants to echo his laughter. Pointing at Qin Shou, Zhao Tong continued his mockery. Is he the one you personally taught how to serve in bed? Boom. That statement held more destructive power than any magical technique. It splashed like the dirtiest of waters, drenching Liu Ruyan and Qin Shou in humiliation before the entire sect. Liu Ruyan could no longer contain herself. Her once alluring peach blossom eyes, now ablaze with fury and murderous intent, turned a deep crimson. The terrifying pressure of her peak golden core cultivation erupted like a volcano, sweeping through the gathering. Centered around her, the air warped, the blue stone slabs beneath cracked inch by inch, and the surrounding flora withered and charred in the face of the scorching wave. The disciples still laughing in the foundation establishment stage found their mirth abruptly silenced. They felt as though an invisible hand had seized their throats, their faces turning pale, with the weaker ones collapsing to their knees, trembling in fear. Liu Ruyan truly harbored murderous intent. However, just as her spiritual energy was about to coalesce into a lethal technique, a warm and powerful hand, unassumingly yet firmly, grasped her trembling jade-like hand. The temperature of that palm, the gentle pressure, seemed to carry a strange enchantment. The impending explosion of her murderous intent was forcefully suppressed by this strength. She suddenly turned her head, meeting the calm, faintly smiling face of Qin Shou. He did not look at her, his gaze still fixed on the raving Zhao Tong across the way, as if he were relishing a theatrical performance. Yet, he gently shook his head. That slight motion conveyed a message. Be patient, let him finish his act. His demise will be just. A wave of indescribable grievance and fury surged within her once more. Shou, how could he endure this? But as her gaze met Qin Shou's tranquil eyes, her furious heart miraculously began to cool. Indeed, this man was the one who could make the proud Pan Jinlian willingly submit. He was the prodigy capable of transforming both Golden Core elders under his physical cultivation. Would he suffer losses? Ding. System commentary. Remain calm. Host. Your master is on the brink of exploding with rage. Yet, well done. A competent hunter is always patient. It is essential to wait for the prey to leap into the deepest trap, revealing all their cards before delivering a fatal blow. The system detects Zhao Tong is teetering on the brink of self-destruction. His toxic aura has reached max. His self-awareness has peaked. Host, your opportunity has arrived. Seeing Liu Ruyan restrained by Qin Shou, Zhao Tong felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. In his eyes, this was a sign of fear. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, under the name of the Holy Maiden, dared not strike. His audacity swelled tenfold. Zhao Tong stepped closer, almost pointing at Liu Ruyan's nose, speaking with a condescending arrogance. Liu Ruyan, I advise you to kneel and apologize now. Then take your pretty boy and go scrub toilets in the outer sect. Perhaps I might even speak a good word for you before the Holy Maiden, sparing your miserable life. At this moment, even the ever-observant Pan Jinlian could no longer stand idle. Annoying. The two words slipped from her crimson lips. Without any earth-shattering pressure, the temperature around them plummeted to freezing point. A chilling, pure, and unadulterated killing intent, like an invisible thorn, locked onto Zhao Tong in an instant. Zhao Tong's smile froze, feeling as if he were being targeted by a ferocious beast from the ancient icy plains, a chill washing over him from scalp to soles. Pan Jinlian's frosty eyes regarded him quietly, as if observing a corpse. Zhao Tong, you, the Gatik, a single word of death carries the weight of 1,000 pounds. The chilling aura of murderous intent caused Zhao Tong's breath to falter. He had no doubt that if he dared to utter a negative word, Pan Jinlian's flying sword would, in the next instant, pierce his brow. However, the mere thought of who stood behind him, the radiant and enchanting Saintess Qiao Yoxin, along with her formidable influence within the sect, straightened Zhao Tong's spine once more. What is there to fear? No matter how powerful Pan Jinlian may be, would she dare to openly defy the Saintess? They had been missing for so long that the sect had already undergone a transformation. Pan Jinlian, do not attempt to intimidate me. Bolstered by the Saintess's power, Zhao Tong showed no fear. Instead, he erupted in curses, taunting. What are you, really? A fallen elder who still believes themselves to be the esteemed enforcer of discipline? How impressive. He surveyed his surroundings, his voice growing louder, as if proclaiming to the entire sect. To tell you the truth, this Ingsen residence is a place personally chosen by Her Highness the Saintess. If any of you dare to lift a finger here, you shall be opposing Her Highness the Saintess. He puffed out his chest, raising his chin skyward, summoning all his strength to bellow what he believed to be his most potent protective charm. Dare to make a move. Go ahead, try it. The echo of his voice reverberated through the valley, filled with brazen audacity. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was left astounded by Zhao Tong's audacious antics. He had pierced the heavens. Both Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian wore icy, chilling smiles. Fool, oblivious to his impending doom. And within this profound silence, the previously silent Qin Shou finally stirred. He released Liu Ruyan's hand. Then, under the gaze of thousands, he lazily yawned, as though everything before him was of no concern. He stepped forward, not sparing Zhao Tong a glance, and simply walked past him. His demeanor was one of leisurely grace, as if merely passing by an obstructive ant. You dare to disregard me. Zhao Tong trembled with rage, on the verge of exploding. Yet, he observed as Qin Shou approached the white jade archway inscribed with the 3 characters of Yingxin residence. He halted his steps. Extending his hand, he languidly patted the pristine plaque, brushing away the non-existent dust atop it. Then, he turned his head, gazing at the ashen-faced Zhao Tong, and flashed a grin, revealing a set of pearly whites. It's dismantled. Chapter 45, The Saintess? Does she even deserve to manage my man? Qin Shou's voice, though not loud, reverberated through the serene expanse of Baixiu Peak like a thunderclap from the heavens. Zhao Tong's face, twisted by extreme arrogance, became utterly rigid. The entourage behind him, once laughing, found their expressions frozen as if collectively ensnared by an immobilizing spell. All the inner disciples who had been eavesdropping through their spiritual senses experienced a simultaneous mental shutdown. Tear it down. Tear it down? A mere mortal, a callow youth who had yet to reach the Qi refinement stage, dared to declare before a golden core elder that he would dismantle his cave dwelling? What kind of lunacy could provoke such audacity? What did you say? Zhao Tong's triangular eyes widened in disbelief, almost bulging from their sockets. He suspected he had misheard. You filthy scoundrel, repeat that. An overwhelming fury, coupled with the humiliation of being publicly insulted, shattered his reason in an instant. The reputation of the saintess, the threat of Pan Jinlian. At that moment, all were cast aside. All he desired now was to rend the insolent mortal before him into pieces. Die! Zhao Tong roared, unleashing the ethereal energy of his first level of the Golden Core realm, raising his hand to conjure a ghastly green stream of spiritual power, viciously aimed at Qin Shou's crown. He intended to crush this pretty boy's skull before everyone's eyes. Yet, his hand had barely risen halfway. Buzz, a chilling aura, colder than a millennium of glacial ice, enveloped the arena in an instant. Countless delicate ice crystals materialized in the air, shimmering with a foreboding gleam. The icy menace transformed from mere intimidation into a palpable harbinger of death. Clang! A melodious sword cry resounded through the heavens. Pan Jinlian had, unbeknownst to anyone, drawn a short sword of a brilliant icy blue hue. The blade, though merely 3 feet in length, seemed to exhale the frigid essence of the 9 nether ice prison. This was her life-bound treasure, the Ice Soul Sword. The tip of the sword locked onto Zhao Tong from afar, and the terrifying sword intent emanating from it rendered his movements paralyzed in midair. The color drained from his face. From that blade, he felt an irresistible, primal fear rooted in the instinct of survival. Pan Jinlian, this madwoman, truly intended to kill him, just as the situation teetered on the brink of catastrophe. Just as the entire sect braced for a scene of bloodshed at the mountain gate. A delicate hand, as pale and tender as jade, gently pressed down on the back of Pan Jinlian's hand that clutched the Ice Soul Sword. This hand belonged to Liu Ruyan. The terrifying murderous intent about to erupt from Pan Jinlian was unexpectedly quelled by this gentle touch. The crowd fell into silence once more. What was happening? Liu Ruyan was stopping Pan Jinlian? Was their alliance merely a facade? Had they turned against each other? Zhao Tong was momentarily stunned, only to be engulfed by a wave of unrestrained joy. As expected, these 2 women were not united at all. Liu Ruyan, that wretched woman, still feared the saintess. However, in the next moment, every jaw dropped to the ground. Liu Ruyan turned her head, facing the fiercely intense Pan Jinlian, and smiled radiantly. That smile was enchanting, exuding charm as if the earlier wrath was merely an illusion. She parted her crimson lips, speaking in a voice so soft it seemed to drip with water, each word resonating clearly across the entirety of Baixiu Peak. Junior sister. Boom. This single term detonated in the minds of all watching disciples like a heavy bomb. Junior sister? Liu Ruyan addressed Pan Jinlian as her junior sister. Had they not been bitter rivals for centuries? Such a character, who would only grovel before their master and bark at outsiders, hardly deserved to tarnish your sword. Liu Ruyan's voice carried a hint of playful reproach, as if soothing a temperamental younger sister. Allow your elder sister to handle this. She paused, her peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, the alluring glimmer within them tinged with a chilling resolve. Let me clear away the refuse at your doorstep, junior sister. The terms junior sister and elder sister flowed effortlessly from the lips of these two age-old adversaries, proclaimed before the entire sect. The shock it induced was 1,000 times more terrifying than the unsheathing of Liu's sword. What did this signify? It meant that not only had they returned, not only had they reconciled, they had forged an unbreakable alliance, with Liu as junior sister and Liu Ruyan as elder sister. Insanity. The world had utterly gone mad. Ding. What the hell? What the hell? The system CPU is about to overheat. Detecting a groundbreaking plot development. The strategic alliance between Liu Ruyan and Liu as elder sister and junior sister is officially established. System online analysis. Host, you are remarkable. You are a born master of relationships. Liu, proud and domineering, yet willingly calls herself junior sister, not only appeasing Liu Ruyan, but also extending a subtle goodwill and compromise towards you. The core. She has relinquished the initiative of establishing authority to Liu Ruyan, who was robbed of her cave, thus fostering camaraderie while preserving face. What sophistication. Truly exquisite. System commentary. They will help you conquer the world outside while you assist them. Cough. In imparting knowledge. Host. This is no longer sustainable development. This is a perpetual motion machine. Qin Shou paid no heed to the frenzied notifications flooding his mind. A slight smile graced his lips. Indeed, this was more like it. Liu cast a deep glance at Liu Ruyan before her, comprehending everything from the mingling allure and murderous intent in her eyes. This was Liu Ruyan's battlefield. It was also the stage upon which Liu Ruyan would prove her worth to that man. Good. Liu parted her crimson lips, uttering a single word. In the next moment, with a resounding clang, the ice soul sword, exuding an endless chill, was decisively retracted into her body. The overwhelming murderous aura that had enveloped the arena dissipated like mist. This act of retraction struck Zhao Tong with a sense of despair greater than the unsheathing of the sword. It signified that Liu had complete faith in Liu Ruyan's ability to deal with him. It was the most thorough disdain emanating from a true powerhouse. Liu Ruyan turned gracefully, her lotus-like steps reminiscent of a delicate willow swaying in the breeze as she walked forward alone. The charming smile upon her face showed no signs of waning. Her voluptuous figure traced breathtaking arcs with each movement, embodying the quintessential enchantress capable of driving any man to madness. Yet at that moment, all present felt a chilling aura rising from their feet to their very souls. She was a carnivorous flower blooming in the depths of the netherworld. As she passed by Qin Shou, Liu Ruyan deliberately paused her steps. She glanced back, playfully winking at him, her alluring eyes seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very spirit. Her crimson lips parted slightly, and in a voice so intimate that only the two of them could hear, she softly declared, "Pay attention to the lesson today. The first lesson from your master today is how to elegantly silence a buzzing fly." With that, she continued onward without hesitation. Qin Shou touched his nose, a curious smile gracing his face. A lesson? He was intrigued. Meanwhile, Zhao Tong, observing the approaching Liu Ruyan, felt his initial fear gradually morph into a desperate madness cloaked in bravado. Liu Ruyan, what do you intend to do? He forced himself to muster courage and shouted hoarsely, "Let me tell you, I have the Holy Maiden behind me. If you dare to lay a finger on me, the Holy Maiden will never let you go." Oh, Liu Ruyan finally came to a halt just 3 steps away from him, tilting her head. Her smile grew even more enchanting. The Holy Maiden? She chuckled lightly, her laughter resembling the sound of silver bells, yet laced with a piercing mockery. What is she? Does she have the right to interfere with my man's affairs? Before her words could fully fade, Liu Ruyan's delicate hands, whiter than frost and purer than snow, shot upward with a sudden flourish. A vibrant pink luminescence burst forth from her sleeve. It was neither a magical artifact nor a supernatural ability, but rather her very own life's essence. Xingxin Raoji Ro. Chapter 46. Defying Fate. The Power of Overtime. A pink stream of light shot forth from Liu Ruyan's sleeve, tracing a brilliant and deadly arc in the air. It appeared gentle, akin to the tender ribbons shared between lovers. Yet, the surging waves of spiritual energy it emanated left all the Foundation establishment disciples present feeling a palpable sense of dread. Zhao Tong's slanted eyes narrowed to the size of pinpricks. However, as a golden core elder bolstered by elixirs, his cultivation, though superficial, was not without merit. When he saw Liu Ruyan was truly willing to strike, he was not afraid. Instead, a vicious grin spread across his face. "This is splendid. Liu Ruyan, you wretched servant, having been missing for years, dare to return to the sect and cause chaos. Today, I shall make you aware of who truly rules by Xiao Peak." Zhao Tong roared, his hands coming together forcefully before him. "Xiangui shield, rise." With a resounding hum, a large shield resembling a yellow tortoise shell, inscribed with intricate runes, materialized before him. The shield exuded a weighty earth-type spiritual energy, clearly a remarkable defensive artifact. It had been bestowed upon him by the saintess Qiao Yoxin after he became an elder, capable of withstanding the full force of a first-tier golden core cultivator. In his estimation, even if Liu Ruyan had not perished outside, her cultivation must have suffered greatly. This strike was merely a show of bluster. He would endure it, then, before all, trample this woman, oblivious to her own mortality, beneath his feet. However, his malicious grin lasted less than half a second. The seemingly frail pink ribbon did not hesitate for a moment upon encountering the yellow tortoise shell shield. There was no earth-shattering boom, no explosive clash of spiritual energies. Instead, there was a soft sound, akin to a hot knife slicing through butter. The shield, reputed to withstand the full force of a first-tier golden core attack, was effortlessly pierced and shredded by the pink ribbon, as though it were made of paper. Afterward, it did not lose momentum. Like a living spiritual serpent, it quickly coiled around Zhao Tong's neck, wrists, and ankles, round after round, binding him tightly into a secure package. Zhao Tong's expression froze completely. He felt an eerie yet irresistible terrifying force instantly seal off all the spiritual energy within him, rendering him incapable of moving a single finger. The venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. In one move, merely one move, Zhao Tong, a fellow golden core elder, was utterly subdued by Liu Ruyan's artifact. How could this be possible? Is this all? Liu Ruyan stood firm, not moving an inch. She gazed at Zhao Tong, now bound and unable to move, her charming smile gradually fading, replaced by an icy disdain. I had thought the saintess's newly acquired dog would possess some formidable prowess. It turns out, merely a useless decoration. These words landed like a resounding slap, striking Zhao Tong's face and that of every disciple who clung to the saintess. Zhao Tong, startled and enraged, felt his face flush to a deep shade of purple as he struggled desperately. Liu Ruyan, what witchcraft is this? He was a first-tier golden core cultivator. Liu Ruyan had only been at the Foundation establishment stage before her disappearance. Even if she encountered some fortuitous event, it was impossible for her to attain such strength. Witchcraft? Liu Ruyan seemed to find this notion laughable, letting out a scoff. It appears that kneeling for so long has made you forget what true strength is. Before her words faded, her smile vanished abruptly. The next moment, an overwhelming aura, far more terrifying than before, erupted from Liu Ruyan's delicate frame, akin to a primordial beast awakening from eons of slumber. This pressure was no longer the ethereal lightness of a first-tier golden core, but a far denser, more tangible force of terror. Second-tier golden core. Moreover, it was the mid-stage of a firmly stabilized second-tier golden core. The oppressive force descended like an invisible mountain, intent on crushing everything as it slammed down upon the open space in front of Ingsen residence. Crack, crack, crack. The hard bluestone ground could no longer withstand this immense pressure, fracturing like spiderwebs. Dust-filled air was forcefully pressed to the ground, unable to rise even a fraction. The atmosphere thickened, turning viscous like mud. Thud, thud, thud. The dozens of Foundation establishment lackeys standing behind Zhao Tong instantly transformed from arrogance and mockery to sheer terror. They did not even have time to scream. It was as if an invisible hand had pressed them down, causing them to collapse to their knees in unison, like dumplings being dropped. Those with slightly weaker cultivation even rolled their eyes back, spewing blood, unable to endure the oppressive force, collapsing unconscious. Merely the aura had caused dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators to shatter in an instant. This is the terror of the second-tier golden core. And as the focal point of this pressure, Zhao Tong endured an unimaginable burden. Crack, crack, crack. His bones creaked in despair. His legs trembled violently, as though they might buckle at any moment. His face, once flushed with anger, turned a ghastly white, devoid of color. In his triangular eyes, only an endless, almost overflowing fear and disbelief remained. Second tier, mid-stage? His teeth chattered violently, each word squeezed out from between his clenched jaws. No, this is impossible. Absolutely impossible. He roared madly within his mind. A traitor who had been missing for years, believed by all to be on the brink of death. Even if she returned, her cultivation would surely be severely diminished. How could she possibly rise instead of fall, breaking through the towering realm that had plagued countless cultivators, and soar directly to the mid-stage of the second-tier golden core? This defies all reason. It upends every ironclad rule of the cultivation world. Could it be that man? Zhao Tong's mind uncontrollably flashed with the image of Qin Shou's gentle smile. No, a mere mortal, a furnace. How could this be possible? In this moment, his Tao heart was shaken to the brink of collapse by this incomprehensible reality. The system's flamboyant electronic voice reverberated in Qin Shou's mind, almost breaking with excitement. The analysis revealed, currently, Zhao Tong's combat power index stands at 1800 inflated, while Liu Ruyan's combat power index soars to an astonishing 5,500. This is not merely a crushing defeat. It is a dimensional strike, akin to an adult assaulting a child in kindergarten. The system continued, "Host, do you see? This is the power of overtime. This is the profound essence of the Hongming Xianpin convergence technique. You are not merely cultivating. You are fabricating a formidable entity." Disregarding the system's incessant chatter, Qin Shou maintained a serene gaze upon the unfolding scene, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his lips. He was thoroughly satisfied with this instructional session. Pan Jilian's icy phoenix eyes flickered with a trace of barely perceptible astonishment, which quickly transformed into understanding. She, more than anyone else, recognized the source of the transformation they were experiencing. This man was a prodigy capable of miracles. At that moment, Liu Ruyan observed Zhao Tong, who was struggling under her oppressive presence and on the verge of breaking. The coldness in her gaze gradually morphed into a languid, teasing demeanor reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. She extended a slender finger, its crimson nail polish radiating an enchanting allure under the sunlight, and gently shook it at Zhao Tong. Her voice, soft enough to seem as if it could drip with water, yet each word struck with the force of a hammer against Zhao Tong's crumbling dignity. "Do you still believe you have the right to yell at me?" Chapter 47. It is too late. The teachings of Shenyang do not accept returns at this moment. Liu Ruyan's voice flowed softly, as if it could drip with water, yet each word struck like a heavy hammer, mercilessly shattering Zhao Tong's already fragile dignity. "Do you still believe you are qualified to brazenly shout before me?" This question pierced through Zhao Tong's last bastion of hope, a barrier named luck, with the precision of an invisible needle. Fear, boundless and overwhelming, it surged like a tidal wave, instantly consuming all of his reason, anger, and resentment. Golden core second layer. Midstage. These four words loomed over his spirit like insurmountable mountains, pressing down mercilessly. His once proud golden core cultivation appeared diminutive, akin to an ant, in the face of such overwhelming might. The so-called backing of the Saintess felt distant and laughable at this moment. He would die? This thought echoed in his mind like the most vicious curse, frantically resonating within him. No. Please. Under the shadow of death, Zhao Tong's psychological defenses crumbled completely. His face, twisted in fear, could no longer maintain even a fragment of the dignity befitting a golden core elder, leaving only the most primitive instinct for survival. Thud. Under the watchful eyes of countless senses throughout the sect, the newly appointed golden core elder, Zhao Tong, felt his legs weaken and uncontrollably began to kneel before Liu Ruyan. However, the desire to live triumphed over humiliation at the last moment. Zhao Tong let out a shrill scream, not resembling a human voice, as he recklessly burned his spiritual energy. He transformed into a streak of earthy yellow light, not daring to glance at Liu Ruyan, and fled desperately down the mountain. His speed reached its zenith. This was his ultimate life-saving secret technique, igniting his essence to seize a slim chance of survival. "Lu Zhonglao, spare me. I was wrong. I truly was wrong." This cave, I will return it to you. I will leave at once. Please spare my life." His anguished pleas echoed throughout Baishio Peak, filled with boundless regret and terror. All the observing disciples were left dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the arrogant Zhao Tong, who boasted of teaching Liu Ruyan a lesson, now resembled a stray dog, burning his essence solely to escape. This reversal came too swiftly and shockingly. Pan Jin Lian's icy phoenix eyes revealed no sign of emotion. The wails of the weak were not worthy of sympathy. Qin Shou rested his hands behind his head, a playful smile gracing his lips, as if he were enjoying a drama whose conclusion he already knew. Watching the disheveled fleeing figure, Liu Ruyan did not pursue. Instead, she tilted her head, her cold mockery transforming into an enchanting allure that could captivate all. She parted her crimson lips, her voice as gentle as a lover's whisper, yet it resonated clearly throughout the entire mountain. "It is too late." These two words seemed to carry an ineffable magic. To the disciples listening, it sounded like an enticing tease that sent shivers down their spines. Yet, to the fleeing Zhao Tong, it was a horror far worse than the curses of the abyss. He felt a chill surge from his tailbone straight to his crown. In the next moment, without any excessive movements, Liu Ruyan casually lifted her exquisite wrist, fair as snow. Her wide sleeves cascaded like clouds, revealing a section of her arm, smooth and white as jade. There was no earth-shattering aura. She merely raised her hand gently. Buzz. The pink ribbon that had coiled around her wrist, her life-bound artifact, Tong Xn Rao Ji Ro, seemed to awaken at this moment. It shot forth silently from her sleeve like a venomous pink serpent, infused with the formidable power of a mid-stage golden core. It radiated a heart-stopping, eerie brilliance. It traced an illogical and peculiar arc through the air, making no sound as it surpassed the visual perception of all present. Danger. The fleeing Zhao Tong's senses blared with alarm, an unprecedented sense of death enveloping him entirely. He could feel that pink light of death sealing off all avenues of escape. Xian Guizhen Hai. Zhao Tong's eyes widened in horror as he roared, channeling every ounce of his remaining spiritual energy into a shield that materialized from thin air. This was his final defense. However, Tong Xin Rao Ji Ro had no intention of targeting him. Sizzle. In Zhao Tong's terrified gaze, the pink ribbon bypassed him directly, instantly wrapping itself around the enormous stone door of the cave he had renamed Ing Xin Ju. 1 loop, 2 loops, 3 loops. Like binding zongzi, the seemingly delicate ribbon ensnared the door, reinforced with the strength of steel, along with Zhao Tong, who had just arrived at its threshold. No. Zhao Tong let out a final, desperate scream. His protective aura crumbled before the pink ribbon like a fragile soap bubble, shattering upon contact. He watched helplessly as the pink ribbon tightened around him and the stone door. With a soft pop, there was no earth-shattering explosion, no roaring collapse of spiritual energy. In the stillness of Baishio Peak, a faint yet spine-chilling sound echoed, reminiscent of countless pieces of fabric being torn simultaneously. Under the gaze of thousands of senses within the sect, amidst the wide-eyed horror of disciples kneeling on the ground, the newly appointed Golden Core Elder Zhao Tong, along with the door of the cave symbolizing his identity and status, the very place where he had flattered the saintess, was entwined by that seemingly delicate pink ribbon and, reduced to a mist of bee at this moment, the entire Huan zone was enveloped in an unprecedented silence. All disciples, stewards, and even elders from other peaks who had probed with their divine senses found their minds completely blank, as if they had experienced a collective mental shutdown. One strike. Yet again, one strike. A mere first-level Jindan elder, just like that, vanished. Both the person and the door were reduced to mere dust. Liu Ruyan. What had she truly endured? In Qin Shou's mind, the system's electronic voice had become so excited that it emitted a series of static noises. The system evaluated S-rank slaughter performance. Perfect. Elegant. Violent. The system's battle power analysis revealed that after your personal guidance and overtime, Shenyang Liu's innate magical artifact, Tongxin Raoji Ro, had evolved from an original A-rank control-type artifact to an S-rank, pink high-efficiency meat grinder. The commentary from the system playfully remarked, "Host, did you see? This is the worth of your guidance. You are not merely cultivating together. You are equipping your Shenyang with a high-tech engine. Such power, TSK. Who would dare claim you are living off others? This is clearly a technical investment." Qin Shou disregarded the frenzied barrage of messages in his mind, his gaze calmly fixed on the spot where an extreme act of violence had just transpired. He nodded slightly. Indeed, this inaugural lesson had yielded remarkable results, worthy of high praise. Amidst the dead silence, the pink ribbon, having completed its slaughter, gracefully loosened and transformed into a streak of light, swiftly returning to entangle itself once more around Liu Ruyan's snow-white wrist, resembling a mere ornament. It was as though the cataclysmic scene that had just unfolded was but a fleeting illusion. Without even casting a glance at the blood mist, Liu Ruyan turned around, her lotus-like steps bringing her back to Qin Shou. The icy killing intent that once adorned her face had completely dissipated, replaced by a beguiling smile capable of captivating any man's soul. She playfully winked at Qin Shou with her enchanting peach blossom eyes, her red lips parting as her voice dripped with sweetness. Shou, look, I've tidied up the trash at the door for you. Chapter 48. Is he a devil or a deity? Shou, look. The voice of Liu Ruyan was sweet enough to dissolve into warmth. The refuse at the door has been cleaned by the Shenyang. This statement fell like a droplet of water into a cauldron of boiling oil. No, it was far more terrifying. It was akin to being dropped into a pot of absolute zero liquid nitrogen. At that moment, the entire Baishio Peak, along with all the disciples, stewards, and elders of the Hahuan Zone, who were peering through their divine senses, found their thoughts completely frozen and solidified. Refuse? An elder of the first level of the Jin Dawn, along with his entire cave-dwelling door, was reduced to a cloud of bloody powder. To her, it was merely refuse. The wind continued to blow. The mingled scent of blood and stone powder lingered in the air. Some dust gently settled upon the faces and hair of those disciples who knelt on the ground. It was frigid, bone-chillingly cold. Gulp. Someone, who remained unknown, struggled to swallow. This sound, amidst the deathly silence, rang out jarringly and painfully. Following that, Ugh, a disciple in the Foundation establishment stage, positioned nearest, could no longer bear the extreme visual shock and psychological terror. His stomach churned violently, and he collapsed on the ground, retching uncontrollably. His vomiting served as a signal. Ugh, wow. The cacophony of retching sounds erupted into a chorus. Those disciples, who had previously flaunted their power alongside Zhao Tong, now appeared pale as paper, nearly expelling their bile. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably, not from the cold, but from fear, an uncontrollable dread that emanated from the depths of their souls. What had they witnessed? In a single strike, Elder Liu Ruyan had effortlessly dispatched Elder Zhao Tong, an equal in the Jin Dawn realm, along with the seemingly indestructible cave-dwelling door, obliterating them entirely. Not a trace remained, their souls extinguished. This was no longer a battle. It was a massacre, a complete annihilation, a divine descent upon mortals. Flee, a disciple trembled, attempting to rise from the ground, yearning to escape this unforgettable hellish scene. Yet, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, as limp as noodles, refusing to obey. He tried several times, only to fall back to the ground in a pitiful fashion. Despair enveloped him in an instant. At that moment, dingling, buzzing, a series of urgent notification sounds erupted from the chests of the kneeling disciples. It was the sect's communication jade slips. Their fellow disciples, their mentors, were frantically reaching out, inquiring about the situation. One disciple, his hands shaking as if sifting chaff, struggled to retrieve the jade slip that was vibrating furiously. His divine sense probed in. Zhao Shixiao, what is happening over there? The aura of Elder Zhao Tong has vanished? Wang Shidi, are you alive? Respond. Was that terrifying surge of spiritual energy from Elder Liu? ISNT she at the first level of Jin Dawn. What is happening on the scene? Speak up. The messages within the jade slip cascaded like snowflakes. The disciple's lips quivered as he attempted to respond, only to find his teeth chattering uncontrollably, unable to utter a single word. What could he say? That Elder Liu had returned, and she was already at the mid-stage of the second level of Jin Dawn. That Elder Zhao Tong had boasted a single remark before being effortlessly dispatched by Elder Liu, reducing both him and the door to ashes. Who would believe it? It was more absurd than a fairy tale. However, even more unbelievable and terrifying events unfolded. Standing beside Liu Ruyan, resembling a stunning ice sculpture, the ever-impassive pawn Jinlian finally made a move. She merely cast a casual glance at the blood mist. In her phoenix-like eyes, there was no surprise, no shock, not even the slightest ripple of emotion. There was only indifference, an indifference that seemed to convey, is that all? A profound sense of apathy. as if the earth-shattering strike by Liu Ruyan was merely a child's play, utterly insignificant. This expression, more unsettling than Liu Ruyan's instantaneous kill, sent a shiver down the spines of those powerful beings observing from afar. Liu Ruyan had reached such heights, and Pan Jinlian found it merely mediocre. That thought had just begun to take shape in everyone's minds when, boom, a force tenfold, even 100-fold more terrifying than the momentum Liu Ruyan had just unleashed descended from the tall, voluptuous figure of Pan Jinlian, akin to an ancient iceberg that had lain dormant for eons. This pressure was no longer the sharpness of the second level of Jin Dan. It was denser, more solid, more tyrannical, infused with an unparalleled will that commanded life and death. The third level of Jin Dan. No, it was the pinnacle of the third level of Jin Dan. Crack, crack, crack. The entire Yingxin residence, no, the area surrounding the entrance of Tingyugu, could no longer withstand this terrifying weight. It was as if an invisible divine foot had stomped down hard. The once solid bluestone ground shattered inch by inch, reduced to dust. The air, in that instant, felt as though it had been completely extracted, transforming into solid glass. Poof! Those who had just been retching could no longer even manage that. They felt as if their souls had been struck by a towering ice peak. Their vision darkened, unable to scream. Blood gushed from their 7 orifice in this moment. The pinnacle of the Golden Core's third level displayed by Pan Jinlian struck awe into the hearts of all present. It was an unfathomable terror, a fear that was utterly incomprehensible. One was at the mid-stage of the Golden Core's second level, while the other had reached the apex of the third level. The two elders, who had returned from their mysterious disappearance, not only had their cultivation unscathed, but had instead achieved a miraculous breakthrough. What could possibly account for this? Had they discovered some ancient celestial fortune in the outside world, or had they perhaps unearthed the ancestral grave of a certain celestial emperor? The sound of the system's electronic voice echoed in Qin Shou's mind, overwhelmed by shock, sparking a series of electric arcs. The system urgently prompted, Pan Shinyang's display of prowess has exceeded all limits. The energy index has surpassed the current computational capacity of the system. The Golden Core's third level, enhanced further to possess spiritual power comparable to that of a super peak at the fourth level. My heavens! Host, what exactly have you done to her? The system's commentary continued, one at the second level leading the charge, another at the third level providing support. Host, you are not merely gathering a mentor. You are assembling an Avengers League. The Huan Sect dungeon has officially entered hard mode. Qin Shou remained nonchalant, his hands resting behind his head, his expression unchanged. It was as if this terrifying scene, capable of overturning the entire structure of the Huan Sect, was entirely within his expectations. At that moment, the gazes of all present, whether the few remaining disciples still conscious or the powerful consciousnesses scattered throughout the sect, could not help but shift away from the formidable figures of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, finally converging upon the handsome youth standing behind them, who wore a faint, elusive smile, his hands cradling his head, exuding an air of innocence. He was Qin Shou. In that instant, in the perception of all, Qin Shou's image underwent a dramatic transformation. No longer was he the pretty boy, the furnace, or an ordinary mortal. He was the key to unraveling all the enigmas, the source of all that was extraordinary. The breakthroughs of Liu Ruyan and the transformation of Pan Jinlian, all these miracles that defied reason, found their origin in him. A fear, deeper and more profound than that faced before the two Golden Core elders, slithered through the hearts of all like the coldest of serpents. Who was this man? Was he a deity capable of bestowing power, transforming stone into gold? Or was he a devil from the depths of the 9 hells, manipulating everything and playing with the two Golden Core elders as if they were mere pawns? The answer to this question sent shivers down the spine, far more than the strength of the two elders themselves. As the entire sect remained engulfed in a silence of shock and speculation, Qin Shou finally moved. He lowered his hands from behind his head and leisurely stepped forward, one foot after the other, toward the dark, forcibly breached entrance of the cave. As he passed by Liu Ruyan, he casually extended his hand and gently flicked the pink ribbon that had just strangled the Golden Core elder, now remarkably docile, producing a crisp sound. Without looking back, he addressed Zhao Tong, the only disciple still conscious yet trembling in fear, kneeling on the ground with a pale face, in a tone that seemed to command a subordinate. This place is too filthy. Find someone to clean it up. Chapter 49. A cup of tea. and the hierarchy of the inner palace is decided? This place is far too sullied. Qin Shou's voice was calm, so serene, so detached, as if he were commenting upon a trivial matter utterly remote from himself. Send people. Clean it, thoroughly. That simple command descended upon the sole remaining conscious disciple, Zhao Tong's direct acolyte, like the immutable edict of the celestial emperor himself. The young man jolted violently, as though doused head to toe with glacial water, abruptly jolted from the suffocating grip of paralyzing dread. He stared at the youth's back, calm, composed, gazing idly into the distance as if admiring some tranquil landscape. Then his gaze flickered to the yawning, charred maw of the ruined cave residence, its jagged aperture still exhaling the acrid tang of blood. He glanced around, at his fellow disciples, slumped unconscious, their fates uncertain, their breaths shallow or silent. Finally, his eyes settled upon the two women standing like celestial deities, or perhaps dread sovereigns, behind the youth. One had just reduced his master to crimson dust with a single, effortless motion. The other had, with nothing more than her oppressive aura, crushed the very ground beneath the plaza, buckling stone, shattering will, silencing breath. And both, these beings of unimaginable power, stood in reverent stillness behind him. Clean it? Clean what? The polished flagstones? Or the nameless, unrecognizable remnants of flesh and bone, now indistinguishably fused with pulverized stone? A wave of visceral nausea surged up his throat, yet he dared not retch. He dared not hesitate, not for a single heartbeat. Yes, yes, Lord. This humble servant obeys at once. Immediately, his face, twisted by terror, contorted into a smile more ghastly than any grimace of grief. He scrambled upright, limbs flailing, rising from the ground like a startled insect. He did not pause to assess his own injuries, sustained under Pan Jinlian's crushing aura. He did not pause to aid his fallen brothers and sisters. His mind held but a single imperative: obey, unflinchingly, absolutely, this devil's decree. Wake up, all of you. If you're still breathing, get up and work. He lunged at the unconscious disciples, kicking, stamping, screaming, driven by raw, animal instinct for survival. Soon, several lightly wounded acolytes stirred awake beneath his brutal prodding. The moment their eyes met the carnage, the blood-slicked rubble, the three figures standing like incarnations of divine retribution, their dazed confusion gave way to a fresh, overwhelming tide of terror. What are you waiting for? Do you wish to die? Clear the site now? Scour every inch of this place, completely. Shrieking, he threw himself forward, first among them, refusing to employ cultivation techniques. He feared even the faintest ripple of dust might offend the sanctity of those three august presences. So he used his bare hands, digging, raking, wrenching, through the grisly amalgam of shattered stone and viscera. Razor-edged fragments gashed his palms, drawing rivers of crimson, but he felt no pain. The others, witnessing his abject devotion, dared not slacken. One by one, they hurled themselves forward, scrabbling with fingers, wiping with sleeves, employing every primal, humiliating means to purge the slaughterhouse before them. Thus, in the very heart of the 100 Blossoms Peak, the sacred core of the harmonious Joyous Sect, a grotesque, holy manual cleansing began, sparked by the sudden, shocking death of a golden core elder. All the elders and masters observing the scene through spiritual perception fell silent. They watched, these same inner disciples who, mere moments ago, had strutted with arrogant pride, now groveling like wretched serfs, scraping the remains of their own kin from the earth with trembling, bleeding hands. This spectacle chilled the soul far more deeply than the earlier slaughter. To kill is not terrifying. To annihilate dignity, that is true horror. Qin Shou had not raised a finger, yet he had shattered the Zhao Tong lineage's honor utterly, grinding it beneath his heel into irredeemable dust. Amidst that eerie stillness, punctuated only by frantic, desperate labor, Qin Shou at last withdrew his gaze from the distant horizon and let it settle upon the sole, surviving object above the ruined entrance, a lacquered plaque. Ing Xianju, the abode of welcoming fragrance. The three characters were rendered in bold, flamboyant calligraphy, richly gilded, extravagantly ornate, oozing sycophancy and servile flattery. Liu Ruyan followed his glance. Her bewitching, almond-shaped eyes, those famed peach blossom eyes, flashed with unmasked revulsion. That was her abode. Yet its name had been inscribed to fawn upon another woman. It was a wound upon her pride, an eyesore, an insult. Qin Shou spoke, voice soft, yet absolute. Remove it. No gesture followed. No incantation. No flourish. He merely flexed a finger, lightly, almost negligently, and a whisper-thin current of force, imperceptible to mortal eyes, leapt from his fingertip. It struck the plaque, crafted from rare, spirit-infused hardwood, without sound. Then, thump, a muffled detonation. The plaque, capable of withstanding the full-force strike of a Foundation establishment cultivator, shattered as if struck by a 1,000-ton charge of black powder, exploding into a blizzard of fine, amber-hued splinters. The delicate shards drifted downward like russet snow, silent and surreal. That effortless display, a masterstroke of understated supremacy, sent a collective shiver through every observing spiritual consciousness. If Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan were two colossal Italian howitzers, then Qin Shou was the sovereign seated in his armchair, calmly pressing the firing switch. He required no demonstration of strength, for strength itself bowed to his will. Qin Shou swept his gaze across the disciples, now prostrated once more, trembling anew at the plaque's violent dissolution, his voice quiet, yet resonating with crystalline clarity in every ear, every mind, every watching soul. From this day forth, I govern this place. Rehang the sign for Ting Yu Gu, the pavilion of listening terrain. He paused, then added, with quiet, unassailable finality, and ensure it is carved from 10,000-year-old golden silk Nanmu. Do you understand? Yes, yes, this humble servant understands. I shall procure it this instant. A disciple who bore the bearing of a sect steward, pale, sweating, eyes wide with deliverance, burst from the crowd, summoned his flying sword, and shot downward, streaking toward the sect's treasured vault at the mountain's base, fleeing as though his very life hung upon the swiftness of his departure. Having settled all matters, Qin Shou gave a slow, satisfied nod, then turned, leading the three women behind him across the threshold, into the cave residence that was now, indisputably, his. Shou inside, here the moment Liu Ruyan stepped across the threshold. Her delicate brows drew together in quiet distaste. The interior was vast, suffused with abundant spiritual energy, yet its aesthetic was appalling. Once elegant stone walls now draped in gaudy, saccharine pink and gold silks, vulgar, tasteless, unrefined. The floor was thickly carpeted with the coarse, heavy pelts of unknown demonic beasts, ostentatious, yet jarringly dissonant. In the corners stood ornate, hollow sculptures, each a crass, literal imitation of the holy maiden Xiao Yuxn's cultivation postures, grotesquely flattering, shamelessly obsequious. The entire residence resembled the vulgar den of a newly minted tycoon, saturated with the stench of crude wealth and the cloying, nauseating odor of sycophancy. Even Pan Jinlian's glacial phoenix eyes flickered, just once, with unmistakable disdain. Though she held the esteemed title of an elder in the Mo zone, her abode, the Bingzhen Zizu, was perpetually characterized by an air of elegance and purity, untouched by the impurities of the world. She could not endure such a stifling environment. Suddenly, a notification echoed, ding. The host has successfully checked into a luxurious mountaintop cave dwelling. Congratulations on achieving the feat of reversing guest and host. The system continued with a playful commentary. Goodness. Host, it seems that Zhao Tong has indeed provided a footbath fit for a saintess. Such taste is a glaring manifestation of gaudiness. Qin Shou remained unfazed. He strode directly to the grandest tiger skin chair at the head of the cave and sank into it, stretching comfortably. A home requires gradual arrangement. There was no need to rush. As he settled, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian naturally positioned themselves at his sides. Meanwhile, Su Qing, who had been silent and trailing behind, finally moved. Like a most devoted shadow, upon entering the cave, she seamlessly transitioned into the role of a maid. Ignoring the gaudy decor, she swiftly located the tea set that Zhao Tong had carelessly piled in a corner and meticulously cleaned it with a cleansing spell several times. Then, she retrieved her treasured Yun Ding Xianhao, a top-tier spiritual tea prepared especially for Qin Shou, and began to brew it with graceful precision. Soon, a delicate fragrance of tea wafted through the cave, dispelling some of the gaudiness within. At that moment, the dynamics among the four individuals became exceedingly intricate. Qin Shou was the undisputed sovereign of this cave. Liu Ruyan, the nominal first wife and original owner of the dwelling, gazed at Qin Shou in the main seat, her eyes reflecting a sense of pride and satisfaction as a hostess. Pan Jinlian, a formidable ally who had risen to prominence, stood silently, yet her mere presence exuded a powerful aura. And Su Qing, the most lowly captive, was nevertheless the closest to Qin Shou, the loyal maid who understood his habits best. For individuals, 3 factions, and an unseen undercurrent surged quietly through this newly claimed abode. The tea was ready. Su Qing, balancing a tray with 3 cups of ethereal tea, approached the center of the hall. She then made a gesture that seemed entirely natural to any observer. With reverence, even a hint of pilgrimage-like devotion, she presented the first cup of tea to Qin Shou with both hands. "Master, please enjoy the tea." Qin Shou accepted it and casually took a sip. Then, as Su Qing turned to serve the remaining 2 cups, the gazes of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian subtly fell upon her. To whom would she offer the next cup? Chapter 50. She is digging up my roots. The warning bell of the main wife. Su Qing held the remaining 2 cups of tea and turned around. At that moment, the gazes of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian subtly fell upon her. To whom would she extend the first cup? This question hung in the air like an invisible weight within the cave. Who is Liu Ruyan? The nominal original occupant of the cave, the forerunner in the role of the master's wife. And who is Pan Jinlian? A more powerful elder of the rules, a strategic ally who has risen to prominence. The choice of who receives the first cup of tea signifies an allegiance, a declaration of loyalty. Under the scrutinizing eyes of the 2 golden core elders, Su Qing's delicate face, always tinged with a hint of unhealthy pallor, remained unchanged. She did not approach Liu Ruyan, nor did she walk towards Pan Jinlian. Instead, she made her way to a small table in the corner of the hall. Gently, she set down the tray. Then, she picked up 1 cup of tea and turned, respectfully presenting it before Liu Ruyan. "Elder Liu, please enjoy this tea." Her address was Elder Liu, not Master. Liu Ruyan's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly as she accepted the cup. Immediately afterwards, Su Qing picked up the other cup of tea and, in the same graceful manner, offered it to Pan Jinlian. "Elder Pan, please enjoy this tea. Neither partial nor flawed." Beep. High-level workplace survival skills detected. System commentary. Wow. Host, your maid is a top-tier HR, perfectly avoiding factional disputes. This maneuver deserves full marks. Qin Shou held the teacup, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. Over the following days, Qin Shou truly witnessed what it meant to cultivate the self-discipline of a captive. The once chaotic Yingxin residence, tainted by Zhao Tong's meddling, was restored to its original elegance under Su Qing's diligent care, visibly transforming into a refined abode reminiscent of Tingyu Pavilion. Those garish golden draperies were ruthlessly torn down and replaced with elegant sky-blue curtains. The offensive tiger skin rug was rolled up and discarded from the cave as refuse. She meticulously cleansed the floor with spells no less than 10 times, leaving it spotless and reflective. It seemed she possessed boundless energy. Each morning, upon awakening from his cultivation, Qin Shou would find a cup of perfectly tempered spiritual tea awaiting him on his bedside. His discarded garments, without any command, would be cleaned and folded with a subtle fragrance, neatly placed in the wardrobe. Every corner of the cave was immaculate. She even replanted Liu Ruyan's favorite zui, Xianyan, in the garden outside the cave, and, following Pan Jinlian's preferences, diverted mountain spring water to create a small chilly pond, housing several ice-scaled fish. She accomplished so much while speaking so little. Throughout the day, apart from the necessary responses to her master, Qin Shou hardly heard her utter a third word. She functioned like the most efficient and precise machine, managing the cave with impeccable order, ensuring that everyone residing within felt an unparalleled comfort, including the 2 masters. However, this comfort set off alarm bells in Liu Ruyan's heart. One afternoon, Liu Ruyan languidly leaned against Qin Shou, peeling a purple crystal grape and offering it to his lips. Yet her gaze drifted beyond the veil, landing upon the slender figure of Su Qing, diligently polishing the stone table in the courtyard. Su Qing's silhouette was beautiful, imbued with a sense of fragmented stubbornness. Yet to Liu Ruyan, every ounce of her focus felt like a needle piercing her heart. This little vixen possesses deep cunning. Liu Ruyan scoffed inwardly. She is not merely serving as a maid. She is digging up my roots. Through this subtle and nurturing approach, she infiltrates Shou's life, making him accustomed to her presence, rendering him reliant on her care. And ultimately, will she seek to usurp my position as the main wife? Humph. Not a chance. The man was nurtured by me, Liu Ruyan. This cave belongs to me, Liu Ruyan. How dare this lowly prisoner harbor such ambitions? She tightened her grip on Qin Shou's arm, without revealing her thoughts. On the other hand, Pan Jinlian initially scoffed at Su Qing's actions. To her, These were mere petty tactics, unworthy of attention. Serving others? What waves could that possibly stir? True strength lies in power, ambition, and the tangible benefits one can bring to a man. Relying on tea service? Absurd. Until one day, she observed Su Qing as she polished the Pangu remnant blade, carelessly propped against the wall by Qin Shou. This rusted, massive blade resembled a firewood stick. Both Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan had witnessed its terrifying prowess. When drawn, it could rend the void. Its blade commanded submission from myriad demons. It was an unparalleled weapon that made even the strongest shudder at its mere glance. Yet at this moment, Su Qing knelt before the blade, using the softest yunzi brocade to meticulously wipe its surface, inch by inch. Her movements resembled not the act of cleaning a weapon, but rather caressing a lover's face or worshipping a deity. A near-obsessive focus and fervor radiated from her, as if the blade were her path, her heavens, her everything. Pan Jinlian's cold phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed. A wave of inexplicable displeasure surged from the depths of her heart. Why should she? That blade was the source of Qin Shou's power, the foundation upon which they could ascend to greater heights in the future. Why should this lowly maid be allowed to touch it? How dare she gaze upon their treasure with such reverence? Pan Jinlian suddenly felt as though she had underestimated this captive. What she desired might not merely be a man's life, but his entirety. Amidst this undercurrent of tension, the point of conflict unexpectedly arrived. One day, having just concluded a period of solidifying his mastery of the Hongmeng Xinpin Jiao Miao de Fa, Qin Shou felt a surge of spiritual power within him, yet thirsted for something to quench his dryness. As his mind stirred, a clear and cool voice resonated, "Master." Su Qing appeared before him like a specter, cradling a cup of spiritual tea enveloped in peculiar mist. The teacup, crafted from warm jade, held a brew that was strikingly divided, one half a fiery crimson and the other a frosty azure, distinctly separated, each not infringing upon the other. This was the exquisite ice-fire duality tea, meticulously concocted by her using dozens of spiritual herbs. Upon tasting this tea, one experiences a delightful alternation of temperatures that instantaneously cleanses the meridians and revitalizes the spirit. Most importantly, its temperature perpetually remains at the most comfortable point for the human body. "Master, please enjoy the tea," Su Qing insisted, stubbornly holding the cup out towards Qin Shou. He smiled gently, just about to extend his hand to accept it when a sultry, enchanting voice interrupted. A fragrant breeze wafted through as Liu Ruyan, having quietly glided to Qin Shou's opposite side, appeared. She held a small white jade bowl, filled with a milky liquid that exuded an intoxicating aroma. "Show her, your cultivation has been arduous," she purred, her gaze languid and her voice sweet as honey. "Having just finished your training, tea may harm your stomach. Come, sample the jade dew elixir that I personally refined for you. This concoction, made from the essence of 100 flowers along with a drop of my life force, took 3 days and nights to perfect and is immensely nourishing." As she spoke, she presented the white jade bowl to Qin Shou. One jade hand cradled the spiritual tea infused with the essence of ice and fire, while the other held the elixir imbued with the golden elixir elder's life energy, both offered to his lips. In that instant, the air became utterly still. Not far away, Pan Jinlian stood with her sword in embrace, observing with a cold gaze, a barely perceptible smirk curling at the corner of her lips. It seemed the competition had indeed begun. Ding. Warning. Warning. High-intensity Shura field detected. System emergency notice. The beginner village welfare phase has concluded. The harem rivalry quest has officially commenced. Option 1. Drink the tea. Uphold the dignity of the maid and demonstrate the master's equitable demeanor. Option 2. Drink the soup. Soothe the jealousy of the master and solidify the unshakable position of the primary consort. System commentary. Host. The moment has arrived to test your true prowess as a water-bearer artist. Su Qing remained resolute, her arms steady as a rock, refusing to retract even a fraction of the teacup, her icy gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Liu Ruyan, brimming with silent animosity and defiance. Liu Ruyan, however, paid her no heed. Her enchanting eyes were solely focused on Qin Shou, while her soup bowl remained equally steadfast, refusing to budge. Thus, a silent battle commenced, a struggle over who was more deserving of serving the master. Chapter 51. Jealousy? Serve together. In that fleeting moment, the air became utterly still. Standing not far away, Pan Jinlian held her sword, observing coldly, a hint of barely perceptible mockery curling her lips. At last, the conflict had erupted. A warning blared. High-intensity battlefield detected. The system urgently proclaimed. The welfare phase of the novice village has concluded. The harem rivalry quest officially commences. Option 1. Sip tea. Uphold the dignity of the maid, showcasing the master's impartiality. Option 2. Drink soup. Soothe the jealousy of the matron, solidifying the unshakable position of the primary consort. The system remarked, Host, the moment has arrived to test your true prowess as an artist of balance. Su Qing stubbornly held her teacup aloft, her arm as steady as a rock, unwilling to yield an inch, her icy gaze fixed on Liu Ruyan, brimming with silent hostility and provocation. Liu Ruyan, however, disregarded her entirely. Her enchanting peach blossom eyes gazing tenderly at Qin Shou, her bowl of soup equally unwavering, refusing to budge. Thus commenced, in silence, the battle over who was more worthy to serve the master. At this tense juncture, Qin Shou chuckled. He leisurely extended his hand, not to accept anything, but to gently wrap his arm around Liu Ruyan's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Liu Ruyan gasped, her delicate face instantly flushed with 2 shades of crimson, a flicker of triumph flashing in her eyes. Qin Shou lowered his head, drinking deeply from the bowl of exquisite brew held in her alabaster hand. The warm liquid slid down his throat, transforming into a pure energy that coursed through his limbs. The matron's culinary skills were unparalleled. Qin Shou lifted his head, his lips almost brushing against Liu Ruyan's earlobe, his warm breath causing her to soften. Liu Ruyan's heart fluttered, and she cast a look at Su Qing, filled with a sense of triumph and defiance. Behold, dear rival, the affection here is unmistakable. Yet, before she could revel in her victory, Qin Shou's other hand swiftly reached out, snatching the cup of tea from Su Qing's grasp. He remained nestled in Liu Ruyan's embrace, sipping the tea before her eyes. The unique blend of hot and cold on his tongue invigorated him, washing away the remnants of fatigue from his training. Qin Shou nodded, glancing at the still expressionless Su Qing, approvingly remarking, This tea is quite good, refreshing and calming. He released Liu Ruyan and strolled back to the main seat, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Both sides remained unoffended. A balanced approach was maintained. Congratulations, host. You have achieved the novice level of the master of balance. The system cheekily stated, Splendid. This maneuver is textbook worthy. Host, you truly should pen the art of balance. However, what Qin Shou believed to be a resolution ignited the powder keg. Humph. Liu Ruyan let out a cold snort, her once sweet visage now devoid of tenderness, replaced by an icy demeanor. She swayed her waist, approaching Qin Shou, her voice dripping with sweetness. Show her, you still prefer the matron's soup, do you not? It is brewed with her vital essence, while that maid's tea is merely worthless herbs. Hardly comparable. She deliberately emphasized the phrase vital essence. This was a reminder to Qin Shou of who truly provided him with real benefits. Su Qing's pale face displayed her first clear emotional shift. She stepped forward, her tone cool, yet resolute. The master's sacred body is most yang and robust, requiring a balance of yin and yang after training. While Elder Liu's brew indeed nourishes, it carries a tendency to incite heat, and prolonged consumption offers no benefit to the master. Liu Ruyan's chest heaved with fury. How dare this insolent maid openly criticize her? How dare she question her regard for Qin Shou? You, a mere captive, what do you know of balancing yin and yang? Liu Ruyan's eyes gleamed with malice. When I and Shou'er practiced together, you were not even present. Do you have the right to speak here? Su Qing stood her ground, her gaze icy in return. I only know that anything harmful to the master must be eradicated, be it person or object. Preposterous. Liu Ruyan was utterly incensed. A terrifying pressure emanated from her, akin to a tidal wave, crashing towards Su Qing with ferocity. She intended to deliver an unforgettable lesson to this arrogant maid. However, as the pressure surged forth, an invisible barrier seemed to materialize before Su Qing. The force collided against it, dissipating without a trace. It was Qin Shou. He remained seated in the grand tiger-skin chair, his posture unchanged. Yet, his expression had darkened. The playful glimmer in his eyes had transformed into a profound depth reminiscent of an ancient abyss. Enough. His voice was not loud, but it carried an undeniable authority akin to a cosmic decree. It resonated like thunder, reverberating within the very souls of Liu Ruyan and Su Qing. The impending eruption of Liu Ruyan's fury was instantly quelled. She recoiled instinctively, her gaze towards Qin Shou tinged with fear. Su Qing's defiant form stiffened, her head bowed in respect as she stepped aside, refraining from uttering another word. Even Pan Jinlian, who had been merely watching, sensed an inexplicable trepidation. She abruptly looked up at the young man. In that moment, the latent pressure emanating from Qin Shou, stemming from the Hongming Yinyang holy body, was unreservedly directed at the three women present. Not for the sake of fusion, nor for training, but rather, to dominate. A warning resounded, detection of changes in the host's dominant DNA. The aura of supremacy is awakening. The system remarked, wow, the family drama has morphed into a saga of underworld power. Host, it is time to showcase your authority over the matron. Let them know who holds the reins in this household. Qin Shou slowly rose. He did not glance at anyone. Instead, walking to the center of the hall. Each step felt as though it reverberated through the very heartbeats of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. At last, he came to a halt, his frigid gaze sweeping slowly over the three individuals. It appeared that this household was in dire need of some regulations. Regulations? Both Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Qin Shou extended a finger, first pointing towards Su Qing. Su Qing, he commanded. Present, my lord, she replied, immediately kneeling on the ground, her posture one of utmost submission. From this day forth, you shall be responsible for all external affairs and menial tasks within this abode, including but not limited to cleaning, cooking, and tending to the medicinal garden. Qin Shou's voice bore no trace of warmth. Your activities shall be confined solely to the outer courtyard and the kitchen. Without my summons, you are forbidden to set foot in the inner chambers. This declaration fell upon Su Qing like an invisible shackle, binding her tightly. She trembled violently, abruptly raising her head, a flicker of anguish and resentment flashing in her eyes. To be barred from the inner chambers? That meant she would forfeit most opportunities to attend to her master closely. Yet, gazing into Qin Shou's unwavering eyes, she ultimately swallowed her emotions and bowed deeply. Yes, my lord. Having delineated the boundaries of servitude, Qin Shou's gaze shifted to Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, causing their hearts to race. As for you two, Qin Shou's tone softened slightly, yet the air of dominance became even more pronounced. Your respective quarters shall remain separate and unintrusive. In daily matters, you are to regard one another as senior and junior sisters, as fellow disciples. I desire no further displays of jealousy or rivalry. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian listened in silence, refraining from comment. However, Qin Shou's tone shifted once more. At the hour of the rabbit each day, you are to report to my chamber for a joint morning lesson. Then, at the hour of the pig, you shall return once more for an evening review. He paused, observing the astonished and indignant expressions gradually manifesting on the faces of the two women, a knowing smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Exchanging insights on cultivation must be a shared endeavor. This, indeed, is the rule. Chapter 52. Stop bickering. Come here for morning class. At the hour of the rabbit, as dawn began to break and the morning mist lingered, two striking figures appeared simultaneously outside the bedroom of Qin Shou and Ting Yuge. Liu Ruyan, adorned in a delicate pink dress that accentuated her breathtaking curves, bore a hint of drowsiness and a barely perceptible resentment in her peach blossom eyes. In contrast, Pan Jinlian donned a sleek black outfit that highlighted her tall and voluptuous figure, her icy countenance betraying a touch of reluctance at being awakened early. A fleeting glance exchanged between them sparked an invisible tension in the air. Neither had anticipated that Qin Shou's established rules were to be taken seriously, and with such unwavering enforcement. Good morning, senior sister, Pan Jinlian initiated, her voice cool and laced with a hint of sarcasm. You're not late either. Junior sister, Liu Ruyan replied with a smile that failed to reach her eyes. With a creak, the door swung open. Qin Shou stood before them, fully dressed and exuding a refreshing aura, his gaze sweeping over the two before he nodded slightly. Is everyone here? Come inside. His tone, imbued with an air of authority, made the two Golden Core elders feel as though they were mere servants reporting for duty. Yet, the thought of the exhilarating sensation of rapid cultivation propelled them to suppress their discomfort and silently follow Qin Shou into the inner sanctum designated for their training. Ding. Attendance recorded successfully. Candidate for perfect attendance. 2. System commentary. Being late or leaving early will result in performance deductions. Dear host, the company culture must begin with strict attendance. Within the inner sanctum, Qin Shou unceremoniously took his seat on the main mat and gestured for them to sit on either side. Sit. His single word left no room for dissent. Biting their silver teeth, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian suppressed their embarrassment and took their places, one on the left and the other on the right. The scene was excessively solemn and oddly surreal. The three of them sat as if engaged in a sacred sect ritual. Yet the atmosphere was so awkward it could be cut with a knife. Without further ado, Qin Shou closed his eyes, and the Hongmeng Xinpin Jiao Go to Fa within him surged to life. A powerful, invisible force enveloped the chamber in an instant. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian trembled, the familiar sensation washing over them once more. They dared not slacken their focus, immediately channeling their respective energies to harmonize with Qin Shou's rhythm. However, the underlying tension made seamless cooperation impossible. Liu Ruyan instinctively sought to impress, her spiritual energy tinged with an anxious eagerness to please, while Pan Jinlian remained proud, her force steady and domineering, conveying a sense of, I am the main contributor. The contrasting energies clashed within Qin Shou, akin to two streams colliding within a conduit, causing the entire cultivation cycle to become somewhat sluggish. Although their efficiency still surpassed solitary practice, it paled in comparison to the perfect synergy they had achieved the previous night. Just then, Qin Shou, seated at the center, emitted a faint yet distinctly displeased grunt. This sound struck Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian like a hammer, reverberating in their hearts. Their bodies quivered in unison, their expressions shifting. They immediately recognized that their petty thoughts had not only been perceived by Qin Shou, but had also incurred his discontent. Most critically, this discord directly impacted their cultivation efficiency, detrimental to their own interests. Realizing this, they no longer dared to compete. Almost simultaneously, they adjusted their energy output, striving to align with one another's rhythm in search of that delicate balance. Soon, the sluggishness dissipated, replaced by a seamless, robust flow of spiritual energy reminiscent of the mighty Yangtze River. The synergistic effect of 1 + 1 exceeding 2 became apparent once more. The pure and ethereal Hongmeng Ziqi flowed through their meridians like nectar, nourishing their golden cores, leading to a visibly accelerated enhancement in their cultivation. The sensation was intoxicating, allowing them to temporarily forget their prior conflicts and become wholly absorbed in the ecstasy of their rapid progress. An hour later, as the first rays of morning light streamed through the window, their joint morning session came to a close. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian slowly opened their eyes, their gazes sparkling with astonishment. They could distinctly feel that merely 1 hour of cultivation equated to the arduous effort of several days. The overwhelming sense of fulfillment and strength transformed their glances towards Qin Shou, imbued with complexity, a mix of embarrassment, dependence, and a hint of reverence they were reluctant to acknowledge. Qin Shou also opened his eyes, his gaze calm as it traversed the flushed faces of the two women, invigorated by the surge of spiritual energy. Not bad, he remarked, his tone indifferent. The two women felt a simultaneous release of tension. They had improved their synergy since yesterday. However, Qin Shou's next words tightened their hearts once more. But it is still insufficient. He rose, looking down at them with a tone that brooked no argument, laced with a hint of admonishment. You must remember, you are my right and left arms, not mere roosters in a fighting arena. Boom. This declaration struck the minds of the two like a thunderclap. Right and left arms? Roosters in a fighting arena? The analogy was crude, direct, yet strikingly apt. Their faces flushed crimson, as if blood would spill forth from them. Shame. An unparalleled sense of humiliation. What status did they hold? They were esteemed golden core elders of Hehuan Zone. With a stomp of their feet, they could shake the sect to its core. Yet now, they were reprimanded like children by a mere boy in the body refinement realm. And to make matters worse, they could not retort, for they had indeed been bickering. Ding. Workplace PUA Master Skill activated. Effect, critical hit. Target's shame level, 100. Teamwork awareness passive, 10. Observing the mix of shame and anger on their faces, Qin Shou allowed a barely perceptible smile to grace his lips before turning to exit the chamber. Time for breakfast. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian remained frozen in place for a moment, but ultimately, gritting their teeth and with flushed faces, they followed suit. In the grand hall of the cave, Su Qing had already made all the necessary preparations. The refreshing and delicate lingmi porridge, the translucent lingua, and several exquisite side dishes wafted an enticing aroma. Qin Shou sat confidently in the main seat, picking up his bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat leisurely. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian also took their seats in silence, although the atmosphere remained somewhat tense. At that moment, Su Qing approached with a glass of freshly squeezed juice, showcasing a resplendent purple hue, and respectfully placed it beside Qin Shou. "Master, please indulge." Qin Shou glanced at it, lifted the cup, and took a generous sip. He emitted a sound of enjoyment, and then looked towards Su Qing, wearing a warm smile. This smile sent alarm bells ringing in the hearts of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. Indeed, Qin Shou spoke in a tone that was neither overly loud nor too soft, yet clear enough for everyone present to hear. "Su Qing, this juice is quite commendable. It is far more soothing than the bitter and astringent elixirs crafted by certain individuals." As his words fell, the temperature in the entire cave seemed to plummet by several degrees. Liu Ruyan, who had just lifted a piece of crystal cake, froze with her hand suspended in midair, her forced charming smile solidifying into a mask. Pan Jinlian tightened her grip on her teacup, the hard jade cup creaking under the strain. Bitter and astringent elixirs? Certain individuals? Who could he possibly be referring to? They had painstakingly concocted elixirs to please Qin Shou, only to have Su Qing overshadow them with a mere cup of tea, and now, Qin Shou himself was publicly reprimanding them in front of that wretched maid. This was no mere slap in the face. It was as if their very skin had been torn off and thrown to the ground, trampled upon mercilessly. An indescribable sense of humiliation and an intense surge of jealousy erupted like a volcano from the depths of their hearts. They abruptly lifted their heads, their gazes colliding in the air, no longer filled with hostility or mockery, only a shared fury and a determination to fight. From each other's eyes, they understood a singular message. They must find a way, by any means necessary. In the realm of serving men, they would utterly surpass that despicable maid. They would make her aware of who the true mistress of this cave was. Ding! The competition mode has officially commenced. Congratulations to the host for igniting a war without gunpowder. System commentary. A high-level hunter often appears in the guise of prey. Host, your strategy of holding one while stepping on another is executed with remarkable finesse. Await the emergence of a brand new world crafted by your disciples. Liu Ruyan slowly set down her chopsticks, forcing a smile that was more ghastly than tears towards Qin Shou. "Shower, you speak truly. Su Qing is indeed quite skilled." While her words praised, her gaze betrayed a desire to devour Su Qing whole. Chapter 53. The aloof scoundrel. You are even more seductive than I am. The morning's farce concluded with an eerie tranquility. Beneath this calm, however, simmered a volcano on the verge of eruption. Liu Ruyan returned to her designated side bed, and every time she recalled Qin Shou's remark about certain concoctions being more soothing than the bitter and astringent pills crafted by some, her heart ached with indignation. She understood that Qin Shou was admonishing both her and Pan Jinlian, while simultaneously elevating that wretched maid, Su Qing. The simple camaraderie of their morning exercises was no longer sufficient. On that practice bed, everyone's contributions were equal, obscuring who was truly favored or significant. That wretched Su Qing, by merely serving tea and tidying up, managed to win the master's favor. Pan Jinlian, with her icy demeanor, flaunted her superior cultivation, perpetually assuming the role of the primary contender. And what of Liu Ruyan? Her strengths were not in combat or servility. Her advantage lay in her insight into men, in her ability to provide them with the utmost gratification. A resolute determination flashed across Liu Ruyan's face. She could not afford to lose this battle. She must excel in her area of expertise and emerge victorious in this competition of internal strife. That night, at the hour of high, the evening review concluded promptly after an hour. Having learned from the morning's lesson, this session of cultivation was remarkably harmonious, with the flow of spiritual energy smooth and efficient, surpassing the morning's performance by more than 10%. Upon conclusion, both Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian's delicate faces glowed with a satisfied blush. Yet, as their eyes met, the harmonious atmosphere dissipated like mist. The air once again brimmed with an invisible tension. "Junior sister, you should rest early." Liu Ruyan stood first, presenting Pan Jinlian with a practiced, insincere smile. "No need for elder sister's concern," Pan Jinlian replied coldly, rising and turning away with decisive grace. Observing Pan Jinlian's tall, taut silhouette, Liu Ruyan's lips curved into a cold smirk. Tonight, she would show her what true servitude entailed. Upon returning to her chamber, Liu Ruyan did not rest. She carefully retrieved several rare spiritual herbs from her storage pouch, Long Yin Chao, Pugu Hua, Jiuyang Shenghua. These were casually tossed to them by Qin Shou, each brimming with potent yang energy, an excellent tonic for male cultivators. Liu Ruyan deftly set up the alchemy furnace, not to concoct pills, but to brew a tonic in the most ancient way, preserving the essence of the herbs. She infused her own life essence into the brew, merging it perfectly with the medicinal properties. Soon, a rich, warm fragrance permeated the room. Inhaling the aroma, Liu Ruyan felt her cheeks flush. This bowl of long hudabu soup was one of her secret skills. Consuming it would invigorate a man, enhancing his combat prowess. This was genuine thoughtfulness. This was true attentiveness to her master. Could that wretched Su Qing manage such a feat? Could Pan Jinlian, that iceberg, accomplish it? They could not. After completing her task, Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and approached the dressing mirror. She slowly shed her alluring pink dress. In the reflection, her mature, voluptuous figure, with breathtaking curves, was laid bare. Without a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a garment from an exquisite jade box. Rather than a mere outfit, it was a veil, a nearly transparent gossamer woven from thousand-year-old ice silks. The veil caressed her flawless skin, clinging tightly to every mesmerizing contour. The ample curves, the enticing fullness, the flat abdomen, all created an indescribable allure beneath that delicate layer. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a holy glow upon her, yet emanating an ancient, lethal seduction. Cradling the still-warm bowl of long hudabu soup, she stepped barefoot onto the cold floor, silent as the most graceful predator stalking its prey in the night. She approached the door to Qin Shou's chamber. Her heart raced within her chest, brimming with nervous excitement and unshakable confidence. She gently placed her hand on the door. It was not locked. Liu Ruyan's heart raced faster. Was he waiting for me? A victorious smile graced her lips as she cautiously pushed the door open a crack. She had already envisioned entering with the most alluring demeanor, sweetly informing her beloved Shou that she had come to offer him a feast. However, as she peered through the gap, the sight within froze her smile instantly. She felt as if struck by lightning. Boom. Her mind went blank. In the cool moonlight stood the icy queen, Pan Jinlian, whom she thought had long since retired to rest, now facing Qin Shou. Clad in the black attire of a disciplined elder, she exuded authority and restraint. Yet, several buttons of her top were undone, exposing a breathtaking expanse of white. That snow-white skin, illuminated by moonlight, left Liu Ruyan dizzy. The form-fitting attire emphasized her powerful yet wild curves, surpassing even Liu Ruyan's own. In her hand, she held an ancient jade slip of cultivation methods, leaning slightly forward, nearly pressing her entire being against Qin Shou. Master, this phrase, the icy heart and shadow, existing in one's heart, is beyond my comprehension. I implore you to enlighten me. Pan Jinlian's voice was no longer the cold tone of day, but imbued with an intentional, husky, tremulous allure. Liu Ruyan stood there, holding the meticulously brewed long hudabu soup, frozen at the door like a fool. The sheer ice silk she believed would grant her victory now appeared laughably cheap and utterly futile. She fancied herself the nocturnal hunter, stealthily striking under the cover of darkness. Little did she realize that a more ruthless and audacious yellow sparrow had already seized the opportunity. What utter nonsense regarding the consultation of techniques. Is there such a manner of seeking guidance? That wretched woman, that aloof, contemptible woman. She, astonishingly, was even more brazen than herself. A wave of indescribable humiliation and the fury of betrayal surged within Liu Ruyan, akin to molten lava erupting to the summit of her consciousness. Crash! The jade bowl in her grasp became unsteady, slipping from her fingers and shattering upon the floor. The sharp sound of its fragmentation resonated through the silent night, piercing the stillness. The two individuals within the room simultaneously turned their heads. Qin Shou remained leisurely seated, a hint of amusement dancing upon her features, as though she had anticipated this very moment. Meanwhile, Pan Jinlian gradually straightened herself, her icy visage betraying no hint of the awkwardness of the situation. She merely cast a fleeting glance at Liu Ruyan, who stood at the doorway, clad in revealing attire and wearing a dazed expression. Then, the corners of her frosty lips curled into a slight, mocking arc, embodying the stance of a triumphant victor. Senior sister, do you require assistance? Chapter 54, Harmony? Then you shall be punished together. Shiji, do you have something to say? This seemingly mundane inquiry struck Liu Ruyan's heart like a searing iron, leaving an indelible mark. The string of rationality within her snapped instantaneously. An unprecedented sense of humiliation and fury at betrayal erupted within her, akin to a volcano spewing forth its molten wrath. Pan, Jean, Lian. The syllables emerged from Liu Ruyan's clenched teeth, sharp and laced with the chilling bitterness of a frigid winter. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes were now bloodshot, fixed intently on the haughty woman within the room. The hand that held the soup bowl trembled violently, shaken by overwhelming anger. "You wretched woman! You hypocritical harlot!" Liu Ruyan's voice quivered with rage. "We had an agreement. Morning lessons at the hour of the rabbit and evening reviews at the hour of the pig. How dare you break the rules and cut in line?" She felt her face ablaze, as if it were on fire, nearly causing her to faint. She thought she was the stealthy hunter who had struck first in the dead of night, only to realize she was merely the mantis being toyed with by the yellow bird. She had meticulously prepared here, brewing soup and donning this shameful attire, only to find that the other party had already seized the opportunity under the pretense of seeking guidance on techniques. Facing Liu Ruyan's hysterical accusations, the hint of discomposure on Pan Jinlian's face had long since vanished. She had regained the cold and arrogant demeanor of a senior elder. She even stepped forward, casting a disdainful glance at the chaos beneath Liu Ruyan's feet. "I thought it was a ghost wailing in the dead of night. But it turns out to be Shiji Liu." A cold laugh escaped her lips, her tone laced with venomous mockery. "What? When you lack skill, you resort to these underhanded, disgraceful tactics." Her gaze swept disdainfully over the thin veil draped across Liu Ruyan's form. "Dressed like a streetwalker, you dare to claim credit? Liu Ruyan, you have truly brought shame upon He Huanzong. You." Liu Ruyan trembled with rage. "That's far better than you. You hypocrite. Speaking of purity and virtue, yet behind closed doors, you shed your clothes to rub against men. Pan Jinlian, you truly have no shame." I sought guidance on techniques, with a focused mind, unlike some who can think of nothing beyond their own desires. Nonsense. Is that how one seeks guidance on techniques? That's still better than standing there staring at the pot. "You slanderous fiend." "Ha, the same to you." The two esteemed golden core elders, in that moment, resembled shrewish women quarreling in a marketplace, their words devoid of any grace, filled only with the most venomous attacks. As their emotions spiraled out of control, two formidable forces of spiritual energy began to surge uncontrollably from within them. Buzz, surrounding Liu Ruyan, pink allure swirled and rose, radiating a heat that could enrapture the senses. Beneath Pan Jinlian's feet, a bone-chilling frost spread forth, freezing the ground beneath her into a thin layer of ice. One warm, one cold, in stark contrast. Two distinctly different forces collided violently within the confines of the small chamber. Crackle. The air filled with a jarring sound, as if the very fabric of space was being torn apart. The teacup upon the table, unable to withstand the pressure, shattered with a crisp crack, spiderwebbing with cracks. The landscape painting on the wall swayed violently, as if it would be shredded by the terrifying waves of energy at any moment. It was evident that a fierce internal conflict of golden core elders was on the verge of erupting within Qin Shou's room. Ding. Warning. High-energy battlefield reaction. Energy collision has reached critical levels. System commentary. Let the fight begin. Fight for a cucumber. Host, quickly. The stakes are high. I bet on the one in black to win. She has a generous bosom. Within Qin Shou's mind, the system had become exuberantly nonsensical. He remained silent, observing as Liu Ruyan transitioned from indignation to fury. He watched as Pan Jinlian shifted from guilt to arrogance. He witnessed them tear off their masks, revealing the ugliest sides of themselves, like two combative peacocks vying for soul mating rights. It was only when those two forces threatened to spiral out of control that he slowly exhaled a sigh. Alas, a gentle sigh, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of both women. Qin Shou, visibly pained, rose from his seat, rubbing his temples. Enough. His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. As Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian faced off fiercely, their bodies trembled simultaneously, as if an invisible hand had gripped the surging spiritual energy, bringing it to an abrupt halt. They turned to look at Qin Shou, who wore a face full of disappointment and resignation. I have already stated the need for harmony, for unity, to prioritize the greater good. He advanced, his strides firm. How can I focus on my cultivation and lead everyone to greatness if you persist in fighting day and night? He positioned himself between the two, and before they could react, he swiftly seized their wrists with an overwhelming force. Both Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian gasped in shock, instinctively attempting to struggle. Yet Qin Shou's grip was akin to iron clamps, firmly restraining them, rendering them immobile. In that moment, they realized anew that this man before them was a being beyond ordinary comprehension. Qin Shou glanced left and right. On his left stood the exposed, angered Liu Ruyan. On his right, the impeccably dressed, frost-laden Pan Jinlian. With a stern expression, he declared his judgment in a tone rife with disappointment. In light of your blatant disregard for decorum, your jealousy and rivalry have severely disrupted the tranquility of Tingyugu, obstructing my path to enlightenment. He elongated his final word deliberately. Both Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian felt their hearts leap into their throats. They were left uncertain of what punishment awaited them. The next moment, Qin Shou's lips curled into a devilish, enigmatic smile as he spoke slowly. Tonight, both of you shall kneel and massage my legs and shoulders. At these words, the entire chamber fell into utter, breathless silence. Liu Ruyan froze, stunned. Pan Jinlian froze, speechless. Massage his legs and shoulders? Was this the punishment? Yet his next sentence struck them like thunderclap, shattering their composure entirely. Leaning in, he whispered, low, commanding, intimate, into their ears. A voice meant for no one else but the three of them. You are forbidden from using even a trace of spiritual energy. Only the most primal, most unadorned means are permitted. And it ends only when I am satisfied. Boom. This punishment, dripping with intoxicating ambiguity and absolute, unyielding possession, struck their hearts like celestial lightning. No spiritual energy, only the most primal method, which could only mean whoosh. Two breathtaking flushes, vivid, luminous, unmistakably human, blazed up from their necks, racing swiftly to the delicate rims of their ears. The fierce, lethal tension that had moments before crackled like drawn swords, ready to cleave the air, evaporated in an instant. In its place bloomed overwhelming shame and a quiet, furtive, almost imperceptible flicker of anticipation, so subtle, so treacherous, that even they dared not name it. Thus, a heart-pounding, life-threatening tempest was abruptly, absurdly, and exquisitely quelled, not by force, nor by reason, but by something far more intimate, far more disarming. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you've unlocked the achievement, Master Mediator of Domestic Discord. System commentary. Rye, irreverent well, I said place a bet, and you flipped the entire table. This punishment? Absolutely unparalleled. Strongly recommend institutionalizing it. Henceforth, any staff infraction shall be remedied by deep tissue therapeutic massage, directed by the CEO himself. Qin Shou paid no heed to the system's clamorous banter. His gaze lingered instead on the two peerless beauties before him, once haughty sovereigns, once beguiling enchantresses, now transformed, in the span of a breath, into flustered, blushing brides. He nodded, satisfied. Then, with effortless authority, he took one hand in each of his, firm, unyielding, and guided them, step by step, toward the vast, silken bed in the inner chamber. What are you waiting for? He murmured, voice like dark velvet. Overtime begins now. Chapter 55, The Feast at Hongmen? How dare she invite me? The next morning, the atmosphere in Tingyu Pavilion was both eerie and harmonious. Following several hours of pure, primal, and utterly untainted deep muscle relaxation therapy, the relationship between Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian reached an unprecedented pinnacle. The glances they exchanged, still ignited with competitive sparks, now bore the weight of mutual empathy and a shared embarrassment from being completely dominated by the same monster. At the breakfast table, Qin Shou leisurely sipped the meticulously prepared spiritual rice porridge by Su Qing. To his left, Liu Ruyan delicately peeled a crystal-clear spiritual fruit for him with her slender fingers, her movements so gentle they seemed to exude moisture. To his right, Pan Jinlian, with an expression void of emotion, slid a cup of perfectly warmed beast milk towards him. The two golden core elders, capable of shaking the inner sect with a mere stomp, now resembled two most obedient little wives, silently engaging in a new round of servitude. Qin Shou observed this with tranquility and satisfaction. Such should be the rules, and such should be the harmony of a family. However, this fragile harmony, just established, was soon shattered by an unexpected visitor. Reporting to Elder Liu and Elder Pan, the The disciple of the Holy Maiden has come to pay her respects as commanded. A cold and proud voice echoed from outside the cave. It was not loud, yet possessed an inherent superiority that resonated with clarity in everyone's ears. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian simultaneously froze. They exchanged a glance, both sensing the gravity of the situation. The Holy Maiden's person? What could she want? Let her in, Qin Shou instructed without lifting his gaze. Before long, a female disciple clad in luxurious purple robes entered gracefully. She was tall and beautiful, yet held her chin high, casting a scrutinizing and dismissive glance at Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, as if regarding two outdated elders. When her gaze fell upon the composed young man in the main seat, a flicker of unnoticeable astonishment crossed her features, only to be swiftly replaced by deeper arrogance. She offered no greeting, merely retrieving a resplendent invitation from her storage bag, and proclaimed into the air, by the command of the Holy Maiden. I bring an invitation for Qin Shou. She called out Qin Shou's name, rather than referring to him as Elder Liu's disciple or a guest of Tingyu Pavilion. The implications were unmistakable. Liu Ruyan's complexion shifted slightly, and Pan Jinlian furrowed her brows. The disciple in purple disregarded their reactions and approached Qin Shou, presenting the invitation with both hands. Rather than offering it, it was more akin to a handoff. The respectful posture belied an unyielding pride. Qin Shou did not take the invitation. He merely raised his eyelids. Read, he commanded in a simple and direct tone, imbued with an undeniable authority. The purple-clad disciple's face flashed with surprise and displeasure. Within the inner sect of Huan sect, no one had ever dared to address her in such a manner, save the sect master and the Holy Maiden. Yet, gazing into Qin Shou's calm, yet piercing eyes, a strange flutter coursed through her, diminishing her arrogance somewhat. She inhaled deeply, slowly unfurling the invitation penned in gilded spiritual ink, and recited in a formulaic tone, "It is heard that Elder Liu has recently taken on a gifted disciple, who has profound insights into the yin-yang path. Tonight at the hour of you, a banquet will be held at the Moon-Inviting Palace, and you are specially invited to discuss the profound laws together." The final signature was in bold, flamboyant characters, Qiao Yoxin. The content of the invitation was exceedingly concise, yet each character struck Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian like a heavy hammer, mercilessly pounding at their hearts. In an instant, the rosy hue that had graced their faces from the previous night's deep communication vanished completely. They rose in unison, their eyes revealing uncontainable shock and panic. The joy and tranquility that had just blossomed within them, akin to the warm spring sun, were suddenly buried beneath an unforeseen apocalyptic blizzard, leaving only a bone-chilling cold that pierced to the very soul. Moon-Inviting Palace. Holy Maiden Qiao Yoxin. The system's notification sounded cold and distant. The purple-clad disciple reveled in their reaction, a smirk curling upon her lips, as if watching two pitiful creatures on the verge of losing their cherished toys. Qin Shidi, the invitation has been delivered. I take my leave, she announced, turning to depart. Wait. Qin Shou's voice rang out once more. He finally set down his utensils, leisurely wiping his mouth with a napkin. Only then did he raise his head to regard Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. Who is she? His tone was calm, as if inquiring about an inconsequential passerby. Yet, Liu Ruyan's voice quavered uncontrollably. Show her. She is Qiao Yoxin, the sect master's sole, direct disciple, a once-in-a-millennium genius of our Huan sect, who has already attained late-stage golden core cultivation at such a young age. She is on the brink of entering the Yuan-Ying realm. Liu Ruyan spoke rapidly, her voice brimming with anxiety. Her status within the sect was second only to the reclusive sect master and a few elder lords of the Yuan-Ying realm. Her words were law. No one within the sect dared to refuse her invitation. Show her, you must not go. This is a feast at Hongmen. Pan Jinlian, standing by, wore an even graver expression. She perceived the depth of the situation more clearly than Liu Ruyan. Her gaze fixed on the invitation, she spoke each word deliberately, her voice as cold as ice. A feast at Hongmen? This is far more terrifying than a feast at Hongmen. Pan Jinlian abruptly raised her gaze towards Qin Shou, her eyes brimming with an unprecedented terror and helplessness. Upon our return, her cultivation had advanced remarkably. It was impossible for her to remain indifferent. Just days ago, in front of the entire sect, you had allowed Liu Shiji to effortlessly vanquish Xiao Tong, who was her most loyal confidant. This was nothing short of a public humiliation. This was hardly a request for guidance. Pan Jinlian inhaled deeply, nearly gritting her teeth as she uttered the most dreadful conjecture. She was clearly infatuated with you. Infatuated with you, the extraordinary furnace that could transform us. She intends to seize you openly. Boom. The words openly seize struck Liu Ruyan's heart like a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. She staggered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Indeed, Xiao Yoxin was a person of immense pride. How could she extend an invitation to an ordinary mortal without reason? The only explanation was that she had seen through everything. She recognized Qin Shou's worth. She discerned the extraordinary man who could elevate them to celestial heights. It was over. All was lost. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, two formidable gold core elders who had just been commanding respect within the inner sect, now resembled two helpless maidens pushed to the brink of a precipice. Their faces were etched with powerlessness and despair. They understood all too well that, given their strength and status, they were utterly defenseless before the holy maiden Xiao Yoxin. To resist? That would be akin to courting death. Not to mention it would implicate Qin Shou. To refrain from resistance? That would mean watching helplessly as their man, their principles, and all their hopes for the future were mercilessly seized by that exalted woman. The anguish of such a fate was more unbearable than death. It was an excruciating torment, akin to witnessing one's own heart being ruthlessly extracted while being utterly powerless to intervene. The air within the cave seemed to solidify, saturated with despair and silence. Only Qin Shou remained composed, seated firmly in the main position. He listened to the terrified analysis of his two mentors, his expression betraying no change. Yet, within the depths of his profound gaze, a glimmer of amusement flickered, unnoticed by others. Xiao Yoxin, the holy maiden? This matter seemed far grander than he had anticipated. Finally, he extended his hand. Retrieving the lavish invitation from the impatiently waiting disciple clad in purple, he did not examine its contents. Instead, he lightly brushed his fingers over the three characters spelling Xiao Yoxin, the touch gentle, akin to caressing a lover's skin. Then, he lifted his gaze to meet the pallid faces of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. A slight smile curved upon his lips, a comforting yet slightly wicked grin. He spoke slowly, his voice not loud. Yet it resonated clearly within the stillness of the cave. What is there to panic about? Do you believe her principles are greater, or mine more formidable? Chapter 56. Whose reason prevails, yours or mine? Boom. This question, imbued with extreme aggression and possessiveness, left Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian's minds momentarily blank. Even the proud disciple in purple attire was rendered speechless, her pupils contracting violently. What had she just heard? This man, the one encircled by Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, dared to speak so flippantly and arrogantly about her holiness, the saintess? How did he perceive her invitation? What place did he assign to the saintess herself? You are audacious. The purple-clad disciple finally regained her composure, her delicate face flushing crimson with a mix of shock and fury. She pointed at Qin Shou, her voice sharp with agitation. What are you even? How dare you disrespect the saintess? However, before she could finish her words, Qin Shou finally diverted his gaze from Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, casting a casual glance in her direction. What kind of gaze was it? Calm, indifferent, as if regarding an annoying ant at his feet. There was no malice, no anger, only a pure, intrinsic disdain. Leave. A single word, uttered lightly, devoid of any imbued energy. Yet, the moment those words left his mouth, the purple-clad disciple felt an overwhelming, invisible pressure, as formidable as a mountain, descend upon her. Her spirit trembled, her heart seemingly gripped by an unseen hand, her breath momentarily halted. Even a mere hint of the overwhelming presence emanating from the Hongming Yinyang holy body was sufficient to shatter her resolve in an instant. Thud! The purple-clad disciple's legs buckled, and she uncontrollably knelt before him, trembling uncontrollably. She attempted to raise her head but found her neck rigid, as if it were filled with lead. She tried to speak, but her teeth chattered uncontrollably, unable to form a single coherent sound. Fear. An unprecedented terror surged like icy water from all directions, overwhelming her in an instant. It was only at this moment that she finally comprehended. The man before her was not a mere junior brother to be trifled with. He was a ferocious beast clad in human skin. Qin Shou could hardly be bothered to glance at her again. He merely waved his hand impatiently toward the air beside him. You've sullied my space. Su Qing, take her away. Yes, master. The ever-quiet Su Qing moved forward, almost like a specter. Her expression was devoid of any emotion, merely regarding the collapsed purple-clad disciple as one would a lifeless object. Then, without a hint of sympathy, she seized the disciple by her collar and dragged her out of the cave, as though handling a dead dog. The luxurious purple robes scraped against the rough ground, creating a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. Until the cave's entrance slammed shut with a resounding thud, isolating the faint, fearful whimpers from the outside world, the entire Tingyu pavilion fell into a profound silence. Yet this silence was even more oppressive, more suffocating than before. Was the saintess's follower truly dragged out like refuse? Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian stood frozen, their hearts racing as though they might leap from their throats. Madness. Sho'er had completely lost his mind. This was not merely a slap in the face. This was an act of publicly tearing down the face of the saintess Qiao Yoxin, casting it to the ground and trampling it into the dirt before the entire Joyous sect. It was utterly over. Liu Ruyan swayed, her delicate face as pale as paper, devoid of any color. Desperation seized her as she paced in place, murmuring to herself, what to do now? She would surely come. She would personally come. If she came in force, we would be utterly powerless to stop her. Beside her, Pan Jinlian's expression was equally grave. She did not panic like Liu Ruyan, but her grip on the ice spirit sword was so tight that her knuckles turned white, betraying her inner turmoil. She stared fixedly at the closed cave entrance, her eyes gleaming with a desperate, fiery determination. What if we cannot win? Anyone who dares to seize something from my hands must be prepared to have their teeth shattered. Not even the saintess is exempt. Ding. Warning. Detecting extremely high levels of complex negative emotions such as fear, despair, and desperation. Target emotions highly correspond with the unsealing conditions of the Pangu Remnant Blade. Commencing absorption. Pangu Remnant Blade unsealing progress. 185. 186. 188. The system's alerts echoed frantically in his mind. However, as the instigator of all this, Qin Shou appeared unfazed. He strolled back to his seat, leisurely resuming his previous position. Su Qing had silently returned to his side, as if nothing had transpired, and quietly peeled a translucent spiritual orange, presenting it to him with reverence. Qin Shou accepted the spiritual orange and methodically savored it, piece by piece, as if indulging in a culinary masterpiece. His leisurely demeanor contrasted starkly with the anxious expressions of his two mentors, creating an intensely vivid and jarring juxtaposition. Time passed. Each second weighted with tension, the atmosphere within the cave thick enough to solidify. Finally, after Qin Shou finished the last segment of the orange and wiped his hands with a napkin, he slowly rose to his feet. He first approached Liu Ruyan, gazing upon her exquisite face, marred with panic and helplessness. A flicker of sympathy crossed Qin Shou's eyes. He reached out, gently smoothing her tightly furrowed brows with his finger, his touch imbued with utmost tenderness. Liu Ruyan's delicate form trembled, instinctively wanting to retreat, yet she found herself entranced by the depth of his gaze. Master, Qin Shou's voice was soft, carrying an inexplicable soothing power. Why the distress? The principles you taught me are etched in my heart day and night. Anyone who wishes to take advantage of me must first inquire whether my reason is strong enough. Boom. The words, laden with insinuations and double meanings, surged like a warm current into Liu Ruyan's heart. She was reminded of the countless days and nights spent in that dim room, where the tumultuous encounters had caused her resolve to waver. She recalled how this man had, with his overwhelming logic, repeatedly conquered her, transforming her from a lofty shiji into an object of desire. Indeed, how could she have forgotten? Her disciple, this man, he was nothing short of a monster, a creature that disregarded all rules, adhering solely to his own principles. An inexplicable sense of reassurance blossomed within her, swiftly dispelling the deep-seated fear that had taken root. Unbeknownst to her, a charming blush had crept onto Liu Ruyan's cheeks. She gazed dreamily at Qin Shou, her eyes glistening like dew-kissed peach blossoms, reflecting only the image of the man before her. Instinctively, she nodded vigorously. Having calmed Liu Ruyan, Qin Shou turned and approached Pan Jinlian. Unlike Liu Ruyan, Pan Jinlian's expression bore no trace of panic, only a chilling resolve. She resembled a lioness poised for a desperate fight, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Qin Shou regarded her with a sudden smile. He spoke no further nonsense, but reached out to take the humming Bingpa sword from Pan Jinlian's trembling grip. You! Pan Jinlian gasped, instinctively attempting to reclaim her treasured weapon. Yet, Qin Shou's movements were swifter. He brought the cold blade to his lips, gently exhaling a breath of ethereal energy, and in a tone laced with both mockery and an unmistakable possessiveness, he slowly declared, "She, Imocho." His gaze locked onto Pan Jilian's icy eyes, the corners of his mouth curving into a wicked smile. "Your sword, so sharp, so frigid. Who dares to bully me or covet my principles? I shall drive it through that person's crown and out from their souls, rendering them chilled to the core. What do you think of this idea?" His words were bloodthirsty and domineering, yet tinged with a teasing allure that quickened the pulse. Pan Jilian was utterly taken aback. She stared at the man before her, wielding her sword and uttering the harshest of threats, yet wearing a mischievous grin. The heart that had hardened with resolve seemed to be jolted by some unseen force. A soft, almost inaudible chuckle escaped her lips. Though merely a faint sound, the sudden display of charm was akin to an iceberg melting or a snow lotus blooming, enough to make the heavens and earth pale in comparison. The once taut murderous intent dissipated without a trace, replaced by an unprecedented sense of security. "Congratulations, host, on unlocking the achievement. Battlefield Psychological Counselor." The system chimed with its usual commentary. "Incredible. I'm blown away." In the face of chaos, the host neither extinguishes the flames nor explains, but directly employs a combination of "you are in me, I am in you. Your sword is my sword, my principles are your lifeline," to effortlessly PUA two golden core elders. Sophisticated. Simply sophisticated. Qin Shou chose to disregard the system's raucous exclamations. He surveyed the two stunning women before him, one blushing and the other smiling, both having completely shed their fears, and nodded in satisfaction. This was precisely the effect he desired. The fears of his women could only be shattered by his own hands. He returned the Bingpa sword to Pan Jilian, then turned to the tightly shut entrance of the cave, a glimmer of icy amusement flashing in his eyes. "Saintess Qiao Yuxin? A prodigy not seen in a millennium within the Joyous Sect? Excellent. This principle holds great significance," and he relished it. Chapter 57. This poisonous wine. Do you wish to disturb my Tao heart? Qin Shou returned the Bing Pa Jian to Pan Jilian's hand. The chilling sensation sent a shiver through her entire being, awakening her from the domineering yet tender words that had enveloped her. A faint blush uncontrollably crept onto her cheeks. "Show her, we will accompany you." Liu Ruyan, regaining her composure, stepped forward urgently, grasping Qin Shou's arm, her ample figure nearly pressing against him. "Indeed." Pan Jilian immediately concurred, her gaze sharpening once more. "Even if Qiao Yuxin is powerful, she is merely at the late stage of Jin Dan. Together, we can certainly contend with her. To lay a hand on you, they must first step over our corpses." The two Jin Dan elders shared a fervent camaraderie, their resolute aura rising. Yet, Qin Shou merely smiled. He gently patted Liu Ruyan's delicate hand that clung to his arm, casting a glance at the determined Pan Jilian beside him, and shook his head. "No need. This is a matter for me to discuss with her." His fingers lightly traced Liu Ruyan's hand, conveying the underlying significance. "If you accompany me, the nature of this discussion will be muddled." Liu Ruyan and Pan Jilian simultaneously froze, instantly grasping the deeper meaning behind Qin Shou's words. This was a dispute of principles between men. Should they follow? It would no longer be Qin Shou striving to conquer the Saintess, but rather the two Jin Dan elders, relying on their numbers to challenge the authority of the Saintess. The essence would be entirely altered. However, Liu Ruyan remained apprehensive, her eyes reddening. "There is no however." Qin Shou's tone left no room for doubt. He withdrew his hand, turned, and strode towards the entrance of the cave, leaving them with a tall and resolute silhouette. "Keep the home safe. When I return, I shall bring you a new sister." The impact of this statement was more domineering than any previous declarations of affection, leaving them entranced. By the time they regained their senses, Qin Shou's figure had vanished at the cave's entrance. Qin Shou, now alone, ventured towards the Yao Yu Palace for the banquet, and the news spread like wildfire throughout the inner sect of Hehuanzong. In an instant, countless spiritual senses and gazes converged upon the stone path leading from Tingyu Pavilion to the peak of the inner sect. Qin Shou's pace was unhurried, even somewhat leisurely. With the rusted, Pangukan Dao slung across his back and his hands resting behind his head, he appeared as though strolling through his own garden. Yet, wherever he passed, all inner sect disciples recoiled in fear, avoiding him as if he were a specter. Despite their eyes being irresistibly drawn to him, their expressions were a tapestry of emotions. Some relished the misfortune, whispering how Elder Liu and Elder Pan had not accompanied him, indicating his abandonment. Others expressed sympathy, lamenting the fate of such a handsome figure soon to become the saintess's furnace. Many were simply curious, pondering how long he could withstand the saintess's emotional tribulations. More still awaited the unfolding of what promised to be an extraordinary spectacle. As a newcomer dared to publicly humiliate the saintess's envoy, an unprecedented act in the annals of Hehuanzong, Qin Shou remained oblivious to it all, even finding time to admire the scenery along the way. The architecture of the inner sect, mostly built against the mountains, featured soaring eaves and intricate beams, enveloped in spiritual energy, indeed grander than the outer sect. As he ascended, the spiritual essence in the air grew richer and purer. Upon reaching the final stretch of jadestone steps leading to the mountain summit, a breathtaking palace complex came into view, Yaoyu Palace. It was not merely a cave dwelling but a true celestial city, suspended above the sea of clouds. The entire palace was constructed from immaculate spiritual jade, emanating a soft and sacred glow under the cool moonlight, as if it did not belong to this mortal realm. Countless celestial cranes soared gracefully between the halls, their calls resonating sweetly. A gentle spiritual spring flowed down from the jade stones of the artificial hills, merging into a mist-laden pond with a melodious sound. The air was imbued with a peculiar fragrance, not floral nor any known spice, but an exceptionally refined and ethereal aroma that, when inhaled, seemed to cleanse the very soul, instilling a profound sense of reverence, deterring any thought of desecration. Opulent, aloof, and divine, this place resembled not merely the residence of a demonic sect saintess, but rather the celestial abode of a heavenly maiden, descended to the mortal realm. Qin Shou's steps halted before the palace entrance. 2 rows of enchanting female disciples clad in purple gauze stood on either side, resembling the most loyal of sentinels. Their cultivation levels, at the very least, reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. At that moment, dozens of scrutinizing and disdainful gazes fell simultaneously upon Qin Shou, imparting a sensation akin to being inspected as a sacrificial offering destined for purification and presentation. One leading figure in purple gradually advanced. She was the envoy previously dragged out by Su Qing in a humiliating manner. Despite her pale complexion, the pride in her gaze remained undiminished. She appraised Qin Shou from head to toe, her voice devoid of emotion as she coldly announced, "Qin Shou, the saintess has been awaiting you for quite some time." With that, she stepped aside, gesturing in a manner that exuded condescension and charity. Qin Shou's lips curled slightly in amusement, disinterested in the trivialities presented by these minor characters, and stepped into the extravagantly surreal palace. Traversing the lengthy corridor of white marble and navigating the intricate, winding glass screens, a magnificent and expansive main hall came into view. The air inside was even colder than outside. At the deepest and highest point of the hall, a breathtakingly beautiful woman clad in splendid palace attire lounged languidly against a colossal throne sculpted entirely from millennium-old icy jade. She was none other than Qiao Yoxin, a once-in-a-millennium genius of the Hehuan sect, the sect's holy maiden. Her beauty is nothing short of breathtaking, so striking that it compels one to avert their gaze. Adorned in an intricately designed purple palace gown, her exquisite figure is accentuated to perfection, with a daring slit in the skirt that extends from her thigh to her ankle, unabashedly revealing a pair of flawless, elongated legs. Her visage radiates an almost ethereal brilliance, with features so delicately crafted they seem like the most perfect masterpiece bestowed by the heavens. Yet, an air of imperious pride emanates from her very being, forming an invisible barrier that wards off any covetous eyes. At this moment, her alluring, elongated phoenix eyes scrutinize Qin Shou, who has just entered the grand hall, surveying him with a calm and indifferent gaze, devoid of any emotion. It is as if she were a queen, high above, appraising an intriguing trophy she has just captured. "Qin Shidi, you have arrived," she declares, her voice as crisp and clear as ice pearls cascading onto a jade plate, yet laced with an unmistakable tone of command. "Sit." With the mere parting of her ruby lips, she issues a single word, accompanied by a casual wave of her delicate hand. In response, dozens of maidens clad in sheer silk emerge from either side of the hall, their enchanting melodies resonating throughout the space, captivating the heart and stirring inner demons. The maidens gracefully present tables laden with exquisite delicacies and ethereal fruits. Finally, one maid approaches with utmost care, holding a white jade wine vessel, and fills a cup with a peculiar, iridescent liquor before Qin Shou. An indescribable aroma wafts into his nostrils, intoxicating and alluring. Alert! High-risk warning. High-risk warning. Detected, 7 emotions do. This artifact is an ancient rarity that can amplify the desires and emotions of cultivators 1,000-fold. For those at the golden elixir stage, it may tarnish their Tao heart. For those at the nascent soul stage, it poses a peril of descent. The system's warning blares sharply, piercing like a blade through Qin Shou's eardrums. On the throne, Xiao Yoxin gazes at Qin Shou, a playful smirk curving her lips, embodying the essence of control. This wine is known as 7 emotions due, a unique treasure of my Yaoyu palace. Do indulge. Chapter 58. Master's Wife or Aunt. Let the battle begin. Upon her throne, Xiao Yoxin gazed at Qin Shou, a playful smirk curving her lips, radiating an aura of complete control. This exquisite wine is called Qiqing Lu, a unique treasure of my Yaoyu palace. Do savor it. Her voice dripped with a condescending benevolence. Qin Shou's gaze fell upon the kaleidoscopic liquid in the glass. The intoxicating aroma, mingled with the decadent sounds of the grand hall, transformed into an invisible hand, violently tugging at his soul, threatening to plunge him into the abyss of primal desires. Alert! Alert! High concentration of Qiqing Lu detected alongside a soul-entrapping melody, constituting a composite soul attack. The Hongmeng Yin-Yang sacred body has automatically negated 99 of the negative effects. The remaining 1 of effects have been shielded by the system. System reminder. Host, please commence your performance. In his mind, the system's electronic voice resonated with its usual flamboyance. Qin Shou chuckled coldly within. Yet, on his face, he skillfully exhibited a hint of tension, a flicker of curiosity, and a trace of an inescapable trepidation when confronting an authority figure. This expression perfectly embodied that of an inexperienced youth, freshly emerged from the cocoon of innocence. He raised the glass filled with shimmering liquid. His hand trembled slightly, as if unsteady, desperately gripping the jade table before him to avoid collapsing. His breath grew labored, and beads of sweat formed on his forehead. A suppressed groan escaped his throat, as if he were enduring immense agony. This display elicited uncontrollable laughter from the observing female disciples. Huh, is he already crumbling? I thought he was someone formidable, but he is merely a facade. Unable to withstand even a single cup of Qiqing Lu, what a waste. Did the senior sisters concoct this too potent? Let us hope he doesn't perish from it. If he dies, it would be fitting. Such a wretch doesn't deserve the personal invitation of the Holy Maiden. The murmurs and derisive remarks flowed like a tide. They paid no heed to their volume, as if they were brazenly critiquing a beast destined for the dinner table. The playful glint in Xiao Yoxin's eyes deepened. She rested her chin on her delicate hand, taking delight in Qin Shou's agonized struggle. To her, this game of cat and mouse was nearing its conclusion. This so-called extraordinary individual was hardly impressive, lacking even the merit to pique her interest. However, the true spectacle was only just beginning. Master Qin Shou suddenly spoke, his voice slurred and laden with confusion and pain. His eyes glazed over, staring into the void as if ensnared in an illusion. Master, I miss you, you suffered so tears genuinely streamed down his cheeks. This moment prompted even the most composed of the female disciples to burst into laughter. At such a time, he still pined for his deceased master? Truly a child still tethered to his mother's milk. Alert. System commentary. Wow. Host, you are a true professional. This emotional build-up, this dialogue prowess, those tears flowing effortlessly. You should be a star in the Hungdian film city. Ignoring the system's raucous commentary, Qin Shou remained immersed in his role. His emotions escalated. Master's wife, and he abruptly changed his address, his hands flailing in the air. Please don't fight anymore, I can't bear it, boom. This sentence struck like a thunderclap. The previously frivolous and mocking atmosphere in the hall froze instantly. Laughter ceased abruptly, and expressions turned to stone. Even Xiao Yoxin, who had been languidly reclining on her throne, sat upright in shock. Her elongated, phoenix-like eyes narrowed, a flash of terrifying insight flickering within. They are fighting? Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian are clashing over this man. This revelation was monumental. It signified a fracture within their alliance. And this man is at the core of that rift. All eyes turned back to Qin Shou, this time devoid of disdain, replaced by scrutiny and curiosity. Qin Shou's performance continued unabated. He seemed utterly broken. Collapsing over the jade table, emitting a whimper akin to a wounded beast. "It's all my fault I shouldn't have been so rigid," his words tumbled out in disarray. Yet to Qiao Yoxin's ears, they were a key that unlocked all her uncertainties. So that's it. She comprehended fully. The reason Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian underwent such transformations and power surges lay in this man's principles. His physique. The Hongming Yin-Yang sacred body that even the Golden Core elders would covet. In that moment, Qiao Yoxin's gaze towards Qin Shou shifted fundamentally. No longer was he a mere amusement. He had transformed into a ravenous dragon, starved for millennia, finally beholding the legendary pearl that could grant it ascension to divinity. Greed. Utter, unmasked greed. And an unabashed, intense desire for possession. She rose slowly from the throne, sculpted from millennia-old cold jade. Her bare, snow-white feet made no sound as they touched the frigid, smooth jade floor. With deliberate steps, she approached the prey, utterly intoxicated and ensnared. The purple palace attire she wore swayed gently with her movements, and beneath the skirt, which was split to the very root of her thighs, lay a breathtaking beauty that could drive any man to madness. The air in the grand hall seemed to crystallize. All the female disciples held their breath, their eyes filled with a fervent reverence as they gazed upon their holy maiden. They understood, the holy maiden was about to indulge in this offering herself. At long last, Qiao Yoxin stood before Qin Shou. She halted, looking down from her elevated position at the man sprawled over the table, his body still twitching slightly. A cool, ethereal fragrance, reminiscent of a lotus blooming atop a snow-capped peak, wafted into Qin Shou's nostrils. It was delightful yet perilous. Qiao Yoxin extended a slender jade finger, her nails perfectly rounded and neatly trimmed, adorned with a layer of pale lavender lacquer that reflected an enchanting sheen under the hall's luminous spirit stones. Her movements were slow, imbued with an air of scrutiny, curiosity, and a hint of anticipation, as if she were about to savor an unparalleled delicacy. Her fingertip inched closer to the nape of Qin Shou's neck, eager to explore for herself the legendary Hongming Yin-Yang Xingti, the very essence that had driven Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian to enmity. What secrets lay within? An inch, half an inch, the distance dwindled. In the hall, one could hear a pin drop. Chapter 59, Enchantress. What do you intend to do to me in broad daylight? The fingertips of Qiao Yoxin drew ever closer. That jade finger, adorned with a delicate lavender lacquer, radiated an alluring and bewitching luster under the illumination of the spirit stone. It was cold, noble, imbued with a hint of scrutiny and playful anticipation, as if savoring the exquisite delicacies soon to be tasted. She wished to brush against his skin, to experience the wondrous sensation of the legendary Hongming Yin-Yang holy body, which had caused both Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian to turn against each other. The grand hall was enveloped in utter silence. All the female disciples in purple robes held their breath, their gazes mingling jealousy and fervor, fixated on the imminent scene about to unfold. In their eyes, Qin Shou was akin to the finest offering, soon to be unveiled by the holy maiden. His struggles, his anguish, his descent, would all become mere entertainment to please the holy maiden. Only a mere inch remained. Half an inch. A full inch. Just as Qiao Yoxin's icy fingertip was about to make contact with the warm skin of Qin Shou's nape, an unexpected change occurred. The man, who had been sprawled over the table, convulsing and moaning about the harshness of reality, suddenly raised his head. His eyes, which had been clouded and dulled by emotions, regained an absolute clarity in that instant. No, it was not clarity. It was a brilliance deeper than a cold pond, more dazzling than the stars, sharper than a blade. A piercing light. It was as if a ferocious beast, dormant for millennia, had finally opened its predatory eyes at the moment its prey was most relaxed. A warning bell rang in Qiao Yoxin's heart. An unprecedented sense of danger surged through her like an electric current. She wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Whoosh! A shadow, swift as lightning, flashed by. Qin Shou did not even rise. He remained in a prone position, yet his right hand shot out like a venomous dragon emerging from its lair, defying the very laws of human anatomy with an uncanny grace. With pinpoint accuracy, he seized Qiao Yoxin's delicate wrist. The wrist felt warm and smooth, akin to the finest mutton fat jade. However, Qin Shou's grip felt like iron pincers, firmly clutching her lifeline. Qiao Yoxin's expression changed dramatically. Her late-stage golden core power instinctively surged, seeking to break free. Yet, an even more domineering, more brutal, an utterly unreasonable force emanated from Qin Shou's palm. That strength was as formidable as a mountain, rendering her golden core energy, capable of splitting mountains, as ineffective as a drop in the ocean. She could not escape. As the holy maiden of the Huan sect, a paragon among women in the late stages of golden core, she was unexpectedly subdued by a mere man at the refinement stage with a single hand. How could this be possible? Inside the grand hall, all the female disciples were petrified. Their expressions of mockery and disdain froze on their lips, their gazes now filled with boundless astonishment. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. In this eerily silent atmosphere, under the gaze of everyone as if they had seen a ghost, Qin Shou spoke. His face wore an expression of perfect terror and unease, reminiscent of a virtuous woman on the verge of being forcibly taken by a bully, filled with indignation and helplessness. With all his might, he unleashed a righteous shout. Enchantress! In broad daylight, under the vast heavens, what do you intend to do to me? Ding. System commentary. Wow. 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 Host, you are my deity. This reverse framing, this preemptive accusation, is nothing short of textbook excellence. The Oscars owe you a little golden statue. No, they should establish a Best Victim award just for you. Boom. Qin Shou's resounding cry echoed through the resplendent main hall of the Yaoyu Palace like a thunderclap. Everyone's minds buzzed with confusion. Enchantress? In broad daylight. What do you intend to do to me? What audacity is this? You, a grown man, an offering summoned by our holy maiden for a banquet. What right do you have to utter such words? At this moment, the worldview of all the female disciples was subjected to an unprecedented shock. They even forgot to ponder how Qin Shou managed to suddenly overpower the holy maiden, their minds consumed by his outrageously absurd question. Meanwhile, Qiao Yoxin, the one directly involved, was utterly bewildered. She glanced down at her wrist, firmly held in his grip, then looked up at Qin Shou's face, which was etched with humiliation and defiance. She felt certain she must have fallen victim to some extraordinarily sophisticated illusion. Otherwise, how could such an absurdity occur? Little did she know, the true assault was only just beginning. Just as Qin Shou's fierce declaration captured everyone's attention, he had discreetly activated the primal essence of the Hongmeng Yinyang holy body, which had been meticulously refined through the max-level Hongmeng Xianpin conjunction technique. This essence was a strand of purple-golden energy, 1,000 times finer than a hair, yet imbued with the supreme source of the universe at its inception. This energy, for those female cultivators who practiced the same source technique, was akin to the most ferocious and potent aphrodisiac known to man. It did not even require Qin Shou's deliberate guidance. The moment it made contact with Qiao Yoxin's body, it surged through their clasped wrists like a living serpent, unstoppable and overwhelmingly powerful, instantly shattering her protective spiritual light and burrowing into her meridians. Then, it struck straight for the target, her dantian. Boom! Qiao Yoxin felt as if her mind had been violently collided with by a sun, plunging her into a void. Immediately after, an unprecedented wave of heat erupted from deep within her dantian. She has cultivated for centuries, mastering her craft to an extraordinary degree. So deeply entwined with her very essence is the primordial technique, Cha Nu Tianma Wu. The moment she encountered this unparalleled source of yang energy, it was as if she had met an emperor reigning supreme. She instantly lost control. This was not mere suppression or defeat. Rather, it was a profound and absolute submission and adoration that stemmed from the very core of her technique. Cha Nu Tianma Wu was no longer under her command. It activated with an almost frenzied, insatiable fervor, yearning to embrace, to welcome, and to absorb the sovereign that had intruded upon its domain. A suppressed groan escaped Qiao Yoxin's throat, while her stunningly radiant and haughty visage flushed with a sickly crimson at an observable pace. Beneath her resplendent and sacred purple palace attire, her exquisite figure began to tremble involuntarily. A searing current coursed wildly through her limbs and bones, shattering her once icy demeanor. The regal aura of a queen dissipated entirely. Her formerly indifferent, phoenix-eyed gaze, which had once looked down upon all beings, was now veiled in a mist of astonishment and confusion, etched with a hint of a disconcerting blend of dread and yearning that was utterly foreign to her. She, the prodigy of Huan sect, unparalleled in a millennium, she, the exalted saintess of her sect, was now utterly undone, merely by the grasp of that man upon her wrist. Chapter 60. He escapes, she pursues. Her legs grow weak, and she cannot keep up. Inside the grand hall, A profound silence envelopes the air. In the astonished and almost dazed gazes of all the female disciples clad in purple, an unexpected transformation occurs. Their exalted and perpetually pure and proud saintess, whose exquisite and ethereal visage bears no trace of earthly mundanity, suddenly flushes crimson as if set ablaze. This is not a mere shyness. It is an overwhelming, pathological flush ignited from the very depths of her soul. Following this, beneath her opulent purple robes, her delicate and alluring figure begins to tremble uncontrollably. This is not born of anger, but rather an irresistible shudder stemming from the primal instincts of life itself. At that moment, Xiao Yoxin's ruby lips part slightly, and from the depths of her throat escapes a muffled groan, stifled yet tinged with an unfamiliar softness that frightens even her. Her long, graceful legs suddenly feel as though all strength has been sapped from them, causing her to wobble precariously, almost collapsing to the ground. It is over. This singular thought flashes through Xiao Yoxin's mind. The composure she once took pride in, her arduous mastery of the Cha Nu Tian Mo dance, her rock-solid resolve, all crumble in the face of the bizarre aura released by the man who merely grasped her wrist. She can distinctly feel her inner power spiraling out of control, transforming into a wild stallion, driven by an insatiable madness and hunger she has never experienced before, rampaging through her limbs and veins. Every meridian feels as if molten lava flows within. Every cell screams with primal desire. And the source of all this turmoil is none other than the man before her. The very man she had once regarded as a mere plaything and offering. Just as Xiao Yoxin's consciousness teeters on the brink of being engulfed by this tempest, a warm breath suddenly brushes against her ear. It is the voice of a man, laced with playful mockery and a devilish whisper. The tone is so soft that only she can perceive it. "Saintess, it seems you are so sensitive?" Boom. If the previous surge of primordial energy was a complete conquest of Xiao Yoxin's body, then Qin Shou's seemingly trivial remark serves as the final judgment upon her proud soul. He knows. He knows everything. He is aware of what is transpiring within him. All of this is deliberate. The anguished struggle she displayed moments ago was merely an act. This scoundrel, this devil, shame, fury, and a profound, unprecedented terror at being utterly seen through and controlled. Countless emotions erupt within Xiao Yoxin's heart like a volcano, and in that instant, Qin Shou acts. The mischievous smile on his face vanishes, replaced by a look of sheer panic and anxiety befitting a master thespian. He abruptly releases Xiao Yoxin's wrist. The motion is decisive, as if he is casting aside something utterly vile. Then, before anyone can react, Qin Shou scrambles away from the jade table, awkwardly retreating on hands and knees, dashing toward the exit of the hall with remarkable speed. He resembles a rabbit on the verge of breaking down under the pursuit of a hunter. In a flash, he darts several paces away, then abruptly turns back. He gazes at the saintess, Xiao Yoxin, whose face is flushed, body swaying, and eyes glazed with confusion, unable to maintain her balance. Taking a deep breath, he summons all his strength to bellow, a cry filled with humiliation, indignation, and despair. "Help me." In this utterance, he channels a minuscule amount of spiritual energy, yet the shout reverberates like thunder, piercing through the hall's doors and shattering the barriers, resonating clearly throughout the celestial palace suspended in mid-air. At the mountain gate, the various disciples waiting to witness the spectacle hear it. Within the palace, the maids and guards responsible for cleaning and patrolling hear it. Even the elders meditating in secluded chambers are startled, their spiritual energy momentarily faltering, as if on the brink of losing control. In an instant, countless perceptions and gazes converge upon the direction of the main hall of the Yaoyu Palace. Yet this is merely the beginning. Inside, Qin Shou's performance, steeped in sorrow and fury, continues. As he frantically flees, he turns back, continuing to scream with a voice hoarse from exertion. The saintess is attempting to force herself upon a common man. The saintess of the Yuan sect is trying to violate male disciples in broad daylight. This is an abomination. She even wants to devour people. Ding. System commentary. Wow. Exceptional. Host, I shall refer to you as the grandmaster of the art of framing. This audacious counterattack, this reversal of blame, elevates shamelessness to an art form. I suggest incorporating this into the core teachings of the Yuan sect. All disciples must memorize it. Boom, boom, boom. Each of Qin Shou's cries lands like an invisible slap against the faces of everyone in the Yaoyu Palace. It strikes at the face of Saintess Xiao Yoxin. Inside the hall, the dozens of female disciples in purple are utterly stunned. They stand with mouths agape, eyes wide as saucers, overwhelmed with confusion, questioning their very existence and the reality of the situation. Forcefully violating a common man, devouring people? What is happening? Clearly, it was she who had been intoxicated, displaying an embarrassing spectacle. It was the saintess who, out of kindness, sought to check on his condition. How did it morph into such a horrifying scene in his narrative? This filthy water thrown upon her is simply insane. And at the epicenter of this storm, Xiao Yoxin's feelings are beyond verbal description. Her dignity is shattered. It is utterly annihilated. She felt as though her face, her dignity, and all the pride and sanctity she had cultivated over centuries were being ruthlessly and shamelessly ground into the earth by that man. You. With the last remnants of her faltering sanity, she raised the hand that had been grasped by Qin Shou, still lingering with a trace of heat, pointing at the figure that had already rushed to the entrance of the hall. She yearned to chastise him. She longed to retort. She wished to command that this audacious and shameless scoundrel be torn to shreds. However, when she opened her mouth, what escaped was not a roar of anger but rather a series of rapid, alluring gasps, tinged with an uncontrollable tremor. She could not utter a single word. The surging power within her had completely commandeered her body. All she could do was watch in helplessness. She observed that man, unrestrainedly casting slander upon her within her own domain. She saw him, in an exceedingly flamboyant manner, successfully escape through the grand doors, vanishing from the sight of all. She witnessed the complex gazes of the disciples inside and outside the hall, filled with shock, suspicion, disdain, and even a hint of dawning realization. With a sudden spurt of reverse blood, she could no longer contain it, surging to her throat. Yet, Xiao Yoxin steadfastly bit down on her lip with all her might. A trickle of crimson blood slowly slid down the corner of her pale lips. She could not spit blood, nor could she collapse. Otherwise, it would indeed confirm the scoundrel's slander. She gritted her teeth, feeling the tumult within her, a mix of shame and fury, accompanied by a peculiar thrill of exhilaration. She gazed towards the now empty entrance of the hall. For the first time, within her originally cold and proud phoenix eyes, there flickered a blend of profound humiliation and an unprecedented, blazing desire for conquest. This man named Qin Shou, she must possess him, at any cost. She would make him kneel at her feet, in the most abject posture, crying and pleading, singing of his submission to her. Chapter 61. Your Highness, why do you blush? That man, he has returned. The incident of the great escape from the Saintess Palace has spread faster than the most potent aphrodisiac. In just half an hour, the entire Huan sect, from the outer disciples to the elite of the inner sect, and even the elders and guardians from various peaks, were all aware of it. A man named Qin Shou had brazenly teased their exalted saintess in front of dozens of disciples in the main hall of the Yaoyu Palace. Moreover, he managed to escape alive from Yaoyu Palace, shouting for help as he fled. This news detonated like a deep water bomb, stirring up monstrous waves in the already turbulent waters of the Huan sect. Have you heard? That Qin Shou publicly slandered the saintess, claiming she attempted to forcibly seize male disciples. And it was more than just slander. It is said that the saintess was so embarrassed that her charming face turned crimson, and she was so weak that she could hardly speak. My heavens! Is this true? Does that mean Qin Shou succeeded? Hush! Lower your voice. Are you courting death? But I heard that Qin Shou is under the patronage of Elder Liu and Elder Pan, who even went so far as to dismantle Elder Zhaotong's cave abode for him. Hiss! A single man inciting jealousy among 3 prominent Golden Core elders? This is truly a model for our generation. In an instant, Qin Shou's name transformed from a gossip-laden figure into a living legend. All disciples, regardless of gender, fervently discussed this audacious man who dared to challenge the heavens. What could possibly be his rationale? Meanwhile, in the Yaoyu Palace. Bang! Crash! A priceless 1,000-year-old ice jade coral ornament was ruthlessly smashed to the ground, shattering into countless fragments. Inside the hall, all the purple-clad maidens knelt tremblingly, not daring to lift their heads. On the ice jade throne, Xiao Yoxin's countenance was as cold as frost. Her chest heaved violently, and in her beautiful phoenix eyes burned an anger and humiliation capable of incinerating everything. Such a disgrace. This was an unprecedented humiliation that Xiao Yoxin had never suffered since her birth. That That shameless man. Not only did he use his cunning to embarrass her in public, but he also reversed black and white, pouring a bucket of filth over her. Now, the entire sect regarded her as a wanton woman, driven by insatiable desires to seize male disciples. Just thinking about the judgmental gazes of the disciples made Xiao Yoxin's heart tremble. What she could not endure the most was that since that man had departed, the restlessness within her had never subsided. That overwhelmingly domineering masculine aura seemed to have taken root in her dantian, occasionally stirring up chaos, leaving her distressed to the point where she could not even meditate in peace. She had to expel that aura. Yet, deep within, a faint voice warned her that if she truly expelled it, she would regret it for a lifetime. This conflicting feeling was driving her to madness. Qin, Shou. Xiao Yoxin gritted her silver teeth, squeezing out these two words, each carrying a chilling edge. Your Highness. A trusted maid raised her head timidly. Keep a close watch on him. Xiao Yoxin's voice was as cold as ice, void of any emotion. I want to know his every move, whom he meets, what he says, even what he eats. I must know in detail. I will make him pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold for his actions today. Yes. The maid accepted the order and hurriedly retreated. In the Tingyu Pavilion, the atmosphere was rather tense. Liu Ruyan and Panjin Lian sat on either side of Qin Shou, their lovely faces marked with concern. Shou, you have gone too far this time. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows tightly. Xiao Yoxin is proud and vengeful. After you humiliated her so severely in front of the entire sect today, she will undoubtedly retaliate. Panjin Lian surprisingly chimed in, saying, she has the sect master backing her, and her influence within the sect is deeply rooted. Engaging in a head-on confrontation is not a wise choice. Observing the worried expressions of his two mentors, Qin Shou merely smiled. He lifted the spiritual tea that Su Qing had just served and leisurely sipped it before slowly speaking. What is there to fear? His thoughts raced. To hide. That is not my style. To confront her directly would only play into her hands. To proactively apologize? That would be beneath my dignity, making her think I am afraid of her, thus emboldening her further. Since that is the case, why not turn the tables? Does she not wish to take revenge on me? Then I shall simply appear before her every day. Let her see me without being able to touch me. I will make her exceedingly annoyed and unable to resist. Ding. System notification. Detected that the host is planning an exceptionally advanced PUA operation, expected to inflict continuous psychological and physiological impacts on the target. This system applauds. Well done. Qin Shou set down his teacup and glanced at Liu Ruyan, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Mentor, the weather looks splendid tomorrow. Accompany me for a stroll. The next day, the morning sunlight bathed the mountain paths of Hehuan's sect. Qin Shou indeed strolled openly within the sect, holding Liu Ruyan's hand. Though she was puzzled, she obediently followed, affectionately linking her arm with his, resembling a pair of enamored Tao partners. They meandered along, eventually arriving at a secluded corner of a bamboo grove. This was the only route to the scripture repository from Yaoyu Palace. Shou, what are we doing here? Liu Ruyan asked curiously. Shu. Qin Shou gestured for silence, waiting like a fisherman for a catch. As soon as he spoke, a chilling aura emanated from the opposite end of the bamboo path. There, Xiao Yoxin, clad in an elegant white dress, approached, flanked by a group of purple-clad maidens. Her expression remained frosty, yet her brows hinted at an unmistakable restlessness and fatigue. Clearly, the events of yesterday had deprived her of a restful night. A subtle smile curved Qin Shou's lips. She has arrived. He grasped Liu Ruyan's hand, feigning an appreciation for the scenery, entirely oblivious to the approaching figure, and moved forward. The distance dwindled, 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Just as the two were about to brush past each other, Qin Shou stumbled as if tripped by a pebble, lurching directly towards Xiao Yoxin. Oh no! Qin Shou exclaimed. The impact was substantial, catching Xiao Yoxin off guard, causing her to let out a soft grunt as she stumbled backward. Her maidservants gasped in alarm, rushing to assist, but it was too late. A strong and capable arm swiftly encircled her delicate waist, steadying her. Qin Shou, one arm around Xiao Yoxin and the other pressed to his forehead, wore an expression filled with sincere remorse. Your Highness, I apologize profusely. I was careless and collided with you. I deserve the harshest punishment. His voice resonated with innocence and regret. However, at the moment he steadied her arm, an ethereal essence, a refinement of the Hongming Yin-Yang holy body, more delicate than a single hair, silently infused itself into the pristine white fabric of Qiao Yoxin's sleeve. Having accomplished this, Qin Shou promptly withdrew his hand, creating distance between them and bowing once more. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly, like flowing water. Qiao Yoxin's body froze. At the moment of impact, she instinctively yearned to strike down this rogue. Yet, as his hand encircled her waist and brushed against her arm, a familiar and potent warmth surged into her being once more. Moreover, this essence was even purer and more intense than the previous day's. Boom. The Chanu Tianma dance within her, momentarily subdued, erupted again with fervor. It surged forth like a pack of ravenous wolves, starved for 3 days, drawn toward the most delectable flesh and blood. Qiao Yoxin's lovely face flushed, a vibrant crimson overtaking her features. She gazed at the man before her, whose visage was marked by innocence and naivety, and at Liu Ruyan beside him, her demeanor alert, hand resting upon her life-bound artifact. A torrent of fury surged within her, threatening to explode. It was intentional. He was undoubtedly deliberate in his actions. Yet, she found herself unable to unleash her wrath. With so many witnesses, and his demeanor so sincere, if she were to react in anger, it would only portray her as petty and unreasonable. Humph. Qiao Yoxin forced a cold syllable through clenched teeth, suppressing the turmoil within, and swept away with a flick of her sleeve, her figure betraying a hint of panic. However, after only a short distance, she sensed an unsettling disquiet, her entire being feeling amiss. The agitation of her inner energy did not subside but intensified. Particularly her sleeve, touched by Qin Shou, seemed to transform into a furnace, emanating a fragrance both intoxicating and vexing. This essence infiltrated her senses, tantalizing her very soul. Agitation, yearning. These two starkly opposing emotions wove together in a frenzied dance within her mind, driving her to the brink of madness. Abruptly, she halted, turning back with a fierce glare aimed at the instigator. Yet, she beheld Qin Shou, who flashed her a radiant, harmless smile. Chapter 62. Shenyang is jealous. Tonight's guidance class will be doubled. The following day, as dawn broke, Qin Shou stood before Pan Jilian's cave dwelling, brimming with vitality. Clad in a crisp azure disciple's robe, he appeared even more upright and handsome. Qin Shou's voice rang out, clear and imbued with just the right amount of respect. The stone door of the cave opened silently. Pan Jilian, dressed in a form-fitting black gown befitting a disciplined elder, showcased a breathtaking silhouette. Her delicate features remained as frosty as ever, yet her sharp gaze seemed to harbor a trace of barely perceptible fatigue. Clearly, the profound exchange from the previous night had taken a considerable toll on her as a Jindan elder. What is it? Her tone was indifferent. A pure and harmless smile graced Qin Shou's face as he stepped forward, naturally stating, I've heard that the mission hall is overwhelmed with documents requiring the discipline hall seal. Such trivial errands should not trouble you. Let me handle it on your behalf. Pan Jilian's gaze lingered on his sincere expression for a moment. With her keen intellect, she understood Qin Shou's subtle intentions. However, she chose not to expose them, as she was curious to see what further schemes this audacious man might devise. Moreover, she wished to witness firsthand what transformation Qiao Yoxin would undergo after being influenced by Qin Shou's reasoning. Pan Jilian responded with a simple, indifferent acknowledgement before turning to walk outside. Qin Shou promptly followed, walking alongside her. Silence enveloped them, yet a delicate atmosphere flowed between them. This time, they did not opt for the bamboo grove from yesterday, instead taking the route that led from Yao Yue Palace to the sect's alchemy pavilion, a thoroughfare bustling with disciples. Pan Jilian furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly perplexed. However, Qin Shou appeared entirely oblivious to the gazes around them, leisurely admiring the exotic flora lining the path, as though he were merely out for a stroll. At that moment, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. System map alert. High-risk target, pink skull, approaching. Distance, 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. A faint smile curled at the corners of Qin Shou's lips. The fish had taken the bait. Sure enough, before long, a familiar, cold yet proud aura approached from the end of the path. Qiao Yoxin, surrounded by a group of purple-clad maidens, was striding towards them. Today, she donned a simple, elegant white dress, eschewing her opulent palace garb. Her unadorned face was still breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, her complexion was even more pallid than the day before. With faint dark circles under her eyes and bloodshot irises, revealing her inner turmoil. It was evident that the trace of the Hongmong Inyang Xingti essence clinging to her sleeve had deprived her of sleep, leaving her in torment. The cultivation technique within her felt like an insatiable beast, incessantly clamoring for more, driving her to the brink of madness. Today, she sought tranquil elixirs at the alchemy pavilion to quell this inner fire. However, she never anticipated encountering the man she loathed so intensely once again. Instinctively, Xiao Yoxin halted her steps. Turn around and leave? No, that would imply she feared him. The term fear was absent from Xiao Yoxin's lexicon. Suppressing her tumult of emotions and disdain, she maintained a stoic expression, resolutely advancing forward with the intention of ignoring him. Just as the two parties were about to pass each other, a gentle mountain breeze swept through. The purple silk scarf at her waist fluttered in the wind, detaching from her belt and spiraling gracefully to the ground. Everything unfolded perfectly, as if scripted by divine design. Ah, one of the maidens gasped, but it was too late. A figure clad in azure moved faster than anyone could react. Qin Shou's eyes flickered with surprise, and in an instant, he lunged forward with remarkable agility, catching the scarf just as it was about to touch the ground. His movements were swift and elegant. The disciples passing by stood in astonishment. What incredible skill! What a handsome display! Pan Jinlian observed this scene from the side, a glint of understanding flashing in her icy gaze. A breeze? A mere body refinement realm cultivator could easily summon a gentle wind with spiritual power. She was now 100% certain that this man was acting deliberately. Meanwhile, Qin Shou had transformed into the epitome of innocence. Clutching the delicately scented purple scarf, he approached Xiao Yoxin, who had taken a few steps ahead, with a bashful and anxious expression. Saintus! His voice, though soft, was clear enough for those nearby to hear. Xiao Yoxin's body stiffened, and she whirled around, glaring at him with fury. Qin Shou appeared momentarily daunted by her frigid gaze, shrinking his neck, yet he mustered his courage to present the scarf. Saintus, your scarf has fallen. His expression radiated innocence, and his eyes sparkled with clarity. Xiao Yoxin's chest heaved with agitation. She fixed her gaze upon Qin Shou, filled with the urge to explode in anger. She longed to slap this pretentious scoundrel into the distance. Yet, with everyone watching, he had merely acted out of kindness to retrieve her item. Retaliating would only make her appear unreasonable, further solidifying the accusations of her dissatisfaction from yesterday. Give it here. She spat through clenched teeth, extending her alabaster fingers to reclaim her scarf. Opportunity. Just as her fingertips were about to graze the silk, Qin Shou slightly withdrew his hand. His fingertip inadvertently brushed against Xiao Yoxin's icy fingertip, a fleeting touch, so swift that it was nearly imperceptible. Yet, it was more than sufficient. Once again, a more refined and pure essence of Hongmeng Inyang Xingti surged forth, akin to an imperceptible current, precisely penetrating into Xiao Yoxin's body at the point of contact. In an instant, Xiao Yoxin's form quivered violently, akin to an electric shock. A wave of intense heat and desire, tenfold stronger than the previous day, erupted within her. She felt as though her very soul trembled. Boom! The Chanu Tianma dance within her was utterly unleashed. Like a pack of famished wild dogs that had not eaten for half a month, they pounced upon the exquisite delicacy that had descended from the heavens, voraciously devouring and refining the newly infused energy. Xiao Yoxin's delicate face flushed crimson at a visible rate, a sickly, alluring, and uncontrollable blush. Grabbing a handkerchief with such force that it nearly tore apart, she shot a fierce glare at Qin Shou, her eyes seemingly capable of devouring him whole. Without uttering a word, she turned abruptly and hastily departed, almost as if fleeing. Her maidens followed in a flurry, bewildered by her sudden exit. The surrounding disciples were equally perplexed. What had transpired with the holy maiden? Her face was so red. Was she angry? But wasn't that junior brother merely helping her retrieve something? Why did it seem like she despised him? What do you know? I guess the holy maiden is shy? Amidst the murmurs, Qin Shou remained rooted in place, wearing an expression of confusion and grievance, as if he could not comprehend what he had done wrong. His performance was so convincing that even Pan Jinlian nearly believed it, until Qin Shou turned to her, revealing a mischievous grin. Pan Jinlian huffed and turned away, her sleeves swaying as she departed. In the Tingyu Pavilion, upon Qin Shou and Pan Jinlian's return, Liu Ruyan sat elegantly by the stone table, her delicate hand propping up her fragrant chin, as though she had been waiting for quite some time. She gazed at them, her peach blossom eyes slightly narrowed, and an unmistakable sour scent filled the air. "Oh, you're back?" Liu Ruyan stood, gliding gracefully to Qin Shou's side, her slender fingers playfully pinching the soft flesh at his waist. "Shou, you've been busy." Her voice was enticingly sultry, yet laced with a hint of danger. "I've heard that you encountered that little enchantress, Qiaoyouxin, again today, and even helped her retrieve a handkerchief? I see the way you two look at each other. It's practically electrifying. Tell me, do you have feelings for her?" Qin Shou grimaced as she pinched him, quickly seizing her mischievous hand and chuckling. "Master, what are you saying? My heart belongs only to you and Master Yi." "Humph. Men and their deceitful tongues." Liu Ruyan playfully chided, yet the jealousy in her eyes had notably lessened. Meanwhile, Pan Jinlian remained silent, her icy gaze fixed on Qin Shou as she observed his antics. As night fell, the time for the evening review class arrived. Within the ethereal realm of Taishu, the atmosphere was unusually tense. Liu Ruyan, fueled by the jealousy of the day, exerted herself with exceptional vigor in her guidance, seemingly intent on asserting her dominance. In contrast, Pan Jinlian was eerily quiet, just when Qin Shou thought he could navigate the night with ease. Suddenly, Pan Jinlian made her move. She swiftly flipped over, pinning the unsuspecting Qin Shou onto the soft jade bed. Straddling him, her long hair cascaded like a waterfall as she gazed down upon him, her cold eyes ignited with suppressed flames. "Speak." Her voice was as frigid as ancient ice, yet bore an unusual rasp. "Do you believe that we are no longer sufficient for you? Is that why you seek to provoke Qiaoyouxin, yearning to taste the essence of the Holy Maiden?" Chapter 63. That man. He has come again. Within those icy, piercing eyes burned two unprecedented flames. Pan Jinlian gazed down at the man beneath her, and every word seemed to emerge from the crevices of a glacier. "Answer me." Qin Shou was momentarily taken aback by her sudden display of regal authority. Then he smiled. Not only did he show no signs of panic, but he also extended his arms to envelop Pan Jinlian's supple yet powerful waist. Applying a gentle pressure. Hiss. Pan Jinlian felt an irresistible force surge through her, causing her body to sink uncontrollably closer to him. His handsome face, adorned with a mischievous smile, was mere inches away. "Shitty, you look so jealous." Qin Shou's breath softly brushed against her cheek, truly captivating. Boom. Pan Jinlian's mind buzzed. The eternally frosty visage she bore was suddenly tinged with an unusual flush. This scoundrel! How dare he? Beside them, Liu Ruyan was equally stunned, before a wave of jealousy surged within her heart. How intriguing! This Pan Woodenhead, usually embodying the virtue of a chaste woman, was secretly so playful. Just as she intended to speak, Qin Shou interjected, leisurely observing the mix of shame and indignation in Pan Jinlian's eyes. "Why should I provoke her? Because passively enduring her revenge is far too mundane. I want her to take the initiative, to go mad, to beg for me, to become inseparable from me, to strip away her proud demeanor piece by piece, laying it at my feet." Qin Shou's voice was soft, yet it carried a disquieting allure. "What I desire is not merely to taste the flavor of the saintess, but to make her, in the entirety of He Huanzong, understand whose doctrine is the only truth." Pan Jinlian's breath hitched. Liu Ruyan's delicate reprimand was caught in her throat. The two women exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of shock and fervor in the other's eyes. This man, his ambition far exceeded their imaginations. He sought not merely self-preservation or possession of them. He aimed to trample the entire He Huanzong beneath his feet. Ding! Detected that the emotional states of the two allied units have shifted from jealousy and anger to admiration and anticipation. Congratulations to the host for achieving a hidden accomplishment. United Front of the Harem. Reward: Essentials of PUA Master Theory, Advanced Edition, X1. System Commentary: Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Elevating PUA to a strategic level, turning internal strife within the harem into a united front. Host: You are a genius in corporate cultural construction. Pan Jinlian's body gradually softened. The wrath in her icy gaze dissipated, replaced by a complex glimmer. Humph. She let out a soft huff, but ceased her struggles. The smile on Qin Shou's lips deepened as he tightened his embrace around Pan Jinlian, while extending his other arm to pull the still-dazed Liu Ruyan into his embrace as well. Therefore, Shermu, tonight's double lesson must not be neglected. After all, tomorrow, a grand performance awaits us. The following day, Qin Shou continued to revel in the bliss of being embraced on both sides. Suddenly, boom, a distant yet commanding bell tolled, resonating throughout the entire He Huanzong. The sound seemed to strike at the very souls of every individual. Immediately, a resplendent golden decree unfurled above the peak of He Huan Zone like a miniature sun. A grand, authoritative voice echoed through every corner. Sect Master S. Decree. 3 days hence, at the Wan Fa platform, a decennial Dharma assembly shall be held. I shall personally preside over it. All elders of Golden Core and above, as well as core disciples of the inner sect, must not be absent. Boom. The entire He Huan Zone erupted in fervor. The Dharma Assembly. It was the most prestigious event of He Huan Zone, held once every decade. Countless outer and inner disciples surged out of their abodes, chattering excitedly, their faces alight with enthusiasm and anticipation. My goodness, it's the Sect Master S. Decree. The esteemed Sect Master will personally preside over the Dharma Assembly. 10 years. At long last, the moment has arrived. The last time I was just a lowly disciple in the Qi gathering stage, only able to listen from afar. Importantly, according to tradition, the saintess will personally demonstrate her teachings. Indeed, it is said to be one of the most profound and enchanting techniques of He Huan Zone, Tian Mo Wan Wu. It is rumored that when this dance is performed, heaven and earth lose their color, and even nascent soul ancestors lose their composure. To witness the saintess's unparalleled dance would be worth dying for. Within Tingyu Pavilion, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian were both stirred. They hurriedly draped themselves in sheer veils and rushed outside. Upon hearing the discussions outside, their expressions shifted in unison. Not good. Liu Ruyan furrowed her brows tightly. Tian Mo Wanwu. Pan Jinlian's countenance also turned grave. This technique demanded an exceptionally calm state of mind, requiring mastery over the 7 emotions and 6 desires to be executed. But Xiao Yoxin is currently. Their gazes unconsciously fell upon the culprit still yawning within the room. Xiao Yoxin, tainted by Qin Shou's, Hong Meng, Yin Yang Sheng Ti, primordial energy, was in a state of profound turmoil, her cultivation spiraling out of control, currently teetering on the edge of instability. To have her perform Tian Mo Wan Wu at this moment, that was not a performance. That was playing with fire. One misstep could result in backlash, or even worse, lead to her demise. Shou. Liu Ruyan looked at Qin Shou with deep concern. Qin Shou stretched lazily, sitting up from the bed, his bronze-toned, muscular torso exposed to the air. Observing the anxious expressions of his 2 Shermu, he grinned. Isn't this perfect? An actor's most crucial element is the stage. The sect master personally sets the stage, and the entire sect is the audience. Such a splendid opportunity must not be wasted. In his eyes flickered a light of anticipation. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Dharma Assembly commenced as scheduled. On this day, the entire He Huan Zone was enveloped in an atmosphere of frenzied celebration. Wan Fa platform. This is a vast square, meticulously hewn from a single, unknown massive obsidian, smooth as a mirror, capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands at once. Above the square, dozens of elder seats, sculpted from white jade, are suspended in a circular formation. Qin Shou, as the direct disciple of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, is naturally allocated to the front row, in the position closest to the central dais. To his left sits the enchanting Liu Ruyan, while to his right is the aloof and domineering Pan Jinlian. The 2 prominent Golden Core elders, like the most devoted guardians, encircle him in the center. This scene causes countless disciples behind them to feel their eyes redden with envy, jealousy, and resentment. Why does that man deserve such favoritism from the 2 elders? He is merely a mere alchemist in the body refinement stage. Despite the piercing gazes directed at him from behind, Qin Shou seems oblivious, leisurely savoring the spiritual fruits presented by the maid, projecting an image of an unsophisticated country bumpkin. At that moment, the sect leader arrives. A resounding salute echoes through the skies. Instantly, the Wanfa platform falls silent, as everyone instinctively looks upward. A brilliant cascade of multicolored clouds descends from the peak of the main mountain, revealing a petite figure seated upon a lotus throne made of countless celestial flowers, gently descending. The figure is shrouded in a dense celestial light, obscuring her true appearance. Yet, an aura as profound as the ocean, seemingly merging with the very essence of the heavens and the great Tao, envelopes the entire Wanfa platform in an instant. In the presence of this aura, the Golden Core elders appear as mere ants, and even the Yuaning experts feel a tremor deep within their souls. Welcome, sect leader, led by Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. All elders and disciples rise, bowing in reverence. their voices resonating through the heavens. Only Qin Shou remains languidly seated, lifting his head with keen interest as he observes the figure cloaked in celestial light. Warning! Warning! High-risk alert. Detected a super-spec causal unit. Target's life level cannot be analyzed. Danger level. System advice. Host, heed my counsel. While no one is paying attention, find a pit to bury yourself. Play dead. This is your only path to survival. Qin Shou disregards the system's frantic warnings. His gaze seems to penetrate the celestial light, revealing the delicate figure adorning a flowing fairy dress, resembling a neighborly maiden. The sect leader of Huan's sect, Yi. Quite intriguing. The lotus throne ultimately hovers at the apex of all elder seats, surveying the multitude below. Please rise. A gentle, melodious voice, tinged with a hint of youthful innocence, resonates softly yet distinctly in everyone's ears. The crowd straightens up. The auspicious time has arrived. Yi Jie's voice again echoes. Let the performance commence. As her words fall, a stream of purple light descends from the heavens. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xiao Yoxin, adorned in a splendid purple palace gown, gracefully descends to the center of the Wanfa platform, resembling a celestial maiden descending to the mortal realm. Her appearance instantly dims the radiance of the entire square. So breathtaking. An unparalleled beauty, an air of pride, a flawless figure. Her mere presence is enough to drive all men to madness. Xiao Yoxin's enchanting phoenix eyes habitually sweep across the audience, relishing the fervent, infatuated, and reverent gazes directed at her. This is her stage, the stage of the holy maiden Xiao Yoxin. However, when her gaze lands upon the man in the front row, her pride freezes in an instant. Qin Shou, lounging with one leg crossed over the other, rests his chin on his hand, smiling at her. Then, under Xiao Yoxin's icy, piercing gaze, he slowly forms the words with his lips. Sister, keep up the good work. Chapter 64. The serene sleeping face amidst soft jade and fragrant warmth. Those four characters, silent yet resounding, struck Xiao Yoxin's face like four resounding slaps. Sister, keep going. The impact resonated in her mind, leaving it blank. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. This scoundrel. This demon. He dared to respond to her impending, once-in-a-decade sacred performance with such frivolity and mockery. She could hardly contain the surge of spiritual power within her, nearly transforming it into a lethal aura to rend that man into pieces. Yet, she could not. Upon the Wanfa platform, a delicate figure shrouded in celestial light quietly surveyed everything. That was the sect master. She forcibly suppressed the tumult of her blood, her pearly teeth nearly biting through her crimson lips. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, all emotions in her phoenix-like eyes were enveloped in an icy veneer. Qin Shou, wait. Once my performance concludes, I shall show you what true fear entails. A melodious, yet slightly seductive celestial music resonated from all directions. Xiao Yoxin moved. Her form, akin to a blossoming purple lotus, gracefully unfurled at the center of the Wanfa platform. With a gentle tap of her jade foot and a sway of her waist, each movement seemed meticulously honed, harmonizing with the profound truths of heaven and earth, drawing forth the spiritual energy from the void. A mist of pink spiritual energy emanated from her, coalescing into vibrant peach blossom petals around her as she danced, swirling and fluttering. It was a breathtaking spectacle. Below, hundreds of thousands of disciples, regardless of gender, were entranced. Their breaths became rapid, their gazes dreamy, as if their very souls had been captivated by that exquisite figure. Even the inner disciples behind Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian blushed, evidently affected by the overwhelming charm. Truly, she is the holy maiden. So beautiful. I feel my Tao heart melting. Is this the Tian Mo Wanwu? Even the opening move is so terrifying. Exclamations of admiration rose and fell. However, in the eyes of one individual, all of this appeared utterly ludicrous. Qin Shou, resting his chin on one hand, watched the spotlighted woman on stage with utter boredom. I, Qin Shou, the esteemed possessor of the Hongmeng Yin-Yang sacred body, a master of ultimate theoretical principles with two Golden Dan masters as my mentors, gaze upon this so-called Tian Mo Wanwu and only wish to yawn. He internally scoffed. This method of exertion? The core is unstable, the foundation feeble. What is the difference from the Tai Chi practiced by elderly men in the park? Does this even qualify as drawing forth the great Tao of heaven and earth? This charm technique. merely twisting her waist, swaying her hips, and casting a couple of flirtatious glances? Bah! It lacks even a fraction of the allure of my master Liu Ruyan. Superficial and devoid of soul, and the operation of spiritual power. It stutters and falters, sluggish and cumbersome, akin to a 50-year-old tractor sputtering to life. Does this dare to be called a divine ability? The more he watched, the more disappointed he became. This is nothing short of a public humiliation of my max-level Hongmeng Shimpan intercourse, great method. An insult. A blatant provocation. Ding. The system's voice rang in his mind at an opportune moment. System commentary. A large-scale talent show has gone awry. Assessment result. Kindergarten graduation performance level. Friendly reminder. Host. Her performance is even inferior to the instinctive movements of your master when you guide her in your personal Tai Su illusory realm. Qin Shou nodded in agreement. Indeed, compared to Liu Ruyan's natural allure and Pan Jilian's fiery dominance, Xiao Yoxin's methodical performance was as bland as a glass of plain water. Drowsiness crept upon him without warning. He was genuinely tired. Qin Shou could not help but yawn widely, unleashing a thunderous sound that was utterly jarring amidst the background of adoring admiration. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jilian, seated beside him, were instantly jolted awake. The two women turned to him simultaneously. Incredulity etched on their faces. My ancestor. This is a lecture conference. The sect master is watching from above. How dare you? Pan Jilian's gaze was icy, almost murderous. Liu Ruyan was on the verge of tears, hastily reaching beneath the table to pinch Qin Shou's thigh forcefully. Hiss. Pain shot through Qin Shou, bringing him back to his senses for a fleeting moment. He struggled to keep his eyelids open, attempting to immerse himself once more in this tedious performance. Yet, the celestial music felt like the most exquisite lullaby. The dance appeared as the most monotonous mathematical equation. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier. Finally, amidst the fervent atmosphere, at the moment when Xiao Yoxin's dance was most resplendent, Qin Shou's head tilted slowly. With an effortless arc, it came to rest against Liu Ruyan's soft, fragrant shoulder, and he fell asleep. Liu Ruyan's delicate body stiffened suddenly. It was as if she had been struck by a thunderbolt. A wave of heat surged from her feet to the crown of her head, her already enchanting face turning crimson as if it would bleed. He actually leaned on my shoulder and fell asleep in front of the sect master, in front of hundreds of thousands of disciples. Liu Ruyan's first instinct was to immediately, without hesitation, push this audacious man away. However, as her gaze fell upon Qin Shou's serene sleeping face, as she felt the warmth of his steady breathing upon her shoulder, and as she noticed the satisfied smile at the corner of his lips, as if he had been dreaming of something delightful, her rationality was instantly engulfed by a torrent of emotions named tenderness and possessiveness. My man. He is tired. Last night, to comfort me and Pan Jilian, he must have expended considerable mental energy. He sleeps so soundly. How could I bear to disturb him? Liu Ruyan's heart softened in an instant, becoming utterly vulnerable. Not only did she refrain from pushing Qin Shou away, but instead, under the almost fiery, cold gaze of Pan Jilian, Liu Ruyan discreetly and subtly adjusted her sitting posture. She slightly lifted her fragrant shoulders, positioning her body at a more comfortable and flawless angle of repose. Moreover, she tilted her head ever so slightly, allowing her cascading tresses to artfully obscure much of Qin Shou's face, as if shielding him from the blinding radiance of the stage. Having completed this, she provocatively cast a glance at Pan Jilian beside her, her peach blossom eyes brimming with the triumph of a victor. Pan Jilian's nails dug deeply into the armrest of the jade chair, producing a faint creaking sound. Well done, Liu Ruyan. Shameless. Meanwhile, at the center of the myriad law stage, Xiao Yoxin was executing the most crucial part of the heavenly demon dance. She summoned her spirit, merging with the dance, reveling in the countless fervent, infatuated, and awestruck gazes from the audience below. This was uniquely hers, the stage of the saintess Xiao Yoxin. This was her glory. Yet, her peripheral vision remained fixated on that seat in the front row. That man. She longed to witness his astonishment, to see him captivated, to observe him, like the others, bowing before her dance. And she saw it. She saw that man yawning. She saw him, tilting his head, leaning against Liu Ruyan. She saw the radiant blush on Liu Ruyan's face and that infuriating, victorious tenderness. In that fleeting moment, the familiar aura of the Hongmeng Yunyang holy body, which evoked both love and hatred within her, seemed to transcend time and space, igniting within her once more. Chapter 65. She is anxious. She is anxious. The saintess, is her target me? At that moment, Xiao Yoxin felt her heart ensnared by an invisible hand, violently grasped and thrown into the flames of jealousy. How could this be? That man, the one who had stirred her heart and deprived her of sleep, how could he sleep so peacefully in another woman's embrace? That shoulder was meant for her. That embrace should belong to her. That serene sleeping face was one only she had the right to admire. Liu Ruyan, that wretched woman. How dare she? Boom. An indescribable fury and overwhelming possessiveness erupted from the depths of Xiao Yoxin's heart, akin to the most violent volcano. This sudden, intense jealousy shattered the last defense she had maintained for her cultivation. Crack. It was as if something deep within her soul had fractured. It was her Tao heart, the one deemed a once-in-a-millennium treasure by her sect, as solid as a rock, now marred by the cracks caused by Qin Shou's incessant teasing. In this moment, it collapsed with a deafening crash. Puff! Xiao Yoxin gasped and spat out a mouthful of blood, staining her resplendent palace attire. Her control over the technique of Tian Mo Luan Wu vanished in an instant. On the Wanfatai, the myriad peach blossom petals that had danced gracefully alongside Xiao Yoxin's movements suddenly froze. All the petals abruptly halted in midair, as if time itself had been paused. The ethereal music came to an abrupt stop. The entire Wanfatai descended into a profound silence. Why has it stopped? What is happening? Why is the saintess spitting blood? Is this part of the performance? Below, the hundreds of thousands of entranced disciples awakened from their stupor, their faces etched with confusion and disbelief. Even the golden elixir elders floating in the air furrowed their brows, revealing their concern. Only Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian felt their hearts plummet simultaneously, sinking to the depths of despair. Their greatest fear had come to fruition. Xiao Yoxin had lost control. However, in the next moment, an even more hair-raising scene unfolded. The thousands of pink peach blossom petals hovering in midair, instead of dissipating after losing Xiao Yoxin's guidance, began to tremble as if infused with life. Buzz, buzz. They seemed to be searching for something. In the void, they found a new, singular target. The culprit exuding a deadly allure that had caused their master's Tao heart to falter. Swish. All the petals, as if responding to a royal decree, abruptly changed direction. The countless sharp edges of the petals pointed toward the front row of the audience. They were aimed at the man who was peacefully sleeping against Liu Ruyan's shoulder. What the hell is that? Their target is that man. Gasps echoed throughout the crowd. Everyone was rendered speechless by this bizarre scene. And this was merely the beginning. Buzzing. The multitude of peach blossom petals began to spin at high speed, coalescing into streams of pink energy. These flows attracted and fused with one another. In an instant, the vibrant sea of petals vanished completely. In its place surged a massive, roaring torrent of pink energy. This was a deathly flood formed from the pure, uncontrollable essence of seductive magic. It surged forward like a returning swallow, like rivers converging into the sea, imbued with a fervent obsession to completely devour and integrate its target. It rushed toward the handsome youth asleep below, its speed and might causing the very space to emit a mournful hum under the strain. This is bad. Quickly protect him. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian screamed in unison, their faces turning pale as paper. The intensity of this energy torrent far exceeded the limits of the late golden elixir stage. This was something that Qin Shou, a mere body refining realm practitioner, could not withstand, let alone endure it. Even a mere brush against its edge could obliterate his soul and leave no trace behind. Liu Ruyan reacted the fastest. Without a second thought, driven by instinct, she rushed to embrace Qin Shou, attempting to shield him with her delicate back against the cataclysmic torrent of energy. My man, no one can touch him. A glimmer of determination flashed in her eyes. However, her actions were still a fraction too late. Pan Jinlian also reacted swiftly, standing up abruptly, her finger pointing like a sword, ready to unleash a chilling, ice-blue sword chi. But the speed of the pink torrent was too swift for all the golden elixir elders to respond adequately. It's over. These two words floated in everyone's minds. This audacious furnace would undoubtedly perish today. Meanwhile, within Qin Shou's mind, warning, warning, red high-risk alert. Detected ultra-high concentration, ultra-high purity, and highly targeted emotions of infatuation, jealousy, and mad possessiveness. Energy entity determination, uncontrollable saintess-level magical torrent. Target locked. Host. Attack intent analysis. Non-lethal, determined as forced binding, soul fusion, and bodily seizure. The system's electronic voice resonated with unprecedented fear and sharpness. Oh no. Host. Wake up. Quickly wake up. If you keep sleeping, you will be forcefully married off. This woman has gone mad. She intends to offer her entire cultivation and essence as a dowry to you. Ultimate system suggestion. Host. Quickly. Awaken your Hongming yin-yang sacred body. Use your principles to firmly educate her. Show her what it means to respect the order of precedence. Almost simultaneously with the system's frantic cries, Qin Shou, resting against Liu Ruyan's shoulder, furrowed his brow slightly. A flicker of change crossed his serene, sleeping face. Slowly, he opened his eyes. His left eye was a brilliant golden sun, radiant as the blazing sun. His right eye was an endless abyss, devouring all. The Hongming yin-yang sacred body was passively activated. He lifted his head, just in time to behold the overwhelming torrent of pink energy, barely 3 feet away from him. In front of him stood a delicate figure, trembling yet resolutely defiant. Beside her was the Ice Queen, her face etched with urgency and determination, poised to strike. Qin Shou paused momentarily, then a smile graced his lips. It was a smile imbued with a hint of languor, a touch of amusement, and an undercurrent of unyielding dominance. He exhibited no intention of retreating. Instead, he extended his arm, drawing the trembling Liu Ruyan back into his embrace. Simultaneously, with the swiftness of lightning, he seized the hand of Pan Jinlian, who was about to unleash her sword energy. "Do not panic," he murmured in a voice audible only to the three of them. "This trivial scene does not require the intervention of my Shermu and Shi." No sooner had the words left his lips than he faced the energy torrent capable of severely injuring even a Yuaning cultivator. Qin Shou opened his mouth, and then, with a gentle inhalation, he prepared to respond. Chapter 66. The twin beauties of ice and fire stand for me. The saintess is infuriated to the point of spitting blood. That seemingly casual remark about not needing my Shermu and Shi to intervene was less an act of consolation and more akin to a spark igniting a powder keg. These two titles struck like thunderbolts upon the hearts of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. In an instant, the jealousy that could incinerate reason and the desire for affection transformed into an unparalleled impulse to showcase their prowess. My man is watching. My man requires protection. No one shall lay a finger on him. Just as Qin Shou parted his lips, poised to perform a grand solo act, an explosion erupted. Two distinctly different, yet equally terrifying pressures of late Golden Core realm surged from the front row of the audience. One pink and one blue. One soft and one hard. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, without a hint of communication, executed a tacit cooperation that transcended even that of soulmates. "Dare to harm my man," Liu Ruyan exclaimed, her voice laced with unprecedented resolve and madness. Her pink innate artifact, Tongshin Raoji Ro, shot forth like a streak of pink lightning. The ribbons, catching the wind, instantly expanded into a vast celestial canopy, soft yet resilient. Infused with the profound essence of overcoming rigidity with flexibility, confronting the torrent of pink divine power. Simultaneously, "Get lost." Pan Jinlian's voice was icy, akin to a chilling wind from the depths of the abyss. With her fingers shaped like swords, an exquisitely condensed ice-blue sword aura erupted from her fingertips. Though it was not her most powerful, Bing Xinjuing's sword, the murderous intent it contained was formidable. The sword aura transformed, not into a giant sword, but coalesced into a crystalline blue ice shield adorned with intricate ice patterns. The moment the ice shield appeared, the surrounding air instantaneously froze, giving rise to countless ice crystals. One in front, one in back. One soft, one hard. One fire, one ice. The pink ribbon canopy served as the first line of defense, not to withstand force, but to dissipate it, weakening the impact of the frenzied torrent layer by layer, rendering it intangible. The blue ice shield served as the second line of defense, not to dissipate, but to subdue, thoroughly freezing the weakened energy. What a perfect synergy this is. The Golden Core elders in the audience were all stunned, rising from their seats, their faces etched with disbelief. These two, one practicing enchanting arts, the other cultivating the ice heart technique, had opposing attributes and were usually at odds. How could they, without any preparation, execute such a seamless joint defense? What profound understanding must this entail? Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Boom! The uncontrollable torrent of peach blossom divine power finally crashed against the hastily erected defenses. The pink ribbon canopy trembled violently, concaving and emitting a buzzing sound under the overwhelming pressure, yet ultimately, it did not shatter. It resembled the most elastic fishing net, ensnaring the frenzied shark tightly, voraciously consuming its strength. Then, crack! The ice blue shield withstood the weakened energy torrent. At the moment of contact, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only an extreme silence. The roaring pink torrent seemed to collide with a sighing wall of absolute zero, visibly freezing from the front. The pink energy was gradually eroded by the ice blue chill, transforming into a massive ice sculpture adorned with an eerie beauty, in hues of pink and blue. Then bang! A crisp sound. The colossal ice sculpture shattered in mid-air into countless particles of light, scattering gracefully. The tumult subsided. From the moment the peach blossom torrent surged forth to being resolved by the two women's concerted effort, the entire process transpired in the blink of an eye. Yet the shock it delivered to the tens of thousands present was revolutionary. My heavens! They blocked it? Elder Liu and Elder Pan, have they joined forces? My eyes are not deceiving me, are they? How is this possible? After a brief silence, the entire Wanfa platform erupted in chaos. All disciples, all elders, stood up, craning their necks in disbelief at the man in the front row, who remained unscathed, and the two breathtaking figures exuding an aura of terror before him. Qin Shou sat calmly in his chair, his posture unchanged. He merely lowered the hand that had intended to grasp Pan Jinlian, a satisfied, playful smile gracing his lips. TSK, TSK, TSK. Well done. Qin Shou's heart echoed with the approving sentiments of a paternal figure. Understanding the need to protect your own, and realizing the importance of unity against external threats, this child is teachable. Ding! The system's voice trembled with excitement. Wow! Host. Divine level water fetching. Ultimate PUA. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden achievement. My harem, a solid fortress. Reward. Pangu's remnant blade, unsealing progress. 0, 5. Current total progress. 2, 1. Qin Shou languidly leaned back in his chair, observing the reactions of the two women. After deflecting the attack, Liu Ruyan's chest heaved violently, her delicate face pale, evidently exhausted. Yet the look she cast towards Qin Shou sparkled with brilliance, brimming with a desire for praise and recognition. Pan Jinlian remained cold, but the slight tremor in her fingertips and her somewhat pale complexion betrayed that she was not as composed as she appeared. She merely shot a cold glance at Qin Shou, her eyes concealing a subtle anticipation. Qin Shou smiled. He said nothing. Instead, he extended his hands, gently grasping the jade hands of the two golden core elders, one in each hand, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Both women shivered at once. Liu Ruyan's face instantly flushed, a mixture of embarrassment and joy. Pan Jinlian attempted to retract her hand fiercely, yet Qin Shou's seemingly casual but undeniably overpowering grip held her firmly in place. Qin Shou did not gaze at them. He simply held their hands and gradually lifted his head. His eyes traversed the dissipating energy remnants, landing on the wavering purple figure at the center of the Wanfa platform. At that moment, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian seemed to have received some unspoken command. In unison, they turned their heads, following Qin Shou's gaze, to behold the woman on stage whose complexion was as pale as parchment. At that instant, their expressions shed all pretense. In Liu Ruyan's alluring peach blossom eyes, there lay the unabashed triumph and derision of a victor. In Pan Jinlian's frigid gaze, there was the undisguised contempt and disdain of a superior towards a vanquished foe. Their stares, like the sharpest of blades, plunged mercilessly into Qiao Yoxin's heart. This gesture spoke volumes. It was an open declaration of war. It was a proclamation of sovereignty before the entire sect. This man is under our protection. You are unworthy. With a sudden rush of blood, Qiao Yoxin could no longer suppress the turmoil within her, and once again, she coughed up a mouthful of blood, staining the jade-like floor beneath her. She felt the world spinning and her vision fading to darkness. Humiliation, shame, jealousy, resentment, a cacophony of emotions, like the most venomous of poisons, ravaged her very soul. She beheld that man, the one who had shattered her resolve, sitting there unscathed. She saw him holding the hands of those two vile women, a mocking smile illuminating his face to an unbearable degree. He even raised an eyebrow at her. Boom. Qiao Yoxin's mind exploded with fury. She could no longer endure another second in this place. If she stayed any longer, she would lose her sanity. Amidst the clamor, the esteemed saintess of Huan sect, in her panic, could not even utter a word of formality before transforming into a hasty streak of purple light, fleeing the Wanfatai without a backward glance. Her retreating figure was steeped in the meaning of confusion and defeat. The saintess has fled? The venue plunged into a profound silence once more. All eyes converged upon the instigator, the handsome youth who appeared utterly unconcerned, as if everything that had just transpired bore no relevance to him. Yaji, the sect leader suspended in midair, finally let slip a hint of interest in her pure, youthful visage. How intriguing, she murmured softly. Below, the ultimate rumors surrounding today's discourse began to spread like wildfire. Have you heard? The saintess is infatuated with an outer sect male disciple, driven mad by love, publicly declaring her affections at the discourse. What? A declaration of love? I heard it was the saintess, out of love, seeking vengeance, only to be thwarted by elders Liu and Pan working in tandem. Your information is outdated. The latest version reveals that the man named Qin Shou is the shared partner of elders Liu and Pan. The saintess attempted to seize love by force, but was brutally beaten back by the combined might of the ice-fire matriarch, retreating in disgrace. Each tale more outrageous than the last, each more explosive. Following this incident, the name Qin Shou ignited the entire Huan sect. No longer was he the mere pawn of others, nor a hidden treasure of some elder. He had undeniably become a superstorm capable of reshaping the very fabric of the sect. Chapter 67. The Lethal Temptation. The greatest secret of Pan Jinlian. Following the Dharma conference, the entire Huan sect descended into chaos. The astonishing scene on the Wan Fa platform had spawned numerous versions of rumors. Some claimed that the Holy Maiden was beset by unrequited love and fled in humiliation after a public confession gone awry. Others alleged that elders Liu and Pan, in a fit of rage for their handsome companion, united to violently confront the celestial beauty. Even more sensational tales circulated, asserting that the man named Qin Shou was not merely a mere vessel, but rather a reincarnation of an ancient powerhouse, playing with the mortal realm, and that his manifestation on the Wan Fa platform was solely to support his two beloved companions. In short, rumors swirled, reaching a fever pitch. The name Qin Shou had become a veritable storm center within the Huan sect. Known by all, yet the listening rain pavilion, at the heart of this maelstrom, found itself enveloped in an unprecedented, eerie tranquility. The prying, malevolent consciousnesses that once intruded had vanished without a trace. No disciple or steward dared to venture here, fearing the wrath of the one who had dared to publicly humiliate even the Holy Maiden. Now, the listening rain pavilion stood as a forbidden ground within the sect, causing outer disciples to detour by 100 meters, wary of disturbing the person within who had so brazenly disrespected the Holy Maiden. Inside the cave dwelling, incense burned in the censer, calming the mind, yet the atmosphere was far from serene. Liu Ruyan fidgeted anxiously, her captivating face etched with worry. "Shou, what are we to do?" Her beautiful eyes brimmed with concern as she gazed at Qin Shou, who was leisurely sipping tea. "We have offended the Holy Maiden terribly." That's Qiao Yoxin, the sect leader's most cherished disciple, the future successor. Having sustained such a significant loss and humiliation, she certainly would not let us off easily. The more Liu Ruyan thought, the more fearful she became, her delicate body trembling slightly. The Holy Maiden, a paragon of the younger generation within the Huan sect, was a revered figure among countless disciples. Before the eyes of hundreds of thousands, they had torn her facade apart and trampled it underfoot. This enmity had escalated tremendously. In contrast to Liu Ruyan's agitation, Pan Jinlian remained remarkably composed. However, even her frosty countenance was shrouded in an unmistakable gravity. "What Ruyan says is accurate." Her voice was cool, like ice striking jade. "I understand Qiao Yoxin's character. She bears a lofty pride and will seek retribution for any slight. With her heart shattered and her reputation in tatters, this grudge will not be easily forgotten." Pausing briefly, she continued her analysis. "Her current inaction does not stem from fear of us, but rather from waiting. Waiting for an opportunity, a chance to strike us down, along with you, in one decisive blow, leaving us with no chance of recovery." Pan Jinlian's words fell like a cold bucket of water, chilling Liu Ruyan's heart. She was acutely aware of the accuracy of Pan Jinlian's assessment. Qiao Yoxin was akin to a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. When she chose to strike, It would be a fatal blow of thunderous might. In that moment, the atmosphere within the cave grew oppressively tense. Yet, as the central figure, Qin Shou appeared utterly unfazed. He leisurely set down his teacup, his articulate fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. In his other hand, he toyed with an unremarkable jade slip, a token obtained from Elder Mei Xian's cave dwelling, containing numerous incriminating records against Elder Wang of the Law Enforcement Hall. Listening to the anxious analyses of his two mentors, a cold, mischievous smile gradually crept upon Qin Shou's lips. Wait for an opportunity? He chuckled softly, his voice not loud, yet instantly capturing the attention of both women. Why should we wait for her to find an opportunity? We ought to take the initiative and stir the waters. The murkier the water, the easier it is to catch the fish. As his words settled, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian exchanged startled glances. Take the initiative? With what do we contend against the Holy Maiden? Behind Xiao Yoxin stands the sect leader, the future power of the entire Hehuan sect. Qin Shou discerned their doubts, but offered no explanation. In his mind, he had already devised two remarkably clear strategies. The first was to leverage the small jade slip in his possession. Elder Wang, a powerful figure within the law enforcement hall, held a prestigious position and often wielded his influence, serving as a pillar for Elder Mei Xian. The contents of this jade slip were sufficient to send him into an abyss from which he could never return. If he could casually pass this information to the other elders of the law enforcement hall, who were at odds with Elder Wang, a spectacle of internal strife within the law enforcement hall would soon unfold. In that chaos, they would be too preoccupied to seek out their troubles with him. This was how to muddy the waters. The second strategy. Qin Shou's gaze grew profound. While the upper echelons of the sect were distracted by the infighting within the law enforcement hall, he could seize the opportunity to investigate the true nature of his chief master, Li Laoshi. The tiger demon on Blackwind Mountain? How could a peak refinement realm cultivator be slain by a mere fledgling tiger demon? In the past, Qin Shou had lacked the strength to question this, but now, the more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. He felt that his master's death was far from simple, concealing a greater secret. Of course, both strategies required execution by someone else, especially the first, which necessitated an individual with sufficient status and connections within the sect to maximize the jade slip's impact. And that candidate. Qin Shou's gaze finally settled on the nearby, coldly domineering and ambitious discipline elder. No one was more suitable than her. Qin Shou suddenly spoke, his tone taking on a meaningful lilt. Pan Jinlian's icy gaze turned towards him, tinged with curiosity. Instead of addressing the matter directly, Qin Shou posed an unrelated question. He regarded Pan Jinlian's flawless face, a subtle smile playing at his lips. How did you find last night's review session? In an instant, Pan Jinlian's delicate form stiffened. Damn, this rascal is bringing that up again. The mere recollection of last night in the dimly lit room, where she was utterly vanquished and her resolve shattered under his bewildering guidance, causes a chill of crimson hue to rise uncontrollably upon Pan Jinlian's cheeks. Beside her, Liu Ruyan stifles a laugh, her peach blossom eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Look at you, pretending to be aloof. Have you not been thoroughly subdued by my dear Shou? Speak your mind. Pan Jinlian's voice grows increasingly frigid, attempting to mask her embarrassment and ire in this manner. Qin Shou chuckles, finally revealing his true intentions. He leisurely states, Annie, during last night's review, I stumbled upon a rather intriguing issue. The Su Nu Xian Jing you practice exhibits a subtle, yet discernible stagnation when your spiritual energy reaches the 36th channel of the Shun Ting meridian. Although it is exceedingly minute, over time, it has culminated into a critical flaw in your technique. This, I believe, is the fundamental reason why, despite your ample accumulation, you have yet to stabilize your golden core within the third realm. Boom. Qin Shou's words strike Pan Jinlian's mind like a celestial thunderbolt. She stands frozen, as if hit by lightning. For the first time, her icy gaze reveals an expression of sheer horror and disbelief, akin to that of a mortal encountering a ghost. Impossible. How could this be possible? This secret, this flaw in her technique that she has labored over for centuries without resolution. Even the sect leader, Yi Jie, had overlooked this, her greatest secret. How could he possibly know? Moreover, he articulates it with such precision, without a single misstep. It is as if he has witnessed the complete flow of her technique firsthand. In that moment, a wave of chill surges from her soles to the crown of her head. The boy before her suddenly appears immensely enigmatic and terrifying. Liu Ruyan, too, is stunned. Though she may not fully grasp the intricacies of meridian techniques, she can certainly interpret the astonishment on Pan Jilian's face. To elicit such an uncharacteristic reaction from the fearless elder of discipline indicates the profound impact of Qin Shou's words. Observing the shock etched across Pan Jilian's delicate features, Qin Shou smiles with satisfaction. This was the effect he sought. He rises slowly, approaching Pan Jilian, looking down upon her. He then gently places the jade slip containing Elder Wang's incriminating evidence on the table before her. Assist me with a task. Qin Shou's voice carries an undeniable authority and lethal allure. I will help you. Completely resolve this hidden danger. You shall emerge stronger than ever. Chapter 68. It is your turn to act. Let you be even more resolute than now. This phrase, laden with ambiguity and dominance, gripped Pan Jilian's throat like an invisible hand. She gasped, her entire being frozen in place. For the first time, her exquisitely beautiful face, usually as cold as ice, betrayed an emotion known as trepidation. Who was this man? How could he possibly know? That flaw had been her greatest inner demon since she began cultivating the Su New Heart Sutra, the root of her stagnation for hundreds of years in the Golden Core realm. This matter was known only to heaven, earth, and herself. No third party could be involved. Even the sect leader Yi Jietti had only vaguely sensed something amiss with her cultivation method, without discerning the underlying issue. But now, this mere youth in the body refinement realm, whom she and Liu Ruyan regarded as a toy, had astutely unveiled her most profound secret. This transcended mere insight. It was nothing short of monstrous. You, how could you? Pan Jilian's voice trembled uncontrollably for the first time. Beside her, Liu Ruyan was equally bewildered. Though she was unfamiliar with the intricacies of divine meridians, she could certainly read Pan Jilian's expression. To elicit such a ghostly look from the fearless Ice Queen meant that Qin Shou's words carried immense weight. How could I know? Qin Shou chuckled, his smile exuding a devilish allure in Pan Jilian's eyes. He offered no answer. Instead, he reached out, firmly grasping her icy wrist. What are you doing? Pan Jilian, like a startled cat, instinctively attempted to escape, even considering a slap. Yet, Qin Shou's grip was astonishingly strong. His hand clamped down like a vice, holding her immobile. Do not be anxious. Qin Shou's voice, imbued with a soothing warmth, reached her ears. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Words alone are insufficient. Allow me to provide you with a first-hand experience, and you shall comprehend. Before his words had fully settled, a humming sound resonated. Pan Jilian felt her surroundings blur, the familiar scent of incense, the tea table, and Liu Ruyan's gloating expression all vanished. In their place emerged a strange world, shrouded in mist and ethereal aura. Personalized Taishu illusion. The small black room opens again. Focus and calm your mind. Qin Shou's voice echoed in her ear, his warm breath sending a tingling sensation to her earlobes. Carefully perceive your obscure 36th divine meridian. Pan Jilian shivered, a mix of embarrassment and suspicion flooding her. Yet, the longing for a breakthrough ultimately overpowered all else. Gritting her teeth, she closed her eyes and followed Qin Shou's guidance, beginning to circulate the Su New Heart Sutra. Spiritual energy flowed through her meridians like a gentle stream. As it reached the 35th meridian, poised to breach that barrier, her heart involuntarily raced. This is it. Each time she reached this point, her spiritual energy would crash against an invisible wall, becoming obscure and stagnant, leaving her powerless to proceed. She had to expend thrice the mental and spiritual effort just to barely break through, which resulted in her subsequent cultivation being riddled with flaws, lacking the harmonious flow she desired. However, just as she was about to, as usual, accumulate her strength and force her way through, a gentle, vast energy brimming with the essence of utmost yang suddenly surged from the fingertip that Qin Shou had placed on her back. This energy was not domineering, yet its stature was unfathomably exalted. It felt as though an emperor was surveying his dominion. In the face of this energy, the spiritual force of her Su New Heart Sutra instantly transformed from a rebellious feral tiger into a remarkably docile lamb. It even carried a hint of submission and appeasement. The vast energy surged forward without hesitation, effortlessly merging into Pan Jilian's meridians, then precisely targeting the 36th divine meridian. Pan Jilian's heart leapt to her throat. Here it comes. The anticipated violent impact, however, did not occur. That supreme yang energy gently caressed the invisible wall as if it were a gentle spring breeze. Then, astonishingly, the impenetrable barrier that had troubled her for centuries quietly melted away. Yes, it melted, like snow under the blazing sun. There was not the slightest obstruction. Boom. Pangelian felt an explosive sound resonate in her mind. An unprecedented sensation of utter comfort surged through her limbs and bones. It was unblocked, completely unblocked. The obscure meridian that had been stagnant for hundreds of years became extraordinarily smooth and harmonious at that moment. For the first time, the spiritual energy of the Su New Heart Sutra flowed flawlessly through an entire cycle. Pangelian involuntarily let out a soft moan, her delicate body going limp, nearly unable to stand. She felt herself but a step away from the coveted pinnacle of the Golden Core's third level. If only she could have a few more such sessions of guidance. No, even just one complete and thorough session of guidance, and she would have absolute confidence to break through on the spot. Qin Shou released her at just the right moment, allowing her to lean against him, breathing lightly. He lowered his gaze, admiring the blend of shock, confusion, yearning, and surrender on the face of this once imposing ice queen. Ding! Detected that the host is providing academic guidance to the aloof she. System comment. It is better to teach someone to fish than to give them a fish, but before giving the fish, let her savor the aroma. This maneuver is quite cunning. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden achievement. PUA guidance, intermediate. Reward, none. Mental encouragement. Keep up the good work. Qin Shou dismissed the system's frivolous remarks. He merely patted Pangelian's remarkably elastic rear with a hint of playful mockery. How do you feel now? Pangelian abruptly snapped back to reality, pushing Qin Shou away with a start, her cheeks flushed with a frigid hue. She gasped, adjusting her slightly disheveled robes in an attempt to restore the imposing presence of a senior elder. Yet, within her icy gaze, she could no longer conceal the burning ambition and desire that flickered like flames. She had come to a profound realization. The man before her was her path, the sole avenue leading her to a higher realm, her greatest opportunity in this lifetime. In comparison to the grand path, what was the status of a mere saintess? Dignity? Reputation? Could they empower her to transcend? In that moment, the elder of Huanzhong made the most pragmatic and audacious decision she had conceived in centuries. She raised her head, her once disdainful eyes now fixated resolutely on Qin Shou. Her crimson lips parted, her voice hoarse yet resolute. Speak, what is your command? Triumphantly, a victorious curve appeared at the corner of Qin Shou's mouth. He understood that from this moment on, the proud and competitive Ice Queen had been firmly tethered to his chariot of conquest. Suddenly, the scene before them shifted once more as they found themselves back in the cave dwelling. Liu Ruyan approached immediately, her beautiful eyes darting between the two with curiosity and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. Show you too. Qin Shou ignored her, striding directly to the table, casually tossing the jade slip he had acquired from Mayexine, the elder's cave, to Pangelian. It landed with a soft thud. Pangelian caught it deftly. What is this? She furrowed her brow. The elder Wang from the law enforcement hall, known for his foul odor and penchant for illicit affairs, was of little concern. Qin Shou's tone was flat yet frigid. What truly mattered was that he was the saintess Qiao Yoshin's man, while his nemesis was another elder of the law enforcement hall, Li Meier. Qin Shou's gaze settled on Pangelian's still flushed face, enunciating each word deliberately. You shall, by your means, deliver this gift to Li Meier without her knowledge. Pangelian's pupils constricted sharply. She was astute enough to grasp the ruthless implications of Qin Shou's strategy almost instantaneously. The evidence of Elder Wang's corruption and abuse of power. Should this fall into the hands of his rival, Li Meier, the law enforcement hall would face upheaval. This was far from a mere act of revenge. It was a masterstroke of cunning. Firstly, it would incite internal strife within the law enforcement hall, leading to a chaotic dog-eat-dog scenario, leaving them preoccupied and unable to trouble Qin Shou, thus significantly depleting the saintess's faction strength. Secondly, having gained such a substantial advantage and toppled her adversary, Li Meier would undoubtedly owe Qin Shou an immense favor. Henceforth, her actions within the sect would equate to implanting an unexpected ally within the law enforcement hall. How ruthless, how cunning, how exquisitely executed. Pangelian clutched the jade slip, her palm growing warm with intensity. She looked once more at Qin Shou, her complex gaze reflecting astonishment, trepidation, but above all, a heartfelt sense of submission. This man not only possessed unparalleled wisdom, but also harbored a profound and terrifying cunning. Following him might indeed allow her to trample over the entirety of Huanzhong. Pan Jinlian took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within, and uttered a few complicated words. A born devil. With that, she ceased her words, pocketed the jade slip, and turned to depart, not even casting a glance back at Liu Ruyan. As a former elder of discipline, she had navigated the intricacies of the sect for many years, naturally possessing her own clandestine network of intelligence and connections. Entrusting this task to her was most fitting. Observing Pan Jinlian's swift and decisive departure, Liu Ruyan felt somewhat bewildered. She just left? Where was she headed? Qin Shou chuckled and approached, wrapping his arm around his master's soft waist from behind, whispering in her ear, "Of course, she is going to assist us in biting back." Liu Ruyan seemed to grasp the implications, sensing that a grand conspiracy aimed at the law enforcement hall, and indeed at the Saintess, had officially commenced with Pan Jinlian's departure. As Pan Jinlian exited Tingyu Pavilion, she resumed her cold demeanor as the iron-faced queen. Instead of seeking out Li Meier directly, she approached a secluded transmission array, retrieving a communication talisman known only to her most trusted subordinates. Infusing her spiritual energy, she uttered a single command. "Investigate Li Meier and deliver all pertinent intelligence to me within half an hour." Chapter 69. The Expertise of Shi. An anonymous delivery from Wanbao Building. The malevolent scheme devised by Qin Shou strikes ruthlessly at the core. He requires her to deliver a jade slip, which harbors a scandal of monumental proportions, into the hands of Elder Wang's sworn enemy, Li Meier, without arousing any suspicion. For an ordinary individual, the task of handling such a perilous item would likely induce untold anxiety. After all, the lair of the law enforcement hall's elder is no ordinary place. Every action is under the vigilant scrutiny of countless divine senses. Yet, who is Pan Jinlian? The elder of the disciple-s regulations of the Huan sect. With centuries of experience within the sect, her connections and methods far surpass those of a mere seductress like Liu Ruyan. As dusk fell, her confidant delivered pertinent information regarding Li Meier into her hands. She refrained from utilizing her hidden forces. That would be too easy, leaving traces behind. Instead, she opted for a more discreet and costly approach. Pan Jinlian's figure slipped into a secluded, yet bustling alleyway. At the end of the alley stood an unassuming three-story building. A rustic plaque, adorned with three ornate characters, read Wanbao Lu. This establishment is not affiliated with any faction of the Huan sect. Ostensibly, it serves as the largest market for magical artifacts, elixirs, and intelligence within the sect, yet covertly, it offers various gray services. As long as one can afford the price, Wanbao Lu can facilitate assassination, escorting, or the delivery of information that must remain hidden from the light of day. Behind it stands a venerable elder of the late Yuaning stage, who never intervenes in sect disputes and solely seeks the path of enlightenment. Absolutely neutral and utterly reliable. Of course, it is also exceedingly expensive. Pan Jinlian had already utilized secret methods to alter her appearance and guise herself as a woman of average stature and appearance, draped in a veil that obstructed divine perception. She entered Wanbao Lu, disregarding the myriad of counters and disciples bustling about, and ascended directly to the third floor. The third floor was sparsely populated and notably quieter. A steward clad in a gray deacon robe, wearing a professional smile, immediately approached her. "Esteemed friend, how may I assist you?" Pan Jinlian wasted no words. Her voice, having been altered, now bore a hoarse and somber tone. "I wish to issue a task." The steward maintained his smile as he led her into a secluded parlor. "Please, proceed." Pan Jinlian retrieved the jade slip, which chronicled Elder Wang's life, from her storage bag and gently placed it on the table. Accompanying it was a heavy storage bag. Before the hour of the pig tonight, Pan Jinlian's voice was cold and merciless. "Silently place this into the evening meal of the law enforcement hall's elderly mayor, specifically in the blood swallow soup." The steward's smile exhibited a subtle shift. Involving an elder of the law enforcement hall, this task was no simple matter. He lightly scanned the storage bag with his divine sense, and his smile instantly transformed into one of sincere eagerness. "No problem." He collected the jade slip and storage bag without inspecting the contents, bowing respectfully. "Wanbao Lu guarantees the task will be accomplished. Esteemed friend, please take your leave." Within half an hour, we will erase all traces related to you. Professionalism. This was precisely why Pan Jinlian chose this place. Without uttering another word, she turned and swiftly vanished into the crowd. As night deepened, within the law enforcement hall, Li Meier's lair unfolded. This elder, renowned in the Huan sect for her alluring yet ruthless demeanor, languorously reclined upon a soft couch. Approximately 30 years of age, her beauty was striking, with enchanting fox-like eyes and a voluptuous figure, clad merely in a gossamer black veil. Before her, a bowl of steaming blood-swallow soup, exuding a rich, sanguine aroma, was being carefully presented by a maid. This was her daily ritual, boiling the blood of a spirit beast containing pure vital essence to prepare the swallow's nest, serving both to enhance beauty and to nourish her cultivation. You may all leave. Li Meier waved her hand, dismissing all the maids. She relished the solitude of this tranquil time. The jade spoon stirred through the viscous soup, producing a faint sound. Suddenly, Li Meier's movement halted. The jade spoon seemed to have struck an object within the soup that was not part of it. Her elegant brows furrowed slightly, and a flicker of wariness danced in her eyes. As an elder of the law enforcement hall, she had many enemies, and the prospect of poison was a familiar one. However, her lair was heavily fortified, and any intruder capable of breaching its defenses was far from ordinary. She refrained from raising the alarm, instead cautiously using her spiritual power to lift the hard object. It was a jade slip, an unremarkable, even somewhat antiquated, jade slip. Who? A multitude of names flashed through Li Meier's mind. Was it a provocation from an enemy, or a secret missive from an ally? She did not examine it immediately. Instead, she summoned her spiritual power to establish 3 layers of soundproofing and defensive barriers around her lair. Once this was accomplished, she slowly brought the jade slip to her forehead. Her divine sense penetrated within. In the next moment, Li Meier's stunning visage froze. The images within the jade slip were utterly abhorrent. In a disheveled secret chamber, a corpulent man was simultaneously digging at his foot while pinning a woman beneath him. She recognized that man, even in ashes. Elder Wang Defa of the law enforcement hall, and the woman beneath him. Was that vile seductress? Meixin. If it were merely this, Li Meier would have felt nothing more than disgust. Yet, the subsequent crude words of Wang Defa pierced her mind like the most venomous curse. Little slut, why the hurry? Once I thoroughly suppress that Li Meier, the position of chief elder of the law enforcement hall will surely be mine. That old hag, relying on a modicum of beauty to oppose me at every turn. If it weren't for the sect master keeping an eye on things, I would have long since taken her to bed to teach her a lesson in manners. Rest assured, I have already coordinated with the Holy Maiden. This time, the sect's resources will undoubtedly exclude her. It appears that you have long conspired together, calculating against me in secret. The humiliation, an overwhelming sense of disgrace and fury erupted within her like a volcano. The exquisite warm jade bowl she held shattered with a resounding crack, reduced to mere powder. The scalding blood-swallow soup splattered across her body, yet she remained oblivious. That stunning visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. Wang, da, fa. A shrill scream, so piercing it scarcely resembled a human sound, pierced through the cave despite the threefold restrictions, echoing into the night sky. The maidens stationed outside the cave trembled in fear, collapsing to their knees in silence. They had never witnessed elderly in such a state of disarray. The cave's grand door swung open with a thunderous crash. Li Meier stepped forth, clad only in a black veil stained with the crimson broth, her hair whipping wildly, as if possessed. Come forth. Her voice, hoarse yet brimming with murderous inte. Chapter 70. The Depths of Manipulation. Shermu transformed into a tender embrace. A tempest of blood and chaos, targeting the enforcement hall and the holy maiden Xiao Yoshin, has been brewing. The air is still tinged with a lingering aura of menace. Liu Ruyan stands in place, her beautiful eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and shock. Qin Shou, the man she cherishes deeply, not only employed an unfathomable strategy to completely conquer the icy demeanor of Pan Jinlian, but he also deftly orchestrated such a ruthless series of schemes. He ignited the internal strife within the enforcement hall and positioned his own people. All of this was accomplished in a mere half hour. Just how profound are this man's schemes? Liu Ruyan gazes at Qin Shou's youthful and handsome profile, a sense of unfamiliar reverence surging within her heart for the first time. Yet more than that, it is a fervent obsession and pride. Such a man is truly a worthy dragon for Liu Ruyan to risk everything to follow. Shou. Just as she was about to ask something, Qin Shou turned around, the commanding aura of a strategist vanishing in an instant, replaced by a complex expression of yearning and melancholy. He stepped closer to Liu Ruyan, naturally sitting down beside her, like a child seeking solace, gently leaning against her fragrant shoulder. Shou, what is troubling you? Liu Ruyan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden shift, her reverence swiftly transforming into a flood of maternal affection. She reached out her delicate hand, tenderly stroking Qin Shou's hair. Qin Shou did not speak immediately, remaining silent for a moment as if organizing his thoughts. Just when Liu Ruyan expected him to reveal some earth-shattering secret, he sighed softly. Shirmu. His voice carried a hint of bewilderment and admiration. After this lecture, I realized how little I know about our sect and my master's past. Liu Ruyan was slightly taken aback. Why is he suddenly saying this? Qin Shou tugged at her soft sleeve, gently shaking it, his tone filled with concern for the future. You see, the holy maiden performed, the sect leader was present, and hundreds of thousands of disciples shouted in unison. I sat there, my mind completely blank. I do not understand why Hahuan's sect became one of the 6 demonic sects, nor do I know which remarkable figures our sect has produced, and even more so, I do not know the connection my master, Li Laoshe, had with the sect. Such an unstable heart may lead to inner demons in the future. His heartfelt words resonated deeply, perfectly reasonable. It is entirely normal for a young disciple who has just entered the core circle of the sect to feel awe for its grand history and confusion about his own position after witnessing such a spectacle. Liu Ruyan listened, her heart melting utterly. Look at my Shou. While other disciples are preoccupied with vying for power and seeking more cultivation resources, my Shou is pondering the history of the sect and striving to solidify his resolve. Such character, such vision. He is truly one in a million. That wretched Li Laoshe must have had the luck of 8 lifetimes to have received such an exceptional disciple. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Qin Shou's eyes revealed a glimmer of vulnerability and hope. Shirmu, you are an elder in external affairs, well-informed and well-connected. His voice dropped lower, tinged with a plea. Could you take me to the cliff of merits and faults to see? The moment the words cliff of merits and faults escaped his lips, Liu Ruyan's expression changed dramatically. Shou, what nonsense are you speaking? She instinctively covered Qin Shou's mouth. That place is a forbidden ground of the sect. It houses the records of all merits and faults of elders and disciples since the founding of the sect, heavily guarded. Only the sect leader and the grand elder can enter with a hand command. No one else is permitted to approach. I know. Qin Shou gently pulled her hand away, gripping it tightly, his gaze filled with sincerity. I simply wish to understand the history of our sect, to pay homage to the legacies of our predecessors, and to solidify my resolve to follow the path. As he spoke, his voice quivered with heart-wrenching emotion. I also wish to investigate my master's past, to see what is recorded in his records. He passed away under mysterious circumstances, and I want to establish a memorial for him, fulfilling a disciple's wish. Boom. His words struck Liu Ruyan's heart like a heavy hammer, leaving her utterly stunned. My heavens. My Shou. He still remembers that old man with such devotion. That old and ugly fellow, who lived a life of mediocrity and died in such a pitiful manner. What is there to cherish? Yet Shou, he still thinks of avenging his master, of establishing a legacy for him. What profound loyalty. What a pure heart. Liu Ruyan felt as though her heart was immersed in a jar of honey, both sweet and sour, aching deeply. She tightly embraced Qin Shou, as if wanting to meld him into her very being. Silly child, my unfortunate Shou. Her voice trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. That old man does not deserve such devotion. Deserving. Qin Shou buried his head in her soft fragrance, his voice muffled yet undeniably resolute. Once a master, forever a father. As a disciple, I am unfilial. I cannot avenge him, but at the very least, I must ensure he leaves a name after death. Enough. Do not speak further. If you do, Shirmu's heart will shatter. Liu Ruyan abruptly released him, cradling his face in her hands, her captivating eyes now filled with determination and tenderness. A mere cliff of merits and faults. What of the sect's forbidden ground? For my Shou, for this man, so loyal and devoted, who moves heaven and earth. Do not speak of breaching forbidden grounds. I would dare traverse mountains of blades and seas of fire without fear. While Pan Jinlian, that ice queen, schemes against her peers, shall I, Liu Ruyan, merely lie back and preach reason. An unprecedented sense of competitiveness and protectiveness ignited fiercely within Liu Ruyan. Rest assured, Shower. Liu Ruyan wiped her eyes. The previous allure and fragility vanished, replaced by the shrewdness and competence of an elder in external affairs. This matter shall rest upon Shermo. She rose to her feet and paced a few steps in place, her mind racing with thoughts. Although the Gongwa cliff was heavily guarded, it was not without its vulnerabilities. The two elders overseeing the cliff, one avaricious and the other lecherous, could be easily manipulated. However, accessing the records required either the seal of the discipline hall or an order from the sect leader, which posed a slight complication. Her delicate brows furrowed in evident frustration, clearly confronted with a challenge. Qin Shou observed her tireless efforts, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. This was the reaction he desired. Investigating the cause of his master's demise was merely one of his objectives. More importantly, he aimed to seize this opportunity to uncover the secrets that had been concealed within the Hahuan sect for millennia. He yearned to unveil the sordid transactions and hidden truths buried beneath layers of dusty documents. Shermu, Qin Shou spoke at an opportune moment. His tone gentle. The matter of the seal is not insurmountable. Liu Ruyan paused, taken aback. Not insurmountable. Qin Shou chuckled softly, gesturing towards the direction from which Pan Jinlian had just departed. We have just rendered a tremendous service to Shi, enabling her to procure a seal from the treasury of the discipline hall. Do you think she would refuse? Chapter 71. The seal of the ant and the countenance of the master. The following day, as dawn's gentle light began to break, Liu Ruyan quietly departed from Tingyugo with Qin Shou, making their way towards the back mountain of Hahuan Zone, to the infamous Gongwa Cliff. This name carried a sense of taboo among the inner disciples of Hahuan Zone. Nestled beneath a perilous precipice, its remote location was perpetually shrouded in a chilling, sinister wind. This wind, unlike the ordinary mountain breeze, bore a biting cold that seemed to pierce the soul, as if countless vengeful spirits whispered in the air. The sheer cliff face, polished to a mirror-like sheen by some unknown divine power, was inscribed with an array of names in intricate spiritual sand. The golden names represented ancestors who had made unparalleled contributions to the sect, while the blood-red names belonged to those who had betrayed the sect, deemed irredeemable sinners. The stark contrast of gold and crimson was striking. Deep within this cliff lay a stone cave, housing the comprehensive records of all merits and demerits of Hahuan Zone over thousands of years. The entrance loomed dark and foreboding, reminiscent of a monstrous maw poised to devour. As they approached, an overwhelming aura of dread enveloped them. At the cave's mouth stood two towering figures, resembling sentinels, clad in the distinctive black iron armor of the law enforcement hall. Each wielded a three-pronged, double-edged spear, exuding an air of fierce authority. They were in the late stages of the Golden Core realm, seasoned elders tasked with guarding the forbidden ground, their malevolent presence almost tangible, their gazes as frigid as ancient ice. Upon spotting Liu Ruyan gracefully approaching with a man, a glint of caution flashed in their eyes, and they crossed their spears with a resonant clang, blocking the path. "Halt!" bellowed one elder, his scarred visage making his voice resonate like a bell, shaking the very air. "No unauthorized personnel may enter Gongwa Cliff." Qin Shou, standing behind Liu Ruyan, observed the two guards with keen interest. "Ah, quite impressive," he mused, as the system chimed in with its commentary. These two late-stage Golden Core practitioners possess a solid foundation, their fierce aura suggestive of having taken numerous lives. They surpass Elder Wang by far. Yet, Liu Ruyan seemed oblivious to the glimmering spearheads, her footsteps unwavering. She merely raised her captivating face, her enchanting peach blossom eyes flickering with a hint of authority, releasing an aura characteristic of a Golden Core elder that spread like mercury. "Have your eyes been blinded?" Her voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable command. With a delicate hand emerging from her voluminous robes, she coldly tossed a token inscribed with intricate patterns, along with a scroll bearing the crimson seal of the discipline hall, towards them. "By the sect master's secret decree, I am to thoroughly investigate the casualty records of all external missions during the tumultuous period 30 years ago, alongside the disbursement of compensation." She gestured gracefully towards Qin Shou, raising her chin with an air of pride. "This is my direct disciple, tasked with assisting me in the archival process. Are you two gatekeepers also inclined to defy the sect master's command?" Her actions flowed with seamless grace, and her words struck with a resonant finality. Qin Shou observed in awe, "Goodness, The Master's acting skills, her aura, her command of dialogue. She ought to be performing in the mortal realm. It would be a disservice to her talents not to pursue an Oscar. Ding. Detection of the host engaging in a high-risk infiltration mission. Teammate acting assessment. Liu Ruyan. S-rank. Her expression, tone, and subtle movements are textbook examples. It is recommended that the host return to her quarters tonight to personally present her with the Best Actress trophy. The two guard elders exchanged glances, whereupon each discerned a hint of seriousness and trepidation. They recognized Liu Ruyan, the external affairs elder, but the sect master's decree was somewhat perplexing. Recently, the law enforcement hall had been embroiled in internal strife. With Elder Wang and elderly mayor at odds, and these guards, positioned on the periphery of such turmoil, sought to maintain a low profile without complications. After a moment of contemplation, the scarred elder accepted the document, cautiously probing its contents with his consciousness. The format confirmed that it was of the highest order from the sect, and the Crimson Seal's spiritual energy was profoundly genuine, leaving no room for forgery. The realization struck him. The involvement of Elder Pan Jinlian was unexpected. Why would this matter intertwine with the discipline hall? He scrutinized the elder token held by Liu Ruyan, and it too was authentic. Everything was procedurally sound. However, both guards' gazes inevitably fell upon Qin Shou. Bringing a mere refining body disciple to such a place seemed peculiar, especially given that Qin Shou's name had been echoing throughout the sect, stirring up a storm and causing the holy maiden to be publicly humiliated while entangling with two elders. The scarred elder deliberated for a moment, ultimately deciding against wading into these murky waters. Liu Ruyan was an external affairs elder, while Pan Jinlian was a discipline hall elder. The two conspiring together implied tacit approval from the sect master. Offending one would be troublesome enough, let alone both. Liu Elder, you jest, the scarred elder said. Returning the document and token respectfully, his demeanor noticeably softened. Since this is a command from the sect master, we would never dare obstruct your path. The other guard also sheathed his spear, though his tone remained frosty and formal. Liu Elder, please proceed. But according to regulations, you may only review the relevant documents from the External Affairs Hall. His gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over Qin Shou, laden with a warning. The remaining restricted areas housed the sect's core secrets. Without the sect master's direct order, no one is permitted to approach. Violation will result in lethal consequences. Understood. How tedious, Liu Ruyan replied dismissively, waving her delicate hand as she grasped Qin Shou's wrist, exuding an air of elegance as they stepped into the dark depths of the stone cave. Upon entering the cave, a musty and ancient scent assailed them, a blend of the chilled essence of spiritual jade, the subtle fragrance of ink, and the decay of millennia-old dust. Even Qin Shou, mentally prepared, was momentarily taken aback by the sheer vastness of the interior. The stone cave revealed a hidden world, far grander than its outward appearance suggested. Rows of towering stone racks, reaching heights of several dozen zhang, stand like silent giants, extending into the abyss, seemingly without end. Upon these racks lie an intricate array of scrolls. Some are ancient scrolls crafted from the hides of formidable beasts, while others shimmer faintly, containing vast amounts of information inscribed on jade tablets. There are also heavy stone slabs engraved with ancient runes, formidable as mountains. The expanse is as vast as the ocean, evoking a sense of awe and trepidation. Here rests the accumulated glory, merits, and sins of He Huanzong over thousands of years. The air is eerily silent, as if time itself has come to a standstill. Qin Shou can even sense two chilling consciousnesses intermittently sweeping over them. The two guards at the entrance remain ever vigilant. Liu Ruyan is clearly no stranger to this place. She navigates the labyrinthine stone racks with grace, as if strolling through her own garden. Soon, she discovers an area marked by the plaque of the Weisher Tang. She truly begins her task. First, she theatrically retrieves a jade tablet concerning a mission from 30 years prior, scanning it with her consciousness, then furrowing her delicate brows, displaying a countenance of perplexity at the incongruity of the clues, setting it aside. Next, she picks up a scroll made of beast hide, examines it meticulously, only to shake her head in disappointment. Her earnest demeanor is akin to that of a model disciple of the sect. As she strategically positions her alluring figure to obscure most of the guard's line of sight, she discreetly gestures towards a deeper section of the cavern, shrouded in a faint aura of restraining spiritual light. The stone racks there appear markedly more ancient and imposing. A solitary stone tablet stands prominently, inscribed with several large characters in archaic script. Ymin DZ Rin Shi Dang and found it. Qinshu realizes. The performance is in full swing. He immediately mimics Liu Ruyan, picking up a thick volume and feigning to peruse it, all the while discreetly observing the movements of the guards and the frequency of their sweeping consciousness with the corner of his eye. While his Shiji draws attention in plain sight, he is tasked with clandestinely pilfering secrets. This division of labor is flawless. A subtle smile graces the corner of Qinshu's mouth. He knows that the real spectacle is only just beginning. Chapter 72, A Shocking Revelation. My deceased master once eloped with the lowly sect leader within the stone cavern. An eerie silence prevailed. Liu Ruyan's performance continued, her expressions shifting from furrowed brows to sighs, and at times, forcefully slamming a jade slip onto the stone shelf, producing a muffled thud that perfectly illustrated the frustrations of an outer sect elder grappling with ancient grievances. Her exquisite acting successfully captivated the attention of the two guarding elders at the entrance, drawing most of their spiritual consciousness toward her. This account does not add up. How could the compensation from 30 years ago be halved? Preposterous. Liu Ruyan's voice, laced with just the right amount of indignation, echoed through the vast stone cavern, providing an excellent cover for Qinshu's actions. Now is the moment. Qinshu slipped into the shadows like a stealthy raccoon, making not a sound as he deftly maneuvered deeper into the cavern. Reaching the area shrouded by a faint barrier that housed the personnel records of outer sect disciples. The dust here was several layers thicker than in the outer regions. The air was thick with the musty scent of decaying paper and jade, as if this corner had long been forsaken by time. Taking a deep breath, Qinshu extended his spiritual consciousness like an invisible net, swiftly spreading it out to search through the vast sea of scrolls. Li Laoshi, an exceedingly ordinary name. Sweep. His consciousness brushed against a jade slip. Li Laoshi, a miscellaneous disciple, perished during a beast riot. Not him. Sweep. Li Laoshi, an outer sect disciple, fell into a state of demonic deviation, rendered useless. Neither. Sweep. 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 Qinshu's consciousness frantically swept across, causing the jade slips on the stone shelves to tremble slightly, stirring up clouds of dust. My unremarkable master truly lacks discernment. Even his name is so bland. Qinshu thought wildly. How many Li Laoshi are there? Is Huanzong a wholesale market for honest men? Ding. The system is conducting a big data screening for you. The system's playful voice suddenly chimed in. In the current area, a total of 1,327 records named Li Laoshi have been detected, based on the keywords you provided, such as Lu Xianjun and Yao Yuan. 3 highly similar records have been locked for you. Good luck, dear. Qinshu's lips twitched. This system is rather intelligent. He promptly followed the system's guidance, retrieving 3 seemingly identical, aged jade slips from the bottom of a stone shelf, nearly buried in dust. The first one, incorrect. The second, not it either. Upon probing the third jade slip with his consciousness, a familiar yet unfamiliar aura enveloped him. Found it. This is the one. Qinshu's heart stirred as he focused intently, rapidly reading through the record. The contents of the jade slip were simple to the point of being rudimentary, bearing little distinction from what Qinshu already knew. Name, Li Laoshi. Birthplace, Lu Xianjun. Background, mortal. Spirit root. Low-grade miscellaneous spirit roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth. Cultivation, Qi refining stage 3, lifelong. At this juncture, Qinshu couldn't help but sneer. Indeed, a good-for-nothing. Poor aptitude, low cultivation, spending his entire life as a menial in the medicine garden. Such a history was more inconspicuous than the dust beneath one's feet in Huanzong. He continued to read on. Following that were decades of blank records, devoid of any notable achievements or failures. Until the end of the jade slip, a line inscribed in crimson spirit sand struck Qinshu's mind like a poisoned dagger. The handwriting bore a chilling finality. In the year 3457 of the sect, Li Laoshi was derelict in his duties, colluding with the inner sect core disciple Yi clan, stealing the sect's treasured item, Xin Pin Ji Jin, and betraying the sect. According to sect law, execution is mandated. Boom. Qinshu's mind felt as if it had been struck by a thunderclap, plunging into a void of disbelief. What? Betrayal? Collusion with an inner sect core disciple? Theft of the sect's treasured item? A death decree? These shocking terms were utterly incompatible with the image of his timid, cowardly master, who trembled at the thought of killing a mere chicken. What a ludicrous jest. With his chi refining stage 3 cultivation, whom could he possibly collude with? Who would even deign to notice him? He couldn't even approach the inner sect disciples' territory, let alone the treasured Xianpin Zhijian, of which he had never even heard. There must be some hidden truth. Qin Shou's breath hitched, yet his mind swiftly regained its composure, operating at a terrifying speed. There were too many inconsistencies. If Li Laoshi truly had betrayed the sect, why did he later return to Lu Xianjun, living a stable life for decades until slain by the tiger demon? Was the sect's death decree merely for show? Furthermore, who was that core disciple from the Yi clan? Qin Shou's heart began to race uncontrollably. A frenzied thought surged within his mind. He abruptly raised his head, fixing his gaze on the deeper recesses of the cavern, where the core disciple records were stored. Shizuan, Qin Shou suddenly called out, his voice low yet tinged with urgency. Liu Ruyan, caught in her act, paused and turned, her eyes meeting Qin Shou's intensely serious expression, causing her heart to tighten. What is it, Shou? I need to investigate all core disciple records from the year 3457 with the surname Yi. Qin Shou's voice was restrained, yet held an undeniable commanding tone. Though Liu Ruyan did not comprehend the situation, the gravity of Qin Shou's expression indicated that something was amiss. Without a moment's hesitation, she replied, "Wait here, do not move." She swayed her lithe waist, exuding charm as she approached the entrance. These accounts are so chaotic. They're giving me a headache. She playfully chided the 2 guarding elders. My disciple is overwhelmed. I shall assist him. You two, keep a vigilant watch at the door, and do not allow any riffraff to intrude. While speaking, she cast a flirtatious glance at the scar-faced elder. The scar-faced elder's face flushed, and he awkwardly coughed, turning his head away. Liu Ruyan successfully obscured the vision of the 2 guards at the entrance, allowing Qin Shou to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With a swift movement, he dashed into the core disciples' archive area. The defenses here were evidently much more formidable, yet the token bestowed by Liu Ruyan carried extraordinary authority, causing the barriers to merely flicker before granting him passage. The sect had a history of 457 years. The surname was Yi. As a core disciple, Qin Shou's consciousness surged, and soon, a jade slip crafted entirely from warm jade, exuding a faint fragrance, appeared in his grasp. Only one record met the criteria for a core disciple. Trembling, Qin Shou probed his consciousness into the slip. The first line revealed the portrait and name of the disciple. The image depicted a girl who appeared to be merely 15 or 16 years old, possessing an ethereal beauty with eyes as clear as water. She was adorned in the opulent palace attire unique to the core disciples of Hehuanzong. Her expression a blend of innocent naivety and a deeply concealed stubbornness. Beside the portrait, 2 ancient seal characters were engraved clearly, sending a shiver down Qin Shou's spine, causing his blood to nearly congeal. Yi Jie. A chilling sensation surged from his soles to the crown of his head, leaving him frozen in place as if struck by celestial lightning. It was the sect master, that lofty figure who reigned over Hehuanzong, a formidable cultivator in the late Yuanying stage with a lifespan exceeding a millennium. The same person who, during the discourse conference, masqueraded as an innocent young girl and uttered the words interesting the lowly sect master. His feeble master, Li Laoshi, had once eloped with the youthful sect master. One was the most menial worker in the medicinal garden, while the other was the pinnacle of core excellence. This was beyond absurd. The system's electronic voice faltered for the first time, laden with unprecedented astonishment. Host, this revelation is astonishing. Qin Shou paid no heed to the system's clamor. After enduring profound shock, his mind descended into a peculiar, absolute calm. Countless clues converged at this moment. The death of his master was anything but an accident. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jilian's deliberate closeness was likely not merely due to his sacred body. Furthermore, that so-called sect treasure, Xianpin Zhijian, all enigmas, all clues, converged like rivers returning to the sea, ultimately pointing towards the exalted figure still masquerading as an innocent girl, the sect master of Hehuanzong, Yi Jie. Qin Shou slowly lowered his head, gazing at the jade slip in his hand that contained earth-shattering secrets. He neither smiled nor felt anger. He merely tightened his grip on the slip, feeling an unprecedented, bone-chilling cold emanate from him. This scheme was far grander than he had ever imagined. Chapter 73, The Convergence of Ice and Fire. My doctrine is unrivaled. Tingyugu. The air still lingered with the enchanting yet domineering essence of last night S guidance session. Qin Shou sat by the window, his fingertips gently tapping against the warm jade tea cup, while his gaze seemed to pierce through the layers of fog enveloping He Huanzong, fixating on the distant and unattainable grand hall of the sect leader. Yi Jietti, Li Laoshi, Xianpin Ji General Defection. Execution order. Fragments of information collided and reassembled in his mind, sketching out a monumental secret spanning several centuries. A mere third-level Qi cultivator working in the medicinal garden, and a promising reserve sect leader eloping? This was more absurd than his acquisition of the system and the reverse guidance from his teacher. Host, do not dwell on it. The system's teasing voice resonated in his mind. This situation is too vast to digest in one sitting. After all, you are currently in the refinement stage, while they are in the nascent soul stage, a chasm of difference. Overthinking may destabilize your Tao heart. If I may suggest, set a more manageable goal, such as soothing the emotions of these two esteemed teachers in front of you. Qin Shou retracted his thoughts, a barely perceptible curve forming at the corner of his mouth. The system had a point. Progress must be made step by step. One must eat their meals bite by bite. The old hag Yi Jietti was too deeply hidden, and for now, she was beyond his reach. At this moment, it was imperative to fortify his own backyard. He turned his gaze towards the other two individuals within the loft, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. One possessing an enchanting allure, and the other exuding a cold, domineering presence as a golden core elder. Both wore frowns of concern on their delicate brows. Such was the situation. Pan Jinlian's voice was icy, tinged with a barely perceptible annoyance. A newly discovered spirit vein had been found in the back mountain, and according to sect tradition, the right to excavate would be determined by a competition among elders. This opportunity should not have been ours. Yet someone had submitted our names. Liu Ruyan interjected, her tone filled with grievance. Who else could it be? It's the people from the Saintess Palace. After losing face at the Wanfa platform last time, she dares not directly seek trouble with you, Shou, and has begun to hinder us from other angles. It is not just her. Pan Jinlian shook her head, her analysis becoming increasingly thorough. Our actions at Ting Yugu have long since encroached upon the interests of several old factions. Although Wang Defa has fallen, the forces behind him remain. Now, those individuals have united, proclaiming that they will teach us an unforgettable lesson in this spirit vein competition. She paused, her gaze sharpening. I have received word that the ones targeting us are led by two elders, known as the Yin-Yang Shuangsha, Qintong and Wu Hui. These two are Tao partners, practicing a combined technique called Yin-Yang Mo, with one specializing in cold Yin and the other in fiery Yang. Their synergy exponentially amplifies their power, specifically designed to counter various unconventional methods, especially charm techniques and ice-based skills. As Pan Jinlian uttered the last few words, her glance pointedly shifted towards Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan's enchanting face instantly darkened. Her Xianpin Shaohunda Fa is, in essence, the pinnacle of charm techniques, most vulnerable to such direct and forceful methods. Meanwhile, Pan Jinlian's Su Nu Xin Jing, although embodying utmost Yin and coldness, is equally restrained by the opponent's fiery Yang power. This combination appears tailor-made to target the two of them. They also intend to employ a war of attrition, sending forth several pairs of slightly weaker elders to exhaust our spiritual energy. Pan Jinlian continued, stating that once our spiritual energy is depleted, the Yin-Yang Shuangsha would make their appearance, delivering a decisive blow that could even cripple our cultivation. As her words fell, the atmosphere within Ting Yugu plummeted to a freezing point. This was no mere suppression. It was a clear conspiracy, a lethal trap. It was evident they aimed to permanently eliminate these two rising stars, stripping them of their voice within the sect. Liu Ruyan trembled in indignation. Her beautiful eyes filled with fury and concern. Pan Jinlian bit her lip tightly, rapidly contemplating a countermeasure, yet the more she thought, the heavier her heart felt. The opponent's preparations were far too thorough, nearly blocking all their avenues for retreat. However, amidst this oppressive atmosphere, an incongruous voice rang out nonchalantly. It was Qin Shou, leisurely savoring his tea as if he were listening to an amusing play. What is there to discuss? He set down his teacup, lazily raising his eyelids. Why not take on both of them together? Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian were momentarily taken aback. Pan Jinlian frowned deeply, her tone sharp. The rules of the sect's competition dictate a 2-on-2 format. We naturally must face them together. But didn't you hear? Their combined technique specifically counters us. Frustration clouded her mind, causing her tone towards Qin Shou to sharpen. Yet Qin Shou merely smiled, a smile imbued with a hint of mystery and an air of control. Teacher, you misunderstand. He slowly rose, walking gracefully towards the two women. When I said to face them together, I did not mean merely to fight side by side. His gaze traversed Pan Jinlian's proud and icy form and Liu Ruyan's captivating curves, ultimately settling on their Dantian energy seas. Teacher, your Su Nu Xian Jing, when cultivated to its utmost, embodies the essence of utmost yin and cold, capable of freezing all things. Teacher, your Xian Pin Xiaohun de Fa, at its core, revolves around utmost emotion and desire, capable of stirring the essence. One embodies ice and the other fire. One is cold while the other is hot. These are inherently incompatible, are they not? Both women instinctively nodded. This was indeed the fundamental nature of their techniques. And it was also the reason they had seldom worked together despite being elders. Their conflicting attributes meant that collaboration would not enhance their power, but rather interfere, diminishing their effectiveness. However, Qin Shou's tone shifted, laced with a touch of persuasion. After my diligent and profound guidance these past few days, have you not noticed that your techniques can now resonate with each other? Boom. Like a profound revelation. A spark of enlightenment exploded within the minds of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. They exchanged a startled glance, both seeing utter astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Indeed, how had they not realized this? In recent days, during the guidance lessons at Tingyugo, the two of them were preoccupied with rivalry and jealousy, reveling in the exhilarating sensation of their rapidly increasing cultivation, yet neglecting a fundamental transformation. Previously, if they both channeled their energy simultaneously, their auras would instinctively repel and clash against one another. However, now, with a mere flicker of thought, a strand of chilling, icy energy silently seeped from Pan Jinlian's fingertips. Almost concurrently, Liu Ruyan instinctively emanated a wisp of enchanting, pink mist. An uncanny scene unfolded. At the moment the pink mist made contact with the frosty chill, instead of freezing or dissipating, it seemed to have found a companion, tenderly and affectionately entwining around it. The icy energy, which should have frozen all things, did not reject this mist. Rather, it allowed it to swirl and dance in its vicinity. The interplay of ice and fire, the balance of yin and yang, achieved an unprecedented and exquisite harmony in that instant. How could this be possible? Liu Ruyan covered her rosy lips, her beautiful eyes filled with incredulity. Pan Jinlian's delicate form trembled, her gaze revealing pure astonishment. Devoid of any impurities for the first time, the fusion of water and fire, the cooperation of yin and yang. This was the legendary pinnacle only attainable by couples who had cultivated the supreme dual cultivation techniques, painstakingly harmonizing over centuries. Yet they had merely received guidance from Qin Shou for just a few days. There is nothing impossible. Qin Shou's voice, like a devil's whisper, resonated in their ears. My, Hongming Yinyang Xingti, is the manifestation of the primal essence of yin and yang in the world. The energy I impart to you naturally carries the attribute of harmonizing yin and yang. Your techniques, in the face of my principles, are akin to two streams flowing in opposite directions, ultimately converging into the same vast ocean. He stepped between the two. At that moment, the light in the room seemed to dim, all focus converging on this seemingly merely a body refinement realm youth. He extended his hands, gently resting one on Liu Ruyan's rounded, fragrant shoulder while pressing the other on Pan Jinlian's slightly trembling shoulder. A powerful, yet gentle Hongming purple aura gradually flowed from his palm. Both women felt a warm surge throughout their bodies, as their previously independent spiritual energies seemed to have their barriers completely dismantled by an invisible hand, beginning to merge, circulate, and surge in an unprecedentedly smooth manner. They could distinctly sense that the power of the other no longer posed an obstruction. Instead, it became a catalyst for their own strength. Ice could intensify the fire. Fire could make the ice even colder. This was no longer a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2. This was a qualitative transformation. Go forth. Qin Shou's voice was low, yet carried an undeniable authority and expectation. He slightly leaned forward, his scorching breath brushing against the ears of the two enchanting masters, causing their delicate forms to soften simultaneously. Let the entire sect witness the strength of my principles when combined. Do not let me down. Chapter 74, Annihilation. A Song of Ice and Fire. Pahuan Zong, the martial arts arena. The atmosphere was electrifying, with an overwhelming crowd and no empty seats in sight. Thousands of disciples focused their gaze on the colossal combat platform, crafted from basalt, at the center, where the fervor was so intense it seemed capable of igniting the clouds above. The Langge competition, a grand event held once every decade, had become a brutal arena for sect elders to showcase their prowess and carve out their interests. Today's spotlight, without a doubt, was on the two newly ascendant figures, the external affairs elder Liu Ruyan and the disciplined elder Pan Jinlian. As Liu Ruyan, adorned in a fiery red palace gown, with a bewitching figure, and Pan Jinlian, draped in an icy blue long dress, exuding an aloof elegance, ascended the martial platform side by side. The cacophony of the arena reached a fever pitch. My heavens, they have truly joined forces. How is this possible? One practices charm techniques, while the other cultivates the ice heart technique. Can their abilities coexist? Not merely coexist, but they are fundamentally opposed. Previously, the very air froze when they met. Hush! Keep your voices down. Did you not see them emerge together from Tingyu Pavilion? They are now both under the influence of that disciple Qin. Amidst the whispers filled with jealousy, confusion, and deep-seated apprehension, in a nondescript corner of the front row, two chilling gold core elders fixated their serpent-like gazes on the two women on stage. Humph! With yin and yang out of balance, water and fire cannot coexist. They are merely a haphazard assembly forced together by a cauldron. They are not to be feared. One of them, a gaunt man, sneered. He was Qin Tong, a master of the supreme yang fire technique, part of the yin-yang twin devils. What my husband says is true. Beside him, a woman exuding an aura of coldness, Wu Hui, spoke ominously. Once the cannon fodder in front exhausts their spiritual energy, we shall step in and personally shred these shameless harlots, teaching that brat Qin show what true discipline means. A long, resonant bell tolled, resonating throughout the arena. The competition officially commenced. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian's first challengers stepped onto the stage. They were two long-respected gold core elders, one tall and one short, known as the Soul Fragment Duo. Elder Liu, Elder Pan, it is an honor to meet you. The taller elder forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, his words laced with undisguised disdain. I have heard that your relationship has been blossoming lately. I wonder if it is as sisterly in the bedroom as it seems? The shorter elder's words were even more vulgar and unrestrained. They dismissed the two women entirely. One rose to power through charm techniques, a well-known secret within the sect. The other, although strong, had only recently entered the gold core stage, her foundation unstable. Moreover, their techniques were natural adversaries. This hastily assembled duo was nothing but a joke in front of their well-coordinated partnership of over a century. Today, my brother and I shall dismantle your wild pairing. The tall elder cackled, exchanging glances with the short elder, both simultaneously forming hand seals, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy. Below, countless disciples held their breath, eager to witness what this rumored plastic sisterhood possessed to dare participate in such a high-stakes contest. However, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian's reaction defied all expectations. In the face of their adversary's scorn, Liu Ruyan maintained her enchanting smile, while Pan Jinlian remained her usual icy self. They exhibited not even a flicker of anger, as if merely observing two jumping monkeys. Just as the Soul Fragment duo's attack was about to take shape, Pan Jinlian moved. Without reservation, without a word wasted. With a clear ringing of a sword, akin to a dragon's roar soaring through the heavens, the Bing Pejian was unleashed, instantly transforming in midair into a roaring ice dragon, measuring dozens of feet in length, entirely composed of pristine white ice. The terrifying chill swept through half the martial arena, freezing the air and solidifying the spiritual energy. Even the defensive barriers surrounding the platform emitted a strained hum, forming a thick layer of frost on their surfaces, tasked with the frontal assault, responsible for absolute control. This is bad. The Soul Fragment duo's expressions shifted dramatically. They had never anticipated that Pan Jinlian would unleash her ultimate skill right from the start. The terrifying sword intent that could freeze the soul sent shivers down their spines. Daring not to show any hesitation, they abandoned their original attack, channeling all their spiritual energy into a heavy, earthy yellow light shield. As they focused entirely on defending against this lethal ice dragon, Liu Ruyan behind them smiled charmingly. That smile was enchanting, captivating, and lethal all at once. With a graceful flick of her hand, a pink ribbon, Tongxin Rao Ji Ro, flew forth like a living serpent, silently soaring through the air. The ribbon did not directly attack the two men but expanded above them, transforming into a vast, translucent net of pink light that enveloped the entire arena. This web sparkled with an ambiguous yet dangerous glow. It was not a physical attack. It was all-encompassing. It directly targeted their souls. The tall elder felt a flash before his eyes, as a myriad of vibrant and intoxicating images flooded his mind, shaking his spirit and causing his resolve to shatter. The short elder fared worse, as he glimpsed the deepest desires of his heart, his eyes turning crimson, breath quickening. Even the protective spiritual light before him began to flicker violently. The intangible charm technique invaded their consciousness like a parasitic worm, disturbing their minds and tearing apart their defenses. One was offensive, the other supportive. One was fierce, the other soft. The fusion of ice and fire revealed its most grotesque, yet exquisite form at this moment. No, the tall elder awoke from the illusion, letting out a desperate scream. It was too late. It was in this moment of mental disarray, in this fatal fraction of a second. Roar! The ice dragon, capable of freezing all things, crashed violently against their precarious spiritual shield with a force that could annihilate the heavens and the earth. A deafening roar erupted. The earthen-colored light shield, supported by two cultivators at the second level of Jindan, shattered as if made of mere paper, unable to withstand even a single breath, disintegrating into countless specks of light. Two blood arrows shot into the sky. The anguished cries of the duo Huan brothers had scarcely begun to escape their lips before they were utterly drowned by the ferocious, icy sword energy. Their bodies, like kites severed from their strings, were violently swept away, tracing a hapless parabolic arc in the air before crashing heavily against the distant defensive barrier and then sliding softly to the ground. Both were enveloped in thick frost, their meridians severed, their dantians shattered, rendered severely wounded, and completely bereft of combat capability. One strike, merely a fleeting encounter. The arena fell into utter silence. Tens of thousands of disciples, including the self-important elders, stood transfixed, their mouths agape, gazing at the stage. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Liu Ruyan, with a charming smile, gracefully retracted her, Tongxin Radizi, and playfully winked in the direction of a certain spot below. Pan Jinlian, her expression devoid of emotion, summoned back her Bingpa sword, her cold gaze not lingering on the two fallen figures for even a second. The chief judge of the martial arts arena, an elder at the late stage of Jindan, after enduring a prolonged shock lasting several breaths, suddenly regained his composure and announced with a tone as if he had seen a ghost. In the first match, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian win. As his words echoed, the entire martial arts arena erupted in chaos. Chapter 75. My master's wife has gone mad. Please do not send her off. The training arena erupted into fervor. With a single move, the renowned Duanhuan twin heroes were utterly vanquished. This was no mere crushing defeat. It was a massacre. In the front row of the audience, Chen Tong, the gaunt-faced yin-yang twin fiend, wore a frozen smirk that faltered. Beside him, his partner Wu Hui displayed a rare gravity in his gaze. This is intriguing. Chen Tong squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth, sensing that the furnace held some merit. Yet, he believed it would end here. Indeed, dispatching two Golden Core second-layer opponents in a single strike must have drained their spiritual energy significantly. Wu Hui darkly concurred, suggesting a war of attrition to exhaust them. However, reality swiftly delivered a resounding slap to their faces. In the second match, the Bloodhand Butcher brothers leaped onto the stage, reeking of blood. These two were notorious within the sect, specializing in physical training and possessing impenetrable bodies, excelling in close combat, particularly against seemingly fragile spellcasters like Liu Ruyan. Hey there, little lady, do you still have the strength for another display of prowess? They taunted, grinning menacingly as they charged towards Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian like two rampaging war chariots. Their strategy was clear. They needed to close the distance to neutralize Pan Jinlian's formidable ice sword, rendering her hesitant. Once they got close, would Liu Ruyan, that exquisite beauty, not be at their mercy? Such thoughts were tantalizing. Yet this time, before Pan Jinlian could make a move, Liu Ruyan smiled first. She regarded the two muscle-bound brutes as if they were foolishly overconfident fools. Without even employing her, Tongxin Radizi, she merely raised her hand. With a delicate finger, she pointed at one of the hulking figures. Buzz. A pink peach blossom blossomed silently upon the chest of the brute, enchanting yet chillingly beautiful. The forward momentum of the man abruptly halted. He gazed down in bewilderment at the flower adorning his chest, and the fierce glint in his eyes swiftly faded, replaced by utter confusion and infatuation. "Junior sister, I miss you so much," he murmured, as if ensnared in the deepest of dreams. And he then turned to unleash a punch toward his own companion. "Second brother, have you lost your mind?" The other brute, taken aback, had no time to react and could only raise his arms in a futile defense. Boom. A muffled thud echoed as he was sent flying by his own brother's punch, blood spurting from his mouth. The enchanted brute, after striking down his companion, collapsed to the ground, cradling his head. Alternating between foolish laughter and bitter tears, his mind utterly shattered. The entire incident transpired in less than 3 breaths. Liu Ruyan had not even shifted her stance. The arena fell into a profound silence once more. If the first match displayed a violent clash of ice and fire, this second match showcased the art of killing without a trace. What kind of charm was this? A mere gesture from afar could incapacitate a golden core cultivator specializing in physical training. When did her Xianpin Shaohan Dafa become so terrifying? Everyone felt their understanding of the world shatter. They knew the charm techniques of the Hahuan sect required a myriad of elements, gaze, voice, scent, and movement, to be effective. Yet this, executed from several dozen zhang away with a mere flick of a finger, could instantly obliterate the defenses of a formidable cultivator. Was unheard of. Only Liu Ruyan understood in her heart. This was not merely the prowess of Xianpin Shaohan Dafa. It was the essence of Qin Shou's principles. The energy of Hongming Yinyang Xingti, once guided, had fused with her techniques, transforming her charm from mere seduction into mastery. In the second match, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian emerged victorious. The judge's voice trembled slightly. Amidst the crowd, Qin Shou languidly yawned, lifting his teacup for a delicate sip. Not bad. His master's wife demonstrated considerable insight, recognizing that she could not rely solely on her aunt's output. Ding. Detected that the host is enjoying the nurturing experience of the harem group battle. Congratulations to the host for achieving the limited achievement. My master's wife, both literate and martial. Reward. Pangu Remnant Blade, Unsealing Progress 0-1. Current total progress, 2-2. A subtle smile graced Qin Shou's lips. Indeed, this competition was not in vain, as the situation in the arena shifted into a one-sided performance. In the third match, the ghostly Shadow twins, masters of stealth and assassination, were instantly frozen in place by Elder Pan's indiscriminate frost sword energy, losing all combat capability. In the fourth match, the Poison Fire twins, adept in toxins and fire magic, faced Liu Elder, who, uninterested in employing her charm techniques, transformed a pink ribbon into a supple barrier that effortlessly absorbed and converted all poisonous mist and raging flames, returning them unchanged. The two were left grievously poisoned and burned. In the sixth match, one after another, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian stood quietly upon the stage. One was as cold as the snow atop a mountain, the other as enchanting as a flower in full bloom. They required no words. A glance or a barely perceptible gesture sufficed to convey their intentions. Pan Jinlian took charge of the frontal assault, her ice sword growing swifter and colder, as if to freeze the very heavens. Liu Ruyan meticulously filled any gaps, her charm techniques and ribbons delivering lethal strikes from the most unexpected angles. Their cooperation was seamless. Yet what instilled the most dread and despair in the onlookers was not merely their terrifying combat prowess, but their boundless spiritual energy. It was as if their dantian was connected to an endless ocean. After 6 rounds of intense competition, they had incapacitated a full 12 golden core elders. The two of them surprisingly did not even take a breath. Their complexions remained rosy, and their breaths steady. What was this? They were nothing short of 2 human perpetual motion machines. The atmosphere in the martial arts arena transitioned from initial anticipation and shock to numbness, ultimately evolving into profound reverence. All challengers fell into despair. How could they possibly fight? A war of attrition? Wear them down? What a joke. If this continued, they would not be exhausted, but their own elders would be wiped out. Was there anyone else willing to challenge them? The presiding elder surveyed the crowd, his voice hoarse. The tens of thousands of disciples fell into silence. Those elders who had originally been eager to take part now hung their heads, their eyes focused on their noses and their noses on their hearts, fearing that they might be called upon by the judge. The judge's gaze finally fell upon the front row of the audience, where the Yin Yang Shuangsha sat. At this moment, the only ones left in the entire sect who still had the qualifications and the potential to battle against them were this renowned couple of Jindan Peak cultivators, who had been famous for hundreds of years. Chen Tong and Wu Hui's expressions had turned ashen. From initial confidence to shock, they now found themselves in a precarious situation. Should they go up? Looking at the two women on the stage, whose auras showed no signs of waning, they felt utterly uncertain. If they chose not to, the reputation of the Yin Yang Shuangsha would become a laughingstock in the entire Hehuan sect. Husband Wu Hui's voice trembled slightly. Chen Tong clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He could feel the collective gaze of the audience focused on them, a mixture of expectation, mockery, and schadenfreude. We shall go. Chen Tong gritted his teeth, squeezing out those 3 words through clenched jaws. At this juncture, there was no retreat for them. The two stood up, and amidst the gasps of the crowd, they slowly ascended the martial platform. The decisive battle was finally at hand. However, as they faced the resolute and formidable Yin Yang Shuangsha, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian exchanged glances. In their eyes, there was no solemnity, no vigilance, only a hint of imperceptible annoyance. How much longer? So bothersome. Shosho was still waiting down there. Let us settle this quickly. Pan Jinlian took a gentle breath, positioning her Bing Pajian across her chest. Liu Ruyan lazily stretched, the pink tong Xian Rao Jiro gently coiling around her fingertips. In the next moment, their auras resonated in a thunderous union. The chilling, soul-freezing white energy emanating from Pan Jinlian fused with the alluring pink mist radiating from Liu Ruyan, no longer merely coexisting. Instead, they intertwined in an incomprehensibly profound manner. A terrifying energy dragon, half ice-white and half pink, coalesced behind them, stretching 100 zhang long. The Song of Ice and Fire had begun, playing the most splendid and lethal final movement. Yin-Yang United Strike. Mysterious flames engulfed the heavens. Yin-Yang United Strike. Frozen Hell. Chen Tong and Wu Hui dared not be negligent, unleashing their strongest combined attack right away. A pitch-black, demonic fire merged with a chilling, pale cold current in the air, transforming into a gray yin-yang grinding disc, crushing towards the two women. However, before that dragon of ice and fire, the grinding disc, capable of obliterating cultivators of the same rank, appeared insignificant and laughable. With a roar that echoed through the heavens and the earth, the ice and fire dragon collided. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no stalemate. The gray yin-yang grinding disc melted away silently upon contact with the ice and fire dragon, dissolving and vanishing like snow under the sun. No, it's impossible. Chen Tong and Wu Hui let out their final desperate screams. Their bodies were instantly engulfed by the unstoppable ice and fire dragon. The spiritual pulse competition concluded with the victors, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. As the judge exerted all his strength to announce this result, the martial arts arena fell into a prolonged silence. Shortly after, a tempest of discussions erupted. They had won, achieving an absolute victory. They truly accomplished it. My heavens, are these two monsters? They aren't merely cooperating. They have merged as one. What about the incompatibility of ice and fire? I see an unbreakable bond. These two must have secretly formed a dual cultivation partnership. Otherwise, such tacit understanding would be impossible. The rumors within the sect about the two elders, having cast aside old grievances and transformed enemies into friends for the sake of a man, ultimately achieving harmony in bed and becoming sworn sisters, grew ever more rampant, almost becoming an established fact. Countless disciples gazed at the extraordinary pair on the stage, their eyes filled with envy and the flames of gossip. Only on the clouds above the sect leader's hall did that petite figure gaze through the clamorous crowd. Beyond the attention-grabbing Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, her innocent, childlike eyes fell curiously upon an inconspicuous corner of the audience, where a young man leisurely sipped tea, seemingly detached from it all. Chapter 76. The Challenge. The Saintess seizes a man in public. As night descended and the lights began to twinkle, the Tingyu Pavilion was never more bustling. The melodious sounds of silk and bamboo echoed within the cave, as the fragrant essence of spiritual fruits mingled with the rich aroma of fine wine, creating an atmosphere of opulence and fervor. The resounding success in the spiritual vein competition elevated Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian to become the most sought-after figures within the sect. This evening, they hosted a grand banquet at the Tingyu Pavilion, inviting a plethora of guests. Most of those present were elders who had previously maintained neutrality, but now sought to curry favor with the two rising stars. They roamed amidst the tables, wine cups in hand, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Congratulations, Elder Liu. Elder Pan. Your performance at the martial arts arena today was truly magnificent, opening our eyes to a new realm. Indeed, who would have thought that ice and fire could blend so perfectly? This is the essence of profound truths. We look forward to relying on your guidance in the future. Flattery echoed throughout the hall. Liu Ruyan retained her natural charm, gracefully holding her wine cup, her smile radiant as she engaged with the guests. Every word dripping with eloquence, leaving others feeling as if they were basking in spring breezes. Pan Jinlian, on the other hand, maintained her aloof demeanor, occasionally nodding slightly to the elders who toasted her, acknowledging their presence. Yet, despite her coolness, no one dared to express the slightest dissatisfaction. They were well aware of their current standing. However, everyone knew the true focal point of this banquet was not the two stunning elders on the dais. All eyes, both intentionally and unintentionally, drifted to the position beside the main seat. There, a strikingly handsome youth clad in simple black attire lounged lazily against the chair's backrest. Qin Shou. He engaged in no conversation, merely savoring the exquisite delicacies laid before him. On his left, Liu Ruyan playfully peeled a lustrous purple jade grape, feeding it to him personally. On his right, Pan Jinlian expressionlessly poured him a glass of icy cold Bingxin dew. Her movements so natural it seemed as though she had performed this ritual countless times before. This scene made the hearts of all the male elders present constrict painfully. Here was the alluring foreign affairs elder of the Huan sect, and the decisive discipline elder of the same sect. Two formidable cultivators at the golden core stage. Two unparalleled beauties capable of driving the entire sect into a frenzy. Yet now, they resembled the most obedient maidservants, carefully attending to a mere boy who appeared to be nothing more than a body refinement stage practitioner. Jealousy, envy, and a profound, inscrutable confusion. Who exactly was this Qin Shou? What gave him the right? Cough. Qin Shiji, you truly are exceptionally accomplished at such a young age. An elder could no longer contain himself, boldly approaching with a wine cup in hand. Qin Shou looked up and smiled at him, innocent and harmless. However, Liu Ruyan preemptively interjected, playfully positioning herself protectively behind Qin Shou, her tone gentle yet imbued with undeniable possessiveness. Elder Zhang, our Shou is young, bashful, and not adept at handling alcohol, so I shall drink on his behalf. Our Shou? Elder Zhang's face twitched violently, nearly spilling his drink. This term of endearment was far too intimate. Meanwhile, Pan Jinlian was even more direct. She merely cast a cold glance at Elder Zhang. The icy pressure instantly enveloped him, leaving him as if he had fallen into a frozen abyss, his previously bolstered courage evaporating in an instant. Yes, I want to disturb Qin Shiji's enjoyment. Elder Zhang stammered, retreating in disarray. With this precedent, no one else dared to approach and engage in conversation. The banquet formed an odd tableau. On the periphery were the eager interactions and mutual flattery of the elders, while at the center, Qin Shou and his two mentors existed in their own cozy world. The distinction was stark, and no one dared to cross that line. Ding! Congratulations, host, on unlocking the hidden achievement, the King's Feast. Achievement description: in the presence of a throng of sycophants, enjoy the intimate service of the divine goddess, a pinnacle of ostentation. Reward: Panga's remnant blade, unsealing progress 0-1. Current total progress 2-3. A satisfied smile curled at the corners of Qin Shou's lips. This system was becoming increasingly astute. Just as the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith, with all present intoxicated and dreaming of a future filled with indulgence alongside the two new esteemed elders, a sudden crash resonated through the hall. The heavy stone door of the Tingyu Pavilion was forcefully thrust open from the outside. The thunderous sound instantly drowned out all the silk and bamboo music as a chill, haughty presence, seemingly transcending all, swept in like a winter night wind. The revelry came to an abrupt halt. Everyone froze, as if gripped by an unseen force, staring in astonishment at the entrance. There stood a breathtaking figure, backlit by the light, clad in resplendent garments of the Saintess Palace, her skirt embroidered with intricate golden phoenixes, her long hair elegantly styled, revealing a slender, snow-white neck. Her visage was exquisitely beautiful, yet radiated an icy aloofness and pride, as if she were a celestial being surveying the mundane world below. It was she, the saintess, Xiao Yoxin. A collective gasp filled the hall as guests inhaled sharply. The drunken stupor vanished from the faces of the elders, replaced by sheer terror. What was the saintess doing here? Had she not just been publicly humiliated by Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian at the martial arts arena? Why was she here? To cause trouble. In an instant, all present rose from their seats, trembling as they bowed in deference. We pay our respects to your highness, the saintess. However, Xiao Yoxin paid them no mind, nor did she acknowledge the suddenly frostbitten expressions of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. From the very beginning, her focus was singular. With graceful steps, she glided through the frozen assembly of elders, crossing the threshold of silence. 1 step, 2 steps. She advanced directly to the main table, standing before Qin Shou. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian rose simultaneously, enveloped in a swirl of fervent pink mist and a chilling azure sword intent. 2 ominous presences loomed over Xiao Yoxin, akin to 2 ferocious beasts poised to pounce. The temperature within Tingyu Pavilion seemed to fracture into 2 extremes. One half sweltering with the heat of summer, while the other half chilled to the bone like a winter's abyss. The air grew thick and stagnant. The elders of lesser cultivation felt their very souls tremble in the face of this terrifying standoff, teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet Xiao Yoxin remained unfazed, her haughty, beautiful gaze fixated solely on the young man who lounged leisurely in his chair, casually wiping the corner of his mouth. She slowly lifted a glass of exquisite wine from the table, and before all present, including Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, she bent her proud waist. The broad collar of her palace attire parted gracefully with her movement, revealing a breathtaking expanse of alabaster skin and unfathomable depths laid bare before Qin Shou. The proximity was so intimate that Qin Shou could detect the delicate fragrance of maidenhood wafting from her. This was a blatant, unabashed display laced with provocative intent. Xiao Yoxin leaned toward Qin Shou, her ruby lips brushing against his ear. Her breath was fragrant, her voice soft as a lover's whisper, yet imbued with an undeniable command. Qin Shidi, I have heard of your unique insights into the Tao of Yin and Yang. I wonder when you might have the leisure to visit my inviting moon palace and impart some guidance. Boom. This declaration resonated like thunder in the minds of all present. The elders felt as if their scalps were about to burst. They wished fervently to be blinded, deafened, or to simply vanish from this world. To openly seduce someone in front of the rightful party, to undermine them so brazenly. This was no mere provocation. It was a declaration of war. Xiao, you, Xin. Liu Ruyan's voice, for the first time, lost its allure, turning sharp and frigid. Each syllable forced through clenched teeth. You seek death. Pan Jinlian's murderous intent solidified into a palpable force, and the air around her shimmered with glistening ice crystals. The sound of the ice spirit sword reverberated ominously within the cave. A great battle was on the verge of erupting. The entire Tingyu Pavilion shook violently from the confrontation among these 3 women. However, at that moment, when tensions reached their zenith and the atmosphere was charged with impending conflict, a crisp sound pierced the oppressive silence. Qin Shou set down his napkin, shattering the deathly stillness that engulfed them. Chapter 77. The filial disciple at the table. The truth beneath it. A crisp sound broke the oppressive silence as Qin Shou laid down his napkin. He rose to his feet, drawing the attention of all present in this tense atmosphere, thick enough to be palpable. Yet, to the surprise of many, his expression bore none of the anticipated emotions. There was no ecstasy from being favored by the saintess, no panic from being caught in a dilemma, nor was there anger directed at authority. Instead, his visage radiated innocence and simplicity, tinged with a hint of humility, reminiscent of an innocent young servant caught unawares while diligently cleaning the courtyard, suddenly confronted by both the queen and princess, vying for his company. This unexpected scene momentarily halted the impending fury of Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, leaving even the poised Xiao Yuexin, who stood confidently at the door, momentarily taken aback. Something was amiss. Disregarding the varied reactions of the 3 women, Qin Shou took a deliberate step forward, approaching Xiao Yuexin with a slow gait, his demeanor one of utmost deference, as if each step was laden with respect for those in power. He stood before her, and amidst the astonished gazes of the assembly, he reverently accepted the cup of wine from her alabaster fingers with both hands. His humility was palpable. He then bowed deeply, a full 90 degrees. A gesture executed flawlessly. Your Highness, the saintess, merely jesting. His voice trembled with anxiety, as though struck by an overwhelming fright. This disciple, lacking in knowledge and skill, owes his humble existence solely to the patronage of my two esteemed masters. How could I dare to presume to guide you, your highness? His portrayal of a hapless disciple, caught in a grand windfall yet too lowly to accept it, was masterfully executed. The elders surrounding him wore expressions of understanding. Indeed, this was the expected reaction. A mere mortal in the refinement of body realm, even if favored by two elders, could do nothing but bow and scrape before the saintess. A smirk returned to the lips of Joyous Union, now tinged with intrigue. So, this was a ploy of feigned humility to elevate his own stature? A clever ruse, albeit ultimately inconsequential in the presence of the saintess. Just as she prepared to offer him a way out, Qin Shou preempted her, raising the cup high with a sincere expression that transformed into earnestness. However, this disciple dares to borrow this exquisite wine from your highness to first toast my two esteemed masters. Without their nurturing, this disciple would not be where I am today. This cup must be dedicated to them. As his words resonated, silence enveloped the room. The elders stood dumbfounded, gazing at Qin Shou as if he were a creature from another realm. What was he doing? He had articulated the most impeccable reasons with the utmost humility and respect, and then, right before everyone's eyes, he had audaciously declined the saintess's invitation. Furthermore, he had declared his allegiance. I, Qin Shou, am a disciple of Elder Liu and Elder Pan. Such a display was nothing short of extraordinary. Joyous Union's smile faltered, leaving her at a loss for words. How could she chastise him for honoring his teachers? To demand he prioritize her over them would tarnish her dignity as a saintess. She could only watch helplessly as Qin Shou turned, clutching the wine intended for him, and returned to the main table, positioning himself between Liu Ruyan and Panjin Lian. Masters, auntie, Qin Shou beamed with warmth and filial piety. He grasped an empty cup and personally filled it with the finest wine from the saintess's Yu palace, its clear liquid exuding an enchanting fragrance. He presented the two cups before the stunning beauties with utmost respect. This disciple, young and ignorant, often causes distress to both of you. I hope you will forgive me. To you, I raise this toast. His demeanor was reverent, his words sincere. The atmosphere was profoundly moving. In that moment, a perfect image of a devoted disciple, loyal and filial, unyielding to the lure of power, took root in the hearts of all elders. Even Liu Ruyan and Panjin Lian, observing this scene, felt their anger and murderous intent dissipate significantly. Looking at Qin Shou's earnest face, they realized that their beloved Shou still held them dear. He had not been swayed by the manipulations of the saintess. A warm current surged within both women. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of warmth. Yet, unbeknownst to all, beneath the lavish tablecloth, a stark contrast was taking place in silence. Qin Shou's hands, which had just reverently poured wine for his masters, now moved like two nimble serpents, stealthily gliding across the edge of the tablecloth. Then, with precision, they landed upon the smooth thighs of his two esteemed mentors clad in silk gowns. His left hand caressed the warm, supple, and remarkably elastic thigh of Liu Ruyan, while his right hand met the cool, yet equally voluptuous and toned thigh of Panjin Lian, whose body bore the mark of years of ice cultivation. Just moments ago, these two formidable women, ready to defend their beloved man against the saintess, suddenly trembled without warning. A familiar surge of electricity coursed through them, igniting sensations from their thighs that swept through their bodies. All thoughts of anger, vengeance, gratitude, and relief were instantly washed away, leaving only a blank void. Yet, Qin Shou's face retained that innocent, harmless smile of filial piety, and his voice remained gentle and sincere. Master's wife, why do you not drink? Is it that I, your disciple, have erred in some way? Yet, beneath the table, his fingers bore an irresistible, mischievous smirk. Upon those two untouched, most sensitive and delicate patches of skin, he began to trace gentle circles. Once, and then again. Liu Ruyan, who had just raised her wine glass, suddenly jolted, nearly spilling the liquid within. She felt her body weaken instantaneously. An indescribable tingling sensation surged from the inner thigh, shooting straight to the crown of her head. She could even perceive Qin Shou's fingers, through the thin silk skirt, slowly inscribing two words upon her leg, mine. Panjin Lian's predicament was even more dire than Liu Ruyan's. Her eternally frosty countenance flushed a vivid crimson in an instant. She bit her lip tightly, staving off any sounds of embarrassment that threatened to escape. She could distinctly feel Qin Shou's palm, radiating a searing warmth, brazenly roaming over her leg, as if surveying his domain. Ding! A notification resonated in his mind. Detected host performing contradictory extreme actions, simultaneously playing the role of a pure, dutiful disciple while asserting dominance over the two lovely masters, declaring absolute sovereignty. Congratulations. Host has unlocked hidden achievement. Artist at the dining table. Reward. Pangu's residual blade, unsealing progress, 0-1. Current total progress, 2-4. Listening to the system's alerts, the smile on Qin Shou's lips deepened. He lifted his gaze towards the still stiff saintess Qiao Yoxin at a distance, his expression innocent, as if to say, "Look, my masters are so moved they cannot utter a word." Qiao Yoxin watched this scene unfold, her brows furrowing tightly. She could not comprehend it. She was utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, after the initial shock and panic, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian exchanged glances. In each other's eyes, they saw a mixture of indignation, helplessness, and an undeniable sense of submission that was thoroughly grasped. This little rascal. This little devil. They took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the increasingly intense sensations within their bodies, and lifted their wine glasses. Yet even the hands that held the cups trembled slightly. They drained the exquisite wine in one gulp. In the next moment, Pan Jinlian's cold hand shot out from beneath the table, seizing Qin Shou's hand that was causing mischief on her thigh. Her fingertips were icy, yet the grip bore a tremor of helplessness. Chapter 78. The hand beneath the table, the saintess trembles with rage. Pan Jinlian's icy hand suddenly thrust out from beneath the table, grasping tightly onto Qin Shou's hand, which was mischievously roaming over her leg. Her fingertips lacked warmth, yet the grip bore an uncontrollable tremor. This clutch was not one of restraint, but rather akin to a silent plea. Qin Shou, of course, felt it. He could even sense through their touching skin that Pan Jinlian's heart, as solid as an iceberg for years, was fracturing under the weight of overwhelming shame and stimulation. He lifted his wine glass to his lips, taking a gentle sip. Yet, the hand beneath the table did not cease. Instead, it grew bolder. His fingers danced deftly, easily slipping from Pan Jinlian's trembling grasp, then gliding lightly over the most delicate skin on the inner thigh. Pan Jinlian's body stiffened violently. Her upper body straightened abruptly, her remarkable curves heaving dramatically. The wine glass she held slipped from her grasp, clattering against the table with a sharp sound, startling the previously silent elders, causing their hearts to leap in unison. But this was merely the beginning. Qin Shou's other hand was equally engaged. Liu Ruyan's body had already softened, barely held upright by the last vestiges of her strength, preventing her from sliding off the chair. She felt as though she were a piece of candy tossed into the fiery coals, beginning to melt from the inside out. Qin Shou's fingers pressed gently against her plump, warm thigh, not hurriedly, but decisively. Just once, an invisible spark ignited within her, exploding with intensity, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. The potent shame, mingled with the thrill of being publicly dominated by her master, shattered the last psychological defenses of the two esteemed golden core cultivators. Two alluring shades of red crept up from their snow-white necks, quickly saturating their cheeks, even turning their delicate earlobes fiery hot. This was not a manifestation of skill nor the effects of alcohol. It was a pure, primal color, emerging from the depths of their being, belonging solely to women. The elders present could not see the spectacle beneath the table, but they were not blind. They could perceive the unprecedented expressions on the faces of the two exalted elders. It was a blend of shame, bewilderment, dissent, and submission, intertwining to form a tableau capable of igniting the blood of any man. Their wrists trembled as they held their wine glasses, ripples forming in the liquid within. Their legs grew weak, struggling to remain crossed, yet they were compelled to maintain their composure under the scrutiny of all. It was an arduous task, far more tormenting than battling a demon king for 3 days and nights. Esteemed masters, I raise my glass to you. Qin Shou's voice resonated once more, pure and dutiful. He lifted his glass, his clear eyes smiling at them, unspoken yet unmistakable in intent. Drink. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian exchanged a difficult glance, each seeing mirrored in the other's pupils the same shame and surrender. There was no escape. This little rascal, this little devil, he intended to publicly brand them, body and soul, with his unique mark in the most humiliating and domineering manner, all in front of the imposing saintess. With all their might, they finally raised the delicate wine glass. The rim met their trembling lips. A delicate sound echoed as 3 glasses clinked together under the gaze of all present. Then, under Qin Shou's calm scrutiny, the 2 revered elders simultaneously tilted their snow-white necks, downing the concoction that embodied humiliation, submission, and peculiar ecstasy in one gulp. The liquid burned as it coursed down their throats, searing their insides. Meanwhile, Qiao Yoxin observed everything with keen clarity. She could not decipher the mysteries beneath the table, but she could certainly read the expressions on Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian's faces. That flush, that demeanor. It was far from merely being touched by a disciple's toast. It was unmistakably the expression of being utterly possessed, both body and soul, completely under control, emanating from the very core of their being. Connecting this with Qin Shou's earlier, impeccably guarded rejection, along with the strange, impenetrable atmosphere surrounding the 3, an absurd notion detonated in her mind. I have been played. From beginning to end. This seemingly ordinary disciple, caught between 2 masters, was not a mere plaything. He was the true master. And Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian, the 2 golden core elders, were his canaries kept in a gilded cage. Today, she had come with an air of superiority, intending to undermine them publicly, flaunting her status and allure. In their eyes, she must have appeared as nothing more than a clown performing on stage, exerting herself in vain. A surge of humiliation and rage consumed Qiao Yoxin's reason. Who was she? The saintess of the Huan sect. A once-in-a-millennium prodigy. The future sect leader. How had she ever endured such a grave indignity? Very well. Qiao Yoxin's face darkened, her teeth gritting out 2 words, each like ice chips striking against one another. She glared at the trio across the table, who were immersed in their own world, feeling like the biggest fool. With a sharp crack, the exquisite wine glass crafted from fine jade shattered in her hand. The minute jade dust mingled with the unfinished wine, dripping from her clenched fingers. A terrifying pressure, emanating from one of the most powerful beings below the nascent soul stage, erupted with force. Humph! Qiao Yoxin scoffed coldly, abruptly sweeping her sleeve as she turned. The luxurious fabric of her skirt traced a cold arc in the air, extinguishing several candle flames on the table. She uttered not a single word more. But the murderous intent embedded within her resolute departure caused the temperature in the Tingyu Pavilion to plummet to an icy chill. The elders present were so terrified that their souls seemed to flee their bodies, each one wishing fervently to bury their heads beneath the table. It was over. Princess Sheng had truly unleashed her wrath. This enmity was forged, and it would be an irreconcilable grudge. With Qiao Yoxin's indignant departure, the so-called celebratory feast could no longer proceed. Those elders who had initially sought to ingratiate themselves with the new power, to align and take sides, now felt as though the chairs beneath them were brimming with nails. They hastily concocted various flimsy excuses to make their exit, eager to depart. Ah, Elder Liu, Elder Pan, my alchemical furnace is still burning. I must take my leave first. Oh, I suddenly remembered that there are pressing matters within the sect. Farewell, farewell. In a brief span of time, the once bustling Tingyu Pavilion was left in utter disarray, with only the 3 who remained seated at the main table. The punishment beneath the table had, unbeknownst to them, come to an end. Qin Shou slowly withdrew his hand. Liu Ruyan slumped in her chair as if devoid of bones, her eyes sultry, her chest heaving violently. Reluctant to move even a finger, Pan Jinlian, on the other hand, sat rigidly with her back to Qin Shou, one hand pressed firmly against her flushed cheek, afraid to glance back at him, while the other gripped her skirt tightly beneath the table. Qin Shou rose, not casting a glance in their direction, and strode directly to the entrance of the cave dwelling. The night breeze swept in, carrying the coolness of the mountains and rustling his garments. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing from afar at the towering Yaoyu Palace, a symbol of the Sheng's authority. Behind him were the 2 stunningly beautiful masters who had just been completely vanquished, both in body and spirit. Before him lay the grand stage of Huan sect, poised on the brink of upheaval. After a long moment, he spoke without turning back, his voice calm and unperturbed. Pack your things. Both Pan Jinlian and Liu Ruyan, still in the process of calming their tumultuous emotions, were momentarily taken aback, looking at his retreating figure in confusion. Qin Shou's voice rang out once more, tinged with an air of undeniable disdain. The spiritual vein of Tingyu Pavilion is far too inadequate to match my esteemed masters. From this day forth, we shall reside in Tingqiao Shaozhu. Chapter 79. The master bedroom is mine. You two, one in the eastern palace and the other in the western palace. From this day forth, we shall reside in Tingqiao Shaozhu. The calm voice of Qin Shou reverberated through the ruins of Tingyu Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian found themselves standing before a brand new cave dwelling. The steps were paved with hanbaiyu, and the portal, carved from warm jade, bore the three grand characters Tingqiao Shaozhu. Merely standing here, before even entering, an almost palpable aura of spiritual energy surged forth. Boom. Qin Shou ignored the two women who stood dumbfounded and opened the heavy jade door. A torrent of spiritual energy, far more potent than that of Tingyu Pavilion, rushed over the three of them like a raging flood. Liu Ruyan, caught completely off guard, felt her body weaken under the onslaught of this pure energy, and an involuntary, alluring moan escaped her lips. She felt as though all 36,000 pores of her body had opened, greedily absorbing this energy. The bottleneck of her mid-stage golden core, which had confined her for decades, began to show the slightest signs of loosening in that very moment. Pan Jinlian's reaction was even more direct. The Su Nu Xian Jing within her was activated, spinning uncontrollably as icy blue spiritual power swirled around her, emitting a humming sound akin to a sword's cry. This was no mere cave dwelling. This was a realm of immortals. Only Su Qing, who lingered at the back, kept her head bowed. She did not dare to glance around like the other two women, but with her peripheral vision, she quickly scanned this opulent place that almost took her breath away, her small hands clenched tightly within her sleeves. This is how it should be. The master ought to reside in such a place. Inside the cave dwelling, pavilions and towers, bridges and flowing water, and exotic flowers and grasses filled the surroundings, exuding a fragrance that could clarify one's Tao heart. In the distance, one could even faintly hear the sound of waves crashing against the shore, as if at the end of this cave dwelling lay a boundless ocean. Heavens! Liu Ruyan felt as though she was melting with pleasure. Yet in the next moment, her and Pan Jinlian's gazes, like two sharp swords, simultaneously fixed upon the center of the cave dwelling. There, enveloped in a thick, impenetrable milky white mist, stood the main cultivation chamber, silently towering. The source of the spiritual vein. I shall enter first. Liu Ruyan reacted first, twisting her waist, transforming into a pink-scented breeze, calling out sweetly as she dashed toward the main chamber. Oh no, first come, first served. As Shija, I am the master Shifu's wife, so this naturally belongs to me. Humph. A cold snort, laced with ice, rang out. Pan Jinlian's figure appeared like a wraith, arriving ahead of Liu Ruyan, blocking her path. She crossed her arms, her breathtaking curves forming a domineering silhouette. Let us speak of merits. The words Pan Jinlian uttered were imbued with an icy chill. In the contest of spiritual veins, I shall be the main attacker. My contribution is the greatest, thus it belongs to me. You. The seductive smile on Liu Ruyan's face froze, her phoenix eyes narrowing. Pan Jinlian, do not forget who arrived first. Everything must adhere to the principles of seniority. I only recognize strength. Pan Jinlian did not budge an inch. Boom. Two terrifying auras clashed violently within the opulent hall. The pink alluring mist entwined with the icy blue sword intent, rendering the surrounding air thick and distorted. The affected Su Qing turned pale, retreating several steps, nearly losing her balance. She did not dare to intervene, yet her stubborn gaze remained fixed upon the main cultivation chamber. That was the master's home. The finest treasures should rightfully belong to the master. Why should these two women have any claim? As a fierce battle seemed poised to erupt on the day of their relocation, an indolent voice interjected at an inopportune moment. Qin Shou yawned and leisurely walked between the two. Despite his lack of any spiritual energy fluctuations, the terrifying auras that could terrify even golden core cultivators dissipated like a mirage as he passed. Qin Shou walked straight to the entrance of the main cultivation chamber. He paused, turned back, and glanced at the various expressions on Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian's faces, speaking slowly. Have you two forgotten who is the core engine of this household? With his words still echoing, before either woman could react, a resounding bang. The heavy jade door slammed shut before them. The sound was akin to two invisible slaps across Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian's faces, shattering their anger, resentment, and the fierce determination they held. The entire hall fell into a profound silence. The core engine? Indeed. They had forgotten how their cultivation was acquired, forgotten how victories in contests were won, and forgotten who had brought this top-tier cave dwelling. This household has always had but one master. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian exchanged glances and saw in each other's faces the same bitterness and helplessness, along with a hint of complete capitulation. Such a domineering little man, unaware of cherishing the delicate. After a long moment, Liu Ruyan sighed, casting a sultry glance at the tightly shut stone door, her voice dripping with mock reproach. Pan Jinlian, on the other hand, silently retracted her icy demeanor. The main chamber was lost. However, the competition was far from over. Throughout Tingchao Shaozhu, aside from the main chamber occupied by Qin Shou, there were also two side chambers to the east and west. Although the spiritual energy could not compare to that of the main chamber, it was still vastly superior to their previous cave dwelling. A new question arose. The east is the esteemed, the west is the secondary. This represented not just rooms, but status. It was a matter of who held authority in this household, aside from Qin Shou. Liu Ruyan's eyes twinkled as she adjusted her hair, gracefully stepping toward the eastern side chamber, as if it were her rightful place. Sister, I am tired. I shall rest in the east chamber first. However, just as her hand touched the door of the east chamber, a cold hand pressed against the back of hers. Pan Jinlian silently appeared at her side. The spiritual energy of the east chamber suits my cultivation method better. Liu Ruyan smiled, slowly withdrawing her hand, turning to face her, her eyes sparkling with allure. Sister, what do you mean? Do you wish to compete with me? Only the capable shall reside there. Pan Jinlian's responses are always so direct. The silent war has once again erupted. Yet this time, neither party dared to strike. They stood in confrontation, one alluringly enchanting, the other as cold and unyielding as a mountain. At that moment, Su Qing, who had been cowering in the corner, made her move. With her head bowed and a clean cloth in hand, she tiptoed, disregarding everyone, and boldly entered the Shidian. Soon, the sound of meticulous cleaning and tidying emerged from within. This action was far more provocative than any words. A mere maid had the audacity to make a decision on behalf of the two elders at such a critical moment. She implicitly conceded the Dong Dian to Liu Ruyan, thus choosing to tidy up the Shi Dian for Pan Jinlian. Despicable. Seeking death. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian simultaneously cried out, their fury ignited in an instant, both glaring at the oblivious maid. Just then, the tightly shut door of the main chamber creaked open slightly. Qin Shou's head peeked through the gap, his brow furrowed, wearing an expression of impatience as he gazed at the three women, whose tension was palpable. Is this ever going to end? He glanced at Liu Ruyan by the Dongdian door, then at Pan Jinlian by the Shidian entrance, finally settling on those two words. To the east, Liu Ruyan. To the west, Pan Jinlian. Both of you, get inside and focus on your training. In 3 hours, come to my room for a review of your studies. With that, the door was slammed shut once more. Honestly, it was utterly exasperating. Chapter 80. New Rules at Tingchao Shaozhu. Bestow upon you unparalleled opportunities, yet also bind you with a leash. 3 hours passed, akin to sitting on a bed of needles. Inside the east wing, a warm jade bed awaited, adorned with embroidered blankets. Liu Ruyan, however, found no solace in sleep. Lying on her side, her fire-red gauze skirt accentuated her breathtaking silhouette. She gazed out at the pavilions and towers bathed in moonlight, her pearly teeth biting down on her crimson lip. Her mind was consumed by the impatient visage of that youth at the door, tyrannical, domineering, and unreasonable. He resembled the most exacting of beast tamers, employing the most direct methods to thoroughly subdue her and Pan Jinlian, two headstrong enchantresses. Yet, paradoxically, he offered far too much. This Tingchao Shaozhu, every inch of its spiritual essence surpassed her former abode. Humiliated, yet unable to resist. This feeling of being utterly controlled evoked both hatred and a sense of dread within her. After 3 hours, come to my room for a lesson check. The mere thought of those words made Liu Ruyan's cheeks inexplicably flush. Lesson check. How would he conduct such a check? Meanwhile, in the west wing, a chill permeated the air, and a thin layer of white frost formed on the ground. Pan Jinlian sat cross-legged on a crystalline bed, her eyes tightly shut as she attempted to calm her mind for cultivation. Yet, her heart was a tangled mess. The spiritual energy within her dantian surged with unprecedented agitation, not due to progress, but from a sense of indignation. How could she, a venerable elder of the discipline hall, be summoned and commanded by a younger generation as if she were merely a tool? What troubled her even more was Liu Ruyan. The east wing symbolized a suppression of status. Merely residing there for a day meant that she was, in name, inferior to that enchantress. At that moment, a dull bell tolled from the main chamber, not loud, yet it resonated clearly through the stone walls, echoing in everyone's minds. Time was up. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian opened their eyes almost simultaneously, rising with differing expressions. They exited the side halls and encountered each other in the grand hall, their gazes colliding in the air, igniting invisible sparks, yet neither spoke a word. In the corner, Su Qing, who had been kneeling and cleaning, also paused her task, her petite frame stiffening as she awaited her master's summons. With a creak, the heavy jade door swung open precisely on time. Qin Shou yawned, stretching leisurely as he emerged. He scanned the hall, observing the three women with their peculiar atmosphere, as if appraising three newly acquired tools in need of training. It seems you all are in good spirits. He spoke with a half-smile, his gaze flitting between Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian. Since you cannot sleep, do not waste time idling in the room. Come, let me show you around our new home, lest you squabble like country bumpkins over a mere room. His disdainful tone cut deeper than direct reprimands. Liu Ruyan and Pan Jinlian felt their cheeks flush with embarrassment and indignation. Yet not a word dared escape their lips. They exchanged glances, silently trailing behind Qin Shou. Su Qing kept her head lowered, matching his pace, even her breath subdued. Qin Shou led the three women through the hall towards the back mountain deep within the cave. The spiritual energy here grew increasingly dense, and even breathing felt like a gradual enhancement of their cultivation. He guided them to an unassuming corner of a cliff, overgrown with weeds. Just this? Liu Ruyan murmured. This place appears far too desolate. Ignoring her, Qin Shou stepped forward, parting a mass of entwined dark green vines. A chilling energy surged forth, pure and intense, enveloping them. Pan Jinlian, walking at the forefront, froze in place. Within her dantian, the Su Nu Xian Jing spiraled out of control, operating with unprecedented speed. Her dantian felt as if it had been plunged into a block of ancient ice. An irresistible force emanating from beyond the vines, tugging at her very soul. Before them appeared a natural pool, approximately 3 zhang in diameter. The water shimmered in an unusual milky white hue, wisps of silver chill rising from its surface, coalescing into a phantom cold moon in the air. Simply standing there, Pan Jinlian sensed her long-standing bottleneck beginning to loosen. Moonlight pool. Pan Jinlian's voice quivered with an uncontainable intensity. Her gaze fixated on the water, as if her soul had been momentarily extracted. This was no ordinary spiritual pool. It was a sanctum of cultivation formed through the purest lunar energy, refined over centuries. Cultivating here for a day would equate to a year of arduous practice in the discipline hall. This was a miraculous boon tailored for her Su Nu Xian Jing. Observing Pan Jinlian's disoriented state, Qin Shou smirked, leaning against the rock with arms crossed. Auntie, this place will belong to you from now on. Pan Jinlian snapped back to reality, gazing at Qin Shou, her lips moving. This is too precious. Her refusal felt feeble, her eyes glued to the pool. Precious? Qin Shou chuckled. You are deserving of this for assisting me. Qin Shou, do not shortchange my own. My people. Those 5 words seared into Pan Jinlian's heart like a hot brand. The magnitude of his offering was overwhelming, rendering her unable to decline. Liu Ruyan watched from the side, feeling as if 100 lemons had been stuffed into her heart, sour and bitter. Why should Pan Jinlian, with her icy demeanor, receive such immense fortune upon her arrival? Just as she opened her mouth to speak, Qin Shou had already turned away. Auntie, follow along. Liu Ruyan could only swallow her bitter feelings, gritting her teeth to keep pace behind him. This time, Qin Shou led them to a sunlit cliff. The warm breeze contrasted sharply with the previous chill. Amidst a crevice in a scorching red rock, a half-foot tall, entirely crimson spiritual herb, adorned with golden patterns on its leaves, swayed in the wind. A wave of scorching, pure yang energy rushed forth. The moment Liu Ruyan recognized the herb, her breath hitched. Heavenly yang grass. Her reaction was even more intense than Pan Jinlian's. Having practiced the Xianpin Shaohunde Fa for so long, the seductive poison would inevitably backfire, leading to stagnation in her cultivation at best, or reducing her to a mere shell of herself, devoid of any purpose at worst. This was the death knell hanging over her head. The Heyang grass is indeed the supreme elixir that harmonizes and tempers the dualities of yin and yang. This budding Hiyang grass holds a value 100-fold greater than that of the Yuehua pool for her. It is her lifeline. Shermu, your gaze is quite discerning, Qin Shou remarked, pointing at the precious herb with a benign smile. This plant shall be entrusted to your guardianship henceforth. Liu Ruyan's heart raced, her voice trembling with disbelief. Is it truly for me? It is for you to protect, not to possess. Qin Shou corrected her. Should it ever go missing, or be consumed by some stray cat or dog? Shermu, I would be quite displeased. In an instant, Liu Ruyan's exhilaration waned. She comprehended the implication. While she could utilize this herb, its ownership resided with Qin Shou. With this coveted life-sustaining herb, he had placed upon her an invisible shackle. She needed him, was irrevocably bound to him. Pan Jinlian, observing from the side, also grasped the situation. The Yuehua pool and the Hiyang grass, one corresponding to her cultivation method, the other to Liu Ruyan's very fate. This man had seized their futures with two treasures they could not possibly refuse. Such ruthless tactics. Finally, Qin Shou turned his gaze to the previously silent Su Qing. The mirth on his face vanished, replaced by an icy demeanor. He gestured toward the vast cavern, issuing commands. As for you, Su Qing. Su Qing trembled, abruptly kneeling, her forehead striking the scorching ground with a muffled thud. From this day forth, all menial tasks within this cavern, from tidying the courtyard to preparing meals, shall fall solely upon your shoulders. Perform well, and you shall be rewarded. Qin Shou's voice paused, frigid as ice shards. Fail to do so, and you shall return to the mines of Haifeng Mountain, continuing your labor of stone. This was your probationary period. Such harsh words resonated in Su Qing's ears like celestial music. She felt no humiliation. Rather, a surge of excitement coursed through her as she was entrusted with a clear mission. Yes, master. She abruptly raised her head, her delicate features alight with fervent devotion and resolute dedication. Su Qing vowed not to disappoint her master's lofty expectations. Beep. Detected that the host is engaged in an incongruous extreme operation, simultaneously portraying a virtuous disciple while asserting dominion over two esteemed Shermu. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the hidden achievement. Artist at the dining table. Reward. Panga's remnant blade, unsealing progress 0-1. Current total progress, 2-4. Qin Shou disregarded the voice echoing in his mind. He surveyed the three women before him. One had attained a breakthrough in her cultivation, another had received the life-extending herb, and the last had been granted the means to survive. He had bestowed upon them their most coveted desires, yet in doing so, he had also claimed their final vestiges of freedom. At that moment, a piercing and jarring alarm blared unexpectedly within his mind. High-risk warning. High-risk warning. Detected severe fluctuations in the sect's fortune totem, union of Dragon and Phoenix Wall. A terrifying consciousness of late-stage Yuan Ying has crossed thousands of miles, locking onto Tingchao Zaizu. Chapter 81. The arrival of the Yuan Ying old monster? Fear not. First behold my harem's intricacies. High-risk alert. High-risk alert. A terrifying divine sense from the latter stage of Yuan Ying has traversed thousands of miles, firmly locking onto Tingchao Shaozhu. The sharp, piercing electronic alarm blared violently in Qin Shou's mind, nearly piercing his eardrums. However, standing at the cliff's edge, Qin Shou remained utterly unfazed. He calmly observed the three women before him, whom he had just conferred titles upon. One had achieved a breakthrough at the sacred land, another had received a life-prolonging elixir, and the last had gained the qualification to survive. None of them were aware that a Damocles sword, capable of erasing the entire Tingchao Shaozhu from the map of Huan sect, hung ominously above them. Pan Jinlian's entire being was utterly absorbed by the moonlight pool before her. Standing at its edge, the visage that had been frozen for millennia finally bore an expression of ecstasy. The purest power of the Taiying transformed into visible silver mist, eagerly infiltrating her limbs and bones. Merely standing there, she felt the impenetrable barrier of her golden core's third level begin to crack ever so slightly. This place was, without a doubt, a miracle tailor-made for her. This young man's discernment is astute. Pan Jinlian felt no trace of envy towards the main chamber. Instead, a previously unknown ambition surged within her. With this pool, I can solidify my golden core's third level at least twice as fast. No, I must hasten my strength, so I am not overshadowed by that enchantress Liu Ruyan. Only by becoming stronger can I secure a more significant position beside him and gain more guidance time. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan carefully caressed the leaves of the Heyang grass with her fingertips. The golden patterns on the leaves radiated a scorching warmth, sending shivers of excitement through her. A sweet smile graced her face, one she could not conceal. What is a mere training room? This spirit grass is my life. The hidden dangers of the Xianpin Shaohan de Fa loom over me like a death warrant. Only I know the excruciating pain of its backlash. Shower still holds me dear. He knows of my physical vulnerabilities and specifically entrusted me with this precious holy medicine. A warm current filled Liu Ruyan's heart. I must quickly use this grass to improve my condition. I cannot allow that icy-faced Pangenlian to surpass me. Only I can serve Shower best. The two women, one ice and one fire, were thinking similar thoughts at this very moment. An invisible war had already commenced. Host, stop dawdling. That is the latter stage of Yuan. Even a breath could spell our doom. Quickly escape. Can't your little black room accommodate us? Hurry and hide us in there. Find a toilet to conceal ourselves. The system's voice carried a hint of desperation. Yet, Qin Shou remained oblivious. His attention was drawn to the final individual. Su Qing knelt on the cold white marble floor of the hall, scrubbing each inch of the surface with fervor. She dared not lift her gaze to the two spirited elders or to the master who dictated her fate. The air was thick with the chilling scent of stone and age-old dust. Her knees ached from the unforgiving ground. Assigned the most menial of tasks, her heart brimmed with resentment and bitterness. Why do those two women receive such immense rewards while I am left to perform the most degrading tasks here? Beneath this resentment, a more pathological desire simmered. She watched as the two elders occupied their coveted positions, a flicker of malice flashing in her eyes. Perform well, and their essay reward. Fail, and I'll be sent back to break stones. My master's words echoed in her ears. I must excel beyond them. Cleaning, cooking, whatever it takes. I will do it to perfection. Only I truly understand the master and can relieve his burdens. They merely covet his body and power, but all of me belongs to him. One day, he will realize that I am the most useful one. Her cloth moved faster, as if she were trying to wipe her very soul into the floor. Ding! Congratulations, host, for unlocking the hidden achievement, the engine of intricacy. Achievement description: successfully transformed the direct conflicts of the harem into the core driving force for development. You are the most formidable HRD, Harem Resource Director. Reward: Pangu S Remnant Blade, unsealing progress at 0, 1. Current total progress, 2, 5. As the notification rang in his mind, Qin Shou finally stirred. It's so noisy. He mentally cursed the system. In the next moment, the Hongmeng Yin Yang sacred body within him stirred slightly. A minuscule yet overwhelmingly potent aura of Hongmeng purple qi subtly emanated from his body. This aura did not alert anyone nor create any fluctuations in spiritual energy. It silently enveloped the entire Tingchao Shaozhu and the two treasure lands on the back mountain, forming a thin, impenetrable chaotic barrier invisible to outsiders. Simultaneously, deep within the forbidden grounds of Hahuan sect, the sect leader Yi Jiedi, who was in closed-door cultivation, suddenly opened her innocent, large eyes. A hint of confusion crossed her youthful face, reminiscent of a 15-year-old girl. Just now, she had sensed two familiar yet unfamiliar powerful auras erupting from the sect's fortune totem, compelling her curiosity to send a thread of divine sense to investigate. However, as her divine sense reached the airspace above the cave dwelling known as Tingchao Shaozhu, it felt as though it had crashed into a cotton cloud. No, not cotton. It was an indescribable, incomprehensible void. It seemed as if nothing existed there, yet it also felt all-encompassing. Her Yuan-Ing level divine sense was rendered ineffective in this space. Interesting. Yi Jiedi licked her lips, a profound interest flickering in her clear eyes, one that was entirely incongruous with her age. She did not force her investigation, but slowly withdrew her divine sense. Li Laosher, this little thing you left behind seems to be 100 times more intriguing than I imagined. Inside Tingchao Shaozhu. Alert lifted. Alert lifted. The presence of that divine consciousness. Has it retreated? The system was bewildered. Host, what have you done? Did you frighten it away? Qin Shou remained silent. Such trivial matters did not warrant his explanation. He merely felt that his new abode was somewhat unkempt and required a thorough cleaning. His gaze ultimately settled upon the figure of Su Qing, who was still fervently scrubbing the floor. This woman, with her obsessive, resentful, and fervent emotions intertwined, was indeed the most delectable sustenance for the Pangu Qin Dao. She was an excellent source of emotional energy. At that moment, Su Qing, drenched in sweat within the storeroom, made a new discovery. In her eagerness to prove her worth to her master, she resolved to completely tidy up the storeroom that had languished in neglect for countless years. In the corner, a heavy wooden box obstructed her path. The box was enveloped in a thick layer of dust, as if it had not been disturbed for centuries. Gritting her teeth, Su Qing summoned all her strength to drag the box out from the corner bit by bit. She lifted the lid, which was covered in cobwebs. Inside, apart from some tattered robes and rusty odds and ends, there was nothing of significance. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she was about to discard the debris when suddenly, her hand brushed against something solid. Beneath the tattered garments lay a tome, quietly resting. It was a fragment, crafted from an unknown beast's hide, its corners severely damaged and completely obscured by dust, rendering its original color indiscernible. With a look of distaste, Su Qing wiped away the dust with her sleeve. Several archaic, cumbersome characters came into her view. Xiao Zhou Tian Xing Dojin Kan.